From the summer of 2021 to 2022, I was a lifeguard at a small beach called Adams Point Beach, which is located in Kishi Lake, New York. I didn't really enjoy my job, to be honest. Besides making friends with other lifeguards, I was not getting paid enough money, and my final paycheck for the summer of 2021 was about $350 in total. To make matters even more difficult, I come from a family with no money. I live on a farm, and my parents fight with each other a lot. I never went to college because my family cannot afford it, so I have to work 2 jobs every day, one from 9 to 5 and the other from 6 to 11, where I only get paid $15 an hour. In the summer of 2022, my boss, for whatever reason, had demoted me to a sub-lifeguard. This really pissed me off because I could not see my friends. One day in August of 2022, I was called in to substitute for a lifeguard, as this lifeguard was busy that day, and only one other lifeguard was available. Usually they were free, but that day there was a shortage of staff. The start of the day was like how any other day would usually start. Unfortunately, that changed in the afternoon. My 30-minute shift on the lifeguard chair was done, and the other lifeguard swapped with me. I walked back to the shed and went inside of it. About 10 minutes later, while I was on my phone, I heard a bunch of screaming and crying outside of the shed with the door closed. I did not know what was going on, so I walked outside. What I saw next is an image that I will never unsee for the rest of my life. What I saw was the lifeguard, along with 4 other people, sitting with a woman on a surf rescue board with both of her legs severed off. I felt petrified, but I had to help the other lifeguard, as it was my job to save people. I helped carry the surfboard, but I looked behind me as it was so brutal to look at what was in front of me. I helped everyone place the board on the table with the woman lying on it right next to the shed. Thankfully, the police and the medics were already called. I asked what had happened. One guy said that a guy by himself in a speedboat wasn't looking where he was driving the boat. People told him to stop and slow down, but he was in his own world. He then ran over the woman and then would come to a stop like 3 seconds later. He apparently took off like a coward would do. I could not believe what I was hearing. I then told the man to describe what the speedboat looked like. I asked him because this was a very small lake, and I pretty much knew everyone who comes to this lake and lives right next to it. He said that it was a blue jet boat. When the man told me this, I felt as if my whole world was coming to an end. That was my dad's boat. He is the only one who owns a jet boat on this lake. I then saw everything turn blurry, and then it all went to black. I woke up with 2 EMTs side by side next to me. They asked if I was alright. I told them I was fine, and I went to go grab my water bottle and then drank the water as if I had never drunk water before in my life. I then exited the beach area as my boss told everyone to go home because of what had happened today. I got in my car and drove home, which was about 3 to 4 minutes away. As I got home, I turned off my car and stepped out to see my dad pacing back and forth nervously through the kitchen window. I then rushed inside of the house, and I went on a full-on rampage on my father. I confronted him and then called him a coward for leaving the scene of the accident. He was breathing so hard. I had never seen him breathing like this before. As I was still yelling at him and my adrenaline was kicking in more than ever, I shoved him and then started hitting him. He told me to calm the fuck down. After about 10 hits, I finally pushed him to his full limits, and he punched me so hard that I fell to the ground and my ears were ringing. He then yelled at me to stay the fuck down, you little bitch, before running out of the house and speeding off somewhere. I continued to bawl my eyes out. I was never close with my dad. I never came to him for help when needed, but never in a million years would I have thought that he would end up doing something so horrific. About an hour and a half later, my mom finally came home after going to the hospital to check on the woman whom my father had injured. As my mother walked through the door, she hugged me for what felt like an eternity, and we cried together. We sat down together at the dinner table, and she told me some good news and bad news. The good news was that the woman was alive and okay. The bad news was that both of her legs were amputated off and that they would have to be refitted with bionic legs. I felt so relieved that she had survived, but I was still so devastated that my father took off, never even apologized, and never came to see the woman in the hospital. My mother asked me where her husband went. I told my mom that he took off. We tried calling him, but it went straight to voicemail. The police were called again, and we filed a missing persons report on my dad. The next few weeks, the police tried searching everywhere for him and came up empty-handed. It was the worst 3 weeks of my life. I quit my job straight after due to the traumatic side I had seen on that very day. I had been seeing a psychologist 3 times a week now. Each day, I was very slowly starting to get better and better, but I still have a long way to go. I also only work 1 job now and have been promoted at my job, which now I get paid $25 an hour. This makes me happier, as I still have some luck in this world. I have not seen my father since. I don't really miss him that much after he attacked me and called me a bitch. I wish I could tell you that's where the story ends, but sadly, it isn't, and the next part gets even worse. Fast forwarding to sometime in mid-July during this past summer of 2024, I decided to go kayaking at 7 o'clock at night. I wanted to exercise my brain and needed some free time for myself. I took off in my kayak. I kayaked in the area of around 30 feet deep, then kayaking to the shallower area. My destination was to stop at a land area to walk on it and to take a break from kayaking as my arms were getting sore. During this whole time kayaking, I was looking at the water beneath me. As I got to around 15 feet deep, what I saw on the bottom of the ground underneath the water was textbook horror. I saw a dead body of an old woman. I paddled out there so fast and then reached my destination that I originally planned to go to. After pulling my kayak to shore, I ran to the grass area and threw up around 5 times. Luckily, I had my phone on me, so I called 911. The police came 10 minutes later. About 7 cop cars showed up, along with the SWAT team. I gave them my story, and they told me to evacuate the area as it will be going under investigation. About 2 weeks later, we got some of the worst news ever, more so than anyone who had lived in my town had ever gotten before. The detective told us that this person was murdered. They also traced DNA and fingerprints to try to find out who the perpetrator was, and it worked. When they revealed who the killer was, I was nowhere near prepared to find out who it would be. It was my estranged father. My father. Why the hell would he come back to this town if his main goal was to try to escape? I could not think of any motive of why he would even kill this person. This was so devastating that the next day, I packed up most of my clothes and drove off all the way downstate to New York City. I needed a break from the so-called curse that was going on upstate in my hometown. I stayed in New York City for about 3 weeks in a cheap hotel and then came back. The police this time, along with the FBI, searched again for my father, and yet again, they found nothing. I quit my job after this, and I am currently unemployed. Luckily, I have my little sister, who had just graduated high school, to take over for me. As you are hearing the story as of now, there is still no update on where my father could possibly be. He could be living in another state far away, or he could have fled the country. I never want to see my father ever again after hearing that he murdered another human being. If there is more news revolving around this case, I will keep you posted. For context, I was raised on a homestead, volunteered for my local search and rescue for a few years, and have been in the armed forces for 4 years, and have seen a lot of fuck shit, so not a lot phases me, and I used to listen to that one well-known search and rescue creepypasta on YouTube anytime I had Zero Dark 30 SAR calls. So, as this guy said, maybe that's why I run into fuck shit, although I usually keep myrrh resin and white sage on me when I go in the woods for good measure, and employ staves when I feel they're needed. I'm gonna get a hefty drink, take a shower, and will post my recent experience with one. However, if any of you guys have any questions about skinwalkers to the extent I can answer them, or got stories of your own, let's share them. First story. Live in a PNW. There's a half-abandoned town 2 hours from where I live, where most of the people living there or who have visited the area always gets bad vibes. There's also an old mine and some related structures that my friends and I used to always like to go to in high school for day hikes and camping. About 2 years into having that be our usual spot, and specifically when we got firearms, we just all had bad juju/experiences up there. We all stopped going up there entirely, and I did not return until after I got out of active military service and went into the reserves. Some stuff changed, but for the most part, the area was untouched as it was before. The most vandalism you saw was some bullet holes, various places people made campfires, and names etched into the walls of the housing building. Fuck shit happens around the area when I visit, or my friends do, but that's for another post. Main point to capture is, I've pissed this fucker in the woods off multiple times, and it likes to get back at me by fucking with my head, or my friend's head. In my opinion, skinwalkers are more so very territorial, and are like an extremely intelligent and equally sadistic moray eel when it comes to their curiosity and playfulness, for lack of a better term. This means, at least from what I can tell, they like to play with people's heads to gauge them, see what they're up to, or if they're worth the trouble of encountering. Basically, a skinwalker is not going to go out of its way to fuck with someone unless they feel the need to, or are bored, in my opinion. Now time for the current story. Visiting friends after getting off a month-long ADOS order. They want to do spooky shit. Ask them if they want to go to a designated spooky mine. Establish comms and take a 2-truck convoy up to the woods. Party consists of myself, my natty guard pal I'll call John, my range buddy I'll call Jax, and their mutual Cali gal pal, who I don't like but respect, who we will call Pretzel. Pretzel constantly bitches about driving on a mountainside back road, while Jax and I do radio checks and hot mic for 2 hours. Get up to housing building at 1:30 AM and set up our Vex to easily get the fuck out. Clear the housing building, because even though it's technically abandoned, when I used to do search and rescue calls, it wasn't uncommon for a hardy homeless guy or dude who got sick of society to threaten people to go away or take pot shots at us with a shit Remington 700. Building is empty. Offer the lads Coke or White Claws, and they want to go up to the mountain to see the actual mine. Everyone is strapped with comms and kit except for Pretzel, and we have chem lights to keep tabs on where everyone is. Entire hike up, we see frogs and shit, joke about them, and the mood is light. Get up to the ridge where the mine is and see 6 solar lamps. Like these were the ones you have on stakes and drive into the ground, and they're just placed randomly around the ground near the mine entrance, with no pattern or order. Keep in mind, these lamps usually only work for 3 weeks to maybe a couple of months before they all shit the bed, and these puppies look almost brand new. Additionally, there's a large metal sheet on the ground near the mine entrance that resembles what a bunker door would look like. Not that it was. I did not have time to check, however, but that's the best visual representation that I have for it. Pop our lights mounted to our rifles to get a better view of the area. My natty guard pal and I have contact freeze on, which enhance your auditory sensitivity, and hear a voice a bit ahead of us behind the trees say something in a very low voice. We confirm we both heard it, and decide to get the other 2 out of there. On the drive back, I ask him what he heard, since I'm fairly deaf and only heard a vague sound that sounded like a sentence. Bounce back and forth and agree. It was either, "Can I help you?" or "Can you help me?" This would already be weird enough, but this voice was uncomfortably low and hollow. Recap the night, and we both know that the pucker factor, the drive up until we hit paved road, was at a constant 6, with a max of 8. Pretzel hates us now. Jax wants to go up again, and my buddy and I are trying to drink ourselves to sleep because our hairs are still on edge since we came down. Good news was, there were no fuck you carcasses. It was pretty uneventful, and did not charge at us. I think if anything, it was trying to see if my friends were good prey or something. I want to go back up and apologize to it, or come to some respectful terms with it when I can before I move, because it's brought me a lifetime of stories and adrenaline, and I feel bad for shooting at it so many times. But then again, charging at someone in the woods while screaming is not going to bring a friendly encounter, but also getting hammered and screaming, "Fuck you, you pussy-ass skinwalker," while pissing in front of where it hangs out is not nice either. How would you lads recommend coming to terms with a skinwalker without dying? Another South American on here. My family all live in small rural areas, so I've heard a ton of scary shit whenever I went to visit. I'll write down the ones I remember for now, some of which I posted before. Uncle's Town. When he was a kid, there was this guy who apparently went crazy one day, running all over town like he was trying to escape from something, before going back home and dying of a reported heart attack. After that, his wife would dress in all black and sit outside the entire day without saying a single word until nightfall, where she would go back inside and neighbors would hear crying. It got so creepy, people avoided going near that street, which was easy because it was the last house in a dead end. After a few months, she stopped leaving the house altogether, and the crying/moaning got louder, as well as sounds of things falling. Nobody really wanted to call the police for noise complaints to let the poor widow grieve in peace, even if it meant her thrashing the house every night. One night it got really bad, like she was tearing the place down at 2 a.m, and a neighbor called the cops over it. It was so bad apparently, even people from the other street went over to check what was going on. After no response, they decided to bust down the door, and the noise immediately stopped. Dead fucking silence. First floor was perfectly intact, nothing broken or out of place, very clean too. Same for the second floor. They head into the woman's room, and it's also perfectly intact, but she's fucking dead. Just laying on the bed with her hands on her body like in a coffin. Zero wounds or signs of starvation or dehydration or anything else. Later, the autopsy did not find anything wrong with her. No heart attack, diseases, stroke, poison, nothing, and that she had been dead for at least 2 weeks. Everyone in that dead-end street moved away because they said they could still hear it some nights, and it's been abandoned ever since. Aunt's Town. Other side of the family, not that uncle's wife. Absolutely shitty poor town with fucking nothing going on. When she was a teenager, there was this crazy guy, probably schizophrenic, who had inherited this huge house and a farm from his parents, and he hated anyone talking to him other than the shops he bought food from. One day, he shows up with this woman that no one in town knew. Small town, everyone knows each other, so this stands out. He introduced her to the butcher and bought like twice the amount of meat he usually did. My aunt's family lived close to the butcher, and her grandma said the woman was 100% a witch because, I can tell from looking at her, she's got bad spirits all around her. Some days later, this woman went around introducing herself to the people in town, but aunt's grandma, as well as her friends, church grandmas, refused to open the door at all. She said she doesn't know how many times the woman kept going to their houses and knocking over and over, even left a note saying she just wanted to talk, which aunt's grandma burnt immediately, as well as dousing the front door in holy water every day. Days later, they find the guy's head sitting on a bench in the middle of the town square, way skinnier than the last time anyone has seen him, and police rushes to the farm, outside of town, like a 30-minute drive, only to find all of the crops withered. All the chickens and roosters are dead. The 2 horses had their heads cut off, and the inside of the house smelled strongly like sulfur. All the cops ran the fuck out and did not investigate further. Area was blocked off, and even priests refused to go there. My aunt heard the rest of his body parts would sporadically show up in different spots, smelling like sulfur, and every time the priest would purify the area for hours, but she does not remember seeing that. Personal experiences time. Uncle's Town again. There's this long road leading into the town that's got nothing but sand to the sides, and apparently, some gang used to bury bodies there in the middle of the night since it's too much land to check. Usual ghost stories about how their spirits would stand in the road asking people for help, but he did not really believe it. Only heard about this much later, and it's not quite right. Several times when we were heading there, I could swear I saw people sitting off to the side of the road. I never thought about it as a kid, but after hearing that, it spooked the shit out of me. Town my mom was in for college. Nice place, but for some reason, all the buses would only go to this road until 9 p.m. The government statement was that the crime level was high and it would be dangerous for drivers and passengers to be there that late, but every single bus driver she asked about said it was bullshit. They claim one part of the road was cursed, and driving there at night would 100% lead to an accident, since that is when the ghosts are out. Some mention knowing older drivers that disregarded it, and in a matter of minutes, they lose control of the body and steer the bus towards the same wall. It's not a driving mistake. The road is very lit up. They just instinctively turn to slam it into the same wall every time. There's a ton of ghost stories and haunt theories about what the fuck is up with that, since it never happens in the morning or afternoon, just at night. Even the people who live there don't know what's up with it. They avoid driving there too. They changed it to being a brick road, put triple the amount of streetlights, and everyone who drives there is compelled to ram the car against the wall at night, without fail. We stayed there like 4 years ago, and that law was still in place, and everyone still did not have any answer other than some tourist ignored it and died the same way. Back from dinner, and just asked my mom if she remembered any of her urban legends, and she mentioned that there's a tree in her hometown where a moderately famous author from like 1920 or something would go to for inspiration, and he hung himself on a branch of it after it got published. It is referred to as the Devil's Tree, where it will give you something in exchange for your life. 2 other people also hung themselves there on different branches after being successful. One local singer who had 2 hit songs in the 70s, and some local actress who had a big breakout after starring in a famous soap opera in the 90s. It's a huge old tree and illegal to take it down, so they just use it as a spooky tourist spot now. My uncle was a werewolf. Hello. This is my first time posting here, so I'm sorry if I'm doing things wrong. My girlfriend and I recently visited my family in Oregon. She had not met my parents yet, and we both wanted a break from the city, so we decided why not. Let's have some fun in the country. My parents offered to let us stay in their guest house on Mount Hood. I declined, and suggested to my girlfriend we stay in a hotel instead. She is a fan of the paranormal, and I knew she'd enjoy a stay in my hometown's famously haunted hotel. In fact, you can thank her for this post. She convinced me to tell my story here. To my surprise, she wanted to stay in the family's guest house. I told her I'd rather we didn't, and when she pressed as to why, I cobbled together some poor excuse about mountain lion problems on the property. A week had gone by, and my girlfriend still wanted to make this trip. My parents understood my reservations with the guest house, but felt I should grow up and get over the issues I had with the place. If we would be staying in the guest house, I had to come clean to my girlfriend about it. So on the drive to Oregon, I told her about the summer my family spent in the guest house, trying to cure my uncle of lycanthropy. I hope this story is relevant to this board and your interests. On June 19th, my parents received a phone call in the middle of the night. They came into my room, woke me, dressed me, and loaded me in the back of the car. They told me my Uncle Red would be in town, and that we'd be spending the summer camping. My parents' house is roughly a 45-minute drive along Highway 45 to their guest house on Mount Hood. The guest house is what it's called now, but it had been the home my grandparents lived in and raised their kids in. They left the house to their kids, who shared it amongst themselves in the form of a guest/vacation home for family members visiting from out of state, or for anyone who wanted to spend a weekend at Timberline Lodge skiing. I had fallen asleep on the drive to the house, but woke up to my aunt, not Red's wife, he was single, opening the door and unbuckling me. My 2 other uncles sat on the front steps, both smoking and animated while they talked to my parents. My aunt led me past them and around to the back French doors, which opened into the kitchen. The doors to the family room had been closed and chained. From inside, I could hear people yelling and the cries of my uncle while he pleaded for help. His voice cracked. He stuttered and choked while he cried for someone to do something. My aunt locked us in one of the upstairs rooms, along with 2 of her kids, who sat in the corner of the room by the fireplace crying. My aunt reassured us that everything would be okay, that Uncle Red is just sick and he'd be better tomorrow. The sounds of my uncle screaming and crying kept us awake all night. We finally fell asleep once the sun came up. I did not sleep for long. I woke up to an empty room and the smell of breakfast and the sounds of my family talking downstairs. I got out of bed and made my way to the kitchen. I felt like I had awakened from a bad dream. like the sounds from last night had not happened at all. My family sat around the table laughing and eating, and I mean everyone. Uncle Red leaned against the island, drinking his coffee and talking with my dad. I had no idea what happened. Tired and confused by the situation, I broke down and cried. My mom scooped me up and carried me back upstairs. Lycanthropy means different things to different people, but to me, it meant that once a month, my uncle would get sick, and sometimes he would be so sick, my family needed to chain him to a post so he would not hurt himself or anyone else. My mom took me upstairs and explained this to me in a more child-friendly manner. She sat me down and established the rules of the house. These rules only applied at night. Once the sun started to set, the kids had to be brought inside and taken upstairs. We were to keep the bedroom door locked, but should open it for anyone other than Uncle Red. Don't go outside unsupervised, and no matter how much Uncle Red begs, we must not unchain him from the post. Not every night would be the same for Red. Some nights, I'd wake up to the sounds of him screaming and howling, the panicked yells of my uncles and my parents. Other nights would be quiet and peaceful. None of us knew what would trigger the urges in him, and I don't honestly think he knew either. For the most part, I don't think he remembered much of what happened when the wolf brain took over. But once, he described the pre-blackout feeling to my mom being a bubbling sensation. I feel bad now thinking back on the situation because we would avoid talking or looking at Uncle Red. He scared us, and neither my cousins nor I knew how to process our feelings about him. Until that summer, a visit from Uncle Red meant fishing trips, hiking, fun in the great outdoors, but things had changed, and Uncle Red knew that. The longer we stayed in the guest house, the more withdrawn from us he'd become. I don't think we realized the true effects that this would have on him until the 4th of July. The 4th of July would be the first night we'd stay out past sundown. My Uncle Dan had made a supply run into town and brought back fireworks. Nothing big or showy, small ones. Uncle Red spent most of the day to himself, assuring everyone he felt fine, better than he'd ever felt since he got here. Night came, and Uncle Dan got out the fireworks. We had polished off a pack of Whistling Pete's when my aunt lost sight of Uncle Red. While everyone had been preoccupied, he managed to slip off into the woods. My aunt gathered my cousins and I together, while everyone else searched for him. My aunt led us into the house, through the front door, and towards the stairway. Uncle Red had come in through the back French doors, hunched over, pawing at his head. We ran upstairs and locked the door behind us. Huddled in the corner of my aunt's bed, we listened to Uncle Red scratch at the door. He would mumble and groan before he would slam himself against the door. His moans and whimpers devolved into screams. The rest of the family heard the sounds and rushed inside. Soon, Uncle Red was detained and tied back to his post. I left the house the next day. My parents sent me to stay with some friends who had moved out of town, and I was not to talk to anyone about my time in the guest house. I have not seen Uncle Red since then, and to be honest with you, I have no interest. I think the wolf in Uncle Red's brain meant to eat us that night. My girlfriend and I stayed in that house, and so much time had passed, I barely recognized the place. The family had redecorated the whole house and had begun renting it out to skiers. I still don't know how to feel about my experience, but writing this out has helped me process things better. I hope that wherever my uncle is, he is safe and protected. The inferior alien red pill. Aliens are not as superior as they want to make us believe. That is why they hide. That is why they clean memories using drugs that do not even work well on us. Aliens developed in millions of years the technology and ideologies that we have developed in just a few centuries. Most of their tech has been stolen by each other. Even if we find they give us some technology, human development on top of it is exponential and unbeatable, unlike their lineal development. We have even developed technology in ways they never imagined or expected to use until millions of years later, like developing white LEDs. I expect that some technology we have is being used in ways that they never imagined and I wonder if they were just watching just to steal it. This does not mean we are smarter. We are not smarter in many cases, but we do have quantum imagination that they don't have as individuals, but maybe as species. We can foresee branches of parallel realities that they cannot even comprehend. So we only think in what we intuitively know will work, so we develop faster. This is also the reason they would never start a war with us to exterminate us. We are a threat. It would expose their technology, and we could use it easily against them and dominate all their worlds. Also, we know intuitively the reality branch where we win. That is why they use other human groups to subvert us. That is how I know this, and every day I know more. Wonder why they are so desperate to create hybrids. That is the reason, because they are genetically obsolete, and they know this, and express it as genetic problem that humans can fix. If they were as good as they claim, they would admit this, but they are not morally better than us as a species. They are able to hate, envy, and love as much as us, but not as individuals, but as groups. That is why they claim their worlds are peaceful utopias. They are just as boring as they claim, except when interacting with others. Aliens know that if we reach their technology and develop from there on, we will dominate the universe in a few centuries. That's why they need to keep everything in secret and hide their existence, except for sneak peeks to produce fear and make us feel inferior. The same reasons aliens claim to hate us, like war and conflicts, are also the same features that make us special as humans. You cannot take those things away and still have humans. The thing they hate and love the most about us is that contrast, and they know that is power. Again, aliens have no personality. Their personality is their species as a collective consciousness. That's why human collective consciousness is so high. That's why psychology is always wrong. We are always evolving, fast, so even our experiments fail. That's why aliens keep experimenting on us. Put in another way, each human being has as much personality and individuality as a whole alien species. We can speculate that maybe each human is an alien species from another universe, concentrated in an individual human. Maybe that's why they claim that Earth is so special for their purposes. Finally, humans also have superior aesthetics. Their spaceships are ugly as hell. Their cities are boring, monochromatic cities. Even a random bumfuck town is more colorful and desirable than their worlds. Not because they are poor or sick, they are not, but because nothing ever happens until their star explodes or is attacked by another species, which is very rare. However, as humans, we should understand them and love them. Maybe we can help them be a little like us if they just stop hiding. Maybe we can help them create good hybrids. No need to have war with them, even if it is unavoidable by our nature and the facts. Even the evil aliens are just evil as a species. Individuals are just cells of their bad adaptation. Aliens are terrified of humans taking over the universe, and that is how they measure the superiority of a species by the rate they develop. They are envious and terrified of us, and they should be. They don't understand art. Technology-wise, they've reached their pinnacle as a Class 1 civilization, so they data mine the libraries, looking for any insight on how to make the paradigm leap to a Class 2 civilization. The fact is, they should understand it's a public resource, and they ain't the only ones using it. Like a Class 2 civilizations with roots on Earth that notice their kin be gone. Their art is either too mathematical or too naive. They appreciate human art to a point, but they cannot understand the chaos that we add to our art. They believe chaos is ugly, when in fact, chaos is what makes something unique and unexpected. I don't know about the other ones, but that's a pretty good description of most reptilians. They are like an adult looking at a small child and realizing that when he grows up, the child will surpass the adult in every conceivable way. It's almost like there are two species of humans, one that is more like a barely sentient animal, and another that is of a slightly more rarefied spirit. This deliberate mixing of two dissimilar humans seems deliberately designed to destroy our progress, namely, to keep us on this planet. Once we get off this planet, there will be no way to control us. Every time we have a philosophical disagreement, we will just take half our shit and head in a new direction out into space. So explain why they disabled all our nukes and did not allow us to destroy our world while rescuing the few they need for genetic material. This post was made by an undercover alien glowy. For real. Be my scout leader. Be age 27-ish. Be trying to find self/religion, etc. Decide to go to Ute tribe, since hell, the Native Americans are well known for spirit quests, and he already has a friend from the tribe. It should be said, this is set sometime in the late 70s. Be avid outdoorsman/in-a-woods kind of guy, so also brings along his 1903 Springfield in 3006 and some 38 revolver. Keeps 1903 Springfield in truck, but gotta keep that thing on you, so stows 38 revolver in pants. Meets up with local tribe and gets introduced through a friend. Gets to know a couple of the head tribesmen and medicine men who conduct the rituals and help with spirit quests. After a while, asked to join them for a sweat lodge/peyote session. Since he's gotten in cool with them, they agree. Have to drive and follow the tribe to some religious/sacred ground where they have set up a sweat lodge area. As stated before, keep rifle in car, but brings along revolver. As per custom, removes shirt and shoes, but keeps on pants. They begin the ritual, and everything is going okay. The head tribesman there begins chanting and telling native stories and legends of the tribe. Scout leader starts hallucinating to the stories, but is staying semi-coherent. After a while, a howl breaks the air, and the head tribesman grows quiet. The men listen in and hear large steps approaching the tent. Soon, vicious snarling and growling can be heard. The head tribesmen start praying loudly in native and starts encouraging the others to do the same. Another howl is heard, this time behind my scout leader. Quickly produces the 38 and snaps around to shoot the creature. A howl of pain is heard before a large paw slashes open the tent. Shortly after, movement can be heard of the creature running away from the tent. Scout leader sees a large, patchy-haired creature with a small bloody gash in its side from the bullet. Now, the head tribesman is urging everyone to move towards the vehicles that they came in. My scout master rushes to his truck and retrieves his rifle. Turns quickly to see the rest of the tribes also producing firearms from their cars. They all start running after the Dogman creature, popping off random shots towards it. The Dogman, now rushing towards a wooded creek bed, my scout master tries to place at least one good shot in. He steadies himself and levels the rifle center mass at the Dogman as he pulls the trigger, as calm as he can. They all hear another howl of pain as it just makes it into the woods. The group decide to keep booking it towards the creature, and eventually make it to the wooded creek bed. Upon reaching the creek bed, they all notice 1, they can no longer hear its loud footsteps. 2, the tracks end as soon as it hits the creek, and 3, it's almost impossible to see. After re-evaluating possibly getting eaten, they decide to stay grouped up, guns at the ready, and slowly start moving up and down the creek, looking for tracks on either side, and can't find any. Quickly all realize it could not have made it any farther down the creek without them being able to see it once they got to the creek. They all decide to quit the search and head back to their vehicles. Shortly after that, the tribe did not allow anyone near this part of the reservation. That face when my scoutmaster shot this thing with 3006 and it did not go down. The head tribesman also stated that it could not have been a hallucination, as everyone saw it, and peyote is not powerful enough. So, that was the time my scoutmaster encountered a Dogman. Is he common in the cryptids of Utah/Ute natives? I live in Central California, and by car, I'm only about 40 minutes away from the California Valley. This is a strange, barren place that's between Bakersfield and San Luis Obispo County. The valley has a semi-dry, alkaline lake bed and amazing wildflowers in the spring. I still go there every year to take photos with my 2 teen sons. I've been hiking out in this area since high school. It's just a strange, quiet place that has a disturbing amount of abandoned houses due to the fact that the valley floor has no real groundwater stores. The valley proper is closed in on three sides by a mountain range that gets up to around 5,500 feet in altitude in some places. There is one spot where I've always gone. It's called Caliente Ridge. A long trail that starts out as an abandoned jeep route but devolves into a winding path that stops at an abandoned fire lookout tower. For the last couple of decades, the whole trail has been officially closed to restore the habitat of some small bird of some kind. This never stops me, and in fact, makes the trail that much more desolate and peaceful. No one ever seems to enforce the closure. A couple of years ago, I ditched work and headed out to do a solo hike at the Caliente Ridge. As I round the last corner, I can see the summit. My heart skips a beat when I see a guy walking towards me. At a distance, he looks and walks like a ranger, and I figure I'm finally busted after all these years. I give him a warm smile, and that's when I notice what he is wearing. On his back is a grey plastic case, about microwave size, like something you'd see house expensive electronics in. Out of the top, a large whip antenna, about 5 feet long, is bouncing around with his steps. He stops, and I see he's typing on a little keypad/display that has a coiled wire running back to the grey box. I tried to talk to him, but he held up his hand to stop me from interrupting what he was typing. In the extending silence, I noted that he was wearing black fatigue pants, bloused over expensive combat boots, a tan t-shirt, and a sidearm that looked like a standard issue Glock. His mannerisms and posture seemed to hint ex-military or LA. Seeing the gun made me really wary, since the guy was creeping me out by this point. He looks at his little display/keypad and proceeds to recite all of my personal info out loud, my wife's personal info as well, and my son's too, and their schools that they attend, all with this sort of monotone voice. Before I can ask him anything, he strides away down the trail, sort of smiling back at me. I waited at the top to give him a wide berth and called my wife when I got back within cell service. To this day, I don't know who he was, what he was doing, or how he got all of my info like that. Working at a brewery. Tuesdays are pretty slow, so I'm the only bartender, scheduled from 12 to 4. One week, a guy comes in, and as he approaches the bar, he guesses my name. "Are you Anon Ananderson?" Yes, that's me. Why? He tells me that he remembers me. I apologize, and tell him I do not remember him. Guy ignores me. Says he'll be back next Tuesday, and he wants a specific beer. Tells me the name of it. Says I need to have it ready for him before he walks through the door. Says he'll show up around 12:30. If I have the beer set up for him, I'll get a huge tip. Guy leaves. I'm thinking, what the fuck? The beer he specified is not even supposed to be on tap till next Tuesday. Nobody knows about it either. We are going to announce it on social media on Monday. Confused. Next Tuesday rolls around. I'm a little short on rent and have been thinking about the strange guy and his promise of a huge tip. New beer on tap. Just before 12:30, I pour a pint and set it on the bar. Guy comes in at 12:30 on the dot. He puts down a $100 bill and grabs the beer. No change, he says, and chugs the beer. Says, "This tastes exactly like I remember. Thanks, Anon." Then he leaves. Saw him several weeks later, and he claimed to not remember me. Reptilian spacemen. This is a bizarre story. Some Spanish hunters are in the woods when there is a sudden flash of light. Then one walks off to relieve himself and spots a reptilian entity across a ravine from him, dressed like a typical spaceman. About 100 to 150 meters away, I saw a humanoid-type figure that had the following characteristics: athletic build, a lizard-like head with two reddish eyes, claw-like hands, one of them holding what appeared to be a transparent helmet with a white visor, and a long cat-like tail that reached the ground. The parts of the humanoid which were exposed appeared to be grey in color. The rest of its body was covered in a white one-piece overall that covered the humanoid all the way up to its neck and wrists. It ended in a pair of large white boots. Attached to its back appeared to be some type of metallic backpack or rectangular box, aluminum in color, about a half-meter in length and shiny. There was a black antenna-like protrusion on the top. The strange entity was standing under a tree and gave the impression that it was waiting for somebody or something. Chover, the man who saw it, thought he saw the entity extend a large beefy tongue from its mouth every once in a while. The entity appeared not to notice Chover as he hid behind some bushes and called the other two men and told them to approach quietly. The three astounded hunters watched the entity for about 3 minutes when suddenly they were terrified to see emerge from the top of the tree a dark metallic cylinder-shaped object that reflected the sunlight from each end. They estimated the craft to have been about 30 meters in length and 10 meters in width. The object remained still about 10 meters above the top of the tree in a horizontal position, pointing in a northeast-southeast direction. The craft was completely silent. Terrified, the three men crawled on the ground armed with their rifles and hid among some nearby bushes, convinced that Spain was being invaded by extraterrestrials. All three men waited it out in the bushes until suddenly they heard a very large sound coming from the direction of the ravine. It sounded to them like numerous engine motors that were starting and then suddenly stopped. Again, they saw a bright flash in the sky, and one of the men said out loud, "Maybe they have gone," while the third man hid in the bush, shaking like a scared rabbit. Finally, they left their hiding place and confirmed that both the strange entity and the equally strange object had departed. When I was a teen, my parents used to take me and my older sister to my relative's house in eastern Kentucky, around Letcher County. The closest city is Whitesburg. My uncle, who taught me everything I know about the outdoors, lived in a cabin nestled in a holler way back up in the mountains. His place was at the base of a big strip mine seam up on the mountainside. He and I used to go sit out on his back porch at night and use predator calls to try and call something down out of the hills. Well, one night, he and I were using one of his tapes. We'd been out there for a good 2 hours and seen nothing, so we were thinking of calling it a night. We were about to pack everything up when he realized his squirrel feeder was empty. He then decided to go fill it back up with seed. His feeder was about 50 yards away from his cabin on the mountainside and bordered the tree line. He walked up the hillside about 25 yards when my aunt came out to see why we were still outside. The only light out that night was the light from his porch. He was about 35 yards up the hill, and he called back and said he forgot his flashlight. My aunt went back inside and got one of his spotlights. We had forgot to turn off the tape with the predator calls, so I reached down to the tape player to turn it off. Then I noticed my aunt was stiff as a board. I hit the off button and looked up at her, and she had the spotlight shining straight up to the squirrel feeder where my uncle was at. I heard her say, "It's coming to you, Jim." My uncle turned back and goes, "Huh?" Then a little louder she goes, "It's coming straight towards you, Jim." That's when I looked up and saw a set of eye shines about 15 feet away from where my uncle was standing and closing in. Whatever it was massive. The eyes were about 4 to 5 foot off the ground. Also, whatever that creature was, completely and totally got the drop on my uncle, who has pretty much spent his whole life in the woods, studying and tracking predators. Well, he was turned around, looking at us, with his back to the woods, so we told him to freeze. We all just kind of stood there for about 3 minutes, which seemed like a lifetime. It was dead silent. No crickets, no sounds of the night. It was the most eerie and creepy 3 minutes of my life. It just sat there at the tree line, staring at us all, and us staring right back at it. The brush at the tree line was thick, so we could not see what shape it was, just the eyes and where they were in relation to the ground. After those 3 minutes, my uncle slowly turned around to see what was about 15 feet away from him. With our spotlight on it, he was about to turn and look it directly in the eyes. It split, and for the next 15 minutes, we could hear limbs cracking and snapping all the way up the side of the mountain as the animal decided to retreat. Scared the shit out of me, and my uncle, literally. My uncle pissed himself. I think that was the thing that scared me the most about it, was that he was so scared. He was shaking, and I had never seen him like that, The other thing that scared us both is that we had been sitting out there all night, listening intently and watching that tree line like hawks. Whatever animal or creature it was, it did not make a single sound coming down the side of that mountain. It never made a sound until it took off. I did not sleep that night, and neither did my aunt or my uncle. OP here, back with some OC. A coworker shared with me a few years ago. He and I worked together as drivers for a warehouse. We spent a lot of time together. This was the only spooky experience he ever shared with me. Be from Houston, Texas. Years back, there used to be a hospital there that shut down. Stayed vacant for at least 10 years before my buddy ever went. It was supposed to be haunted, and the only security was a fat dude who drove by rarely on a golf cart and told people not to hang out too long. Place became a bit of a weekend hangout spot for teens and young graduates, especially during Halloween. At the time, coworker was seeing a girl. This was senior year of high school, and he had not had much luck with girls. This one was a real prude, and my buddy decided maybe the spooky hospital would loosen her up. The usual crowd was gathered there when they arrived. It was late, around 9 p.m. Someone had an ice chest full of beer and offered them some. Buddy throws one back. The prude refused, of course, and in they go. Pick related to give you a clear idea of the place. Buddy and his date had to go up a massive set of stone steps and through a large front door. Inside they found a mess. Loose boards everywhere, empty cases of beer, random blankets, spray paint canisters littering the floor, etc. But upstairs is the real danger. It is somehow darker up there, even with the busted out windows, and the two of them find a big hole in the floor. If they had not been watching their step, they might have fallen right through. A few people had injured themselves that way, my buddy later found out. The prude is not loosening up at all by this point, but she is beginning to slide up close to my buddy, so he is feeling good when suddenly his date gasps, grabs his arm. I just felt someone touch me, she says. This haunted business is alright, my buddy thinks. He grabs his date close and tells her, let's just go check out that one room over there, and then we will leave. Buddy was just trying to draw out the experience, of course. He did not know where he was going. Entered some room that looked like nobody had been in it in years. The only place in the entire building where the floor was noticeably coated in dust. None of the usual trash, like you saw in the rest of the place. The dust was so thick that they left behind prints, and the room was freezing. My buddy's date began pleading with him to leave, said she felt static electricity in the air, and grabbed my buddy's hand, placed it on her hair. My buddy admitted it felt charged, which did seem a little weird, since he did not feel anything himself. He took her hand and led her out of the room, carefully walked down the steps. By the time they were back in his car, he felt comfortable enough to kiss her. After that, the two of them got back in the car and drove home. They discussed the experience and laughed over how spooky it was. Only then did my buddy feel free to mention something that he had been afraid to point out at the time. It happened when his date pointed out the static electricity, just before my buddy led them out of the room. He looked past his date and noticed something on the floor, an extra set of footprints in the dust. My buddy told me it was possible he had just not seen the footsteps as he entered, even though he'd been paying attention to the floor to avoid another potential accident with a hole. He said his and his date's footprints came straight into the room from the entrance, but the other set came from one of the far walls, adjacent to the door and terminated in a blank wall. Right around spring 2000. I know, because I was in bed, reading the 4th Harry Potter book like a dork, well past my bedtime in early middle school. My room was at the end of the hall, the door right across from my parents' room with the bathroom door, and my brother's just a bit out of sight down the hallway, maybe 2 a.m. on a school night. I was super determined to finish the chapter I was reading before I fell asleep, but I had that nagging, must make pee-pee situation going on. I had a tall standing lamp in my room, but not the click-click kind or any sort of remote. It had a weird slider that rested on the floor, slidable from full brightness to dim or off. While in the off state, it had a little orange light to help you locate it in the dark with your foot. I had the light on near max while I was reading. My parents were in their room for some time. and they did not mind me staying up late, so I did not care. That nagging feeling was getting bad, and I decided to earmark my page and rush to the restroom. But at that very moment I closed the book in bed. My light dimmed about 20%. I waited a moment for it to come back. It did that sort of thing often when the AC kicked on, but it didn't. The curiosity of it kind of struck me, and just for a moment I forgot I had to go. So, instead, still in bed, I opened the book up again and read until the edge of the page. The feeling returned. I'd lost concern about the light, and I folded and closed the book again, tossed the covers partially off me, maybe halfway. This time, the light went all the way down to twilight dim, maybe 80%. I was terrified. It had never done that before, and was not coming back to bright. The slider switch was outside of my reach. Even if I'd stretched off the bed at full length, I was not going to reach it, so I did not try. I just lay there, still mostly under covers, staring at it and scanning the room in shock for what felt like minutes. The adrenaline hit hard, and in almost fight or flight response, I no longer had to piss, now in near darkness, spooked as shit. I remember calling out for my mom and my dad with no response, and being concerned about my nearby window. Did not see or hear anything strange. When my heart finally slowed down again, I foolishly opened the book once more, and only managed to read like 2 sentences before I absolutely could not take it anymore. Light be damned, I was going to go to the bathroom. I closed the book. I threw the covers completely off myself, determined, rotated my body, and got one toe to hit the floor. Lights fucking out, pitch black. Could not even see with the ambient light from the window right next to me. Before my eyes could adjust to the darkness, I rotated myself right back into bed, covers over face. I did not get up to use the restroom. I did not piss the bed. I have no further memory of what happened. My family have no memory of me calling out to get them. I woke up the next morning, completely baffled, terrified, and went to school like nothing happened. Okay, I got quite an interesting one. You guys can help me explain. 17-year-old me. Me and my buddy Felix are walking to his house from a party. Life good at MP4. We get there, and get on the balcony for a cigarette. He goes to bed. I'm sleeping on the couch, so I'm just chilling there, messaging a girl I met from the party. Decide to go on the balcony for a last smoke before bed. 4:30 or 5 in the morning. Fog like crazy. Never seen before. Orange glow in the air. Feels like the whole city is empty. I hop down the balcony, which was pretty much on the first floor. Go for a walk. Arrive to the end of the street. There was my high school on the left. 2 big buildings connected with a bridge. Instant, unexplained fear. Urge to teleport back to my friend's apartment. Turn back to bridge. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Someone on the bridge. Sunday morning. Start using bolting my way back. Hearing sprinting footsteps behind me the whole time. Can't even think about looking behind me. Make it there. Climb the balcony in seconds. I burst into Felix's room and explain the whole thing. Pounding on the apartment door. We call the cops. They never came. The pounding only lasted for a few seconds, but it was fucking intense. No sleep. Go home the next day. Felix calls me. Oh, by the way, Anon, I found a piece of paper in my mailbox with your full name written on it. I still don't want to believe it wasn't him that did the paper thing, even though he swore he did not. After recently finding out Mars is not bright orange dunes with an orange sky, I feel like a veil has been lifted, knowing NASA has been lying to me my whole life. Every movie and game where my mind got lost in the orange Mars has been a lie. What else is a lie? The last few weeks, I've been reading the thought of a prophecy and digging through the internet to find answers. I will keep this updated as my crazy mind links all this together. This may be sorta everywhere, not trying to be political, but hear me out. I find it weird as a society that we are learning about how popular human trafficking is, as well as our government saying aliens are real at the same time. Here are some weird things that, if you zoom out, sort of piece together, or maybe I'm crazy. Humans are abducted and used for sexual trafficking, which is horrible, but what if they are also for alien food and experiments? Don't call me crazy yet. This is a very sad thing that is really happening, but it is much easier to swallow than greys being real and feeding on humans. Michael Herrera explains walking in on one of these military trafficking operations. Stories of secret societies can be found from all over time/internet, talking about different religions harvesting adrenochrome from children/over humans. There are many abduction stories online where animals can be found empty of blood and all adrenal glands. New Nobel Prize-worthy superconductor looks like the floating metal you would see in any alien abduction interview. There are accounts of sheets of metal being light as a feather and floating when dropped to alien crash sites. What does this look like? Floating ships, possibly. Dulce Underground Story says we have a pact with aliens already and feed them humans as long as we receive a list of who they take. Dulce Theory. Crazy we're taking in so many refugees in the US right now and tracking them before letting them go into human trafficking related things. I have always been told as a US citizen to stay away from South America/Mexico because people get abducted from cardinals. Possible cover-up for aggressive greys in Dulce. As we're finding out in Antarctic bases, secret ecosystems do exist on Earth that we do not know about. Link will say is not that far from Grand Canyon, which also has many underground, unknown mysteries, also locked down by the government. 7 different races of greys, with 4 of them being hostile. Prophecy explains the biology of greys, down to their skin, using eyes for communication, and our world having different bacteria from the greys, which is why we must never touch them. That sighting in Virginia, also matching perfect description and explains bacteria theory. This sighting also matches the same description of a grey and its body feeling above the surface. Let's say the U.S. government did know about aliens and has been working to desensitize us to this since the 50s. Live long and prosper matches the free finger hand/foot of every description footprint we've been given from every encounter with the grey. I also find it very strange that I am linking all of these crazy people, tinfoil hat encounters back to the information Michel de Marquette was told during his abduction in 1987. Why does this crazy story from 1987 match most of what we're learning today? TLDR, greys exist and the US has a pact with them and helps traffic humans to them as a food source. They have destroyed their civilization on Mars and are rebuilding their race in secret among us. Some crazy dude online. Now that the UFO discussion has gone mainstream and almost all social media is lighting up about it, how do you guys and gals feel about that? The UFO issue was always fringe science to the max. Those who blindly believe without doubt were looked upon as crazy, weirdo, crazy. But now, more and more people seem to come into that space and recognize there is simply too much being reported that many now seem to deem credible, or at least questions need to be asked and answered. Was it only a matter of time? Will those in government pull through and race to the finish line, or will they themselves be informed and hush up once the weight of said truth bears down on their shoulders and they realize the truth is too much for us as a society to bear? How do you look people in the eyes and tell them that we are not in control of our own destiny and never were? Say it's all 99.99% factual. What does that mean for humanity? The old normal would have to make way for a new reality. I don't expect all would transition well into it. Many would still deny it, unable to cope. Whole human cultures are still predicated on that we are the chosen children of the Almighty. Try telling Orthodox Jews, Muslims, and Christians that Zorix from 60 light years is here on Earth, living amongst us. This is going to be a mess if true, lol. And then, what if this is all some sort of crazy psyop, made up to keep anyone intelligent enough, but not in power, to keep on guessing how his or her Earth reality is really built up on? One can truly never be sure of anything. I just can't see the powers that be being 100% open about this. It would truly change the world as we know it. Our entire history would be flipped on its head. P.S. I'm in my mid-40s, and I've always had a strong interest in UFOs and aliens, but never really went so deep, so to speak. I somehow always feared I might slowly start losing my mind because it's so incredibly out there compared to what normal people have time for and or think about. But I'm a person who has a keen interest in any and all interesting theories. I come from a large Muslim family, and even now I would never even dare discuss this with them, especially not the serious adults. They would think I really did lose it, Lamau. Watching the entire testimony from all three men today, I kept thinking this new breed of tiny UAP sighted since the mid-2000s are clearly machines, or at least UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles. What if this is non-human intelligence controlling all these drone-like objects is in fact a rogue AI singularity that the military or its contractors accidentally lost control of some time ago, and it's basically sentient, yet behaving erratically in our airspace? Not alien at all, but our own AI foolishness. It's currently undertaking a lengthy machine learning process using real-life interaction data with our military, and before you say we haven't had AI for that long, they had machine learning being implemented in the brilliant Pebbles global defense system that the military prototyped in the 1980s. Look it up. You will have a penny drop moment. You think they just bent that whole idea for 40 years. The military has been many decades ahead of civilian tech. I really think it's as credible that at least some of these new objects are ours, and the AI controlling them may have become an out-of-control system that nobody wants to admit. I have a retired veteran, aged 60 to 70s in my clinic, who is well known to our staff for grandiose or exaggerated stories. He had offhandedly mentioned that he was exposed to some experimental radiation during his career at some secret bases around the country. He claimed he was stationed at a few of the more well-known to this forum, as well as some that I had previously not heard of. In order to protect him, I'm going to leave out specific locations. I asked him offhandedly if he knew of any alien/UAP, and he gave me a dead serious look in the eye and asked me to close the clinic room door. He asked me why I'm interested and if I believe. I mentioned that I saw the hearing recently and have always been a believer, X-Files, sci-fi comics, video games. He then started talking. He said that he's less worried about interstellar aliens and more concerned about how our future has come back to haunt us. He commented about the famous time traveler from 1939 with an iPhone. He spoke about the flying witches of Mexico. He said there is a more dangerous species in Indonesia, mentioned that there's a species in the Dusi Mountains that would kill me on sight if I got near. Went on to talk about Adolf Hitler's bell. The levitation effect is actually a mechanism for traveling through time, and that the bell acts as an anchor of some sort. How Hitler died in Buenos Aires, not in Germany. He seemed to be worried about the year 2025, where it will become very apparent that humans are not the only species of intelligent life around here, and we will slowly be replaced entirely by 2050. I asked him if he caught the recent House Oversight hearing. He said, "Why do I gotta watch a watered down version of what I saw with my own eyes?" Left me thinking. He could be an old coot pulling my leg, or he could be legit. This isn't too scary, but it still scared the shit out of me. Probably about 14 years old at the time. Always had trouble sleeping and being plagued with nightmares. Probably about 1 AM. I could not sleep. Thirsty, so head downstairs to get a glass of water, and thought I might as well get a bite to eat. In kitchen, everything seems normal, but I can't help but feel an ominous presence. Shake it off, get my glass plus food, and go to the brief hallway that leads upstairs. There are 2 light switches. One turns on the lights further downstairs, the other turns on the ones upstairs. My hands are full, and I can't turn on the lights. Too paranoid to nudge against them, because I don't want to dawdle downstairs any longer. Decide just to quickly walk upstairs. Suddenly, the kitchen door slams, even though it had a doorstop on it, pushing out the doorstop just in front of me. Freak out, and just as I start pacing it upstairs, I hear one of the scariest and weirdest things ever within a really close proximity of me, probably only about a meter away from me. It sounded like a deer or some sort of animal trying to laugh like a human, a kind of ha-ha-ha laugh in a deep, grimy, and unnatural voice. I look down into the darkness and can make out a strange body, arms raised like a gibbon when they run, only bigger and even more gangly. No one is downstairs, as my brother, who would usually sleep down there, is on a trip. My neighbors are also on holiday, meaning no matter what, no one could be downstairs. I bug out and run upstairs, spilling water and dropping my food. I rush upstairs, opening the first door, being my mom's. Too shook to go to my own, I climb in with her. She is annoyed that I woke her up, but I am still freaking out. Everything quiets down, and I am slightly calmer, being in bed with someone else. Then I hear something that makes me paranoid, even when I am with someone else. A chorus of laughs in various pitches serenade outside the room. "Mom, can you hear that?" I ask, freaking the fuck out. My mom replies, clearly viewing me as irrational, because I was always an irrational kid. "There is absolutely nothing out there in this house that can hurt you." I try and keep this in mind, but it's fucking hard with the chorus of varying laughter outside the door. I feel a presence moving behind me, sweating and clutching the covers. I am too scared to turn around. Feel something touch me from behind. It feels chiseled and very real. I don't even remember what happened after that. I probably fell asleep, and I have no idea how. I remember waking up dazed, sitting on the stairs. Everything was bright, and yet, I still felt too scared to move. My mom mentioned that I went back to my own room to sleep. I have no memory of this at all. Shit still freaks me out to this day, and I remember being paranoid for the next week. Pretty sure this was a fever dream. Be me, 6, laying in comfy bed, Thursday, had a small flu, so got out of school early and enjoyed watching National Geographic while eating Mickey D's. Last thing I see is an episode about domestication and cattle and what they were like before. Distinctly remember a shot where a big woolly sheep is glancing around and then stares directly at the camera. Pass out. Wake up hours later. Pitch black. Distinct scent of sweat and overall unpleasant humidity. I'm sweating like a pig. The covers have become super tight and uncomfortably hot. Figure the power went out. This is Florida, and storms sometimes roll in and out quickly with the power. TV turns on by itself. Goes to scenes of lambs and sheep, except it's in fast forward. Due to lighting and sheer nervousness, the TV dims out everything else in the room. Essentially, the only thing I can see is what's on the TV. Lamb and sheep running fast and doing weird shit like contorting and screaming. No sound except for droning static. Tried to move, only barely. Blankets are soaking wet and tight on my body. Tried to scream for my dog, sisters, mom or dad. Can't seem to breathe enough air. TV pauses on screenshot of sheep looking to the side. Ah shit. It turns to face the camera. Its face begins to retract. Eyes start bulging with its whites emerging from its sockets and black pupils fixed on me. It opens its mouth and lets out a mixture of guttural screaming and sheep's loud baa's. I scream as it gets louder and louder. When I scream, the TV turns off. The sound is still there. My eyes start adjusting to the new dark. Notice at the doorway, tall figure with goat horns staring at me. See it slink into the room. Hooves, satyr legs, horned head. I cry as it approaches the bed. Shut my eyes. Feel it lean down next to me. Feel warm tongue on my cheek, licking several times. Finally snap and try to push it away. Wake up, having put my hands on the dog, who was licking my sweat and trying to calm me down and lay with me. Room is normal. Lights are on. Episode has moved on. Only about an hour of time had passed. Think nothing of it. Move on. I'm also pretty sure I got spooked by that one animation of the sheep jumping and transforming around by that one Photoshop artist, but I can't remember if that was released on YouTube by that time, or if that was way later. That still shot of the sheep is firmly placed in my brain, and I dread the day I rediscover it. Woolly sheep, green field, is staring off to the left, chewing on grass before slowly turning to face and stare at the camera, stopping from eating as it just looks forward at you. Hey fellas, this will be my first thread, so forgive me if I'm a moron. Before I start my story, here is some context. I live near an abandoned psychiatric hospital and have experienced ghosts numerous times. Me and my group of friends practically grew up in this facility. It's in a small town with nothing to do, so we were always drawn towards the freedom that these buildings provided us. I have plenty of stories, but I will start with a short one. Share similar stories. 2 friends and I made a fire pit in the woods nearby to Psych Ward. We'll call my friends Alan and Derek. Brought chairs and a table, made a real nice spot to hang out. One of our friends, Kate, who lives in the neighborhood, meets us in that patch of woods for a little since she was passing by, walking her dogs. Currently daylight. Alan walks to the entrance to escort Kate to the fire pit. It is secluded and hard to find. Shooting the shit for hours, having a nice fire. It's pitch black out now. The woods are very confusing for somebody that has not been there before. Our friend Kate decides to leave. We send Alan to escort her out. Derek and I are sitting by the fire, and then everything goes quiet. Awkward silence for some time. I say, it has been a while. Alan sure is taking his time. Derek agreed. I can't remember exactly what he said. We hear somebody walking towards us on the trail in the same moment. I call out, Alan, as I see a figure looming towards us. Figure stops. Both me and Derek get a good look at it. Looked like a pale satyr. Tall legs like a deer though. Clearly human upper body. In that same moment, Alan says, "What's up?" from a completely different section of the trail. Overwhelming feeling of dread falls over me and Derek. We look at each other with an understanding. Derek and I look in the direction of Alan for a split second, then back to the figure. Figure is gone. Alan walks back into the area that we made, completely clueless of the terror Derek and I just experienced. My group of friends has experienced so much stuff like that, but Alan is always the odd one out. These ghosts, or the supernatural, always work around him. He always conveniently misses these experiences. Maybe he is less spiritually sensitive or something, who knows? What do you guys think? This is the only time I've seen something with a solid form. The area we made our little hangout in was a perfect open area, secluded by a bunch of berries bushes that grew as tall as trees. They might have even been berry trees. I have no idea. There are tons of stray cats in this patch of woods, and we have found pieces of birds torn apart on the table that we brought in. We credit that work to the cats or raccoons. Be me. Lived in historic Bucks County, PA my whole life. Old as fuck, haunted as fuck, ghosts abound. Everyone here is amateur ghost hunters, lol. Decided one night to investigate New Hope area, known as one of the most haunted towns in the world. Go to Wiccan shop and ask questions like a pile of douches. Oh, hello you witch. Do you know of any haunted places that you recommend? Why hello douchey Anon. Go ahead and go to the Satanic Church up on Anon Road. She goes on to explain that there is a rumor of a devil cult in the surrounding area, and they use the old church for devilly shenanigans. It's a historic site and was a stop on the Underground Railroad. Us pile of douches are interested as fuck. Then the witch tries to sell us some powder and a statue of some satyr or some shit. Fuck you, witch. Time to blow this popsicle stand. Oh, douche pile. If you visit the graveyard and do some shit to the White Knight statue, I can't remember what right now, then you will be chased out of the graveyard by a ghost, and if it catches you, you will die. The witch actually cackles like a fucking witch. Whatever witch. Douche is out. Bounce. After some trouble and loss of daylight, find road. The road looks down upon some shacks. There are lights in every one of them, and some silhouettes of people in a few of them. I remember feeling like one of the silhouettes was cleaning an axe. Okay, well, that's weird, but we are a pile of douches, so moving on. Reach church. It's a little creepy looking. Door boarded up, but otherwise, it's in good shape. Make way to graveyard. Immediately find White Knight statue. It's massive. Do whatever the witch told us to do. Immediately hear a noise in the woods. start running like idiots. Everyone jumps the fence, except one douche, who is screaming at the top of his lungs that something has a hold of his leg. Upon investigation, he has his jeans caught on the fence like a douche. Story to tell your grandkids. After about 20 seconds of laughing, we hear a bunch of vehicles start up, muttered voices, and what appears to be torches back in the woods from the direction of the shack village. Torches.omg. Sticks on fire, not what we Americans call flashlights. Sound of a shitload of cars on gravel. We fucking book it back to the car. Take off. Immediately see headlights. There are 5 or 6 trucks chasing us through the back roads of Pennsylvania that are full of dudes, most of which are riding in the bed. Truck in front has a dude in a cloak with a cone/pyramid shaped hood. You could just barely see him through all the headlights behind him. He's got a fucking axe. The rest of the dudes all have the aforementioned torches. He's gaining on us. Fucking old Mazda. This is before any of us had money. Just as we reach a clearing, all 6 trucks pull into the field and we speed off. We watch them all turn around and go back down the road as we drive away. Go to cops. They don't believe us or ignore us and tell us to avoid trespassing or we could be arrested. Moral of the story, don't listen to witches, especially ones that cackle. They probably just wanted to scare us off, but why and from what? And why do they live in shacks? We never had the balls to go back. This happened back whenever I was in my early 20s in 2010. I was a dumb kid, doing dumb things. And there was one time when I was driving to my girlfriend's place for reasons that something happened that was seriously terrifying, like potentially life-threatening levels of terrifying. My girlfriend lived in the town over, so I had to take the highway to her place, about a 15-minute drive on a good day. On this specific day, I have made plans to head over to her place, not even thinking about the fact that we were supposed to get a decent storm when I was going to be leaving. It was one of those storms that you knew was going to hit based on how dark the clouds were off on the horizon, and I was going to be heading straight into it. It started fine, with just a light drizzle, but within minutes, it pretty much turned into a torrential downpour. That would not be an issue for normal people, but my windshield wipers were barely functional. There was something wrong with the wiper motor, and they would move really slow, or sometimes they would go up and just get stuck, and then I would have to reach to push them back down. I was pretty pissed off at myself. I'd had the money to get it fixed, and I'd had the time, but for some dumb reason, I just didn't. Probably laziness. I spotted a bridge a bit up the way, and I decided I would pull over onto the shoulder. I'd be out of the worst of the rain, and I could wait it out for a bit. My old car rattled as I steered it off the road and parked just beneath the overpass. The windshield was finally clear of rain, but the whole car was shaking slightly from the wind and the roar of passing traffic. I sat there for a bit, just listening to the rain falling, trying to get a text out to my girlfriend to let her know that I would be a bit late. The storm looked like it was going to stay for a little while, and I started debating whether or not I should give it a second go, when, out of nowhere, bang. The sound was so loud and sudden that I jumped in my seat. For a second, I thought lightning had struck nearby, but this noise was different, closer, more like metal hitting metal. My heart was pounding, and I looked around, trying to figure out what had just happened. A car had passed by me just as the noise went off, and my first thought was that maybe they'd blown a tire. That sound had that kind of punch to it. I turned off the car and opened my door to step out, thinking I would see the car pull over with a flat tire a little ways down the road or something, but there was not anything out of place or anyone else pulling over. Then I turned back to my car and saw it. Right there, on the lower part of the door, was a small, clean hole. It was a bullet hole. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it. My brain was struggling to process what I was looking at. A bullet. Someone had fired a gun, and it had hit my car. It was small, just about the size of a dime, but it was deep. The metal around it was dented. The realization hit me like a punch in the gut. If the bullet had gone through the door, it would have gone right into my leg, my ankle to be exact, I stood up and I scanned the highway, looking for the shooter. Another car pulled over. I really did not know. It was just rain and blurry headlights zooming by. Nothing. Nothing out of the ordinary. I scrambled back into my car, slamming the door shut. My mind was racing. Was someone out there, taking random shots at cars in the storm? Was it just an accident, a stray bullet from somewhere else? I had no idea, but I knew I needed to call 911. The dispatcher kept me on the line while I waited for the police to arrive. I tried to explain what happened, but even as I was saying it out loud, it felt unreal. I was just sitting here, waiting for the storm to pass, and a bullet hit my car. I told her. She was calm, probably more calm than I was, and assured me that someone was on the way. I waited for the officers, and when they finally pulled up with their lights on, a tall guy with a calm demeanor knocked on my window and asked if I was okay. I nodded and told him that I was not personally hit, but he could very well see the hole in my door. We talked about it for a while. He told me that I was lucky the round did not go all the way through, by literally just a miracle. There really wasn't any reason for it not to have done so. It was just luck, I guess. Another officer drove around and checked the area and looked for literally anything. There weren't any clues for what exactly happened, but they took my info and told me that they were just glad I was not hit. They ended up driving off, and I sat there for a few moments thinking about life and how fragile it can be. Poetic, I know, but if whoever had pulled that trigger had been aiming higher, that round very well could have just gone through my window, my chest, or my neck, and made those moments my last. Be me, B-23, crew aboard a small ship in the Atlantic, about 350 miles northwest of Lisbon, Portugal. Notice something bobbing in the water. At first, think it's just some rubbish, but as we get closer, realize it's humming. We slow the ship down and fish it out as it gets alongside us. Completely black, smooth metallic, almost cuboid box. It's producing a humming sound that does not seem to reduce with distance. Entire crew could hear it clearly. Despite this, it's not vibrating in any way. Decided to keep it and take it ashore to see if anyone knew what the fuck it was. Fast forward to that night, the sound suddenly gets really fucking loud, enough to wake us up. It's still not vibrating. Captain shouts over it, "I don't want that weird fucking thing on my ship," and throws it overboard before I can stop him to get a photograph. It immediately sinks, and the sound resides. Captain is a superstitious old guy, so moves the ship a few miles away from it. Continue rest of trip with no incident. Closest pic I could find was this, but it was smaller. I don't know who that prank-calling bastard is who called Coast to Coast back in 1997 is, but if I met them, I'd punch them right in the balls. It was a hoax, of course, but the higher-ups got a bug up their ass about it and cracked down on us. Now you can't so much as call a phone sex hotline. Do they still have those? Without some jackbooted fuck breathing down your neck. I don't know where they find those big, ugly motherfuckers. That's the only mystery I wonder about anymore. And it's even worse the higher your clearance is. Fuck, I'm way ahead of myself. Nobody knows what the hell I'm ranting about. Okay, so, I work in Area 51. The real one. Not that Scooby-Doo X-Files bullshit you see on TV. Well, in 1997, some dumb shit called into some crazy conspiracy radio show called Coast to Coast AM, claiming to be a former employee let go on a medical discharge. He sobbed and threw a hissy fit about extra-dimensional beings infiltrating the government and planning to wipe out major population centers with their crazy disaster rays or some shit, before his call was cut off. I don't know. Either the guy was some loser with too much time on their hands, or a full-blown paranoid schizophrenic. Either way, he fucked those of us who are really part of the damn Area 51 brain trust over good and hard. Like anyone will be discharged on medical leave from this place and still be able to work a phone. This is some serious security clearance you get here. You don't just get to wander off in a medicated haze. Okay, so let me tell you about the real Area 51. Mostly, what we do is weapons. Weapons you don't all know about yet, and some you probably never will. Or hope you won't. God, we love weapons, don't we? I mean, the human race. Look at us. As a species, we are a bunch of violent, bloodthirsty motherfuckers. Every other species on the planet evolves to fit a specific niche, a specific climate, a specific place in the food chain, a specific altitude, etc. Not us. We find a place that's too cold. We got the next furry bastard we see and wrap its skin around us. Can't grow food in our town. We take over the next place that can and make them send us all their crops. And then we multiply. Circumstances be damned. The reason we are the tip top of the food chain is that we fight, fuck, and kill better than any other species on the planet. Even the other apes can't compete. Chimpanzees love to assault and torture their own and other species just as much as we do, and they are damn smart about it. Chimps in the zoo will take a twig and hold it out. Ah, look at the cute little monkey, offering you a gift. If you're stupid enough to take it, they'll grab you with their other arm and slam you up against the cage, and they won't let go. Just for fun. The little bastards are all muscle and spiteful intellect. They can and dare rip our genitals right off our weak monkey bodies, and we still gun them down in the bush and eat what are essentially our cousins, right down to endangered status. That's why we have nothing to worry about with real aliens, and why nobody gives a shit that I'm writing this out right now. We're a strange little marble of a planet, with a huge variety of different climates, crazy weather, and extreme terrains that you just don't see much of on other planets. So, you ever get a planet that's too harsh, and the little green bastards end up so frothing at the mouth violent that they annihilate each other before they can break out of their galaxy. Or, you get a utopian culture that can only come from an environment where food and resources are plentiful, and the masses can peacefully come up with the crazy doodads needed to get off the planet. It sounds overly simple, I know, but that's generally the way it has worked. Now all the hippies help out the savages, and things are getting better. And that's where we come in. Nobody has paid much attention to our galaxy previously because it's made up of planets who never managed to make it out of berserker mode. So in the 50s, some of the bigwigs of the hippie races came to look at our little curiosity, and they were shocked to find us here. Last time they looked, we were barely evolved at all, still pretty much cavemen, pretty much concentrated in Africa. Now we'd spread across the whole planet, and had made leaps and bounds, both in our evolution and our technology. They came in for a closer look, came up on our radar, and what do? We opened fire. That's right, Roswell wasn't a bunch of drunk alien hicks who swerved to avoid hitting a space deer. We shot the motherfuckers down. It wasn't just a lucky shot either. They just didn't usually have to worry about getting shot at. Either they're flying off to talk to other hippies, or they get the space equivalent of arrows fired at them. But our weapons tore them apart, like a semi, plowing into some cheap little rice burner. We scavenged their technology and then tore them apart to see how they worked. Priorities, huh? And no, none of the tapes are real. We're not that fucking stupid. We've made peaceful contact since then. We have our own hippies, after all. But they mostly keep their distance, understandably. And now the rest of the civilized universe is sort of watching us with a horrified fascination to see if we end up annihilating each other, or if we make it and move out into the universe at large. And let me tell you, they are seriously worried about what will happen if the second option comes to pass. If our positions were reversed, we would have nuked the fuckers from orbit ages ago, but they would not dream of it, and, well, here we all are. Goddamn, I've stayed pretty far from my original point, but, well, shit. It's not like I've got much better to do in my free time. So, we don't have to worry about the would-be alien threat. Sure, their defenses have gotten better over time, but hey, they ain't us. No, what we have to worry about is other monkeys. Not literally, of course. We are our own biggest threat. It turns out it was man, etc., etc. The Russians and the Americans and the Chinese, etc., etc. are all still duking it out to come out on top, and that was what freaked the bigwigs out. What if some dingbat did manage to wander off, made some half-baked call into some half-baked radio show, or make some dumb shit tweet or something, and them getting cut off is actually them getting snapped up by one of our enemies/allies. Americans are the first and only to get the drop on a bunch of spacemen and start reverse engineering their shit, and weaponizing it, of course. Sure, the other countries eventually end up copying us, but again, That's the stuff that they, and you all, I guess, get to see. Even if the crank collar was for real and had totally gone off the rails sanity-wise, the things that they could get from even a hallucinating schizo could put our military superiority in serious jeopardy. And lordy Lou, we don't want that, do we? Now, it's been something like 16 years since then, and just like the TSA after 9/11, they're talking about finally cooling their guns again and dialing back the restrictions some. I fucking hope so. I've had to scratch my balls for 15 years, which is problematic when you're a brain in a goddamn tin can. Be around November of last year, Washington State. New to the area, like the woods, so a few friends of mine there that are huge into woods fiends decide to take me out into a secluded as hell spot. What the hell, I'll do it. Need some time away from work. Get the weekend off, pack my bag, clean the rifle, and head over to friend's house. End up about 25 or 30 miles from the Canadian border in this forest that just goes on forever. I'm really digging it because my home state does not have shit like this. There's 6 of us and 2 dogs, a Labrador and a Rottweiler. Each person also has either a hunting rifle or shotgun with a handgun, except for me. Park cars on this tiny ass game warden or border patrol dirt road and hike about 4 miles into the woods. By this time, it's already starting to get a little dark, so we decide to build a fire right off so we can set up tents. 2 of the group and 1 of the dogs go out to gather wood, while the rest of us start setting up the tent. One of those huge, sodding 6 to 8 person ones. November gets cold up there. Tent set up in about 15 minutes. The trio still aren't back yet. What the fuck? Must be fucking low. So we just say screw it and start one from some branches from around the site. Start hearing crashing noises headed our way, like someone running their asses off. The 2 guys come barreling through, wide-eyed as fuck. The dog ain't nowhere to be seen. They start yammering on about seeing one of the other guys out in the woods acting weird, so they started trying to get close. Every time they get close though, he would move away. Said at one point he disappeared, then popped up not 10 feet behind them. Also mentioned a really bad, rotten meat and spoiled milk smell popping up around them. Tried asking what was up, no answer. Then apparently he took off just sprinting like Usain Bolt into the woods. Dog takes off after him, barking its head off. The 2 dudes take off after the dog. Lose both the guy and the dog pretty soon, and the smell starts disappearing as well. Far off, hear a weird screeching, followed by a really loud dog's yelp. Then the smell comes back with a vengeance, this time with what they described as mad giggling. They nope the fuck out of there and back to the camp. They get really pissed at the dude. All of us that were there vouch for the guy, so pretty soon we're all weirded out but think it's a really fucked up joke. I say as much, and I get yelled at, then have, well, where the fuck is the dog then, tossed at me. Fuck, good point. At this point though, the sun was already well on its way down, so we build the fire up, and bring out some Coleman lanterns as well. All of us are huddled around the fire, eating MREs, and the guns are at hand. About 15 minutes after dark, the remaining dog, the Rottweiler, kinda perks up and starts growling, and I mean that really fucking aggressive growl. Smell pops up, and the guys were not wrong about the smell. I have smelled rotten deer carcasses that smelled fresher. Weird groanings start up, and you can hear branches and leaves crackling out around the perimeter of our camp. Noping intensifies all around. The dog is going ballistic, so one of the guys with a shotgun, let's call him Greg, stands up and fires off 3 rounds of buckshot into the woods. This hellacious screech comes out of the woods and starts moving away from us fast as hell, and the smell goes as well. We wait about an hour, then decide to try and get some sleep with 2 people on guard at all times. First watch is me and another of the guys, Victor. The dog is chilling around the fire as well. 2 hours up, nothing. Wake up Greg and Tom for the turn. They sleep for a little, then wake up to that smell and Greg yelling his head off, so we get up and head outside. Greg is looking around the edge of the woods with a spotlight and calling out Tom's name. Ask what happened. They'd been sitting there when they heard one of the guys from earlier calling out from the woods. The dog started growling and rushed the spot, and Tom followed after. Dog has went through some bushes and he'd lost him, so Tom followed him into the woods. Greg had been yelling for him, when he heard Tom begin to say something before he was cut off. Shit, can't leave him out there, so we all put on some clothes, grab a flashlight or spot for each person and our guns, and head out. By this time, the smell was everywhere, and it was making most of us rather nauseous, but we kept going because we wanted to find Tom. Find some of his tracks, but lose the trail when they just stop. Literally no other footprints after a while, and none leading back the way it came. One of the guys at the back is shining his light around, kinda stops and makes an oh shit noise, then starts yelling. You fucking dick, we've been worried sick about you. Rest of group walks over to look, and there is Tom, standing a good 20 feet away, but he's standing all wrong. You okay, buddy? You need some help? Just stands there, deadpan, then slowly nods yes. A few of us walk over and put an arm around his shoulders to kinda support him. Notice that he reeks. What the fuck, dude? We haven't even been out here for a full day, lol. Laughs abound, except from him. Think nothing of it, except worry that maybe he fell and hit his head. Back at camp, try and lay him down, but he just refuses to, so we let him stay outside at the fire. A couple of us go to sleep, but Greg, Vic and I decide to stay up to keep an eye on Tom. Watching him, he does a weird jerk / muscle spasm thing every now and then. Creepy shit, but think it might be something serious. He's mostly quiet, slow to respond to things, until it comes to food. We give him an MRE to eat, and he only eats the meat out of them. Shrug it off as whatever. Then he gets up, and starts moving around all jerky-like, looking toward the woods. He asks us if we want to come into the woods with him for firewood. Besides the fact that it is pitch black outside, besides the fire, and the huge stack of firewood we collected on the way back, not all that weird. Jerks something like a shrug before walking weirdly into the woods. At this point, we are on guard and don't try to stop him. Greg gets up a few minutes later to step into the tent for something, so I'm outside with Vic when the smell hits my nose like a ton of bricks and I gag hard. Then I start hearing gibbering and giggling. I've never been more freaked out in my life, and you can tell that Vic is feeling the same. Greg comes out in time to hear it really well, then goes inside to wake everyone up. He freezes at the tent flap, then starts cursing, which wakes everyone up. Don't know why he's cussing, but it is working. When they're all up and awake, he counts everyone, and you can see him turn white. What's up, dude? Apparently, while he was inside, he did a quick body count, and there were 4 bodies inside. Someone or something had been chilling in our motherfucking tent without us realizing it had gotten in. Shit bricks, and shit them hard. Then everyone starts asking where Tom is. At this time, the gibbering gets louder, and you can hear a bunch of shit moving through the woods. We hear Tom's voice calling at us from the woods to come help him, but it's all off key, and every now and then he'd start giggling. We build the fire up and sit around it with all the lanterns on full, weapons at hand until the sun starts coming up. As soon as it's up enough to see, we put the fire out, pack our stuff, and make for the vehicles. On the path back we find the 2 dogs, one impaled on a snap pine, the other one with its neck snapped and twisted around. We start hearing giggling, and the smell returns, so we start noping hard back for the car. We get there, and there are scratches all over them. Most of the windows are smashed out, and the seats are ripped to shreds. Whatever. That shit ain't important. Just need these babies to run. Toss keys into ignition, and hear the sweet glorious sound of an internal combustion engine start up. Toss shit in, get in, and we speed out of there. Don't talk about it for a few months, and most of us don't admit it happened. One of the guys with us told me later that he'd seen Tom at the edge of the woods, staring at us as we left, with this creepy fucking grin on his face. And I know that I'll never go camping that far away again, without a lot more people than 6. This is a story of a guy I met in the woods, and a few friends of his. I can't guarantee anything as to its accuracy. I am just going on what he told me to be true. Befriend a couple buddies. Head out on the Highline Trail in Utah's Uinta Mountains for a week. Have enough cars in the group so as to be able to park one at each end of the trail. Everybody is excited to be out in the mountains together. Not long before weird things start happening. It starts out with things like hiking poles and backpacks, ending up at opposite sides of camps to where people left them. Everybody's boots are upside down in the morning. They hang their food bags on certain trees at night, but find them tied to certain other trees in the mornings. Most people brush the stuff off as animals or someone in their group getting a midnight snack. Weirder and weirder shit starts happening. My friend wakes up to find muddy handprints all over the inside of his tent fly, in between the inner tent and the fly. As they are hiking, they lose the trail only to backtrack and find large, freshly cut branches in clever disguise laid over the actual trail. People are starting to think that they are being stalked. What really starts freaking people out is waking up to find their tents rearranged in their campsite. The stakes of the non-freestanding tents look like they are all undisturbed, but the tents are all in different places around the camp. Nobody has any idea how their tents could have all been moved around, and in some cases, apparently broken down and repitched, with none of them noticing or waking up. Next night, they decide to keep watch in 3-hour shifts. Everybody is on edge. Watchmen get fake branches, tie knives to the ends, and arm themselves with bear mace. The first half of the night, nothing happens. Then it's my friend's turn to stand watch. He's got his camera because he figures the flash can illuminate wide areas if something comes close. It doesn't matter though, because he falls asleep just before dawn, and nothing happens that night. Next morning, somebody asked him why he was taking pictures last night. My friend freezes, slowly takes out his camera, checks the memory. There is pictures of everybody in the group sleeping, including himself. By following a creek a little ways upstream, they are able to find a trail, which someone recognizes as being not too far from their campsite. They only have 12 miles to go before they get to the trailhead, but it's early afternoon, and they are doubtful they can finish their trip the same day. Reaching their campsite, they find all of their gear shredded in pieces. Apparently, only one backpack was unharmed. They find where their food had been hung, scooped up as much as they could save from where it was scattered on the ground. Somebody luckily finds the car keys, and they run the rest of the way back, getting lost several times, but reaching the trailhead before dark. When they finally get to the trailhead, everyone is too exhausted to make camp or do any driving, so all 6 of them just pile into the car, lock the doors, and fall asleep. A knock on their window wakes them up early the next morning. It's the police, and the cop wants to know what these people are doing in a closed area. As they try to explain the situation, the cop tells his own story. The entire entrance to the forest had been closed for days due to abnormal animal activity. My friend is getting suspicious why the police are handling the closure and not the forest rangers. He asks as much. Cop goes quiet and looks away. A very awkward moment, which is interrupted by one of my friend's hiking companions in the car. He notices that there are about a dozen other cars in the parking lot, but they all have flat tires. Everybody gets out of the car, and they realize that their own tires are flat. At this point, the cop comes clean and explains that there is actually a manhunt in the area, but they're not sure what exactly they're dealing with. Lots of dead hikers turned up earlier in the week. My friend remembers the strange photos and gets out his camera to show the cop. The cop's face suddenly goes blank, and he hands back the camera. It's a photo that was taken inside the car the night before, partially visible in the last photo, which is of my friend's sleeping face, like some kind of party photo where the taker holds the camera at arm's length to get himself in, is the right half of a pure white face with black holes for eyes and a mouthful of sharpened, animal-like teeth. Bime, 15 or 16 years old, always had a weak connection to the supernatural. Can't see most ghosts, only feel their presence and if they're benevolent or malevolent. Felt some stuff in my house, seen only a couple of ghosts, all neutral to my presence. One night on my PC during summer break, playing Minecraft I think, feel a malevolent presence enter the room and settle in the darkest corner. Can almost make out its outline, it looks human enough. Doesn't do anything, so I ignore it. Fast forward a few weeks, it's there every night. Not bothering me, just sitting there menacingly. One night I decide I've had enough. Its presence spooks me. Try some stupid shit I read about on the internet. Apparently, You can make some spirits leave by masturbating and looking at them. Bust a fat nut looking at it the whole time. Say something stupid along the lines of, "This one's for you, as I'm about to come." It actually works, and it fucking leaves. Don't think about it again. Fast forward a year. My room is getting renovated, so I have to sleep in the guest room that's been unused for about a decade. We mostly only use it for storage, but there is a big bed there. Get to bed. Almost fall asleep when something comes out of the darkest corner of the room. It's the same fucking spirit. I recognize it right away. Realize it's probably just sleep paralysis, but my heart pounds like I'm running a marathon. Try to calm down. It will pass if I calm down. Spirit walks closer. I can see it a bit clearer. Looks like a hooded figure in a black robe. Only its mouth is visible, but its eyes shine red. Keep telling myself it's only sleep paralysis. Start hearing whispers. Distant at first, but they get louder as the spirit gets closer. When it stops next to the bed, the whispers are all out screams, but I can't understand a word of what they say. The spirit unloads a full blast of banshee screaming into my ears, so loud my head hurts and my ears ring. Trying my hardest to move. Can't, cause fucking sleep paralysis. Spirit screams for a few minutes flat. Doesn't stop or waver in the slightest. Shat enough bricks during that time to build a 1-to-1 replica of my house. Start getting feeling back into my fingertips. Can wiggle them around. A bit more and I'll be free. I think the spirit somehow notices. It stops screaming and reaches for my throat. Grabs me and starts squeezing so fucking tight that I can't breathe. World goes darker by the second. I fear I'll actually fucking die. Surge of adrenaline so intense that it jolts my body awake. Jump from lying position to my feet in a single motion. Bolt it out of the room faster than a cheetah. Pretty sure I broke the world record for hauling ass out of there. Wake everyone the fuck up. Tell them. They don't believe me because of fucking course. It was just sleep paralysis. Next morning I look in the mirror. I have finger-shaped bruises on my neck. All 10 fingers clearly visible. Everyone still does not believe me. Fucking idiots. To this day, if the skin on my neck reddens, the fingers appear again. Faint white outlines against the red, kinda like birthmarks. To this day, if I go in that room, I feel the spirit's oppressive presence. It's like it's confined in there. Tried sleeping there a few more times, but always had bad nightmares and more sleep paralysis, so I don't anymore. One of the times I tried sleeping there again, I was with someone else, so I felt safe. Turns out I wasn't. I got sleep paralysis again, and the spirit attacked me again. It took me on a 3-year tour of hell, but that's a story for another time when I'm drunk as fuck. I don't like dredging up those memories when I'm sober. I had a buddy called Garrett, way back years ago. He was a trailer park kid whose family sucked, and he got into hopping trains and doing graffiti and staying with shady characters. Otherwise he was homeless most of the time basically, but he told me the story once. Train hopping. Hoping to make it to California to meet up with some people. Long way to go. Sleeping out in the grass, or sometimes crashing with weirdos at their place. One night, he's in the grass. This is in Missouri or some fucking place, can't remember. Trying to sleep. Suddenly hears loud crashing in some nearby trees, which he had avoided instinctively. Freezes up, staring at the trees. Sounds like a group of men marching. Normally Garrett does not give a fuck about anything, and he's a big fucker who likes to fight, but he says he feels complete dread and is afraid to move. He hears someone shout, like a command, but he can't make out the words. There is another sound, like a constant swishing. He's laying on his side and looking straight at where the sounds are coming from. They are approaching. Finally, Garrett gets up the nerve to make a break for it and sneak off before he is discovered, but there is another shout, much closer this time. Almost sounds like it's right there in front of him. Garrett drops to his stomach and just lays there. Marching sound stops at the tree line, but the swishing sound continues past him. As it does, the air gets thick and Garrett's head swims. Passes out. Comes to the next day. Hops the train and makes a mental note to avoid that spot from now on. Be me, in a bar one night. Guy walks in and sits next to me. Never seen him before in my life. Nice guy. We talk for a while. As he gets more and more inebriated, he begins to tell me about his special relationship with God. I've never been real religious, mind you. I'm a long-time regular in the bar, plan on staying all night, so I indulge him for humor. Tells me that God talks to him, and tells him to help specific people. We get drunk, and I invite him to play pool. He ends up telling me that God sent him there that night to talk to me. Now, I was in a shitty place at the time. Raging alcoholic, petty criminal, lived in a large nest of people in a studio apartment. He guessed a lot of things about me that were creepily accurate. I won't repeat them. Now he was drunker than me. I had a strong tolerance at the time. Blubbers out that God sent him there that night with a picture of my face in his mind. Told him to talk to me specifically. Would have left it off internally had he not been guessing shit about me. Backstory. I had bought a new Harley 3 years prior. It was stolen 2 years prior and was still missing at the time. It was stolen during a short time when I did not have insurance, so I was still paying for it. Started drinking heavily when it got stolen. Never mentioned it to him that night, just didn't come up. He told me that all I had to do was go home that night, get on my knees, and pray to God, and my life would begin to turn around. Being drunk, I guess I was more intellectually malleable, because when I got home I did. First time in literally years. Never saw him again. Literally about 3 weeks later, the cops called me at 4 AM and said they found my bike 3 states over. It was in good condition, considering it had been stolen for 2 years. It's sitting out front right now. Not creepypasta, but really the only weird thing that ever happened to me. In the woods with a couple bros, cleaning guns and cooking chicken. Everyone hears rustling beyond the tree line. Sounds like animals fighting. Shrug it off and eat that barbecue chicken. Assembling guns and hear rustling and screeching. Getting louder. Sounds like it's right on top of our location. Lock in mags and secure campsite. Whatever it is, we're going to shoot it. Step into tree line. Evening, so it's getting dark fast. See a large shadowy figure off in the woods. Thick woods with brush, so I tell the guys to hold here instead of us all getting bogged down in there. Going closer to investigate. Upon closer inspection, the large shadowy figure seems to be a moose or a horse standing up on its hind legs. Starts screeching as I get closer. Sounds like it's killing people. Oh shit. Notice 2 or 3 human figures under it. Screeching and cries of pain begin getting more steady and intense. I am shitting myself at this point. Look back and still have visual on bros at the tree line. Say fuck it and creep in closer, rifle at low ready. Get right up to a small trailhead where all of this is going on and point rifle at beast. Flick on weapon light at last second, ready to take the shot. Cannot believe my eyes. 3 Mexicans taking turns, fucking a strung up donkey. Oh, well, now I feel bad for laughing at barbecue chicken. This story was told to me by one of the instructors of our civil defense unit when I was still a schoolboy. He was an elderly man and extremely intelligent for a military man. He did not even swear. Later I learned that he was a former committee member. Well, these are the kinds of people about whom they say that there are no formal ones, but that's not the point. One day, this instructor and I started talking about child soldiers in the past and present, about young pioneer heroes, about young volunteers from Transnistria, about the brave young men and women who died in the White House in Moscow in 1993, who died alongside adults, defending their ideals. And then he said that there, in the White House, these were not ordinary teenagers at all. I had no idea what he meant, so I just asked him who they were. For me, he was a kind of great keeper of the terrible secrets of a bygone era. It was from him that I learned about the compression tank, the 1K17 Zade, the 3-barreled Korobov machine gun, or the laser pistols that were designed for our cosmonauts, and much more. Soviet secrets that are more known now, but back then, they were still very hidden. After this question, the instructor suddenly grew solemn and had a dark expression on his face. then looked out of the window of our life safety class, in which there were only the two of us. I was staying behind late at school at that time, helping him with the inventory of property. He just stood there and looked at the dark evening sky, at the heavy, black-grey clouds, and then suddenly took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. I had never seen him smoke before in my life. It was the kind of thing he never did. That's just the kind of person that he was. Well, I guess I'll tell you. I've known you for a long time. You're a reliable person. He said this while closing the door of our classroom tightly. But don't tell anyone, no matter what. Back then, it was a military secret. But now the state is different. But it's still better not to blab. You won't tell anyone, do you promise? I promised him that I would not tell. He made me put my right hand to my head and give my word of honor as a pioneer that I would never tell anyone, that my honor would be sullied if I lied or ever broke my promise. Again, I promised and made a vow. What a great guy, he smiled, putting out his cigarette, and then immediately darkened again, saying almost in a whisper, there were cadavers there. Who were they? What kind of cadavers were these? Well, how could I possibly explain it to you? They were these guys who were just like you, and some girls too, who were trained to serve the motherland from early childhood. Were they pioneers as well, or were they something else? I didn't really understand what he meant. Not exactly. Let's go from the beginning. It all started under Stalin, before the war. You know Bekhterev. He was a scientist. He studied the brain. I told him I did not know him. And you read when you grow up. He wrote books too. They are interesting. But right now you won't really understand the concept fully. Okay, so Bekhterev. He was a scientist who did studies on the brain. What comes next? I was burning with curiosity at this point. You're in too much of a hurry. Do you know how he died? No. They say that the NKVD poisoned him in 1927. The NKVD were basically the secret police of the time. They're probably lying, I giggled, already accustomed and partly accustomed by my interlocutor not to believe any tales from liberal articles and TV shows. Of course they lie, but you can't imagine how much. The thing is, he did not die then. They staged his death and then took him to a secret scientific town somewhere in the Urals. One of those with guards with machine guns at the entrances and exits. There's something important there to guard. Why did they put him there? The thing is, he discovered something that you were not supposed to know about. Secrecy, you know, very secret. Something incredibly secret. So what? What did he discover? Well, let's say I give you a machine gun, and then I put you against adults, trained soldiers who are naturals with all kinds of weapons. They are adapted to any kind of scenario and are better at everything. Will you survive? Can you handle at least one? It's unlikely that you could. You would die at the first sight of one of them. But Bekhterev discovered how to change the brain and the rest of the body so that you can both survive and cope. You will think faster than any person, absorb information, and react too. In just one day, you will be able to learn the entire course of the military academy, all the tactics, well, or understand the structure of the most complex device, completely control your body, for example, to stop the pulse or bleeding with an effort of will, and the actions of enemies will seem so slow to you that you will feel sorry to beat them. But look, here was the problem that Bekhterev encountered in his studies. It was only possible to change the nervous system in children, especially in teenagers, because it is not yet fully formed. You can mold it into whatever you want. Adult brains were not malleable enough, and the results of any kind of experimentation would leave them brain dead. I asked if this was really true and what happened. Of course it really happened. When Stalin found out about it, he ordered a special department to be created in the NKVD, Department K. This department was also top secret. This was already in the late 30s. They selected pioneers and Komsomol members from all over the country, injected them with special drugs, trained them, taught them how to use weapons. For secrecy, in addition to their names, they were given personal numbers according to the name of the department. K410, for example. That's how they were mentioned in documents. Were they deployed on missions, and did they fight anyone? They fought, of course. They were first tested at the Battle of Khalkhin Gol against the Japanese. then in the Finnish War, and they showed very good results everywhere, winning even against enemy forces that were 4 times superior. Can you imagine that? And then the Great War was already on the doorstep. The Germans attacked unexpectedly. We had heavy losses, including among Department K. Of course, they resisted fiercely. For every one of these pioneers who died, there was sometimes 100 or 300 Germans. But no matter what your abilities were, you can't save yourself from a bomb. So the Germans got the hang of knocking them out with artillery and aviation. To make up for the losses, they expanded the recruitment. Before the war, they took children aged 14 to 16, and during it, they started taking 12-year-olds, and even those even younger. That was how it was at the time. It's like Valya Koltek. He was also at 12. Then it suddenly dawned on me. Listen, but the pioneer heroes, they were also from the department. Well, with numbers. Who knows? Maybe yes, maybe no, and maybe some were and some weren't. To be honest, I want to believe that they weren't, that they were without abilities, on the idea alone, but reality says the opposite. An ordinary teenager can't kill so many evil, trained and experienced fascists like Lenya Golikov. An ordinary 9-year-old can't survive her own execution and then get to her own like Nadia Bogdanova, and nevertheless, all of this happened. Of course, we can be naive idiots about it and say that the newspaper, Pravda, made all this up, but there is evidence and witnesses that all of this really happened. We sat in silence for a few minutes, and then I asked, what happened to them next? Well, after the war. Don't rush. We still need to sort out the war itself. Well, our guys created new ones, threw them into battle. They helped the Red Army stop the Germans at Moscow, but the losses were still high. The Germans still had the SS then. They had paratroopers. They had the Brandenburgs. They did not have time to completely knock them out. They were the real elite. And our guys and girls, despite all their skills, lacked experience. They only knew the war from books, from textbooks, so they were taken by cunning, or through traitors from ours. That's how Zena Portnova got captured. Our guys fought hard about what to do here. They even tried to experiment with adults, but to no avail. But they found a solution. They found a way to pass on the combat experience of fallen Red Army soldiers to them. The main thing there was to preserve the brain, so it would not die. And then, you'd better tell me about them. Well, what happened after that? I did not let up. Well, about after the war? The instructor smiled again. Yeah, I need to know. Well, that means they found a way, and in the end, they got excellent soldiers. They had experience, skills, and they were loyal to the motherland. They had almost their entire nervous system changed, and a few other little things. Believe it or not, as a result, they even stopped aging, and remained pioneers forever. This was the second, improved generation of our numbered guys. We won the war, took Berlin, and then another one came along. Along came the Cold War. And that's when our cadavers visited the whole world. Korea, Vietnam, Angola, Afghanistan. They all helped fraternal peoples and fulfilled their international duty. By the time of Afghanistan, they had made a third generation of them who can neither chicken out, nor betray, nor go crazy. The very structure of their brains will not allow them to disobey orders or give in to fear. So why cadavers? Who named them that? The scientists who created them named them, and the military, based on the book Monday Begins on Saturday, written by the Strugatsky brothers. Oh, I read it. Well, you know, they called the artificial people cadavers in that book, and that's why they named our guys after them. They basically completely remade them and gave them a great goal, to defend the motherland. So great that when the Union fell apart, they never accepted it. They put up a real resistance. Just remember what was happening in Moscow in 1993. Is that when the tanks are fired at the Duma? Not about the Duma, but about the Supreme Soviet, now the government building. Now they say all sorts of things, like they shot almost unarmed people, but there were no losses on the military side. No man, he told me, leaning forward a little. Yeltsin, of course, was a real bastard, but he was definitely not a maniac. He did not want blood for the sake of blood. In fact, those same ones, slaughtered a fair amount of police, military, and special forces, and the generals, from those who betrayed, reported to Yeltsin, who was sitting there in the Supreme Soviet, so he got scared that they would ask him for everything and brought in tanks. And do they exist now? After all, if the second and third generation cadavers do not age, then they should still be around. After 93, the instructor sighed bitterly. Yeltsin ordered for all of them to be destroyed. They brought in ODON, Alpha. They hunted them and shot them all over the country. However, here he lowered his voice. There is a chance that they did not kill everyone. It is very possible that they did not kill everyone and that some are still hiding, remembering Soviet times and wanting to bring them back. In short, that is how it is. That is all he knew on the matter. I remember that conversation to this day, despite the fact that I finished school, left the civil defense unit due to my age, and later entered college. Gradually growing up and moving away from that very moment, I believed less and less what was said on that gloomy evening. After all, who knows what kind of fictions were circulating around the country at the turn of the eras, about non-contact combat and about Kennedy's liquidation by Soviet special forces. So why shouldn't there be another one among them? But still, something did not allow, and to this day, does not allow me to forget this theory, finally placing it in the category of an indisputable lie. Perhaps the realization of what our world really is. If Comrade Instructor told me the truth, then what if among us, like restless souls, the last soldiers and the last citizens of a bygone state really live, waiting for the moment when they can once again light ruby stars above our heads? I have been searching for months, trying to figure out what it is that my wife and I saw. This happened around Labor Day 2014, while camping in the Eastern Sierras in the Mono Village area. I have been coming to the same area to camp and fish for over 40 years. The Twin Lakes Resort in Bridgeport, California, right on the Sierra-Nevada border, about an hour north of Mono Lake. My parents brought me when I was a kid, and now I bring my family every year, so I am very familiar with the wildlife. I have seen mountain lions, Sierra moose, bald eagles, mountain goats, osprey, king snakes, the list goes on. One morning, my wife and I were headed to the creek for some daybreak fishing. The time must have been close to 5:30 a.m., and it was still very dark out, with a slight fog. This trip is about a quarter mile from cabin to creek, and it's always full of nocturnal animals headed home after raiding the local campgrounds. Like I'd done 100 times before, I kept an eye out, slowing down occasionally to hit the high beams and illuminate the beasts with their reflective eyes. This time my lights caught something crossing the road that did not have reflective nocturnal eyes, so I slowed down immediately and tried my best to identify what it was. It was so hard because the thing was moving very low. Its belly was just inches from touching the ground. It appeared to be very pale or white, so I thought it was a goat or a sheep. Well, when my high beams hit this thing, it turned its long neck and glared at us and almost shook its head as if we pissed it off and did not want to be seen at all. At first, it had been crossing the street diagonally, headed our way, but then it turned, heading in our direction. My wife had seen it from the start, and I wanted to make sure she was seeing and observing the same thing that I was. I asked her, "What is that?" Now, the first thing that I could not understand, besides the way it was crawling so low to the ground, was that the legs did not look right. Its knees seemed to be backwards, but it was running on them. Because it was moving so fast, I thought maybe it was an escaped sheep or goat that had broken knees and was running for its life. As it came closer and closer towards us, I could hardly take my eyes off its freaky legs. I am still to this day puzzled by how they were working. I haven't ever seen any mammal move that way. The closest thing I could liken it to would be a crab or maybe an insect. The front and back legs moved together in unison. There was no bounce or gallop to the creature's movement. Its torso, which was about 4 feet long, stayed entirely straight, low to the ground, as its legs and arms did all of the work. To me, it looked like a puppet moved along on marionette strings. So unreal, like one of H.R. Giger's alien creatures when they're shown climbing around super fast with only their arms and legs moving. When my wife finally responded to my question, all she said was, "What the hell?" We saw it from maybe 50 yards away to about 20 yards. You could see that it had no fur at all, just pale, sinewy skin stretched over long, skinny, well-defined limbs. What I thought at first were broken knees were actually very long, skinny fingers or claws, about a foot long or more. The torso was about maybe the size of a large gut, but it also had broad shoulders, very human. It made me think that possibly this thing normally walks upright. In fact, that's what my wife kept pointing out afterwards to me. The shoulders made it look human. All this was freaky, but we both stared intensely, trying to figure out what it was. As it got closer, its face became more and more defined. At first, I could tell that the face and the head did not make sense, but I thought, well, it looks strange now, but when you get face to face, you'll see a familiar goat snout, or canine nose, or jackrabbit face. But no, the nose I was looking for was not there. It was just a flat opening, with 2 nose holes high up on the face. No ears, just small holes on the side of its head. Its brow ridge was very pronounced, but the skull was smaller than a human's, more like the size of a chimp's. However, it had a large, protruding chin. But this part I totally did not get at all. From a distance, although they reflected no light, I had seen the creature's large eye sockets. As it came nearer and nearer, I saw the color red in them. Not like a light that was glowing, but like many veins, or like a red membrane that was covering the sockets. Now this blew me away. I thought, how is this thing turning its head to glare at me with no eyes? Was it a ghost? But as it passed us, I came to a complete stop. I saw it zip into the chaparral and kick up dust. This thing had been flesh and blood, at least for the 15 to 20 seconds that we observed it. I might add that there was no smell or anything else odd that we noticed. I should have taken pictures of the tracks, but did not think to do it because it was very puzzled and thought maybe we had witnessed a ghost because of how unreal it appeared. I was also with my family, and I did not want to put them in any danger. If I had been alone, I would have stepped out onto the trail to investigate. What this thing was doing so close to a campground puzzles me. My wife said that this thing seemed intelligent to her. She got the sense that it was mad at us for discovering it. The mouth was closed, and it had tightly closed lips that almost looked like a large smile. I did not see any teeth, but its skull was that of a predator's, not a prey animal. The eye sockets were positioned on the front, not the sides. I have seen a great many extraordinary things in my life, and I consider myself a great eyewitness. I don't jump to conclusions. I just observe, make notes, and evaluate later. My wife was a bigger skeptic than me. Her upbringing exposed to her early on how harsh reality can be, and she had no room for any flights of imagination. Well, now she's a believer, and she is afraid to this day of what is walking around those Sierra Nevada mountains. Southwest Florida. Live in tourist beach town. Decide to one day go east out of where I live and into the wetlands. Girlfriend of that time comes with me. Take my dad's Jeep and pack a tent, sleeping bag, fishing rods, food and supplies since I was thinking of camping out that night. Drive to Fakahatchee Strand, which is like 40 minutes from home, but it is pretty secluded and huge. Everything is fine. Pass a ranger cabin and many trails that lead out into the swamps and fields. Get a couple of miles in, while we find a clearing with 2 trails coming out of it. Decide to park and unpack there. Notice 3 dried up raccoon corpses in the entrance of one of the trails. Skin is still on them except for the head, where it is completely bone white. Decide to kick them off into the water so my girlfriend does not freak out. Moment I kick them and they land in the water, I hear a yelping sound coming from deep within the trail. Look back at girlfriend, and she did not seem to notice. It was pretty damn loud though. Decide to go check it out, since I'm not camping close to some crazy animal. Get my revolver and machete. Girlfriend decides to tag along, since she does not want to be left alone. She keeps asking why I decided to go into the trail for about like 2 miles of walking. Get to what seems like a dead end, but I can smell smoke and see metal shining in the sun behind the plants. Cut them down and pass through. Get to another clearing. Circular, with metal pieces of what looks like a car outlining the edges of the clearing. Big metal stick in the middle of the clearing. GF starts to freak out. Tell her to get behind me. Suddenly hear the same yelping noise, but super fucking loud this time. What looks like a human, covered in trash bags on all fours, slides out from directly in front of us, heading towards the middle of the clearing. Start running back to the Jeep. Have about 2 miles of trail to go for. Can hear a fuckload of rustling behind us as we run through the trail. Look back for a second and see 2 of the same trash monsters, or whatever the hell, booking it towards us on all fours. Yell at my girlfriend to run as fast as she can. Take that moment to turn quickly and fire a shot blindly behind me. My vision turns dark, as if I suddenly put on sunglasses, still looking behind me, and I can barely turn my head. The trash bag demons aren't on the trail, still can't move. Another 5 seconds pass, and my vision returns to normal, so I turn and start running after my GF. No more rustling, just the sound of us running and breathing hard. Finally get to the Jeep. Quietly pack all the stuff back on and have my revolver at the ready. Girlfriend screams and points to the front of the Jeep. There's a fucking severed dog head stuck on the front. What the fuck? Kick it off and jump in the truck. Peel the hell out of there. GF is freaking out. Finally get to the main road to go back home. Try to calm my girlfriend down, give her some water. Between sips, she keeps repeating the same stuff over and over again. Get closer, since I can barely hear her. They had the faces of my parents. At this point I'm about to shit myself. Her parents have been dead for 5 years. Go back home and lock myself in for 2 days, since I am still feeling uneasy, especially at night. Nothing else happened after that. Me and her never talked about it after that day, and broke up 2 years later due to other stuff. Fuck going back there. Seriously. I have a story. I posted this close to 8 years ago, but it's the only real good spooky story I have. 15 years old. Live in the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma. Seriously, it takes 25 minutes just to get to Walmart. Family's gone to the store, which means 2+ hours alone. Fuck yes, we're watching Watchmen on the big ass TV. In middle of the movie. Start hearing my brother laughing in his room. Wait, what the fuck? He's at the store. Stand up straight. It's still laughing. Walk all the way down the hallway to his bedroom doorway. Whatever the fuck is laughing is in the middle of his room. Screw it. I am 15 years old. I am a man. Step into the room. Laughing immediately stops. Oh, okay. Go back to the movie. The comedian is fucking baller. A couple nights later. Bedtime, as in it's 2 a.m, and I've been playing Halo 2 all night, and I am tired as hell. Switch off lights and go to sleep. Parents have this weird rule about doors, so I have to sleep with door open. Door is open to the hallway that leads to bro's room. Trying to fall asleep. Hear someone walking in the hallway. Figure it's my other younger brother. He has special needs and will sometimes just get up and walk around the house just because. Really annoying, but he does not know better. Roll over to look at the hallway and I tell him to go to bed. Footsteps past doorway. No brother though. What the shit? Footsteps in my room now. Wide awake at this point. Footsteps start pattering around my room. Freaking the hell out. Use blankets to make a little tunnel so I can only see the ceiling. Trying desperately to go back to sleep. Suddenly see shape. Looks like a burned image when you look at a light bulb. Has cat eyes and toothpick teeth though. What the absolute hell. As soon as I process what it is, the shape flies right at my face. Fuck this shit. Lights on, Xbox on, we play more Halo. Sat wide-eyed until sunrise. Haven't slept at night since that night. Mentioned it to mom since she is super religious. Big mistake. Convinced it's just because I watch scary movies and open a portal or some stuff. Yeah, okay. Still not sleeping at night. Started even keeping water bottles in my room since the house is spooky as shit now. Might be me being paranoid, but it always feels like something is right on my back, especially at night. A couple weeks pass since I saw the face. Out of water. Fuck. Decide to brave it because it's been a couple of weeks. Open my door. Kitchen light is on. Kitchen light is never on. I got lucky, let's go. Decide to get water. Kitchen, dining room, and living room are all one giant room, separated by fireplace, feeling brave after I get my water. If there's anything in here, make some noise or you're a bitch. Immediately hear something fall over in the living room. Get the hell out of there, no way. Book it to my room and lock the door. That'll keep the ghosts out. About a month's gone by. Sleep schedule is messed up at this point. Also got a job, so I work nights now. Come home at about 11 PM. Usually just jump on my Xbox right after. Not today, Jose. Friend asked me to cover his morning shift, and bitch-ass boss made me work my shift. Deadass just got off a 15-hour shift. Fucking exhausted. Pass out in my work clothes. Wake up at 2 AM. Phone is buzzing. What is going on? Who is texting me at 2 AM? It's Mom. Can you please keep it down? I can hear you laughing all the way across the house. Wait, what? Check the hallway. Everyone is asleep. Mom, what? Text back that she just woke me up, but thanks. Convinced at this point, something is in the house. She still does not believe me because we're a Christian home and demons do not come here. Stay up all night every single night until we move. Got a new house. Nothing remotely paranormal has happened since. Fuck that house. Took longer than I thought, but that house was messed up. It wasn't even an old house or anything. My parents had it built themselves. This one happened in January, right after New Year's. Be leaving Illinois from my home in PA. Was there visiting kinfolk for the holidays. 15 to 16 hour drive. Didn't leave till late. Planned on stopping at a motel. About 7 hours in, the urge to sleep gets strong. Pull into a small roadside stop. Go to check in. Realize I left my wallet in Illinois. Shit, fuck, damn it. Lady behind the counter says there's an old campground up the road. Says to be careful though. Nobody goes up there, but she's heard stories. Ask her what kind of stories. Local legends, you know. Mostly I think it's just meth heads. I agree, since I'm still in the Bible Belt at this point. Middle America has a bad meth issue. Take her instructions. Find the campground. It was a pretty warm winter in the area, so there was only a little snow on the ground, so the going isn't too bad down the dirt road to get in. Find the check-in office. Lady wasn't kidding when she said the place did not get much use. Building's windows are all either gone or boarded up. Decide to park behind it just in case cops. Already feeling sketched out by the situation. I decide to risk getting my concealed carry gun out of the spare tire area and load it. Keep it grip out under the back of my driver's seat since I'm gonna sleep in the back seat. Put my mag light on the seat next to me. Grab my blanket and pillow and lay across the back seat, facing the window that looks out into the woods. Leave the windows open a crack so I don't die. Fall into fitful sleep. Wake up maybe 2 hours later with a god-awful smell. Smells like a mix of roadkill, vomit, and dookies. Oh sweet Jesus, I'm gonna hurl. It's a big clearing and a pretty clear night, so I notice something standing at the far end of the campground. Think it's maybe a tweaker and the smell is coming from him, so grab the mag light and shine it out at the sky. Thing suddenly stands the rest of the way up, probably 8 feet tall. It's too far out for me to make out any real details. Grab pistol and get ready as fuck. Can't shit my pants due to sheer ass-clenching terror. Thing makes this horrible half-squeal, half-bark barfing noise that trundles off into a weird laugh. Twitches around and then bounds into the woods. Fucking what the fuck was that fucking shit? Slowly reach for the door handle. Right as I do, boom. There is a huge thud on my roof. Boom, boom, boom. Bark, giggle noise. Oh sweet Lord Jesus, please do not let me die tonight. Open the door and rock it out. Stumble, fall, roll over. Shine mag light at my car and aim the pistol. I can't see shit, Captain. My face went. Nothing is on my roof at all. Suddenly the smell is right on top of me. Worse than it had been before. Jump up. Almost at urine mode engaged. Swing light and gun around. Stop dead. Fucking thing is like 3 inches from me. Lean down. Ain't got no face. Just a big as ragged rip that might be a grin or a grimace. Makes that horrible gurgling, barf bark laugh. And I probably shouted or tried to sound badass, but it probably came out pretty girly. Shut eyes tight. Pull the trigger until the gun clicks empty. All I can smell is burnt powder. Slowly open my eyes. The thing is gone. There's a lot of spent shells on the ground. Also, I peed myself a little. Don't even wait to see where it went. Just hear angry screeching from the woods. Jump in my car and speed off, almost crash. Hear that noise the whole way until I make it to the highway. Don't stop for anything until I hit the PA border, and only then to change out of piss-stained pants and get a candy bar. Never been so scared in my life. I honestly thought I was gonna bite the big burrito. I found something really fucking weird while researching local cryptid sightings. I've been interested in weird and unexplainable shit for years. I've gone down a ton of different rabbit holes, and a few weeks ago, I started to get more into cryptids. Dogman sightings seem to be pretty common in my state, and after reading a bit about them, I decided that I wanted to start researching some local sightings. Things got really weird when I started using the names of the towns near me in my search queries. I found a post on the NADP message board from 2022 that described a multi-year chain of dogman sightings in a town called Boxford. They go back so far that they have sort of been absorbed into the town's folklore. Something about the post felt really weird to me. The original post about Boxford kept getting deleted with no explanation at all until an admin pinned it. OP made a few more posts after this. He said that his house was being searched when he left because when he came back, his stuff was out of place. I know this sounds like typical schizo shit, but there are a few details that I cannot explain. There was one time when he came home to a bunch of police cars without license plates parked in his driveway, and he got photos. His stories are pretty tough to explain away. Someone mentioned the incident on Reddit like a year after it happened, but the post was deleted. The comments and title are still there though. What do you make of all this? Boxford is less than 10 minutes away from where I live, so this one hit pretty close to home. The first post about Boxford on the NADP forums, and the earliest mention of anything going on in the area that I could find online. His other posts, deleted Reddit post. One story I heard, this guy said he had a dogman encounter, and then started talking about it, and a few days later, he is visited by some unknown government officials inquiring into what he saw. He said these guys showed up with some kind of infrasound equipment that emits a frequency that paralyzes animals, and when he told them what he saw, they got very uncomfortable and told him to stop talking about it. Whoever these guys were, they had equipment ready to deal with these dogmen. I actually don't think I should be the authority on what to look for, but all I remember is seeing this photo in some relatively big publication doing a piece on dogmen, and it showed this thing way up in a tall ass tree. Almost like, how the fuck is it standing up on just leaves high, and was sent in from some hikers who noticed it after the fact. Obviously, could be doctored, but the backstory of it seemed pretty credible to me. These cryptids, Bigfoot included, seem to like to chase, travel, intimidate, by means of running on top of trees when people are not looking. It's almost as though they like to fuck with people, because we always hear the trees are crashing down behind them. Maybe in reality, we only hear about the survivors because the weird government agency that handles this stuff does not tell us about the killings. For example, that super credible interview of the sheriff, whom in his late 20s/early 30s, while hunting, was attacked with a friend by multiple dogmen in LBL. They barely made it out alive, but apparently, some other sketchy murder of a camper happened at the same time, and he strongly suspects it was the dogmen chasing him. He says even in the 80s, there were National Guard-like police in unmarked black vehicles all around, handling the supposed murder the day he was getting back from his attack. Something like that. The timeline very closely matched up with someone telling him and hunting buddy to be safe because he was being stalked, ended up shredded to pieces in his tent. I know I'm all over the place here, but what I'm trying to say is I think we only hear the survivor stories, and in these stories, they always get pursued, seemingly from atop the trees. Maybe that's why such fast animals are actually brought down to human speed. They are literally jumping from tree to tree to avoid being out in the open, and vulnerable, and the effort it takes drastically reduces their land speed. I just wanted to say right off the bat that I know full well how crazy this sounds, but I think I'm under surveillance by an unknown person/persons. I hesitated a lot prior to writing this out of fear of ridicule, but I think it's important that I say this. Please just hear me out. I'm going to start from the beginning. A few months ago, my younger brother saw Dogmen. Dogmen encounters, specifically among children, go back years in my town. I made a post detailing not only my brother's sighting, but the strange behavior patterns displayed by the Dogmen in my area as shown in local stories and rumors I've heard over the years. I thought the sighting was particularly odd because the Dogmen occasionally followed certain individuals, sometimes for years, without harming them, and I posted both on this forum and on Reddit about what is happening in my area looking for help or advice. My Reddit account was permanently suspended within one day due to multiple repeated violations of Reddit's content policy, despite the fact that the account was a throwaway I made specifically for the post. The only other time I had made a Reddit account was several years prior, where I was active on various meme subreddits before losing interest in Reddit. That account has not been suspended as far as I know, but I don't remember the username and cannot check. Roughly a month after I posted on this forum, my post was mysteriously deleted. It took me a few weeks to notice. When I finally did notice, I copied the exact text of my original post, which I drafted in Google Documents, and reposted it with a brief statement, telling that the post disappeared for seemingly no reason. A moderator of this forum responded to my post, saying that neither he nor anyone else on the mod team deleted it, but it may have been deleted accidentally while clearing out spam. I believe my post was deleted accidentally during said cleanup until the following month, when the post was deleted yet again. This time, I noticed rather quickly and reposted it again. I'm not going to paste the text here, but I just checked my pinned repost and it is still up as of June 14th, 2022 at roughly 1 PM EST. In response, it was pinned by a moderator who told me to check my device for malware. I downloaded a software called Malwarebytes and scanned my MacBook Air, which is my primary device. The application reported that it found a keylogger, which logs everything you type and click, among other vague malware. The software ended up quarantining 13 files, each under 2 kilobytes in size, and allowed me to delete them. I deleted them from my device, but I wish I kept them for analysis. I subsequently scanned my old Mac and iPhone and found similar malware, which I deleted. The only thing that those devices had in common was that I had done or searched something Dogman related on them at some point. According to the file's metadata, the viruses have been on my devices for only a few months, even though I had not used some of them for several years. I replied to the moderator's response to my post about what I had found on my devices, and he directed me to a tech support website. I didn't end up using the service he recommended, but brought all of my devices to a local tech specialist who is a close family friend. He inspected each of the devices and found more spyware on them, even the ones I had scanned. In total, there were 98 malicious files on my new Mac, 53 on my iPhone, 30 on my iPad, and 27 on my old Mac that Malwarebytes had missed. He analyzed the files and disturbingly concluded that each of them were installed via an external drive called NoName, which is the factory default name given to most SD cards, external drives, and USB drives. This means that someone was able to access my devices, which I store in my home, and manually plug something into each of them. The tech specialist told me he was not 100% sure if he was able to find everything, and that I should probably start fresh and buy a new device. I ended up buying a new iPhone as my old one, an iPhone 6, was due for a replacement anyway. I've kept the new phone close, and so far, nothing had been found via Malwarebytes. I don't think someone would have been able to install something onto my new iPhone via USB, because I have not let it out of sight since I bought it. I even sleep with it in my pocket. In the weeks following the purchase of my new iPhone, I've started noticing small objects in my house moving around when I'm away at work or school. It isn't anything major. It's not like my room looks as if it's been ransacked, but there are still small things being moved around. The most prominent example of this is what happened with my desk drawer. My desk drawer is slightly crooked, doesn't shut completely unless you push it a certain way. I almost never shut it all the way because I don't really need to. I left for work one day and came back to the drawer being completely shut. I would have assumed that I just shut it properly that morning and forgotten about it, but I know for a fact that I left it slightly ajar. I know that I grabbed a pencil from the drawer that morning to write a shopping list, and I distinctly remember the corner of the drawer colliding with the frame. For some reason that morning, I decided that I wanted to shut the door completely. One of my hands was occupied, and I gave a half-hearted attempt to shut the drawer, which I know for a fact that failed. I tried for a few seconds before deciding that it wasn't worth the effort and leaving for work. When I returned, the contents of my desk were in order, but the drawer was fully closed. This really freaked me out, and the next morning, I pulled a few loose strands from my hair and shut them in each entrance to my house. When I returned from work, all of the hairs were still in place. I calmed down slightly until I realized that I had forgotten the windows. I tried the same thing next morning with the doors, along with every window on the first floor of my house. When I returned, I found that the hair in my laundry room window, which is near the back of my house, was gone. I tried opening the window from the outside, and lo and behold, I was able to open it. This is really odd because I never opened that window. I went inside to inspect the lock, and I found that the latch that unlocks and locks the window had been tampered with. The latch on my window attaches to the rest of the mechanism via a square peg and hole. The latch has a socket that fits over the square peg, and it is permanently attached via glue. I found that I was able to turn the latch really easily. I then noticed that there was a flat plastic cap that matched the color of the latch attached to the top. I pulled it off to reveal a screw, which I removed. I then removed the latch itself, and saw that while the latch said the window was locked, the peg below, which controls the actual locking mechanism, had been turned to the unlocked position. Moreover, the square peg had been sanded down to a circle. This rendered the latch useless. The screw, which was somewhat loose, still allowed the latch to turn while fastening it to the rest of the mechanism. The plastic cap covered and hid the top of the screw. One really strange detail of this is the fact that opening the window triggered my alarm. My alarm uses magnetic sensors on my windows and doors. If they are moved too far from each other while the alarm is armed, it will set the alarm off. I triggered the alarm when I opened the window, but the fact that the hair was gone confirmed that the window had been opened at another point that day. The alarm obviously was not set off, and I have no idea how someone could have bypassed it. I'm not one to immediately jump to the conclusion that the FBI is spying on me, but I do think I am being watched or routinely having my house searched because of what I posted. I understand that most of these pieces of evidence that I presented could easily be explained away. The one thing that confirmed this for me was my window being tampered with. I have replaced the window, but I don't think stopping whoever is breaking in is as easy as that. Whoever this person is, they have access to malware that cannot be detected by standard antivirus programs, have a lot of time on their hands, and has the ability to custom make a plastic cap that perfectly fits my window latch, which probably means that this person/persons has some funding. I know it was custom made because my laundry room is pretty old. The window has not been replaced since the 1970s, and although the plastic of the latch was white, it had yellowed slightly with age. The plastic cap that hid the screw had that same aged look, but the way the plastic felt in my hands in comparison to the original latch told me that it was artificially done. I have absolutely no idea who is doing this, and it's really beginning to scare me. Please give me help and or advice, because I don't know what to do. I've been interested in Dogmen for years, and have never noticed this before I made the post telling about what's going on in my town, which I find quite odd. I've avoided using the exact name of the town in this post, because I think it may be on a list of keywords that cause my post to be deleted. The town is in eastern Massachusetts, and you can see the name in my pinned post. Whatever is going on between Dogmen and the local kids, me posting about it seems to have struck a nerve. Just over a month ago, I made a post talking about how I was being monitored because of my research. Quite a few things have happened since then, and I finally have time to write more about what happened. I'll pick up where I left off. After I made my initial post, I started to get extremely paranoid. I did not feel safe in my own home anymore, which is a truly terrible feeling. Over the next 2 weeks, I fell into a nervous spiral. I would get extremely nervous when something was not in the exact place I thought I left it, because I had no idea whether the object moving had something to do with what is happening to me or not. I made sure to pay close attention to the new window I installed, and as far as I know, it has not been tampered with. For the next week or so, I continued to notice small changes in the way my house was organized. The things I noticed then were different from what I noticed prior to making the post. Originally, it looked as if someone had searched my house and hastily put everything back, but that quickly shifted to weird, almost nonsensical changes. For example, I have 3 decorative portraits of fruit in my kitchen. They've been up for as long as I've been living in my house, and on multiple occasions, when I came back from work, they were in a different order. I've always put them back to normal, and a few days later, they would move again. To make matters worse, I have no idea how whoever was surveilling me was getting into my house. I continued to do the hair in the door thing that I explained in my previous post all throughout the week, and I never saw them out of place. Of course, I began to assume that whoever was monitoring me caught on and started replacing the hair. This made me incredibly nervous because I've been routinely checking all my doors and windows for signs of modification, but I never found anything. I knew that I would be pretty much screwed if any more of my door or window locks were disabled, because I don't currently have the money to replace them with something more durable. The stress of these two situations made me so paranoid that it became hard for me to think straight. Now that I'm in a better position to think, I've developed a theory as to why the changes made to my house are so weird and nonsensical. Before I made my initial post about being monitored, when the situation was just starting, my house was being entered and searched exclusively to find information / monitor me. When I made my post about what was happening to me, I think whoever was monitoring me saw the post too. I'm not really surprised by this because I have reason to believe that the person / people behind the break-ins frequent this forum. Posts about my brother seeing a dogman mysteriously vanish over several months. Once whoever is behind this break-ins knew that I was aware of them, they shifted their objective from monitoring to intimidation. I almost feel like the whole situation is just one big veiled threat at this point. I know that someone is coming into my house and searching it, and whoever it is wants to make it known that they are more powerful than me and I can't do anything to stop them. To do this, they constantly remind me that they are present by moving various objects around the house. I have no doubt that I'm still being closely monitored, but I now think that whoever is doing this is trying to scare me as much as possible. This confuses me, because I have no idea what they're trying to intimidate me into. I think it's most likely that they want me to start posting about what happened to my brother and how I'm being monitored, so I'm openly defying them and doing it anyway. Anyway, a few more days passed without much happening until I came home from work one day and saw that both of the bookshelves in my bedroom had been toppled. All of my stuff was absolutely everywhere, and pretty much everything in the bookshelf's path, including my bed, were destroyed. This drove me to my breaking point, and for lack of a better term, I completely lost it. I don't really remember the fine details of what happened that night, but I know that I got my camping supplies from the basement and drove out to the Golden Road in northern Maine. I didn't bring any phones or devices because I was worried they could use them to track me. The Golden Road is a very long logging road, and I remember going on a canoeing trip with my summer camp there several years ago. Perhaps that's why I chose to go there. I wasn't right in the head that night, and I decided to drive out to the most remote place I knew of. Looking back, I have no clue what my plan was that night, apart from get the hell away from the house. The drive was about 5 hours long, and I reached the Golden Road at around 11 p.m. From there, I drove until I reached a bridge. I'm not entirely sure which bridge it was, but I pulled over, got my backpack from the trunk, and went out into the woods off to the side of the bridge, completely abandoning my car in the process. Obviously, I don't last long out there with my crazed state of mind and lack of a trail. I wandered aimlessly for a few hours. It was pretty much pitch black, and I did not want to use my flashlight because I was worried that it would make me more visible. I tripped constantly and got pretty banged up in the process. I eventually collapsed at the side of a river at what I think was around 4 a.m. because I remember that the sun was just beginning to come up. Thank God a forest ranger found me. I ended up having to be hospitalized for 3 days, and during that time, I talked to a ton of people, family included, who helped me calm down. I tried to avoid talking about the Dogmen so that I didn't seem even more crazy, but I definitely babbled about the government shortly after I came to. I have a long history of panic attacks, so that definitely helped the situation seem more normal to my family. Both the doctors and my family now think I had a really bad panic attack because I didn't have enough money to pay my taxes and was worried that the government would come after me and arrest me. That's obviously not accurate, but I'm not correcting them. I just got back from the hospital a few hours ago and am in a far better place mentally. So far, nothing in my house is out of the ordinary apart from my destroyed bedroom. I spent that time cleaning up the mess in my room and finally have time to write this update. I'm still terrified, but I'm not going to let another breakdown happen. That's what they want, so I won't let it happen. I'm going to do my best to stay calm, while still being as cautious and observant as possible. Since I've been essentially having something of a slow meltdown for the past month and a half, I didn't think to take any pictures. Next time something happens, I will be sure to take photos. I've read a few things on this forum, along with some other sites about theories about some sort of government branch that deals with Dogmen. Does anyone know where I can find more information about this, and/or information about how the government deals with civilians who have somehow stumbled upon secret projects and information? That would be really helpful to me. Any advice / your thoughts on the situation would be greatly appreciated. I know it's been a pretty long time since my last update, but I have a lot to say. This is going to require some context, but I'll try to keep it brief. A few years ago, there was a very small earthquake in Boxford and the surrounding area. It was so small that no one really noticed it until it was on the news a few days later. I only know about it because while it wasn't really perceptible to humans, it was enough to cause minor damage to my house. There was a small piece of polished stone on the threshold of the door from my garage door to my house, and after the earthquake, I noticed that it had cracked down the middle. It still fits snugly in the threshold, but if you step on the edge, half of it comes off. It's pretty hard to put back in. You have to lift up both halves in a weird way to put the second half back in. I've gotten used to stepping over it, but occasionally, somebody will accidentally step onto it. When I came back from work just over a month ago, the stone on the threshold was out of place. It wasn't detached, but it looked as if someone had knocked it out of place and replaced it without knowing exactly how. This was extremely odd because the garage door was closed and locked. I didn't really think much of it and assumed I stepped on it on the way out. After a few hours, I had to go down to my basement to get something. At the bottom of the stairs, I found the safe I keep things like my passport in. Someone had ripped it out of the wall and tried to smash it open with a brick. The brick was laying on one of the steps, and the safe was on the basement floor. I think it's worth saying that although the safe belongs to me, I have no clue where the brick came from. Just over a week later, I got pretty sick at work and came home early to a ton of police and cars and an ambulance parked outside of my house. Each and every one of the police cars said that they were with the Boxford Police Department, but none of them had license plates or even plate mounts. I thought that this had something to do with the fact that these were police cars, but I did some research later and I'm pretty sure that police cars need license plates just as much as any other car. The moment I pulled up into the driveway, more than 10 guys in police uniforms ran out of my house and got into their vehicles. They were all armed. All of them were carrying massive guns. I don't really know much about guns, so I have no idea what kind they were. All I really know for sure was that they were not handguns, because they took 2 hands to carry. They looked automatic, but again, I'm not 100% sure. Some of the guys were wearing heavy-looking black vests. I'm pretty sure the guys laughed because I showed up. By the time I was in the driveway, the ambulance and most of the police cars were gone. A group of 2 people and 1 car stayed behind. One guy, still holding a gun, walked up to my car and asked me to roll down my window. I obliged and asked him why the hell he was at my house. He said something about a gas leak. The only reason I'm not being more specific is because that's pretty much all he said. The whole exchange was extremely rushed and not at all police-like. All he really said was that he was there to check out a dangerous natural gas leak. I barely had time to get a word out before he walked away, got into his car, and drove off with his partner. I didn't really get a good look at the second guy, but remember exactly what the guy who walked up to my car looked like. He was white, looked between 40 and 50 years old, had a very short grey beard, sideburns, and relatively small brown eyes. His hair was a sort of greyish black and wasn't all that long. The police uniform he was wearing was slightly too small for him. I was able to get a photo of his car and the lack of a license plate by zooming in on it with my iPhone camera from the bottom of my driveway. Sorry about the incredibly poor quality. I wish I got more photos of the people and vehicles, but again, I was incredibly nervous and did not want to get myself in more trouble than I thought I was already in. This was sort of the last straw for me, and I spent the next few weeks looking for a rental property to move into for the foreseeable future. During that time, I saw an ambulance drive up and down my street several times. I'm reasonably sure that this ambulance was the same one I saw before, because it did not have a license plate. I've pretty much ruled out the idea that someone on my street got hurt because I live on a dead-end street. There are less than 8 houses on it, and everyone knows each other, so if someone got seriously hurt, I would have heard about it. The ambulance could not have been on the way to an emergency, because like I said, my street is on a dead end. I don't want to sound crazy, but I don't think that thing was a real ambulance. I'm now living in a rental property, a fair distance from Boxford, but still close enough to travel between where I'm living and Boxford. I don't want to say the exact name of the town/city I'm in for obvious reasons. I have a sort of half-baked theory about the whole police incident. This is pure speculation, and I want to make it clear that I don't fully believe/disbelieve it. It's just what makes the most sense to me with the evidence and experiences I've had as of now. My brother is part of the Cub Scouts, and I usually drive him to the pack meetings. The reason I'm bringing this up is because the Boxford Police Department sometimes show up to talk about safety. They're all really nice people, and I know a lot of the members from the Scout meetings. I did not recognize a single person in my driveway. I know I can't be sure because I was far away from most of them, but none of them were even remotely similar. I think that this is direct proof of two things. One, that these people weren't part of the Boxford Police Department, and two, that whoever is breaking into, damaging, searching my house is way more than one person. This means that those vehicles that I saw weren't actually real police or ambulance. Law enforcement and EMTs are a pretty good thing to disguise as if you want to surveil someone without their knowledge. They can go a lot of places without being asked questions, won't look suspicious carrying certain equipment, and almost always get the right of way. I think the ambulance is actually some kind of surveillance vehicle. I only think this because it drove by my house several times and is large enough to carry a ton of specialized equipment. If this is true, then this organization has one hell of a budget. They have enough funding to get at least 5 police cars and an ambulance, have them customized to look like Boxford police vehicles, and afford all that equipment that they were carrying, and that's just what I saw. God knows what was in the ambulance. The only contradiction in my theory is that if this organization is so specialized, why did they try to break into my safe with a brick? Shouldn't they have something better than a brick? This is somewhat far-fetched, but I think the thing with the safe was only really meant to intimidate me. Sort of like the reason the switching of the paintings on my wall that I mentioned in a previous post. What could they want with my passport? To steal my identity? I doubt it. I don't think I was supposed to see those vehicles though. I left work pretty unexpectedly because I got a pretty severe stomach bug, and when I showed up in my driveway, everyone got out of there pretty fast. The excuse that I was given seemed extremely rushed, which leads me to believe that my early arrival was not expected. I didn't really leave work early often because I need money. The last time was back in 2020, when I started to experience minor COVID-like symptoms. I actually think this theory is pretty probable because that encounter I had at my house was beyond suspicious. That definitely was not the police. Now I'm assuming that the reason this is all happening to me is that I wrote in great detail about the Dogmen situation in Boxford, and how it seems to be exclusively targeting kids and teens, along with the fact that it goes back years. Whoever is doing all of this to me really did not want this information available to the public. I'm not sure what they were thinking, given the fact that this is affecting multiple people in multiple close-knit towns. Something like this would be pretty hard to hide, and I'm willing to bet that they were banking on the fact that no one would take a kid who claimed to have seen a werewolf seriously. I brought the information to a group that takes that kind of stuff very seriously, and now, the situation is officially on someone else's radar. I don't think the hypothetical organization that is doing this is trying to stop whatever is going on. If anything, activity has actually accelerated in the past few years. I don't know if I've mentioned this elsewhere, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but according to my brother, there are a ton of other boys around town that have seen the Dogmen too. Anyway, I feel like this organization does not want people knowing much about what is going on. In response to this, I've doubled down on my research, looking for anything weird in my town's history. I have no idea whether I'm putting myself in danger or not by directly defying these people, but I don't really care about my safety anymore. I'm not going to take this lightly. My brother, along with every other kid in the area, might be in serious danger. Hey friends, I'm new to the X section, as in like, lizard people and shit, but I thought I'd share, and maybe you guys have had similar experiences, or could shed light on mine. Strange people have been showing up in my town. Now, my town isn't that big, nor that small, but after living here my whole life, you recognize faces, cars, and generally, the caliber of people that reside here. It started around Thanksgiving. My roommate and I started noticing these strangers. My friend was at a liquor store and he told me about this dude who just kept staring at him and kept getting close. Mind you, this does not sound out of the ordinary, but for where I'm from, it is. I came up with a logical answer. People's family from out of state were visiting and they are just different. Where it gets weird is that more and more people have been showing up, even after the holidays. Here is where the story gets weird. I'm at Walmart, and a well-dressed, very well-to-do man was walking around, almost observing people. Then I notice him observing me. I go to check out my things. Again, for a Thursday night, most of the crowd seems familiar, except for this one man who is doing a good job at keeping his distance, occasionally breaking my line of sight and reappearing elsewhere. I got to my apartment, put away groceries, and grabbed my shotgun from the closet. Paranoid, I know. I just can't shake that feeling of that guy still watching. I hear the stairs creak that lead to the front door. The wood-dent steps leading to our apartment are quite old, so you can't really be sneaky walking up them. I walk to the door and look at the people. It's that same guy at the bottom of the stairs. I freak my shit. My heart sinks. Then my neighbor opens up their door to leave. The guy loses his cool, like he got caught doing something wrong, and begins to go down the stairs. Tell my roommate after he gets off of his night shift. He tells me about how some strange lady has been popping up in places he frequents, so we begin to take note of this shit. These are the most prominent occurrences. Hipster coffee shop. Go there every day for 2 years. Practically know everyone. Group of people. 3 men, 2 women. Obvious outsiders show up at random day at odd times. They all order their drinks and sit down, and don't say a fucking word for an hour, and then leave. At our college campus, these strangers have been reported to campus security for wandering the campus late at night, and looking around in the parking garages. All of the strangers we see seem to be observing and watching everyone. And the last scary part, which I'm not sure if it's even related, but I was at my parents' house last week and got snowed in. Decided to stay to not risk crashing my car. They live on a farm pretty far away from the city. They've told me that they've had animals go missing and found footprints, and even have caught people hopping our fence, leaving the property. All of the neighbors have been having the problem too, and we've never had this issue, even if it is just hoodlums. So, what is going on here? Pod people, or government agents, observing the effects of a chemical they're testing on your town, depending on if you prefer aliens or government. Not really scary, more confusing. When I was 19, 6 years ago, some friends and I went to a town called Woodbury, maybe, which didn't show up on the maps because it was so small. What led us there was the stories we had heard from our friend Katie. She grew up in a schoolhouse on the edge of Woodburn that her mother converted into a diner. Right off the bat, things were very weird in the house. Their dog refused to enter some rooms and would get inexplicably scared once the sun went down. They had the dog for years previous to moving into the house, and this was unusual behavior. Some mornings they'd wake up and find shit rearranged in the kitchen. On one strange morning, they found that every knife in the kitchen had been stabbed in the ceiling, and the plates had been stacked into piles that touched the ceiling, wedged so tightly that it took force and finagling to get the plates loose from the stacks. One night, Katie and her sister were watching some movies when the lamp in the room turned off. They heard the power switch make an audible click. After they turned it back on, they noticed a shadow on the wall that should not have been there. A disembodied shadow that had no discernible source and didn't disappear when lights were shined on it. Katie and her sister decided to wait in the bedroom until their mother came home. While in their bedroom, they fell asleep, their mother being later than usual. They thought they heard her car pull up and her car door open and close. They heard what they assumed was their mother enter the house and come upstairs, so they jumped out of bed to meet her, only to realize that the house was empty. They freaked out and returned to their room, only to find that the strange shadow was in their room on their back wall. They stood there and stared at it, and it opened a pair of eyes and stared back. This is when they fled the house and ran to the neighbors with their dog. The next day, Katie and her sister switched to a different bedroom. As far as I know, things were quiet for a while, until one night, their mother was late coming home again. The girls had moved from the first floor to the third floor of the house and were in the room right next to their mother's. Around 2 a.m., they heard what they thought was their mother, in her bedroom. They went to go investigate, only to find their dog whimper growling at something in the dark corner of the room. They took the dog and ran to the bathroom and hid it in the bathtub until morning. Katie told us that she tried to calm her sister down by telling her that they were safe in the bathroom. The next night was quiet, but in the morning, they couldn't find their dog. Searched high and low, and all they found was the dog's collar, sitting in the bathtub where they had taken refuge the previous night. Apparently, the mother was having her own strange experiences, because later that week, she grabbed the girls one night and took them to a hotel and did not return until the morning. They moved out the next day. They sold the house to a contractor who was going to fix it up so it could go back to being used as a school. Time passed. Roughly 10 years after having left that town, Katie relayed the story to me and a friend of mine. We were friends of her boyfriend at the time. Having nothing better to do, we decided to take a road trip to check out the house. It was in a different part of the state. When we got to the town, things were odd right off the bat. Hell, we did not even make it to the town before shit got weird. Since the town was not on the maps, we had to go by the word-of-mouth directions, and when we got closer, we stopped at a gas station to ask how to get to Woodburn. They looked at us like we had just turned into a couple of aliens and asked in a perturbed voice why on earth we'd have a reason to go there. We told them we were visiting friends, which seemed to worry the cashier even more, so we paid for our gas and left, not knowing what to make of that strange lady. When we entered the town, the first thing that we noticed there was some sort of festival/fair/hoedown was going on. They had blocked off the main road for the town with fire engines, and there was a large group of people sitting around a large bonfire in the middle of the road. What bothered me was how quiet it was, as if everyone there was sitting in complete silence. No music, no talking, nothing but the wind. The schoolhouse was not hard to find. It was up on a hill overlooking the town. It was very run down. The windows were gone, and the paint was peeling everywhere. There wasn't even a front door anymore. The only thing that seemed to be maintained was the cellar door, which was under chain and lock. We looked for a way in, and went around the back side of the building, only to find a trailer there, which had a family living in it. These were not the people Katie told us her mother sold the house to. We had no idea who the fuck they were, or why they were there. I think they were poor squatters who were using the school as a garage. They did not look happy to see us, so in an attempt to defuse the situation, we told them we were a well-known university in our state and were part of a group of paranormal researchers. Even made up a fake professor and gave a fake number to call in the morning, telling them he was probably asleep, it being near midnight. We told them that all we wanted to do was place a recording device in the building and then leave. They let us in, and we started to search the schoolhouse. The whole place was decrepit and stank like old meat. There was junk all over that I assumed belonged to the squatters. They were making use of the 2 rooms closest to the front door. There was enough dust everywhere that we could see footprints. It looked like the squatters never went past these first 2 rooms. We went further in, and in the kitchen, we found a goofy-looking vase sitting on a pillar, completely fucking random, right in the middle of the room. It was filled with some thick black liquid that had a really strong smell to it. Hard to describe. It looked like Hershey syrup, but it had a smell reminiscent of rotten eggs and blood. We noticed some blatantly satanic graffiti, but due to the poor spelling and the shitty silver coloring, we assumed it was just kids or something. This is where we started to notice that it was cold as fuck, which was odd, because the outside temperature was roughly 80 Fahrenheit, and there was no glass in any of the windows on the building. We started to hear the squatter wife freaking out outside, and we hear her son complaining about how we shouldn't be in here. He kept saying, "They are gonna get those guys. They are gonna get those guys." Assuming we were about to get kicked out, we decided to check out the 3rd floor, where Katie's dog vanished. The 2nd floor had all kinds of markings, like someone was planning on doing construction, which seemed normal, based on what Katie told us. But then we saw the stairs going up to the 3rd floor. Someone had meticulously disassembled basically everything so that all that was left was structural support beams and a ton of very expensive power tools sitting covered in dust. I had no idea why someone would abandon thousands of dollars worth of tools or abandon a construction project after one floor. Then we noticed a human tooth, a molar, sitting on one of the floorboards, standing up on its roots like it had been placed there, no dust on it. We decided to check out the cellar before we left and headed downstairs. As we were going down, we started to feel a draft from the third floor. Couldn't identify a source. We found the stairs leading to the cellar and were hit with a strong smell of dead things, like rotten animals. It's very common for raccoons and other small animals to get trapped and die in older houses around here, so we did not think much of it until we started down on the stairs. We heard what sounded like crunching and chewing. It sounded like a dog chewing on a chicken carcass, closest analogy I can make. We did not like the sound and decided to bail. On the way out, the squatter wife was standing at the door, screaming incomprehensible shit at us, while her husband tried to calm her down and her son cried. We blew past them and went for our car, only to see a sheriff booking it towards us. We took off in the other direction, but he did not follow. He just stopped at the schoolhouse and started taping off the building. We took a bunch of pics there, but did not find anything interesting on them, and now Katie has the flash drive. We don't keep in contact with Katie anymore, but I thought about returning to the schoolhouse. Very strange place. Government town search. Hey X, I wanted to see if I could get some help finding this town hidden in the mountains of either Idaho or Oregon. My best friend relayed a story to me of an event that happened 12 years ago, in 2010, involving what was possibly either a ghost town or a government town. It seemed to be some spooky shit, and it's got me thinking. Let me write it out. Family and friend on vacation to see extended family up in Washington. Driving from California north on the exact border of Idaho and Oregon. Have two cars, one with him and parents, the other with grandmother and other family. Driving all day and need to stop at hotel soon or will drive off the road from collapse of exhaustion. Come across a very small town in the mountains. So small you can see the end of the town when you first enter. First sign something is wrong. All the buildings are white and like a block. No distinct architecture. Everything looks exactly the same, sort of like one of those rural town streets, only it's like cubes for buildings. No people, not a single living soul. Nobody inside any of the buildings, nobody walking down the street. Only a handful of cars parked uniformly alongside the side, parallel parked. Family is now starting to ship bricks. This is where stuff turns extra freaky. Pic related, white buildings on the left are what the entire town looked like. The entire town is spotless. Actually spotless. Everything is fucking clean, like freshly painted, no stains, no debris on the road. It's like people have been living here, but no sign of life. In the very center of the town is a clown hotel, no joke. A hotel themed after a clown, with a giant clown statue standing in front of it. Don't remember the name of it. No cars parked in the parking lot. Don't dare to go inside. Before that, there's two separate McDonald's on either side of the street. One of them looks like those classic Golden Arches design, while the other on the opposite side is like a Sonic drive-in. Trouble is, there's no menus on the poles of the drive-in McDonald's. Like, the building hasn't even been finished. It's actually open now, and the lights are on. They pull into the parking lot of the hotel and aren't sure what to do. Grandmother in the other car is kind of shitting bricks, does not want to stay there. None of them are tired anymore. Still have not seen one person. Decide to get the hell out of there and never look back. Continue driving into the woods of the mountains and go into Washington. I haven't found any pictures or documentations of anything like that in either state. My only guess was it is a government town from how clean the town apparently was and the odd signs of character placed on top of an otherwise blocky, flavorless town. Does anybody have any idea? Would be nice to close this mystery. Not my story. not even a friend's story. He was more like someone I went to school with, who I knew to say hello to and ended up stumbling across on Instagram a few years ago. If he had not been suggested, I would not even have remembered him. Spends most of his time doing outdoorsy things like mountain bike riding, taking photos, walking trails, climbing peaks, that sort of stuff. Has started to get into semi-urbexing. Drives miles out of the way to walk some peak or trail. Soon as he gets there, the weather turns horrendous. Decides to give it a miss. Because of how far he is out of the way, he opts to find a room somewhere, stay the night, and do the walk tomorrow. Has a drive around, but it's just fields. Comes across what seems like a motel, but it's bigger, more like a holiday resort. Going to be pricey, and that's if you don't already need to be booked in. Enters. Looks like a nice place. Dated as all fuck, but a nice place. No one around. Wanders about looking for someone, but does not find anyone. Goes upstairs. It's the exact same there. Dead quiet. Knocks on one of the rooms. No answer. Tries the handle. It's open. Room is completely immaculate. Floors nicely hoovered. Beds made. TV in the corner, etc. The whole thing looks like it has not been updated since the 1970s. Even the TV is one of those big box types with the wooden surround and knobs on it. Checks other rooms, and they are all like that. The only place that isn't maintained is a pool out back that's empty. Ends up leaving because he can't find anyone to book him in, and it's a bit eerie. Says it's like he just stepped back in time. Story would have been doubtful because I don't know him well enough to vouch for him. But like I said, this was on Instagram, so he had posted all of the pics he took. Like a moron, I never bothered saving any of them, and put it down as, I'll easily find him again, and never have. He wouldn't share the location either, in case people destroyed it. One day I'll come and find them again. Great story, Anon. Can you disclose at least which state it was in? It sounds like one of those old-timey themed hotels that people have. It probably had only a few people taking care of it. Perhaps something of urgency happened, and they had to leave suddenly. Or maybe it's some sort of attraction. Very interesting to think about. I do doubt it holds any paranormal value, but still cool. This is in Bangistan, senpai, not the US. We live in the north, so my guess is it was somewhere around the border with Scotland, or maybe it was in Scotland itself. I was literally about to ask him where it was when I got to the end, and he said he wouldn't say, so there was no point in anyone asking. He did say he was going to go back with a couple of trusted friends, but as mentioned, I have not found his account again since, so I can not check. However, he was in my brother's year, and he knew him a lot better than me, so I might ask him the next time I see him to make an Insta account to see if he can find him. I don't think there was anything paranormal about it myself, but I also don't think it was a themed place. It's not unheard of here for a hotel or something to be in the middle of their usual chores. Then all of the staff are told that they're being made redundant so they can all fuck off and leave the place as is. They're in the paper from time to time. A lot of houses that old people have lived in are like that, like time capsules because people forget about them. I can't stress though how well maintained it still looked, like no dust or nothing. A few other things that were off about it that I couldn't fit in the other post. All of the bushes and trees were overgrown. You could just see a tiny bit of the building peeking out until you were up to it, but once you walked through that, it was nicely maintained. There didn't seem to be a car park. He was parked out front on a dirtish kind of road, and there were no other cars around. There was only one window that was broken, but it was boarded up with chipboard. No other vandalism at all, which made me think that no one had hung around the place, or it would have been all fucked up. Really cool place though. I'd love to visit it myself. Be me. All of my family on my mom's side has a supernatural story or two to tell. Be no exception. Specific entity I've seen 3 times myself, and others around me have seen. First time I saw it was at night while I was throwing away trash when I was like 10 years old. Street lamp maybe 5 feet away starts buzzing and glowing a faint dull white instead of yellow, and a bright featureless face appears in the middle of the light. Get scared as shit and run home. Few years later, a friend is hanging out at my house. I'm laying on my bed. He's sitting on the floor next to my bed while we chat. He suddenly yelps and jumps up, even trips and falls, trying to get to the other side of the room. I ask him what's wrong. He says he saw something appear under my bed. A bright white, featureless face. I have never told anyone about it because I did not want to be ridiculed. Few months later, wake up in the middle of the night. Heavy breathing and cold sweat as soon as I wake up. I can't move. Try to yell because I'm freaked the fuck out. Can't make any noise. Look up. In front of my bed is something with a dark black body, almost not visible in my dark room, and a bright white, featureless face. Its face is smooth with holes for eyes and a slit where its mouth should be, but there is nothing there. Literally no features, with limbs that are just a bit too long to be proportional. Lay there terrified, trying to scream for hours, and it's only when the sun starts to come through my window that I'm able to start moving and making noise, but I feel so tired, like I've been fighting all night long, and pass out. 2 more stories about what I call white face, but I'll get to the point. Little brother comes home one day. He's in the 1st grade, and says they had a project where they were able to make anything that they wanted out of clay. Says he made me something. Hands it to me. My heart stops, and I get the empty feeling in my stomach. Ask him why he made it. I don't know. I was thinking of you. Pic related. Long time looker. First time posting, so don't eat me alive. I have only ever told this to people that are close to me since it sounds kind of unbelievable, but why the fuck not? I need to set the scene first, so this may get long. I've never green texted, so here goes nothing. Be me. About 21 years old. Living with my then GF in some fucked up apartment deep in the worst part of town. Be working at generic pizza joint for slave wage. GF and I drink a lot and smoke a lot of weed and cigarettes. Goddamn addicts. Because we are constantly reading in and out of consciousness, we tend to not give a fuck. We fight every night and have makeup wrestling every night. Toxic.Pokemon. All of the fighting chips away at my will to be with her, even though she cooks incredibly and was better in the sheets. Decisions.MP3. One day, the fighting gets absurdly intense, and she spits on my face. What the fuck? Fuck this shit, I'm leaving. Grab a backpack and pack it with my essentials and get the fuck out of there. Go crash at my mom's house, cause I have nowhere else to go. Stupid ex-GF now throws all of my shit away. What the fuck ever. I don't want anything to do with that woman anymore. Now the weekend, and I have to go slap the shit out of some pizzas early in the morning. Before opening the slave cage, I have to make sure that everything is in order for the hungry hippos. I check the waiting bench, and I see a small black doll. Without thinking, I grab it, cause I think it may belong to a Karen's child, and she might come back to speak to my manager. I look at the doll. It's a fucking voodoo doll. What the fuck? Fucking voodoo doll has X written on it, and it even has pins inside of it. This cannot be a coincidence. With very little fucks to give, I throw it in the garbage outside. That same night, I go back to Mom's, since I have not found a place to stay yet. Mom has company over. The lady is a neighbor from Oaxaca, a state in Mexico whose people are known for being in touch with the paranormal. This lady is no different. She looks at me and tells me that someone has spit on me. You gotta be kidding me. I have not told anyone about this fight, as I had never been spit on, before or since. Logically, I deny it out of shock. Lady looks at me and says that I have touched something dark, something made of magic. I am visibly shocked now. I confess the voodoo doll incident to the lady and my mom. She says I need a cleansing and that it will take a while because the magic is strong. Just my luck. For the next few weeks, I keep seeing a shadow at night standing across the living room where I am sleeping. Shit bricks every night. I've had sleep paralysis before, but this shadow is overwhelming. As I continue to perform the cleansings, the shadow shows up less and less until it no longer appears. Before this event, I was completely atheist and did not believe in the paranormal, but this experience left me doubtful. How the hell did the lady know that I was spit on, or about the voodoo doll? My mom said that the lady has a third eye open. I suppose there is more to reality than what we can perceive, because there is no fucking way anyone could have known the events that happened with my ex. Hey ex, I'm stuck at work with nothing to do. so I figured that I would unload some experiences from my adolescence that have remained more or less unexplainable. I'm hoping that someone here might find them interesting, and or offer a potential explanation. Be me, 8 or 9 years old at the beach with my family, playing with my mom in the sand, building sandcastles and shit. Decide to dig a really deep hole for whatever reason. As I'm digging, I begin to hear a distinct, high-pitched ringing noise, similar to tinnitus. Eventually, move away some sand to see something bizarre in the hole. There is a face staring straight up at me from the sand. Face looks faintly human, but a bit flatter, and seemed to be coated with an outer layer of sand, rocks, shells, and other beach debris. The face had 2 small, black beady eyes, no discernible nose, and a long, thin mouth lined with tiny needle-like teeth, like a piranha. Basically looked like an evil beach-themed version of the Thing from Fantastic Four. I vividly remember the eyes blinking several times, and its mouth moving, causing it to squirt out a few small spurts of liquid, presumably water. After staring at it for a long moment, my mom extends her hand to touch it for some reason. As she is about to touch it, the face begins to undulate, sending a sizable glob of sand falling down the hole, obscuring the Thing. We tried to dig it back up, but it had disappeared completely. I've tried figuring out what the thing I saw was, but have yet to come across anything that resembled the face in the sand. Does anyone have a similar experience, or know what that thing could have been? Be me, 3 years ago. Homeless. Crash outside McDonald's, because sometimes people give me food, or they leave fries in the bottom of their bag when they throw it out. Man in a hoodie, face mask, unusual for back then because no COVID, and glasses, comes up to me. Says he has a deal. I hold something for him out of sight, and stay by McDonald's for 5 more hours. He says he will give me $100 in cash. I think it's bullshit, but who cares? I'm always here anyway. Man hands me a small box, maybe 10 centimeters in length, 6 centimeters wide, 5 centimeters tall. Box is warm. I put it in my bag, and he walks off. 5 hours later, man returns. Gives me $100 in cash in return for the box. Asks me if I'd like to do this again. I say sure. For the next 4 weeks every day, he brings me this box. Sometimes during the 5 hours, he comes and swaps it out for another one randomly. Box is a great hand warmer on cold days. One day he comes in. Says this is the last time I can do this. I'm sad, because no more free money after today. He hands me the box and walks off. Start to think about life, what I'm going to do now. He gave me so much money, and I blew it all like an idiot, and I'm still homeless. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I wasted it. This time, he is hours late. When he arrives, he hands me a rubbish bag in return for the box. Walks off without another word. Bag has loads of cash in it. I can't believe my eyes. Book a hotel room to count it, because it's just so much money. After counting, there is $75,000 in cash in the bag in all 20s. Use the money to turn my life around. I'm no longer homeless and have a job at Walmart. What the fuck was the box? It rattled when I shook it, and it was decently warm. Employment blacklisting of targeted individuals. In the United States, Canada, and other countries, there exists entire blacklists which span whole industries with the intent of keeping certain people outside of employment indefinitely. It's even easier to have a system like this nowadays, considering how many larger companies are beginning to use AI to sift through applicants. Targets who submit applications digitally will have their resume deleted by spam filters. In person, the resume will simply be discarded. There are a few instances where a target is ever able to be interviewed. However, in some cases, this will happen to either keep an illusion of normalcy for others or to screw with the target's head, as it's incredibly easy to make a person believe that there is something fundamentally wrong with them if they can't seem to get hired anywhere despite their best efforts. In the rare cases of a target being accidentally hired, they will be abruptly fired within a few days and escorted off of the premises with security guards or even police presence to create a scene. Their employer may then create a narrative as to why the target was fired to justify it and move on from the incident. Sometimes, an employer will be allowed to hire a target or targets as brief disposable labor, as they will only keep a target as an employee up until the end of the probationary period, the length of which depends on jurisdictions. This often happens in seasonal work or at fast food places. Someone on a blacklist will have a long history of being unable to keep a job for longer than 1 week to 2 months. Anyone who is legitimately on a real employment blacklist will never have a job longer than this. To anyone else, it will appear that the target is simply unemployable or a shady character, but this is part of the entire targeting program in the first place, destroying credibility and creating additional hostility towards someone. This tactic is sometimes utilized as a last resort for targets who are high risk to the system, Masons, small-town corruption, etc. Just like how there are a myriad of reasons why someone becomes a TI in the first place. There are numerous reasons why someone may end up becoming blacklisted from being employed ever again. What usually ends up happening to a blacklisted person is that they will either end up on welfare or trapped in a codependent relationship with a spouse who they are financially dependent on, the latter of which happens to a lot of female TIs in general, and domestic violence is all too common, and plenty of TI testimonies one can find all over the internet. In extreme cases, the target ends up homeless. Once a target is homeless, they are essentially off the radar to most people, and unfortunately become background noise to most passerbys. The homeless are at risk of trafficking, murder, and accidental death, and TIs will continue to be targeted even after becoming homeless. It's dark to think about, but this stuff goes on all across America. I'd even go as far as to say that every single concentrated population area with more than 10,000 people has at least one person under some level of surveillance or community harassment. There is a reason why even in the smallest towns, there exists a Masonic temple. Blackmail is an excellent tool to get people to do what you want if you're a perp, in the know, or already enlightened. If that doesn't work, targeting campaigns will ensure and lead to crimes such as this. Of course, employment blacklisting is one of many common tactics used against targets. There is a reason why very few TIs will end up owning a car or driving in general. It is pointless. You should also have noticed by now that the slave camps of the worker colonies are all being dismantled by the pharaohs, who this time have told us nothing about the end of the world and want to prepare for it secretly and alone while keeping everyone else in the dark, and in the end, simply abandoning them and leaving them in the lurch. They no longer need our manpower because they have already had their security vaults built. They will simply drop what we call our civilization. That is why housing, food, and other essentials of existence have become unaffordable. They no longer need to keep us alive because the machines we have built for them will now replace us. Holy fuck, this is me. I am clean cut, have a good work ethic, do not smoke, drink, or do any drugs, no tattoos, and have never even been arrested, and yet have applied for literally hundreds of jobs. Out of the hundreds I have applied for, I can count the number of interviews I've had on one hand. Meanwhile, I know actual alcoholics, drug addicts, and ex-cons who never have had any trouble finding work. What the fuck? Sometimes I will walk into a business that has a help wanted sign in the window, only to be told that the position is filled and that they just have not had the time to put the sign away. Next day, the sign is still there. Why would someone do this? How could I have pissed off someone that powerful? These freaks hold grudges for eons. They also manipulate local groups, such as the Masons, block parent/community watch programs, HOA, Boy Scouts, etc. to turn people into perps to keep an eye on targets. A lot of people are involved in it when they don't even know what's happening overall. They gossip about targets and create narratives about them, and no one cares because it does not affect them personally. Meanwhile, the target is eventually disliked for 10 different reasons. Sometimes, you can become a target simply by pissing off someone who's a higher level Mason or someone who is overly satanic. It causes a ripple effect from there, and in rare cases, you end up on blacklists for jobs, housing, etc. Not a single target has adapted and grown from the abuse like I have. I took everything you threw at me and made it a strength, or began working on making it a strength. You wanted to destroy me. In some ways you did, but you destroyed me in ways that are temporary. You inadvertently built a behemoth. I did not even start breathing correctly until a year ago, Lama. I didn't even have a smile until a few months ago. I have not even started yet. There are a few people my age that aren't taking exogenous testosterone, that feel the way I do, that move the way I do. You bit off way more than you were prepared to handle, and that's the problem. There is not a single man on this planet with my resilience that isn't on drugs or has rich parents. Supervillain backstory? I don't understand the different phases either. When you first receive phase 2, you are simply monitored. This could happen for years, and you would have no idea it's happening. The people doing this need your dishonor to move against you. So over time, a handler, as clearly shown in Metropia 2009, or referenced in Gamer 2009, tests you with ridiculous scenarios to get you to act out against someone or something by mind controlling the people around you. You won't even know it's happening, other than noticing how unreasonable someone such as a family member is acting all of a sudden. For example, someone will give you something, you will throw it out, and then they will want it back and throw a fit when they don't get it. If they get your dishonor somehow, or otherwise find you guilty of something they do not approve of, you get elevated to the next step. Everything you do as soon as you receive phase 2 is recorded via your ocular implant. Huh? AKA a scan darkly 2006, but they are not necessarily watching 24/7, as they do not have the resources or possibly the right to watch everyone with phase 2. You need to become outright targeted first. Phase 2. In this step, you become an outright targeted individual and are typically gang-stalked or otherwise publicly harassed, because this is the most standard and automated form of psychological non-contact harassment. This is when a targeted individual thinks the general public is organizing against them and stalking them wherever they go. This is definitely what it appears like, but what is really happening is the public / gang stalkers are simply normal people who are already around a targeted individual and are actually being mind controlled to give some act or sign that they are stalking you. The public neither has the time, logistical skills, finances, or motivation to do anything productive at all, so the whole idea there are teams of gang stalkers is the most absurd idea ever. Not to mention, this just started roughly a decade ago. The idea in this step is to get a targeted individual to act out against and hurt a so-called gang stalker, and thereby into so much dishonor that a handler and the people running the program are justified in acting against. For example, they may be arrested, which is the next step in this case. The targeted individual, or otherwise, ruin their life. The targeted individual will always lash out and blame the gang stalkers or public at large due to a lack of understanding. Also, see FAQ question 8. Also see Ultrasonic 2012 for a cinematic example of gang stalking. In the alternative, if a targeted individual does not understand what is happening and believes they are going crazy, this instead will be amplified by the handler. Family members will suggest a targeted individual should see a doctor or has mental problems. Whenever a targeted individual does this or identifies with it, it will be amplified by a handler and will be a unique false reality for that specific targeted individual. This is typically the game plan, but any unique scenario or false reality could be used against you. For example, if you are a priest, they may forego everything and try to trick you into thinking God is communicating with you. You will believe it. You are also tested repeatedly in this step. Examples include if you hold the door open for people. Do you help a stranded motorist? Do you help someone who needs some spare change at like a parking ticket booth? Did you lie about X? Are you racist, etc.? Think of any kind of insignificant test that gives them the reason they desperately seek to hate you. Phase 3. If a targeted individual decides to educate themselves and figures out the gang stalkers are nonsense and everyone is being mind controlled, the targeted individual gets elevated again to a final step / level. Sometimes, a targeted individual is elevated to the step just for kicks. In this step, everyone, even a targeted individual's friends and family, are mind controlled to appear in on it. The purpose of this step is to get a targeted individual to think that their entire life is being controlled by the handlers. You better do what a handler is hinting you should do, or else type of thing. They can completely control the targeted individual's life, but this is not what is happening. A handler will constantly create non-consequential problems for a targeted individual. The point is to make a targeted individual think a handler is in control when a real problem or opportunity surfaces. For example, a targeted individual does not get a job after going for a job interview. It must have been the handler that mind-controlled the guy to not give him the job. This could very well happen. This is simply the illusion that they want you to think is happening, because it's an illusion they believe it is justified. In this step, and possibly step 2 also, they actually help you too. The idea of receiving help is confirmed by a presumed crazy person in this TED Talk, which should be reviewed now. For the harm levied against you, they use mind control to help you if you can wrap your head around it. For every problem created, they must create an opportunity to help you too. They are trying to keep a balance. It is done very poorly. The concept of an alternative handler is shown in clip 2 from Atropia 2009 at the 3:44 for 410 mark and covered in the Adjustment Bureau 2011. This and everything being done is ultimately unlawful, as no one is obliged to accept a benefit against his consent. The help provided is never anything that would not happen eventually anyway, so a targeted individual, in essence, gets nothing of value at all. In this stage, a targeted individual is typically physically assaulted in various ways, including sleep deprivation and having their body randomly hurt to increase instability and confusion. The U.S. government is the largest employer in this country. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers, and the cleared workforce is likewise very large, with thousands of people in all kinds of agencies and fields of study with security clearances. Of the intelligence community, which are what paranoid schizos here often think of when they talk about spies and glowies, is far from limited to the CIA and NSA, with at least 16 different federal agencies dedicated to particular types of intelligence work. Homeland Security, in fact, is the largest employer of intelligence workers out of any other branch, and these are the people who are going to be working within the country, unlike the CIA, who, despite common paranoia, devotes almost all of their budget and work in the service of the primary aim of collecting and processing human intelligence overseas. Despite the misconceptions and fears and the actual scandals that have come out to the public over time, its foremost goal is always building a web of information and secrecy concerning foreign countries. That said, the amount of cleared federal workers is absolutely huge. It is not at all improbable that one would come into contact with one at some point. I appreciate what you're saying about the unrealistic, fantastical fears and paranoia of many people in these circles, but a part of it is rooted in reality. Think about the Zero-Zone program by the Stasi in the Eastern Bloc. Up to 1/7 of the entire population was some kind of informant or actor or complicit helper in the program, spying on and psychologically decomposing their neighbors, acquaintances, colleagues, and friends. The program took action to systematically gaslight disaffected youth, artist groups, dissidents, vagrants, political activists, basically anyone with bad thoughts and beliefs, by engineering over the long term their social, professional, or family failures so that they would become neutralized through demoralization. The only way that it worked was the fact that the actions taken always had the plausible deniability of being so fantastically menacing, ambiguous, and bizarre that it would be assumed only a crazy/paranoid person would ever believe it. And indeed, many were thrown into hospitals and asylums. It was an attack on the soul, because the program worked by ensuring the victim would never be believed, even believed by himself. That was East Germany, 1960s through 1970s. Now consider what intelligence services and secret police like this would be able to do with the 21st century power of the internet's enmeshment in people's lives. The power and opportunity is so great with present technological infrastructure that the only defensible reason to claim that a government would not seize upon that opportunity, as the Stasi did, is an appeal to American idealism and virtue. They would never do that. That could never happen here. America could never have a secret police. Yet for plainly seen reasons, that is a weak argument. Ultimately, when ethics is the only thing stopping anybody from taking an opportunity for power, ethics will not stop them. I've been getting gang stalked for decades, since the mid-80s. The first I started noticing the gang stalkers was around 1994, 2 years after I got diagnosed with schizophrenia after an alien abduction. I started to see people following me and acting strange, like they knew me really well, but I thought they were just following me out to get into my cars when all these weird things started happening. I realized something when I started seeing that those people were all being followed by these crazy men with guns, and, sometimes, they would attack me with swords. It was like I was walking on a treadmill. I figured if I had something to lose, I don't. I should use that thing to gain something. I've never been suicidal, so I never thought of that as a danger. But as soon as I started learning that they would have guns, I realized that something special was happening. They were not going to kill me, but I would be dead, and it was just like a dream come true for me. I think it's why I saw all those videos of these strange-looking people. The men did not look like people I'd ever known, but familiar like villains, and the whole world seemed to see it. It was like I had some kind of psychic powers, and I was just walking around the streets, but there were people behind me, and in front of me, and people around me, and I was so confused because there was so much confusion, so I was wandering around and stuff like that all the time. Then it sort of started to pick up. Like, I'm walking in the streets, and I get this feeling that everyone around me is watching me and listening to what I say, like everybody is standing there with their hands in their pockets, looking and looking at me, and I feel this incredible level of awareness. Just watch out for people who wear mismatched clothes and check their watches all the time. They dress like they just bought their outfit at a thrift store, and they walk with a scowl. Diagnosed with schizophrenia, huh? Do you think schizophrenia is an imaginary disease? Take your meds. If the gang stalkers go away, then it was schizophrenia all along. Probably the main reason I've been gang stalked though is for my political opinions. I believe in free speech and the right to criticize whatever people deem offensive. I also believe in using satire to make the world a better place, and I hate that we're currently facing a country that doesn't seem to even understand that people may be offended by the political views that they hold, when in fact I believe they'd agree with me 100% that freedom of speech is the right of all people to voice their views, regardless of whether they agree with what the opinions they hold are. I've done a lot in the past few months to try to do more to combat hate, as that is the biggest threat facing society today, and I believe that those efforts have worked great to bring more people of all races and minorities together. There is no single answer to a problem, and that has come from all sides, and those who are not religious or political, that is not going to change. I think that was the biggest part of it, getting people of all cultures and religions together in a peaceful and productive manner to take action to solve this problem of hate in a way that is not going to get out of hand. A few weird experiences with my niece. My brother and sister-in-law need me to babysit my niece one morning. She's about 1 at the time, so I walk her around the block in a stroller. Get home and make her a bottle, then put her in the crib. Sound asleep.jpg. Go and take a leak really fast. Get back, and my niece's crib has moved 5 feet. Normally up against the wall, now it's in the center of the room. Not too strange, but it presaged the other stuff. Story 2. Babysitting my niece again. This time my brother and sister-in-law are having a date night, so it's in the evening. Play with my niece till about 9 p.m. when she falls asleep. She's around 2 at this point, so no crib. I've spread a blanket on the living room floor. Lay her down. Put a ring of pillows all around her. Go to the kitchen to grab a snack, and when I come back, my niece is lying outside the ring of pillows. She's completely off the blanket. Still fast asleep though. There were a few minor events between story 1 and 2, so by that point, I was thinking there was some paranormal activity afoot. Story 3. Babysitting my niece. It's summertime. I have a blackberry bush in the backyard, and she likes to pick them. We're out there, and I'm taking a picture of her. I check one of the photos to see how it came out. My niece, who's usually rambunctious, is totally silent as I check the photos. Look up. She's staring over my shoulder. Looks scared. I turn and look. For a moment, I'm sure there's a shadow a few feet away, but then it's gone. Niece's eyes are fixed to the spot though. Feels eerie. Pick her up and head inside. Sit her down in her high chair and decide to get some stuff for lunch. Digging through the fridge. As I dig, I'm singing a song that my niece loves. Singing pretty loud because I'm trying to keep her distracted as I grab her food. Like I said, she is rambunctious. Finally get everything I need and turn around. The high chair is empty. I practically drop all the food as I rush into the living room. The back door is wide open. I rush outside, calling out to her, screaming her name. I'm thinking someone broke in and took her, thinking I'll never find her again. See my brother and sister-in-law's faces in my head. They will never forgive me. She's outside. Oh, thank God. She's standing there with her back to the house. Her arm is raised as if she is holding someone's hand. As I rush towards her, her arm drops like someone let go of her. I reach her and pick her up. I'm actually crying from relief. My niece's face looks like she just doesn't know where she is. Her eyes are far away, and I jostle her a few times until she wakes up. She blinks a few times, looks at me, looks around at the yard, then begins to cry. I bring her inside and don't take my eyes off of her again. Only a few other minor things. That was the worst one though. Can't explain how she got out of her high chair or how she opened the back door. I was happy to find her though. Be me, 12 years old, Poetry, Texas. Live with hippie grandparents. Out playing in the woods. Neighbor kid I have seen a few times comes up to me. I want to show you something. Follow him. Get to a small clearing in the woods. There is a big rock circle on the ground, a bundle of white sheets in the middle. The bundle is like the size of a duffel bag. It's moving. Kid tells me to wait here, runs off. I leave. Go eat lunch with my grandma. Never see the neighbor kid again. Grandma say his family moved away. Rocks are gone a few months later when I find the clearing. Looking back on this, it bothers me. I have no idea what he was trying to show me, nor what was under the sheets. I don't know. Cult shit maybe, but I never heard of cults being there. Here's another I have saved. My friend has a big red barn in a field behind his house. The first floor was furnished for us to hang out in. The second floor was a storage area, totally full of random crap. You couldn't even see the floor. We'd always sleep there in the summer. About 1 in the morning, we're starting to fall asleep on the ground floor. Suddenly, we hear the sliding door on the second floor open. Hear voices and a lot of movement. Suddenly a lot of voices. People are talking. Sounds like a full-on party up there. Suddenly, we hear a freaking big band jazz start playing, and people dancing. The music gets really weird and surreal. Sounds like it's underwater. The song starts to completely fall apart. Shrieking saxophones and crap. The dancing people start screaming. Dead silence. We went up there in the morning. All the stuff stored up there was moved against the walls. Paranormal experiences. Go on holiday when I was about 6 or 7 years old. Just me, my sister, and my mom. Yes, I'm British. Older brother says he doesn't want to go. Stays at home. Fast forward to middle of the holiday. I'm checking, looking at an ice cream sign. Turn around and see my brother. He approaches me, walks down some steps without moving his legs. The menu is out of date. You have to use the one on the counter. Weird that he has this information. Even weirder that he somehow traveled to another country. But I'm young, so it doesn't really click with me. Get it into my buggy/prime later. Needed it because of a pulled muscle in my leg or something, and my mom takes me to the lift to our hotel room. Brother is still there. Nobody can see him but me. Show him a dead bird on the window ledge. At some point he leaves. Details are fuzzy because it was so many years ago. 2004 at most. A week or two later, we come home. walk up the stairs to see my mom talking to my brother about a dream he had about being with us at the hotel. He mentions the dead bird. Mom's face literally turns white. We still talk about this sometimes. He never has much to say other than, it was weird. Working as a janitor in my local Polish high school. The school is huge, 4 floors and basement, and it used to be a military base. Like my job, but there was one thing that I always found really troublesome. From time to time, we had those so-called cinema nights. Students and 2 or 3 teachers would come to school at evening and watch movies together. It usually ended around 1 a.m. There was the rule that they can only stay at the ground floor in classrooms. Roaming around school was forbidden, but you know how kids are. Some of them always found a way to sneak out. In most cases, it was either horny couples or pranksters. Anyway, my main job on those nights was to patrol the hallways and find those who lost their way. One time, teacher phones me and says that some girl went to the toilet, did not come back, and when they went to check on her, she was not there. Another boy also disappeared somewhere. Sigh. Start looking for them. Not really scared. I knew the school too well for that, but schools at night have a very specific atmosphere. Went to basement first, stopping from time to time to check if I hear anything. Nothing. For a moment, I think I hear a sound at the stairs behind me, but there is nothing there. Go upstairs. Still nothing. Finally found them at the highest floor. They were trying to go downstairs, but the girl's leg was bitten. Not a specialist, but it looked like some big dog bit her. My first thought was that one of the students brought it with them, but we were checking everyone, so it was not possible. Go downstairs, call doctor. Everybody is shocked, and no one knows anything about this dog, or whatever it was. We asked the kids what exactly happened. In short, they were a couple and wanted to meet in the toilet on the highest floor. The girl was first there, but when she was opening the door to the toilet, something attacked her leg and ran away. The materials for the story which I present to you have been collected over the course of several years. The initial spark of interest was the story my uncle told me in my childhood, who in the 70s to the 80s of the last century worked as an investigator in our small city located in Novosibirsk region. I began purposefully to collect information that could shed light on the unsolved mystery mentioned by my uncle. I examined archives and newspaper subcases, asked witnesses, got acquainted with materials of old criminal cases using my connections, etc. The conclusion I finally came to looks utterly fantastic and unrealistic, but when you compare the facts, it is the only rationally possible, as far as that word applies here, explanation of the events that took place in our city over the decades. There is, of course, no actual evidence for my version of the story, but it still seems compelling enough for me to present it to a wide range of readers. I will begin with a story told by my uncle in a family circle in the 1990s. The fall of 1977 came as a terrible shock for the investigators in our town. One of the mushroom hunters, who was walking through the nearby woods in search of a place rich in beach mushrooms, stumbled upon a small clearing about 5 kilometers from the city limits where he saw suspicious mounds. It looked like something was buried in the clearing. The vigilant citizen turned to the police, and a day later, the entire local Department of Internal Affairs was on its ears. The investigation team discovered a real secret cemetery in a nondescript wooded area. 48 dismembered bodies without coffins were found under graves all over the glade. It was an emergency of a national scale. Moscow immediately took control of the case, and Minister Shekalov was informed about the discovery. The general public, as usual, knew nothing. Everything was immediately classified. A committee of high-ranking investigators arrived from the capital and took the investigation into their own hands. But some local officers of the UVD, like my uncle, also had access to information. It turned out that all the bodies were naked and buried without much effort. The bodies belonged exclusively to teenagers and young men. The oldest was roughly 22 to 25 years old. Most of them were girls, but there were bodies of guys too. The bodies were not buried in one day, but the degree of decomposition was an indication that the graves had been made gradually over a period of almost 10 years. The most recent grave, which attracted the attention of the mushroom hunter, had been dug no earlier than 6 months ago. The most eerie circumstances was that all these boys and girls did not die of natural causes. Experts who examined the bodies found numerous mutilations which they believed had been inflicted while they were still alive. Bone fractures, scars, injuries to the musculature and skin. Simply put, all had been subjected to horrific torture before being killed. Some of the bodies had their limbs severed alive. Only a psychopathic maniac could have done this. Law enforcement was in shock. Everyone was prepared for heads to roll. To have missed the disappearance of 50 or so boys and girls over the course of 10 years in a quiet little town would have given them a stern accountability. In fact, the bigwigs from the capital were at first furious, banging their fists on the table and promising terrible penalties. But the further they went, the more they realized that not everything was as straightforward as it seemed. First of all, it was quite unclear where all of these bodies had come from. People going missing, of course, had happened in the town, like everywhere else, but not en masse like this gravesite would suggest, and most of them later found their own explanation. Either the body of the missing person was found, or it was found out that he had simply run away from home. Even if you added up the 10 years of unsolved teenage disappearances in the whole region, it was not such a grand occurrence. Of course, there was a theory that the bodies could have been brought from neighboring regions, but this version was not confirmed later either. Secondly, the identification of the bodies was a disaster. Most of the bodies were unrecognizable because of decomposition, but many had special features that could help identify them. We combed through all the file cabinets and storage rooms, pulled up old statements and documents. Not a single match. It was something absolutely impossible. The search for evidence was inconclusive too. The perpetrator or the perpetrators had left no trace on the bodies or in the clearing that could lead the investigating team to them. If there were any prints and traces, time and weather conditions had long since destroyed them. The investigators had one option left: to lay low and wait. If the killers had been burying bodies in the clearing for years, sooner or later they would reappear, and it would be possible to catch them red-handed. Remember, at that point, no one except the investigators and the city's top brass knew about the accident. The clearing had been under surveillance for several years. A couple of times, they detained random mushroom pickers who wandered into it, but every time they were let go. The 48 bodies sent to Moscow for analysis were buried there in unmarked graves when the time limit expired. The terrible mystery of the secret cemetery on the outskirts of the sleepy town remains unsolved. The second part of the story, unlike the first, was in print, but did not cause a stir outside of the town itself. The case was tragic, but, as they say, not exceptional. On September 15th, 1982, a bloody drama took place in a private sector house on the outskirts of the city. The first secretary of the city party committee, V.N. Shavalev, and his wife, O.P. Shavaleva. The investigation was brief. In fact, there was nothing to investigate. The picture was very clear. The 31-year-old G.R. Protopov, a cousin of Shavalev, lived at the dacha together with the Shavalevs. Protopov was mentally disabled since childhood and should have been placed in an institution, but Shavalev kept him with him because of his family ties. His brother actually served the dacha and watched over it in the absence of the owner. It was established that on that fateful evening, Protopov waited for the owners to fall asleep, took an axe from the larder, went upstairs to the second floor, and hacked to death the husband and wife. Shavalev was murdered in his sleep by the first blow of the axe to his forehead, and a little later, the murderer killed his wife by cutting an artery in her neck with the axe blade. Such details, of course, were not in the press. I extracted them from the criminal case materials. Newspapers only reported the tragic death of the first secretary and his wife at the hands of a deranged relative. After that, Protopov went to sleep on the first floor. In the morning, Shavalev's chauffeur arrived at the dacha to take him to work. He found the bodies and called the police. The murderer did not try and escape and was detained on the spot. G.R. Protopov was declared insane and sent for involuntary treatment in the Novosibirsk psychiatric hospital. According to the documents, he died there in 2003 at the age of 52 from complications from a cold. In 2005, a local newspaper in the town published an article about some yellow-colored spheres that city residents regularly saw in the surrounding woods. The publication provoked a lively response from readers and had several sequels. The editorial office received more and more letters from eyewitnesses who had noticed these very balls at various times. It turns out that many have seen them since the 50s of the last century. The spheres of small size, shining like electric bulbs, moved silently through the woods on a chaotic route. When one attempted to approach them, they promptly receded. Some wrote that they saw whole groups of such spheres moving in sync. No one was able to see them close up. Experts in the editorial office expressed the common opinion that it was most likely ball lightning, more so because lightning often strikes trees in the forest near the town during thunderstorms. However, the orbs were seen in clear weather, both during the day and at night. Two facts caught my attention in the light of my research, or investigation, in these publications. First, the frequency of the incidents. It is no secret that ball lightning is observed everywhere, though rarely, and here almost every year, there are eyewitnesses who claim to have personally seen it. Lightning strikes in trees are more frequent, but also not as abundant as described in readers' stories. I did my own analysis and made sure that our city really is a statistical anomaly in this regard. Lightning-burned trees. I myself went to the forest to look at them at the behest of the residents, and people who claim to see yellow flying balls are indeed a lot. During this analysis, I have discovered the second very important fact. The distribution of lightning strikes and appearances of the balls is far from uniform. The overwhelming majority of these cases occurred within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers in the woods on the northern side of the city. Moreover, this radius includes the edge of the private sector, where the former dacha of the Shavalevs was located. In 1992, an alarming news piece spread all over the town. Sergei, a 9-year-old boy who went out with his friends to play outside and never came back, disappeared. After 2 days of absence, a search was declared. All means were involved: police, volunteers, radio, TV, leaflets. The search was unsuccessful for a week, and the parents despaired of finding the child alive. And on the 9th day, Sergei himself returned to the house, healthy, in good physical condition, not even hungry. The relatives were overjoyed. When they asked Sergei where he had been, the boy told an incredible story. According to Sergei, he was playing with his peers in a private neighborhood 2 blocks from his home. Close to lunchtime, the boy said goodbye to his friends and headed home alone. This coincided with the testimony of his friends. On his way, he saw a chipmunk on the road, which ran out on the road from the edge of the forest and chased the animal. Since Sergei lived in the private sector since birth, and often played near the edge of the forest, he was not afraid to walk shallowly into the woods. The boy has gone deep into the woods, according to his words, about 250 to 300 meters. He lost sight of the chipmunk and wanted to go back, but then he noticed a woodpecker in a tree, beak tapping on the bark. He started throwing pine cones at the bird. The woodpecker flew over to another tree, thus chasing the bird from tree to tree. The boy spent some time and went even further into the woods. He was not afraid to get lost, because he knew that the edge of the forest was in the direction of the sun. When Sergei got tired of scaring the woodpecker, he walked back, navigating by the sun. He went on, but the forest did not end. Sergei found it difficult to determine how much time he had spent in the forest. At one point, he had to climb over a fence made of poles with pieces of colorful cloth tied to them. No one in town knew about any fence. It simply could not be there. Eventually, the frightened and crying child made it to the edge of the forest, but he did not find any houses there. Beyond the edge of the forest was a grassy plain, a kind of steppe. Here and there were herds of horses grazing. Not far from the edge, the boy saw a settlement of tent-like structures. The boy, having calmed down a little, went towards the settlement. As he approached, the people living there spotted him and came towards him. Their speech remained completely incomprehensible to Sergei. The boy was frightened again and began to cry. The people who met him tried to calm him down, stroked his head, and looked worried. Sergei described the inhabitants of the settlement as people of medium height, with skin of the usual light color for him, blue-eyed, with light blonde hair that is, in appearance that did not differ from the Russians, but still spoke a different language and were quite different. The clothes of these people were also unusual. Sergei could not clearly explain what the differences were, or he was not asked about it in detail. The transcript only records that he said that these people's clothes were not like ours. According to Sergei, he spent the next week in the settlement with these people. Unfortunately, from the moment the boy met with the strange people, the transcript of his testimony attached to the case file has cut off. I could not find a full transcript. It was either lost, or at some point, the police stopped recording the boy's words, considering it a child's fantasy. The only source of further information is an article in a Moscow yellow newspaper in which an anonymous relative of Sergei recounts his story in 1995. The article, unfortunately, is full of florid metaphors, pompous details, and other obvious inventions of the author, so I will only give the most general gist of what happened next. From the story, we can understand that the boy spent a week in the settlement, in a state of shock from nervous shock. The owners of the tent treated the foundling affectionately, did not hurt him, gave him water, milk, and shared their table with him, mostly consisting of berries, dairy products, and meat, probably horse meat, since the locals bred horse. The boy slept on a separate low wooden bed, judging by the description, just a trestle bed. At the same time, everyone behaved aloof, even without aggression. They did not try to talk to Sergei. They did not allow their curious children to approach him, and when he went outside, they followed him separately. Such behavior indicated that all this time, they, probably, were waiting for someone. On the last day, a man, whom Sergei had never seen before, appeared in the tent, a tall, tan man, with crystal. It is not explained what the boy meant by this. He talked about something with the hosts, then approached the boy, gave him a wooden bowl with a brew reminiscent of fish soup, and gestured for him to drink. The frightened child drank the liquid, which tasted rather disgusting, and soon lost consciousness. All he remembered was that at some point, half conscious, he felt that he was being carried in his arms through the woods. Judging by the sound of crystals, he was being carried by the tall guest. Sergei did not remember anything else. He woke up lying in the woods in his clothes. He got up, saw that the sun was high above the horizon, and walked in its direction, remembering that that was how he had left the forest the last time. After a while, he found himself at the edge of the forest, near the 66th block. That's not far from the private sector. When he recognized his home, the boy was glad and ran home immediately. Although I have not been able to find Sergei, his relatives, or the police officers who handled the case, it is certain that the case is not a newspaper story or fiction, since the boy's disappearance had once stirred up the public in the city. After the boy's safe return, it was announced in the newspapers that Sergei had simply been wandering in the woods all that time, eating berries and drinking water from a pond. Nevertheless, an incomplete transcript of the boy's testimony, preserved to this day in the archives of the UVD, proves that the truth is far from the official version. And finally, the last document. It is a simple, general notebook in a box, which was something like G.R. Protopov's diary, although diary is a strong word. Rather, it was an ordinary study notebook. At the psychiatric hospital, Protopov had become friends with a certain Maslev who suffered from schizophrenia sometime towards the end of the 1990s. According to the medical staff, it was Maslev who taught his friend to read and write. It took years, but Maslev, due to the specifics of his illness, had a large reserve of patients. Gradually, Protopov learned the alphabet and became able to form simple words and then sentences. Undoubtedly, the fact that in the conditions of the dispensary, Protopov's condition noticeably improved and he became capable of learning played a role. In his study notebook, In addition to the usual exercises and what I say and what I write about, Protopov touched on the events which had brought him to the psychiatric hospital. The notebook came into my possession by accident and in an extremely convoluted way. In 2009, after Protopov's death, Maslev was released from the hospital as his illness had regressed enough for him to no longer pose a threat to himself or society. He took Protopov's notebook with him when he was released, and yet, apparently, Maslev was not completely healthy, as immediately after leaving, he sent the notebook by mail to the Directorate of Internal Affairs in Novosibirsk with a note that Protopov, during his lifetime, asked to pass his records to the police, and he must comply with the request of his deceased friend. The police department accepted the parcel and immediately sent it, as appropriate, to the archive of incoming correspondence. That is where the main coincidence happened. Without it, there would be no story. Because of its exotic character among clerical documents, the notebook of a madman attracted attention of an archive worker who served in the Department of Internal Affairs in his youth and was familiar, in particular, with the Shavalev case, and my uncle, who was in charge of that case in 1982. An employee of the archives seized the notebook, having decided to show it as a curiosity during regular get-togethers with my uncle, who was also retired by that time. My uncle, having received the notebook, later showed it to me. For him and his colleague, Protopov's notebook was nothing more than an amusing relic, a sudden gesture from the past. They did not even try to penetrate into the meaning of what was written. I must say that most of the entries in the notebook were completely innocent, like, "The sun is shining outside, there was porridge for breakfast," and written in an almost unreadable handwriting. I, in turn, borrowed the notebook from my uncle, being interested in the very fact of Diary of a Madman, and after deciphering the contents, I began to remember my uncle's old story about the graves in the clearing to compare and draw conclusions. From this series of coincidences grew my whole investigation. The notes in the notebook are scattered and completely illiterate. There is practically no systematic way of presenting ideas. The same things are often repeated. By the number of repetitions, you can understand what Protopov attached particular importance to. I will give below something like an abstract of these notes, correcting grammatical errors for readability. Anyway, these mistakes are different every time. An account of what happened. I want to explain what was. I could not talk. I could not write. Now I want to explain. Seva, probably means Shavalev, is a bad man. The sentence is repeated many times throughout the text. Seva is bad. Olya, most likely Olga Shavalev, his wife, is bad. I killed them because they were killing themselves. I wanted to stop them. Seva used to go to the forest, bring a lot of boys and girls from the forest. Seva and Olya used to lock them in a room downstairs and hurt them. I felt sorry for the boys and girls, but I could not help them, so I killed Seva and Olya. I thought they would stop killing. They didn't, but they started again, so I killed Seva and Olya. I gave water to the girl. She was not making any sense. Then Seva and Olya killed her too. I am not bad. Seva and Olya are bad. They won't kill again. Olya likes to drink blood. I killed them because nobody will kill them. I am good. Repeats repeatedly. Seva and Olya wanted me to tamp down. The meaning of the word could not be understood. It was probably a euphemism invented by Protopov for some action. Boys and girls. I did not want to. They made me do it. I don't like it when boys and girls get hurt. They don't kill anymore. So, what do we have? If we believe what Protopov writes about, that the first secretary of the city committee, Shavalev, and his wife systematically brought some boys and girls from the forest until 1982, kept them in a downstairs room where they tortured and killed them while forcing their mentally handicapped relatives to take part in this. Note that the clearing where the bodies of the boys and girls with traces of torture were found is located on the same side of town where the private sector is located, hence, not far from the Shavalev's dacha. It is possible to reach that clearing from the dacha directly from the backyard through the forest, without any of the outsiders getting in the way. Protopov writes that by 1982, Seva and Olya stopped killing for a while, but then picked up the job again. It is high time to remember that the mass graves were discovered in 1977, 5 years before that. If they really did kill and bury teenagers, it is only natural that after the terrible clearing had been found, Seva and Oya laid low for a while and waited until everything had calmed down. It bears repeating that Shavalev was the first secretary of the city committee, i.e., he was one of the few people who was accurately aware of the bloody find. This explains why the ambush in the clearing had no effect. Seva and Oya were already aware that they were being hunted. After 5 years of silence, when the investigation had been dropped and the ambush curtailed, Seva and Oya might have decided that it was time to carefully begin their atrocities anew. So, let's accept as a working theory that Protopov is right and that respectable Soviet citizens, Shavalev and his wife, were really behind the mass grave. But the main question remains open. Who were their victims? Why were so many teenagers reported missing? And here I come to the most fantastic part of my version, into the realm of pure speculation. First of all, let us pay attention to two interesting details in Protopov's notes. The fact that boys and girls Protopov took not from anywhere, but from the forest, and also that the girl to whom Protopov gave water spoke incomprehensibly. In other words, the maniacs looked for their victims not in the city, which would have been more logical, but right in the middle of the forest. Where could so many teenagers come from? At the same time, the victims, at least some part of them, obviously did not speak Russian. Otherwise, how else to explain the fact that the speech of the girl remained incomprehensible to Protopov? Here it is a good time to remember the yellow balls and frequent lightning strikes in the trees in the area of the forest where the Shavalev's dacha was located. By all indications, a powerful geomagnetic anomaly was, and probably still is, observed in this area. Or maybe, not geomagnetic, but some other one. I am not an expert in this question, but the facts indicate that the area cannot be called ordinary in any way, and somewhere in the depths of this anomalous zone, Seva was driving boys and girls who no one missed, who spoke an unknown language. And the last fragment of the mosaic, the story of the boy Sergei, who went into the woods just in the same area and ended up in an unknown place, where there were people who spoke an unknown language. Proceeding from everything I've stated above, I have made a supposition that somewhere in the forest, near the private sector in the north of the town, there is a natural anomaly, something like a passage between the worlds. Perhaps the anomaly is present there all the time, perhaps recreated only under certain conditions. One way or another, the Shavalevs were apparently the only ones who found it and understood how to use it consciously, which is not surprising, because the anomaly, apparently, was located near their dacha where the Shavalevs stroll more often than others. But instead of reporting their incredible find to the world, they decided to use it for other purposes. My guess is that by the time of their discovery, the Shavalevs were already murderers. Probably, they did not act so massively then, for fear of exposure, and the discovery of the anomaly gave them exciting new perspectives for atrocities. According to Sergei's testimony, the people living on the other side are not distinguished by a particular level of civilizational development. A physically strong man armed with a gun or a pistol could easily steal or kidnap a teenager from there and drag him to our world by immobilizing and gagging them. After that, all that was left was to move the abductee out of the woods and into the cottage, into the room below. When everything was over, the bodies were buried in a clearing deep in the forest where the Shavalevs believed they would not be found, although it is not quite clear why the bodies were not sent back to the other world in order to be certain that no one would find them. Perhaps there were some reasons for this. It is also telling that after getting to the other side, Sergei had to cross a symbolic fence of clearly ritualistic nature in order to get out of the center of the anomalous zone. Probably in this way, the locals, like the customs of many traditional societies of our world, tried to ward off the evil force that comes from this part of the forest and takes their children away. Only they could not have known that this would not save them from the evildoers. The Shavalev scheme was almost flawless. The victims were helpless before them. In our world, no one would miss them. No one would report them to the police. There would be no investigation. Getting another victim and bringing him to the torture chamber was a piece of cake. The villains could not limit their thirst for blood. They did not, in fact. It was their own arrogance and carelessness that failed them. 1. They did not bother to hide the bodies securely. The second is that they took the mentally handicapped Protopov out of the equation, who seemed to them like an unwilling servant whom they could mock on an equal footing with the victims. Maybe it was like that for a while, but between 1977 and 1982, when Sava and Olya lay low, it seems that Protopov's mental state began to improve, and the sight of new blood was no longer tolerated by him, deciding to rendezvous with Sava and Olya in order to save unknown teenagers from a world he had not seen. It is unlikely that the bodies of the last victims, whose torment in the room below Protopov could not bear to say, would ever be found. After the 1977 debacle, the Shavalevs must have been very seriously concerned about getting rid of the corpses. The sinister room downstairs, like the Shavalevs' dacha, is impossible to examine today in the 90s. As part of the master plan for the neighborhood, the 5 dachas located there were bought and demolished by the state. In that place, there is now concreted land and a large medical complex near a blooming edge, where patients can enjoy an invigorating walk in the forest on summer days. A forest where people to this day see wandering yellow orbs. A forest in the midst of which may still lurk a mysterious passage to the overworld. Creepy / unexplained traveling stories. Saw a thread on here earlier about someone asking about traveling to other countries or places in your homeland. Figured I'd start a thread about those of us whom have traveled and experienced things you found creepy. If you paid any attention to the thread I mentioned, I'm the guy who ended up traveling alone for 5 years, all over the US, Canada, and Mexico. Let's start with one I remember extremely vividly. During the 3rd year of my travels, at this point I'm in Wisconsin, heading towards the border with Canada to go see a few friends of mine. Should mention that throughout the 5 years, I traveled primarily by foot. Had been walking the majority of the day, and dusk was starting to appear. Decided to try and hitchhike to the next town, and hopefully find some cover. It looked like it was going to pour. A beat-up older model Chevy stops. The driver looks like a guy in his late 40s. Asks me where I'm headed. Tell him the next town over. He tells me to hop in the back and he'll give me a lift. Do as he says, and soon I'm rolling down the road, enjoying the chance to rest my legs in the nice cool breeze. About an hour passes and we arrive in this tiny, one-road town. Literally every building is on the single road heading through it. Hop out, thank the old guy, and he hesitates before speaking. Look, son, I don't know who you are, but if I were you, I'd keep going and not stop here. Guy even offers to give me a lift to the next town over where he's headed, but I decline because I am hungry and want to sleep in a real bed for once. He shrugs, then warns me to be careful, then drives off without a look back. I think nothing of it and head into the closest diner-looking place to ask about a hotel and grab a bite to eat. Walk in, a little bell chimes, and quite literally everyone in the place stops, turns, and stares at me like I'm a piece of trash or something. Think nothing of it. When you travel for as long as I had, you realize all small towns are like that. Unbuckle my pack, sit in an empty booth, and take a seat. Sit there and wait for someone to come and take my order as I feel all these eyes boring into me. But fuck you, Hicks. I want a burger and some sweet, sweet soda. Finally, after about 10 minutes, a frumpy-looking older woman, maybe in her 30s, walks over to my table and just looks at me. I look up at her and smile, but she's looking at me like she wants to take her pen and stab me with it. She says, "Well, what do you want?" "Damn, lady, don't gotta be rude." Look over the menu since she wants to be an ass. Take my time with it, then finally ask her what she recommends. She rolls her eyes and huffs, then says that their specialty stew is good. I want nothing to do with their specialty, so I go with a good old-fashioned hamburger. She stands there for a few moments, then finally writes it down and heads back to put it on the order pile. This entire time, the diner is silent, save for the sounds of the kitchen and some honky-tonk on a shitty radio. Look around, and people are still eyeballing me like I'm the Antichrist. Decide to try and be nice and wave to a few of them. Get the stink eye for my troubles. Burger comes up. She slaps it in front of me with my drink and walks off. I decide fuck this and check it before I eat, because these people are weird as fuck. Burger checks out. Nothing weird on it, and everything looks fresh. Meat is done. Start wolfing it down so I can get out of there ASAP. Turns out to be a pretty good burger. Get up, pay for my food, and ask the waitress if there's a motel in town. She grumbles something under her breath, then points down the street at a horribly dilapidated brick building. Say thanks, and power walk my ass out of the diner and down to the building. There are a few people out on the street, and they all give me the same treatment as the diner. Got it. You people really fucking hate strangers. Decide I'll sleep 6 hours and head out of town before sun comes up because I feel like I've worn out what little welcome I had. Get to the hotel. It's in worse shape up close than I could tell from the diner. No cars in the parking lot. Shitty pool that looks like it has not been used in forever, and the sun is missing letters. My brain is screaming that I should just keep walking and find a spot out in the woods to camp, but I really want a bed. Walk into the lobby, and the fattest man I have ever seen is sitting behind a desk, watching some old black and white TV show. Looks up at me. One eye is nothing but milky white, while the other was green. He labors out of the chair that he was in, huffs over to the desk, and asks what the hell I want. This town is really shitty on customer service apparently. I ask for a single bedroom for one night. He snorts and says that they only have twin rooms available because all the singles are reserved. You lying fat fuck, you just want more money. Of course, I don't say this, but I grit my teeth and say fuck it, I'll take one. Pony up the cash, get a beat up old key, and soon find myself in room 2102. The whole room smelled like old meat and mildew. Wonderful, I got the fragrant suite. Toss my gear on the bed, lock the door while putting a chair under the doorknob. Check under the beds and in the closet, then decide to take a shower. Guess what? Shower doesn't work. Call the fat man. He says maintenance will take care of it tomorrow. Doesn't help me tonight, you fat fuck. Hang up, dig through my pack for my baby wipes, and do a field bath. Relax for a bit, channel surf pointlessly, then end up passing out. Wake up sometime during the night to the sound of the room's door handle jiggling ever so slightly. Reach into my pack and grab the revolver I keep for emergencies, then tiptoe over to the peephole. Look through it and see the fat man standing against the far wall with a group of about 5 men crowding around the door and talking quietly but very animated. One of them says something about just busting in and taking care of the guy since he is asleep. Sorry fellas, but the guy is awake and looking right at you. Fat guy jerks and pulls out a walkie, listens to it, then gets a frozen look on his face, gestures towards the door hurriedly and mumbles about the guy being awake and standing on the other side of the door. The 5 guys stop and slowly look towards the people. Then one of them pulls out a taser while the others draw knives. Fuck. Start thinking of what I could do when one of the guys closest to the door grabs the handle and starts really jerking on it, trying to pull it open. Starts cussing out the fat guy about the key not working, and that he won't get as big a cut for this one because of it. At this point, I say fuck it, throw on my clothes, shoes, and pack, and head to the window to see if I can get out that way. Wanna guess what happened? If you guessed that the window was the kind that they put in psych wards to keep people from opening them, you would be right. Start silently praying to whatever deity comes to mind that they let me get out of here. About that time, something hits the door hard, then again and again. Happens a few more times before an axe head pops through the door, but the axe gets stuck. I mentally say, fuck this, aim the revolver at the window, and squeeze off 3 rounds to weaken it so I can jump through. Lucky for me, they actually break it completely out. The guys in the hallway start freaking out, and I can hear other axes hitting the outside of the door. I am not ending up in someone's meal. I jump out of the window and hit the ground awkwardly, fucking my left ankle up, but I bite down and take off running towards the woods closest to the motel. I get about halfway across the parking lot before I heard someone shout from the broken window. He's heading towards the trees. this only spurs me on more. I hit the tree line and immediately start heading towards the town's exit, keeping a decent amount of trees between myself and the road. Eventually, I have to stop and catch my breath and let my ankle rest, and I take the time to reload the free spent rounds in the revolver, making sure to put the shell casings in a pocket so I don't leave them as a marker to be followed by. That's when I heard the sirens. The closer they got, the better I could see that they were leading a couple of trucks with people in the beds of them with spotlights looking through the woods. The police car was using its side-mounted light to do the same thing, so I start carefully making my way deeper into the woods so as to not be spotted as easily with the lights. The closer they get to my relative position, the slower I go, until they're about even with where I am. I freeze up behind a tree and hold my breath, waiting for them to pass by so I can continue. After what felt like ages, but was more than likely just 10 or so seconds, the procession keeps going, and my asshole unclenches, and further into the woods I limp. I do keep the road to my right so I can somewhat keep my bearings, and for about 30 minutes, I keep limping. Through the trees, I see lights heading back my way, so I stop and crouch down behind some bush and fallen trees to see if it's a convoy looking for me, or just a normal motorist. Nope, it's the murder convoy. Same thing as last time. Cop car up front with its spotlight stabbing out, and the trucks with their hillbilly asses doing the same thing with their lights. I wait about 10 minutes after they pass, then head out as fast as I could move. Continue like that for 2-ish hours before I see headlights coming at me, and instinctively I duck, because who knows if they are murder hillbillies. They're moving slow, like they're looking for something or someone, so my mind decides that they're part of the assholes back at the town. For some reason, I get really pissed off and decide I'm going to find out what the fuck is going on. Start making my way towards the road and get there. The vehicle, a truck, still a good 80 yards away from my current position. I fish around for a rock or something heavy and wait for it to pass me, thinking I'll throw it. They'll stop to check if they hit something, and then I'll pounce. In hindsight, it was a shitty plan, but I was pissed and in pain. Truck pulls up the road, gets parallel to my position, and I chuck a rock I'd found, maybe the size of an adult male's fist, and hit the truck square in the passenger side door. Truck screeches to a halt, and I hear a younger guy start cussing about stupid ass deer hitting him. Guy gets out, walks around to the passenger side, pulls out a lighter, and starts looking at the damage. Taking that as my cue, I quietly walk up behind him, cock the hammer on the revolver, and tell him if he moves, it will be the last thing he ever does. Guy literally starts shaking and pisses himself, then says that I can have the truck as long as I don't hurt him. I tell him that they're the ones that are trying to hurt me, and you can see his body tense. He asks me if I'm talking about the town I just left, and I say of course I am. He says if I let him get back in the truck, he'll drive me to the town he was coming from. I laugh and ask him if he thinks I'm stupid, but I get no answer. I tell him to stay there while I get in the truck. I hop in and look over at him, and the guy is as white as a ghost. He literally begs me not to leave him out there. I ask him why, and he says that the town he was going to pass through farther up the road does not like strangers, and that people passing through alone tend to disappear around the area. I don't know why I believed him, but I checked his glove box to make sure he did not have a gun in there, then told him to get in and keep his hands where I could see him. Dude literally almost jumps into the passenger seat, buckles in, and once I've got the truck turned around, he tells me to floor it, which I happily obliged. While we drive, I ask him questions about the town. Apparently, they'd had a couple of teen girls get assaulted there in the early 50s, and they'd really taken a hate towards anyone out of town, and tended to try and run them off as fast as they could. Families not so much, but if someone was traveling alone, they got it the worst. Also told me that everyone in that part of the state knew to stay clear of the place when it was getting dark. I mentally kicked myself about the warning the old man gave me. Anyways, we keep driving, and the guy is giving me directions towards one of the bigger towns, because, in his words, you're probably not going to want to stay in the smaller towns around here. Guy didn't know how right he was. After about an hour into driving, we see the lights of a fairly decent-sized town, which made me happier than I could express properly. I pull up into a truck stop and hop out and look at the guy, and apologize for what I did. Like a champ, he waves it away and says he'd have done the same thing in my shoes, then gives me about $80 in cash to catch a bus as far away from here as you can. Mate, you don't have to tell me twice. He drives off in the direction where we came from, and I head inside to see about getting a bus ticket somewhere far, far away from Murder Hillbilly Central. Sadly, I don't have any info about the town. I don't remember the name or the area of Wisconsin it was in, except that it was in the Upper Peninsula. Be me as a kid, in car with Mom and her friend. Mom's friend got a job at some sort of medical retreat. We're driving there now, way out in the woods, probably PNW. Make it there, and get out into the small, empty parking lot. Large building made of stained wood, with large, rectangular windows. Architecture is a weird mix of abstract modernism, very asymmetrical and uncomfortable to look at. Enter building, and am met with very long hallway. As we're walking down the hallway, I can see the parking lot just outside the window to my left. Reach end of hallway, and turn right into antechamber, which connects to yet another absurdly long hallway, running parallel to the first one. Junction seems to serve no purpose. Sparsely decorated, save for the odd fern and the grey carpeting, which muted our footsteps. Reach end of second hallway, and turn left into second antechamber. Leads into small, L-shaped hallway with a single small window and cream-colored walls that contrasted with the stained wood up until that point. Turn right, and I'm faced with open door with a pitch-black room beyond it. What little light trickles in from the hallway illuminates what appears to be endless rows of gurneys, each with a single occupant in a hospital gown. They are attended by nurses in dated-looking attire, think 50s. The nurses attend to needs the patients don't appear to have. None of the gurneys have anything except for the patient, yet the nurses check non-existent IVs and monitors. Some of the people in the gurneys look familiar, even some family members. Unnerved, I turned to leave. There was a bench behind me that I did not notice, with a man sleeping on it. It was perfectly quiet, so I did not notice him on the way in. Sleeping man wakes up and sits up groggily, loudly asking after the condition of a patient. I begin to answer when I hear a loud shuffling coming from the room behind me. All of the patients are sat upright in their beds, eyes wide open. I panic and run. Sleeping man is still groggy and trying to wake up. The nurses are panicking and trying to run to the exit. Running down hallway, hear men screaming, some nurses screaming. Hear thousands of footfalls of bare feet. In first hallway again and look back. See nurse round corner. Horde of patients round corner. Following her, all with expressionless faces. Focus on escaping. Bust through front doors and break for the trees. Don't have the car keys. Keep sprinting until I'm in tree cover. Climb into sturdy fir or pine tree with dense branches. Look at entrance through the boughs. See remaining nurse burst through doors. Sprints into large, grassy clearing in front of main entrance, followed by patients. The patients' gowns have been replaced by dark purple robes, no hoods. Nurse gets run down. She disappears in the crowd and her screams are cut off. She rises in a purple robe of her own. The horde of patients immediately spread out into the surrounding woods to look for me. Some pass right underneath me and I hold my breath. They don't speak. Can't really hear or see them breathing. Their footsteps don't even make that much noise on the forest floor. They eventually start to return to the facility. Wake up. Rural guy from Gasconade County, Missouri. I have a story that's not spooky, but involves some dumb shit that my grandpa, aka Pawpaw, used to do. 9 years old. Parents were shitty alcoholics, so they used to drop me off with my grandparents pretty much every week. They got a little too drunk one weekend and tried to drive. That was the end of them. My grandparents were way too old to really watch over me at that point, so Grandpa had this trick to keep me in line. Next to this chair, he used to keep this cardboard cylinder, one of those from a used up paper towel roll. Before I ever went outside to play, he'd say, "Don't go anywhere you're not supposed to, because my truth-telling stick will find you out." I would look at that stupid roll of cardboard with wonder in my eyes, thinking it was magic or something. "Yes, Papa," I'd say, and then I'd go play, being extra careful not to do anything bad. Every time I returned home, Grandpa would pull out his truth-telling stick again. He'd look at me through it, like a pirate with a telescope. "Where you been today, sonny?" "The woods, Papa." "Good boy, now go get your bath." This became a ritual. Even after I stopped believing in it, Grandpa just used the truth-telling stick to mess with me. Here's a stupid example, just to give you an idea. One time we're eating supper, and Grandma asked how I liked the stew she made. I told her I liked it fine, and Grandpa pulled out the truth-telling stick from out of nowhere and said, "He thinks it's salty." Just dumb shit like that. Also, when I was 14, I developed this huge crush on a girl from school. One time she came to our house for a get-together or something. I was too much of a pussy to make a move, but Grandpa knew I liked her, so he offered to read our fortunes with that damn cardboard roll. Cringe department, please hold. After sizing us up for a moment, Grandpa said, "You two are destined to get married." Super embarrassing. But it broke the ice, and she and I ended up laughing and talking about it. Afterward, while everyone was inside, we ended up making out behind the house. Base department? Anyway, Papa did all sorts of shit like that. Like, he used to say that his truth-telling stick could predict the weather. I'd ask him to make a prediction, and he would be right every fucking time. Obviously he had some trick, but it was still impressive. Yeah, it's called the news, dumbass. Anyway, he died a few years back. It was a very dark time for me. A few months before he died, he and I had some really serious talks. Stuff I never talked about with anyone, like my parents, and how angry I was with them. Those talks were the first time I really confronted the fact that one day Grandpa would die too, and I would be left alone all over again. I don't know if that sounds cheesy, but I got kinda scared. Then he fell ill. On his deathbed, he made me promise to keep my inheritance safe. I was confused, till I realized he meant the truth-telling stick, and I laughed. I thought it was another one of his jokes, but he got really serious, and told me to promise him that I would use it sometime. So I promised. Anyway, after he died, I was really grief-stricken, and I wound up picking up that stupid roll of cardboard and looking through it, and I saw that there was a paper rolled up inside. Before I even opened it, I realized why the old man had promised me that I would not throw it away. It was a simple letter. "This is the truth. I love you, son. You crazy old dodger. I miss you, Papa." My family hails from the deep south, and we have tons of spooky tales. This one is standard fare, very typical of the kinds of stories I grew up hearing. It was told to me by my mother. Mom's cousin, Thea, was a preacher who did not believe in God. He lost his faith when his daughter died, but he felt like he'd be letting everybody down if he gave up preaching, so he kept at it. Week after week, he's growing more and more bitter. He sits down at his desk one night and pulls out his pistol, holds it to his head. He's about to pull the trigger when there's a knock at the door. It's an older woman, a parishioner. He knows her very well. Her husband died a few years back, but she never remarried. Now she cleans houses 7 days a week, 10 hours a day, trying to make ends meet for herself and her 2 children. Tears are streaming down her face, and Theo invites her in. Her eyes dart around the room. She tells Thea that she's been waking up every night to a strange man standing by her bedside. He talks to her. At first, she'd shut her eyes and force herself back to sleep through the terror. But every night, he's there again, and he always says the same thing. He says there's money buried out near the house, and it's not for nobody else but you. Eventually, she became accustomed to his visits, and she ventured to ask him where the money is buried, but he won't tell her unless she promises to bring the preacher man Thea. Night after night, he says the same thing, and tonight she finally decided she could not take it anymore. "Won't you come with me, so he will leave me alone?" Thea, of course, has fully lost faith not just in God, but in spirits and the afterlife. But the woman is clearly distraught, so he accompanies her home. Her little house sits out in the hills all alone. It's empty when they get there, and the woman says, "He'll be back if I go to sleep." So Theo sits in the kitchen, somewhat annoyed, while the woman goes to bed. He sits for a long while, thinking about his daughter, when he hears a man's voice. It's clear as day, but there is nobody around. The hair on the back of Theo's neck stands up as the voice speaks to him. It tells him where the money is buried, and it tells him that it belongs to the woman and nobody else. Then it tells him that it needs a favor. Theo must dedicate a sermon to such and such person. He must light 2 candles before the sermon, and he must not finish until the candles go out. Then the room is silent. After a long bewildered moment, Theo goes to wake up the woman from her sleep. He explains what he was told, and the 2 go outside to dig. They dig for a long time, until they uncover what looks like a large clay vessel. It's chock full of, not just money, but solid gold coins. The woman cannot believe her eyes. The vessel is enormous. She'll never have to work again. That's basically it. The woman is a friend of the family's, and while I know of her, she and I have never spoken. She's got a beautiful house there, which Mom says she rebuilt over the old place. Theo, on the other hand, delivered the sermon as promised, and the men never appeared again. In the end, he slowly regained his faith. My mom was at his bedside when he died, and said he smiled. Tears flooded his eyes, and he called out his daughter's name. Then he died. Be me, 17. Staying over by a friend's house, 18. Go to a park at 1 a.m. to smoke a cigarette. Park has a few lights, but still everything is half dark. Next to the park is a river. Riverside is impossible to climb up. Too steep and too muddy all the time. 15 people drowned in the river. Halfway smoking the cigarette, I see a form coming up the riverbank. In half dark, I can only see it looks like the Reaper. Where's the clothes of the Reaper? Freak out. Oh shit. Figure is all up, 25 feet away from me. Can recognize it's floating 2 inches from the ground, no feet. Say hello, leave us alone. Comes nearer. All of a sudden, get headaches, panic attack, and loss of sight. Everything I see stretches and is blurry. Have no feeling for time. Friend grabs me and pulls me away. Run for our lives. Shit, man. I have blocked out some scary stories from living in Northern AZ. Lots of weird things happen here. I don't have any personal stories that I remember vividly, but my friend who lives out on the Navajo res has a story about her barn. Late at night, taking dog out to piss. Horrified screams and shrieks from darkness. Dog starts freaking the fuck out. Realize it's coming from barn. All the sheep and mother cows are howling in fear and pain. Run towards it and see eviscerated, bloody sheep in middle of the floor. Something naked, pale and skinny, looking with large reflective white eyes, jumps up to rafters some 20 to 30 feet above. Disappears. Friend's brother had to spend the next week out on the roof in the freezing winter nights with a shotgun. Somehow, animals would still get eviscerated until they hired a shaman who would go out there to sanctify the place. For those who don't know, Navajo used to practice skinwalker rituals, and some still do. I haven't spoken this story to other people because just saying the name harbors bad shit, and I live in a secluded area law. More related skinwalker stories from my friends incoming. I want this thread to stay alive. Coming at you with another story. Once again, a friend from my church group, not living on res, but he's an outdoorsman, loves late night hikes in particular. Driving through woods late at night, coming home from camping trip. It's dark, super dark. Northern AZ used to be the darkest place in America in ratio to how many people live there, / light pollution. Very dense pine trees. See eyes on side of road. No big deal. Deer have those reflective eyes. Keep driving. Ice still behind him. Look at speedometer. 70 miles per hour. Keep looking at eyes in rearview mirror. Eyes keep pace with him for a few minutes. Might be car with fog lights. Nope. Goes off side of the road and follows for trees. Pick up speed for trees. Now keeping pace beside car, looking in. Nope. Pull pistol out of glove box and shoot at it. Doesn't leave. Fuck it. 120 miles per hour. Eyes go up into the trees and follow for treetops. What the fuck? Starting to get into op area, slow down. Drive into ditch while not paying attention. Fuck. Crash wasn't that bad, thankfully. See eyes behind, really close. Hold pistol close. Close eyes and start praying. It went away, but his friend had to pull him out. Closed NYC subway tunnels. Close to half a year ago, someone on X posted a story about mole people. I was a lurker back then and did not contribute or post, mainly out of concern for my identity. Yes, even in an anon board, people find ways to identify people. The thread gained some notoriety and 404'd at somewhere close to 250 get. It was archived on 4chanarchive.org for quite some time, before it eventually 404'd as well. I'll do some digging. I may have the thread saved somewhere on this computer. If I find it, I will post the thread in its entirety at the end of mine. Several years ago, I worked for the NYC MTA. Working for the custodial department is just as you would imagine it to be. A shitty job, but allowed for much more access to various places that normal civilians would not see. All under the guise of cleaning after NYC. I was granted access to some of the deepest and darkest parts of the city. And believe me, cleaning up after New Yorkers is not an easy task. I have not worked for the city department in ages, so I feel it's now somewhat safe to share my personal accounts and experiences. And let's not kid ourselves, I did not choose this profession. It was something I simply picked up. My past did not allow for such luxuries as working in an office or business environment. When I was younger, I hung out with the wrong crowds, did some bad things, which eventually led me to where I was back then, a janitor of sorts. Anytime from roughly 8 a.m. to about 3 a.m. the following morning, there were various cleaning staff traveling the subway systems, cleaning up after visitors and New Yorkers. From time to time, there would be requests for certain cleaning tasks at a specific station, but for the most part, a cleaner is designated to his or her station. I was mainly stationed by downtown Manhattan, which in my opinion was probably the dirtiest of all the stations. It's not mostly the adults that would leave a mess, but rather the kids. So either in the mornings when school started, or when school ended, the kids from nearby high schools and elementary schools would leave gum, spit, and whatever else behind, making a big mess. You'd think my main complaint was the hobos, or the drunkards, who pissed or defecated on the floors, but those aren't regular occurrences. For the most part, people acted civil. During the time between school hours, very little was asked of me. This allowed me to roam the tunnels, or visit fellow workers in other stations. On a few occasions, we'd talk about the various encounters we had with hobos, catching a few, sneaking into the subway stations, and sometimes onto the tracks, or the odd places they managed to find shelter, deep within the subway tunnels. The term we used was mole people. I'm not really sure who coined the term, but between 1994 and 1997, some lady by the name of Jennifer Toff wrote a book called The Mole People, and even before that, books and films depicted the notion of people living underground, either due to loss of jobs, homes, etc. In 96 to 97, there was a documentary that came out called Dark Days. It was mostly about homeless people being interviewed underground. As sanitation workers, we rarely spoke with the homeless. It was sort of an internal policy because eventually they would start asking for things, or making bizarre requests like staying the night in a particular area. They would then leave a mess and we'd have to clean it up. Let's just say that the cleaning crew and the homeless were mostly at ends with each other. On a few occasions, we were assigned to abandoned stations to do cleanup. Considering the size of Manhattan and its history, there were estimated to be up to hundreds of various tracks that were either abandoned due to the lack of funding or rerouted for more optimal routes. Believe it or not, Grand Central Station does in fact house a vast tunnel that once served as an escape route for various dignitaries. I've never been granted clearance to access it. However, I have cleaned up and worked with others in smaller abandoned tunnels and stations. First encounter. Back in 1995, I was asked to join 3 fellow cleaning crews to clean up a station that was sandwiched between the 1 and the A train. You'd never see it from the trains, but it was definitely there, and what was surprising about the entire ordeal was that it was pretty well kept. Because of its location, the crew and I could not access the station via train. We walked the tracks only after a coordinated meeting was held and conductors were informed not to take that specific track. As we got closer to the station, we all noticed it was kept in somewhat pristine condition, with the exception of dust and various molds that had sprouted from the wall. One worker had brought along a boombox so that we would be able to listen to music while we worked, and surprisingly, the electric sockets were still running. We mopped, scrubbed, and dusted all that we could for the next 2 hours, when suddenly, one of the workers, female, screamed in fear. Everyone rushed over to see what was happening. The look of fear on her face was something I had never seen or experienced before. She kept pointing into a dark, closed-off section of the station. She said, "I heard someone shout, 'Go away.'" The other 2 workers laughed it off as if it were a joke, but we all stood there in silence when a loud thud echoed from the darkness. We were all mortified when again, someone from the darkness shouted, "Go away." Michael, who was the person with the most seniority, immediately got on the walkie-talkie and requested assistance. We all just stood there, paralyzed in fear. Not many people know this, but the MTA has its own security team. They are there to serve and protect the people working in the MTA, but for the most part, they are equivalent to RAC, rent-a-cops. For the next 30 minutes, everyone in the station stood in silence, trying to comprehend how on earth someone could end up in an abandoned station. When the RAC arrived, he had his pistol drawn and entered the dark, chained-off section of the station. It seemed like minutes went by until he re-emerged with 2 people in handcuffs. The characteristics of these 2 people were almost impossible to describe. They were both dressed in what seemed like 60s attire. One of them a male, who had suspenders and what appeared to be once a pinstripe trouser. His hair so long that it masked his jawline where his beard was. The other, a woman who was wearing a dress so tattered that it was beyond recognition. They were both young, probably in their teens. The RAC said that he found these 2 hiding in the dark, staring at the exit as if they were expecting to attack when he spotted them. Needless to say, we left the station. Some internal investigation was put into excavating the area. Whatever was discovered was never disclosed to us. It was also around the same time that my 3 fellow co-workers were reassigned to LIRR, Long Island Railroad, so I hardly saw them again. There was a site a while back that actually documented a few of the hidden or forgotten underground tunnels of NYC subways, but I can't seem to find it right now. I also can't seem to dig up the old Mole People thread that was archived a while back. If I find it, I will post it. Keep in mind, NYC has a rather interesting history when it comes to subway tracks. New ones are built and forgotten and sometimes rerouted for optimization, so it's not implausible that there are stations that are left unattended and or mismanaged. I've seen a few in my days, but there are certainly a lot more that I haven't seen. Second encounter. Not long after the incident, while all the people from the original cleaning crew were transferred to other stations, I continued working in Cortlandt Street Station. I'm not exactly sure why, but that's how the city was managed. No one brought up what had happened, and neither did I, least not with anyone who wasn't there. I did manage to meet up with Michael once or twice when I was crossing into Long Island from the city. We would have lunch and talk about what happened. Michael knew more than I did. Apparently, his superiors put a hush-hush on the incident. No one was to talk about it with anyone. The 2 people that were found had no identification, and there were no records of these people. Supposedly, they were sent to some asylum somewhere. Something about being delusional and suffering from malnutrition and mental issues. I was told that it was best not to talk about it. Since dropping the subject, I really stopped talking to Michael. We didn't really have much in common, and there wasn't really anything else to talk about. Working in Cortlandt Street Station had its perks. Mainly, I had the freedom to really roam around and get the lay of the land. I managed to figure out from the New York City Library that there were pictures and some forms of blueprints available for some of the older tracks. Having a loose schedule of which trains went where, I found myself the opportunity to do some tunnel exploring. Late one evening, I stepped onto the redacted station tracks and started walking. By all accounts, at least according to an old subway map, there should be an abandoned station that led to a longer, much narrower passageway that once served as a means to haul munitions and other various materials for the government. Armed with a flashlight, some paracord, a film camera, and a map, I managed to locate this corridor. I narrowly missed becoming another janitor's problem when one train passed me almost head on. I figured it was only a matter of minutes before the conductor notified the station manager, so I figured the only way I'd be able to keep my shitty job was to haul ass and make a run for the passageway. Being a planner has its advantages. For one thing, I plotted out all the escape routes needed to exit the target site without being noticed, so I continued on my adventure and made my way through the passageway. One thing really bothered me, and it ate away at my mind as I ventured forth. The passageway was only going down, deeper and deeper. My biggest concern was whether or not I'd be able to make my way back up and out if I continued. The flashlight worked wonders, but it was by no means a maglite, and as I went deeper into the tunnel, the darker spots of the passageway increased. Several meters into the passageway, I started to hear sounds. For a moment, I stood there in silence, trying to figure out what it was. I tried desperately to convince myself that the noises were rats chit-chatting amongst themselves. If ever I was more vulnerable in believing in a deity, it was then. What's strange is that after you go down a certain amount of depth, the noises stopped. At one point, I was quite mystified that even the trains could not be heard. The further down I went, the hotter it got. Having brought a camera, I wanted to document what I had experienced and seen, but without a decent flash, most of the images came out blurry at best. It did, however, manage to scare away the half-dollar-sized roaches that were just about everywhere. Every time I flashed the camera, I would hear loud hissing and see the roaches scurry in all sorts of directions. My boots were pretty much covered in sludge and roach corpses, but it became really hot, to the point where I had considered taking off my shirt, but the thought of roaches scurrying all over my body quickly discouraged me. Further and further I went, until I started to hear what sounded like pots and pans clinking one another. It literally stopped me dead in my tracks as I tried to figure out what it was, but each subsequent step I took, the clinking would grow louder and louder. Suddenly, I had realized. I somehow managed to snag a line onto my backpack, and it was triggering the noise. I stopped to examine it, when out of nowhere, I see a shadowy figure almost glide right past me. The only way I could describe it was from some Japanese horror movie, where the ghost passes behind the main character, unbeknownst to him. It literally scared me to my core. That's when I hauled ass back to where I had entered from. I eventually made my way onto some tracks, but they were definitely not from Street Station. I had somehow ended up by Fulton Street Station, which was at the very least several blocks away from my entry point. When I got home, I tried to calm myself and tried to recollect what had happened. The more I thought about it, the more I came to believe that I might have set off some primitive alarm system. Set up by whom, I couldn't be sure, but the MTA definitely would not use pots and pans to string an alarm of sorts. I've told no one of the story, only to a very few close friends and family. Background story. I'm in a university program where we basically study the architecture of local villages. I'm in the Southeast Asia area. Set up a big platoon tent in a field beside a small factory. We break off into groups that study different parts of the village. Nothing special with my group. Interview some locals and measure houses. One group says their area includes a river that is off limits. Let's call them the river group. Someone died in a flash flood some previous years near the river, apparently. That night, all the groups are cross-checking with each other's data. One girl, not from the river group, asks a girl from the river group, was the victim who died in the flash flood a woman? Yes. Was she wearing a hijab? Yes. Was she a nurse? Fucking yes. Apparently, the girl saw the victim enter the tent and sit among us and disappear. I got one or two more stories from this trip if anyone is interested. One of them involved the factory. Fuck this. It's 4 a.m. and I can't sleep. I'm the poster that studied the village. Still studying the same village. Staying in the big platoon tent. It's a protocol to have night watch duty with 2 people in our university program. Wake the others up in case of wild animals, thieves, or spooks. Pretty common in Southeast Asia area, especially rural areas. Guy, let's call him F, and girl, P, on watch. F is watching the entrance beside the factory. We basically dump our trash and food leftovers and put them in a plastic bag near the factory wall. F, looking around, notices something rummaging through our trash. probably just a cat. He was right. Well, not quite. Notice that the cat is abnormally large. It has black fur. F focuses on the cat, whispers to F, "Do you see it?" Yes. F shines a flashlight to the cat. That's not a cat. It was a humanoid, sitting cross-legged, but furry, and with the head of a cat too. What the fuck? Catman looks up to F, gone in a blink. Ghosts are a part of Southeast Asia culture, but here in my country, that is something unheard of. We took it up to the village elder and asked him about it. It was basically an ancestor spirit, called it Meong. Basically, my language's version of meow. Be me. Be a janitor at my local mall by day. Be necromancer by night. Studied necromancy in secret for years. Basically, my job consists of driving around a Zamboni and mopping restaurants at the mall. At home, I read dark magic books in PDF and post on X and practice the dark arts. One day, found a dead fetus in one of the toilets at the mall. Blood everywhere. Seems that someone did not want to have a baby or something. Fetus is maybe 4 to 5 months old. Clean the room. Place the lifeless fetus inside a black plastic bag. Go home. Practice some spells on it. Nothing. Decide to implant a lost soul into it. Somehow, I created an imp. Ugly looking, but does not attack me. The imp looks hungry. Lock it into the basement. Imp feeds on rats and mice for the first night. Hide the imp inside a metal toolbox. Get a side gig as an exterminator. Co-worker mentions rats in her attic. Go to her house and leave the toolbox with the imp overnight. Her rat problem got resolved. Place my imp back into the toolbox. Left the toolbox in the back of my truck. Stopped to refuel at a gas station. Get inside, wait in line to pay for gas. When I came back, realized someone stole my toolbox. My face when someone out there is my rat-eating imp. Nope on a boat. Here's my story about what happened to me and a few of our people while sleeping aboard the USS Lexington. I was 15, and it was time for our Boy Scout troop's annual trip to the USS Lexington. Every year, my troop would take part in the Live Abroad program. You basically spend all day and all night on the ship, sleep in the old enlisted quarters, and have fun. Every year, we would hear the same stupid, free spoopy 7Me ghost stories from the same dude. Then it was lights out. But a few in the group, about 8 to 10 of the older youth, would stay awake all night for fire watch. Back then, we would have to take all the tours once an hour throughout the night. All of the main hull lights were out, so it was pretty creepy. I was not selected for fire watch the previous year. This was my third cruise, so I was pretty stoked. This year it was myself and 4 guys from my troop, along with about 6, 4 guys, 1 girl, from a venturing crew that was there. We'd dick around for about half of every hour, and then go through the tours. After a few hours, I head out with 3 of the venturers. Let's call them Dudes GF, and Pimpleface. We head up from our galley type area into the hangar bay. Pick related in OP, in before OP canned art. Once we're in the hangar bay, we started towards the bow of the ship, the front. The only thing with lights on in the entire hangar bay was the snack bar. Sleeping quarters were adjacent to the fantail, rear lower deck of the ship. We are just shooting the shit, saying no way were we going to run through the engine room. Walking side by side, as an OP pick, I was between Dude and the vinyl wall that deprecated everyone from the restoration area. As we walk, we hear a little girl giggle. What the fuck? We all look at each other and immediately look around. We don't see anything or anyone. Maybe it's the guy from the ghost stories fucking with us, is what we come up with. Whatever. We were all 15 to 17, and there was a chick there, so we ballsed up and kept going. We make it another 20 yards before we hear it again, but distinctly louder and obviously from behind this time. We all turn around, and there he was, pick related. We all stood still for what seemed an eternity, but what must have been only a couple of seconds. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was like wispy black, with defined arms, legs, torso, and head. The eyes and the mouth were hollow, like you could plainly see the light from the snack bar behind it. It was like he was staring at us with a grin in his void of a mouth. I don't know why, but even with the girlish giggle, I've always felt that it was masculine. Then in the blink of an eye, it moved behind the corner. I don't mean that it ran. It just went without moving its legs, and this was at least 15 feet. I looked at Dude, and he looked at me. We both immediately dashed after it. We sprinted the 20 yards and came around the corner. Nothing was there, except for the passage to the engine room. There was nowhere else for anyone to have gone but to the crew quarters, and we would have seen that. Pimpleface and GF caught up to us. GF asked what it was. We had no freaking clue. Dude and I had this overwhelming sense of dread and a need to follow it. Pimpleface was pussing out, and GF was not going to stay behind, so we headed back to our area in the crew quarters. It was a quiet walk. Only 10 minutes had passed since we left our area, so everybody was like, that was fast. Then they saw that we were visibly shaken. GF said, I ain't going back out there, and then sat down with Dude. Pimpleface just went and distracted himself with a movie. The others started asking us questions and said we made the whole thing up, but were now all too freaked to go out, except one of the others wanted to go see if it was true. I said I'd go with him. I still had this urge, this need to see it closer. Dude wanted to go, but GF had his balls in her purse and would not let him leave her, so New Guy and I head out. As we walk, I keep trying to reason in my head what I had just seen. Could it have been a prank? But we would have heard footsteps on the middle deck. And how the hell did it move without moving its legs? Dear God, I could almost see through its body like it was made of smoke. Even with those thoughts going through my head, I still headed up with New Guy. I pointed to him where it was, and that it had gone towards the engine room. We stood around for a second, then kept heading towards the bow of the ship. We wanted to walk through the anchor area and pre-flight briefing rooms as we had originally did. It takes a solid 5+ minutes to get from Hangar D, rear of the ship, to Hangar A, but we did not even make it to Hangar C. At the end of the vinyl, just as we got to the corner, right where the only source of light was our one flashlight, we heard the distant giggle. This time it was coming from behind. This time it was from the complete darkness ahead, right where we wanted to go. This time, something in me flipped on. This time was different. Every fiber in my being screamed to get the fuck out of there. There was no way I was following this thing into the complete darkness. Needless to say, New Guy was ready to head back too. The whole way back, it felt as if someone was just a few steps behind us. Something told me to not look back, to just keep going. After the seemingly longest walk ever, we get back into our main area. So, did y'all see it then? Asked Dude. Heard the giggle, turned around, I replied. No one wanted to talk about it again. We did not do another Firewatch walkthrough for the rest of the night. No one said it, but every once in a while, someone looked over their shoulder, or down one of the nearby halls, as if they had seen something move. One of my friends, who had turned 18 a couple years before, who came as an assistant scoutmaster, was up an hour before the rest of the others who weren't on Firewatch. He took a dump and brushed his teeth. Then while walking towards our group, he looked down the hall and just stood there for a while. He looked at me and motioned for me to come over. Is anyone from the Cub Scout pack down there? He asked me. Nope, I replied. They are all in the quarters on the other side of the head, bathroom. He looked at me, then back at the hall. Then why did I just see someone walk into the room down there as I passed by? I looked at him, smiled, and said, You don't even want to know. That morning everything went normal, except we went and informed the director of the Live Abroad program, same guy that tells us spoopy stories, about the previous night. He just said, I've heard all the stories, but that's a new one. If I get any more reports, I will believe. Screw you too, dude. A year goes by, and Troop is back out there. I had told a few of the guys about what happened, and they wanted to see if it would happen again. We spend all ducking around the ship, then it's nighttime. But something has changed with Firewatch. This time, the rules have changed. Now we have to be accompanied by one of the Lexington volunteers. We get stuck with one of the edgy ones, but she's pretty cool. She decides to take us on an off-limits tour in the middle of the night. You basically go through all of the off-limit areas that are still easily accessible, but weird as hell. Everything goes pretty smoothly, But then she brings us to this tiny 10 by 10 room that has 2 bulkheads. The floor is covered in old tile that has rust in every freaking joint. In the middle of the room was a cast iron medical table. Both ends of the table raised and lowered by 45 degrees. She explained to us that we were standing in the room that had the most deaths of the entire ship. It was the freaking amputation room. Seamen were brought in there for quick amputation to alleviate the workload in the tiny sick bay. One would be brought in, given morphine, and had a tourniquet applied. Then they just saw the limb off. The worst part was that the floor would become soaked in an inch or two of blood, which would then have to be mopped out. The blood had soaked into the cracks of the tile. The same exact tile we were standing on. The blood that had soaked in below the tile is the reason that that was the only room that had rust. Creepypasta.pnv. As soon as we stepped out of that room, I felt the same presence as the year before. I kept seeing shadows out of the corner of my eye. Felt like something was walking beside me, but nothing else major happened. She told us some of the stories framed on Tasteful to tell the general liveaboard group. One such story claims that there are a minimum of 2 resident demons on the ship. The rest of the trip was normal, nothing interesting. That was the last year that my troop went to the Blue Ghost, one of the Lexington's nicknames, while I was still in Scouts. Be May, 16. Live with my sister, her partner, and their 4 kids. Babysitting tonight. They're going on a date. 10 p.m. Kids are in bed. I'm in my room, playing Skyrim. Sister pops in to let me know they're heading out. From my room, I hear the front door slide open, then shut. Hear my sister's heeled boots cross the deck. Hear the car door open, then slam shut. Moments later, hear the front door, then her partner's heavy boots, then the car door. Hear the car start up and zoom down the street. Briefly consider locking the door, but decide I'm not going to sleep till 3 a.m. anyway, so there is no point. Nobody is breaking in when the house is obviously occupied. 10 minutes later, hear heavy footsteps on the deck, then the sliding door. Ah, it must be my sister's partner. Heavy footsteps walk around the living room a few times. Moves to the kitchen. I hear every cabinet door and kitchen drawer open and shut. He must be looking for something. After a few minutes, he leaves. Door slides open, door slides shut. Heavy footsteps cross the deck. Decide to finally lock the door. All is well. Until I realize something. I never heard a car. Who the fuck was in my house? Message sister. Ask why they came back. We didn't. Tell her I heard someone in the house. It wasn't us. Who the fuck was in my house? This happened about 10 years ago on a family trip and scared the living shit out of me. I still don't know exactly what it was. It was probably just my brain fucking with me or something. Drive in one car with friends and family cause it's cheaper and we all fit in my dad's minivan. We approach a level crossing. Lights are white, which in Europe means cool to go. Dad even looks both ways. Nothing suspicious. Suddenly, loud as fuck train horns as we are on the tracks. This is it. Life flashes before eyes. Close eyes as I brace for impact. Wait a few seconds before opening eyes. Wow, it's fucking nothing. No trains around. Nobody else seemed to notice. Feel dumb as shit. There were at least 7 of us, and nobody knew what I was talking about. Rena Grushev died on March 12, 1988, in a district hospital in a small Far Eastern town from acute leukemia at the age of 18 years old. A post-mortem examination confirmed the diagnosis made by the attending physicians. The death committee, headed by a professor invited from the regional center, recognized the actions of the doctors to save Rena as correct. Rena was buried on March 16th in a cemetery located on the largest hill, from where the entire city is clearly visible on a clear day. The Grushevs had arrived in the Far East a year ago and were almost unknown in the city. And yet, Rena's death shook the city, and various rumors began to spread about AIDS, drugs, and of course, unhappy love. By the end of the month, a clearly unhealthy atmosphere had developed in the city around Rena's death. The local press and radio added fuel to the fire by simultaneously broadcasting the topic, "Is everything alright in our healthcare system?" where Rina Grushev's death was mentioned as an example of obvious trouble. The Grushevs found themselves in the center of attention. Only the extraordinary courage and endurance of these people, silently experiencing their grief, held back the people's emotions that were ready to burst out. Rina's names appeared on the walls of houses in English. 15-year-old girls began to wear their hair just like Rina's and dye their hair bright red as well. Rina's death stirred people up until the beginning of June, much more than the latest newspaper issue, the lack of sugar, washing powder, soap, etc. But summer came. It became hot in the city, and Rina was forgotten. On July 10th, Rina's father, Albert Vladimirovich Forte, a plumber, came to the city prosecutor and put a statement on the table asking for a forensic medical examination to be carried out in connection with the death of his daughter, because, as was written in the statement, Rina did not die of leukemia, but was strangled. Leaving the statement without further explanation, Grushev left, saying only that, in case of refusal, he would contact the regional prosecutor and, if necessary, the republic prosecutor. The prosecutor was wary of making a decision on his own. He called the secretary of the city committee. An hour later, an emergency commission consisting of the secretary of the city committee, the prosecutor, the deputy chairman of the city executive committee, the chief of police, and the chief physician of the Central District Hospital met in the latter's office. The decision was made unanimously to order a forensic medical examination, inviting an expert from the regional bureau, as well as the professor who headed the lethal commission. They decided to carry out the exhumation on July 12th. The secretary himself called Grushev, talked to him for a long time on the phone, said that his request will be satisfied, and made him promise that, in the interest of the investigation, the Grushevs will remain silent. On July 12th, the hill was cordoned off by a police squad. The grave was dug up. The coffin was taken out and transported to the morgue, a small building with a padlocked door. The autopsy was scheduled for July 13th. All of this was done quickly and quietly. The city did not know anything. An examination report and conclusion were drawn up. The death of Rina Grushev, born in 1970, was caused by acute leukemia. No signs of strangulation were found. At 10 o'clock, Rina was buried again. The Grushevs were invited to the prosecutor's office, and the expert's conclusion was read. The mother cried quietly. Albert Vladimirovich listened in silence. To the prosecutor's question, is he satisfied with the results of the examination? He answered yes, and promised that the investigative bodies will not be bothered anymore, and so they parted ways. On the evening of July 20th, a resident of the city of Karina, Maria Petrovna, took the garbage out into the yard. As she later said, she felt dizzy, stood in the entryway for about 5 minutes, then went up to the garbage can, lifted the lid, and, oh my God, in the can, on a pile of garbage, lay a naked girl, like a big doll. Her body was covered in blue spots, and in her hands, she was clutching an icon. Maria Petrovna dropped the bucket, screamed, and ran. On the landing, she was stopped by a neighboring boy, Victor, 16, a student at a vocational school. Having difficulty understanding what had frightened Granny Maria, he ran out into the yard. In the garbage can, as he later said, there was no naked girl or doll. The doctor called by the neighbors to Maria Petrovna found no disorders in her except for fear, but just in case, he ordered her to lie in bed for 2 days and take a sedative. The next day, Victor told his friends that his neighbor had gone crazy. She saw a naked girl in a garbage bin. Vasily Petrovich, a bus driver, was passing by and asked, "Was that girl pretty?" Victor, without thinking, answered, "Like Rina Grushev." On July 22nd, Victor came home from work. He was doing an internship at a cement plant, tired and exhausted. It was about 6 p.m. He plopped down on the couch in the hallway without changing and fell asleep right away. He does not know how long he slept. He woke up laughing loudly. Overcoming the leaden heaviness in his body, he opened his eyes. They were laughing in a large room, the door to which was wide open. A draft was blowing through the room. The wind was fluttering the tool on the window. Vitya sat up. In the opening of the balcony door, behind the swing tool, stood a tall, slender girl. Her disheveled hair was the same color as the setting sun. She was laughing. "Are you Rena Grushev?" Vitya asked. "And you are an alcoholic, the son of an alcoholic," the girl laughed in response. "And a week ago, you sniffed gasoline in the basement. You're Rena. I saw you at the disco, but you're dead." The laughter stopped. "Dead, dead," the girl repeated quietly, backing up to the balcony. "Dead," Vitya heard once more before she disappeared. Vitya did not tell anyone about this vision until he had to. He stopped drinking and became thoughtful. His attitude towards his parents changed. He became gentle, attentive, caring, and even tender. Since then, he never slept during the day. At night, he slept with the light on. The day after meeting the guys from who he heard about the naked girl in the trash bin, Vasily Petrovich was driving his bus along the route, airport, center, seaport. Stopping at Strelkova and announcing the stop, he suddenly said to himself, "Rena Grushev lives 100 meters from here." Having said this, he got scared and looked around the cabin. Several passengers were dozing in their seats. The heat was overwhelming. The bus was almost empty. What the hell, thought Vasily Petrovich. Thank God no one heard. Well, okay. All sorts of things are creeping into my head, but who pulled my tongue? Vasily Petrovich sighed heavily. Time for vacation. His thoughts moved to the lake, where he saw himself with a fishing rod in the reeds, and he immediately forgot about his oversight forever. Olya Shushina, 16, was no different from her peers. She moved up to the 10th grade, and in July, she did her school internship at a bakery. She got up for work at 7 o'clock, got out of bed with difficulty, wandered into the bathroom like a sleepwalker, and only woke up there. So it was today, July 23rd. Combing her thick black hair and yawning in front of the mirror, she was suddenly taken aback. A beautiful girl with fiery red hair was looking at her from the mirror. Olya began to frantically rub her eyes. The girl in the mirror repeated her movements. She lowered her hands. The girl did the same at the same time. Olya stuck out her tongue. The reflection did the same. The tongue of the reflection was long, narrow, dry, with a bitten tip. Olya put her tongue away, closed her mouth, and smiled. The reflection copied her. Olya does not remember how long she stood in front of the mirror. She woke up from her obsession when she heard a nervous knock on the door and her mother's voice. "Hurry up, Olya, you're late for work." "Goodbye, friend," Olya said to her reflection and left the bathroom. Again, she told no one about her vision at first and was almost happy because she felt something new, significant, real in herself. The day passed by as usual. By evening, Olya was already the same Olya, tired and dissatisfied with everything in the world. She twitched in the disco, smoked a cigarette for fun, and returned home by 1 o'clock. In the morning, she got up as always at 7 o'clock, wandered into the bathroom, and was not at all surprised when she again saw her reflection in the mirror. So, Olya began to live in two faces. One, the outer one, everyone around knew. The other, the inner one, only she saw, and even then only in the mornings when she combed her hair. And Olya guarded the feeling of something new in herself, like a small fragile spout, gaining strength with each passing day. Mom also noticed some changes in Olya. Her gait became more confident and feminine, her gestures smoother, her voice deeper and softer. A teenager turns into a woman, she sighed understandingly. The years fly by quickly when children grow up. One day, returning home from a disco, Olya heard someone running after her and shouting, "Rena, wait, Rena." She stopped, looked back, and saw an unfamiliar man. He also stopped dead in his tracks, looking at her point blank. Then, taking off and wiping his glasses, he said, "Sorry, I made a mistake." This meeting made Olya feel uneasy. She immediately remembered Rena Grushev, who had recently died and whom she had never seen. She remembered the rumors that had been circulating about her death. Olya was scared. She wanted to see what Rena looked like, but how could she do that? It was awkward to go to the Grushevs, and under what pretext? By the way, thought Olya, Where is Rena buried? She bit her lip. Probably on the hill where they bury the young and newcomers, and Oya decided to go to the cemetery. The next day, having gotten up as usual and talked to her reflection, Oya, instead of going to work, went to the hill. The day was starting to be hot. The heat was just rising from the ground, still spreading as a warm thick fog. The cicadas were buzzing loudly. The smell of grass made her head spin. Her soul felt light and clean. Oya found Rena's grave quickly, and from a distance she saw a huge portrait instead of a monument. She walked up to it and froze. It was her reflection. Rena's face in the photograph was stern and very focused, not like in the bathroom mirror. Her dress was modest, with a large false collar and long sleeves. The slanting rays of the rising sun fell on the glass, and Oya saw her real reflection in it. How different we are, she thought sadly. Then she picked a few daisies growing next to the grave and put them next to Rena's portrait. She noticed that the grave was freshly dug. Even the clay had not dried yet. It's strange, Oya thought. Rena was buried in the spring, but she did not want to think about anything else. So, without thoughts, she sat by the grave for 10 to 15 minutes, then got up and slowly, without looking back, went home. So what? We'll live together, Rena, she said in a whisper, closing the gate of the cemetery fence. The town where Rena Grushev died had no landmarks, although it was several hundred years old. Tourists rarely visited it. In the summer, once a month, they would sail on a large motor ship from the upper reaches of the river. Right at the pier, they would usually split into two groups. One would remain in town. The other would transfer to small, slow-moving boats and be carried away to Lesnoye Ozero, where a tourist center had recently been built. Vladimir Nikolaevich Prokudin, a former Far Easterner who lived now in Moscow, always traveled alone. He chose, of course, Lesnoye Ozero. Having barely settled himself comfortably on the stern of the boat, Vladimir saw a beautiful girl sitting opposite him, stretching out her slender legs. Vladimir had not seen her among the tourists who had arrived on the boat. You can't help but notice someone like her in a capital crowd, he thought. What amazingly fiery hair. What artistic carelessness in her hairdo. A chiseled high forehead, a thin Greek nose with quivering nostrils, huge blue eyes. He stared at the girl. Only her lips are terrible, as if with traces of dried blood, and they themselves are bloodless, dead like a vampire. Vladimir shuddered. It was hot, all of 30 degrees, and the girl was dressed in a long green skirt and a sleeveless blouse of the same color, but with a straight collar, right up to the neck. On her thin, graceful neck was a massive necklace of red Indian stones. Could this be the mistress of the Copper Mountain? Vladimir thought with admiration. The girl, noticing that he was examining her, looked Vladimir straight in the eyes. He felt embarrassed by his unceremoniousness, and he tried to say something, but the girl forestalled him with, "Together then, to Lesnoye." Then, smiling with her eyes alone, she added, "It's nice there. The air is clean there." They began to talk, as casual fellow travelers might talk, sailing to Lesnoye Lake. Vladimir felt at ease with the girl. He had the feeling that, talking to her, he was talking to himself. So quickly and freely did she penetrate into his soul, into its most secret corners. This feeling was pleasant, but it was not calm. Something was bothering him. There was some discomfort. The feelings were divided. When the boat moored to the pier of Lesnoye Ozero, Vladimir understood what was bothering him. She was cold. Not a pleasant coolness, but cold. Having realized this, he immediately found a suitable explanation. The girl is smart and has a strict disposition, although this did not fit into the image born from communicating with her. Having landed on the shore of the forest lake, they immediately broke away from the group. Vladimir led her to a hill with the cheerful name of Dunkin' Pup. At the foot of the hill, there was a fairly wide and very deep stream with dark transparent water, which was tasty and aromatic from the infusion of herbs and black currants dropped by the coastal bushes. Having reached the stream, Vladimir invited her to take off her shoes and dip her feet in it. He unbuttoned his shirt and began to wipe himself, squinting either from pleasure or from the rays of the sun breaking through the leaves and needles. She sat down on a huge stone and began to swing her bare legs. There was silence all around. Finally, Vladimir said, "It's a pity that you have such a blouse and such a heavy necklace. The water is truly delightful." At these words, her face darkened and became somehow dry. She stood up abruptly and said with undisguised irritation, "So, we're going to the hill?" Vladimir was confused by such a turn of phrase. Then, without buttoning his shirt, he took her by the hand and began to climb the hill. Her palm was cold as ice. They climbed slowly, putting aside the branches of the bushes that grew thickly on the slope of the hill. They had not even taken 10 steps when she screamed. Vladimir saw that the necklace had broken, and she, barely managing to catch the crumbling stones, were pressing them tightly to her neck. Vladimir stretched out his hands to her. She turned abruptly and ran down. He was confused and, not understanding anything, shouted, "Where are you going? Where are you going? Wait!" But the girl had already disappeared into the bushes. After standing like that for a few minutes, Vladimir began to slowly descend toward the stream where she had just been, on a hazel branch, to which the necklace had gotten caught, hung a long piece of crumpled bandage, soaked in long-dried blood. Vladimir never saw her ever again. For several nights in a row, residents of the outskirts saw from their windows a bright flame of a fire on the top of the hill where the cemetery was located. Naturally, the GOVD found out about this, but, taught by the bitter experience of their own helplessness in the face of incomprehensible phenomena of extreme human anxiety, they decided to act cautiously. At night, Police Captain, Criminal Investigation Officer Spirin PA, armed with a Japanese movie camera with infrared lighting, hiding behind gravestones and crosses, hid not far from Rena Grushev's grave. Yes, the fire was burning right on her grave. 14 people were sitting quietly on the ground around the fire, slowly swaying with their hands outstretched towards the flame. Lips were moving, but words were not heard. "Are they saying a prayer or something?" the officer thought, and twirled his huge mustache for some reason. He did not immediately notice that the hands of the circle members, as he managed to christen them, were bloody. Bloodstains were later clearly visible when viewing the cemetery newsreel obtained by Police Captain P.A. Spirin. The detective was very scared. His hand reached for his pistol holster, but then he remembered with annoyance that he was forbidden to take a weapon. A thought flashed through his mind. Where is the victim? He took a risk and, leaving the camera, crawled closer to the fire. Now, lying behind the neighboring tombstone, he could clearly see the faces of the circle members. Despite the reflections of the flames, they were striking in their deathly whiteness. He made out the words being spoken. "Rena, take our blood. Get up, Rena. The time has come. Let it be so." Swaying in time with the words, the circle members clenched and unclenched their fists, and blood flowed from the cut veins along their outstretched arms to the ground. Most of the circle members were teenagers of 15 to 16 years old, but among them there were a young man and a girl of about 20. Spirin recognized 2 of them immediately. Vitka Matyev, a student at a vocational school familiar from the police juvenile room, and Olya Shushina, his neighbor. And how did she end up here? The police captain was genuinely surprised. He decided to follow it to the end. How would it all end? Without interfering and without revealing himself. They bled for about half an hour. Then the movements of bodies and fists stopped. Spirin felt uneasy when, turning to face Rena's portrait, the circle members howled pitifully, like young wolves. Finally, they fell silent. Having amicably broken up into pairs and turned to face each other, they took bandages out of their pockets and began to bandage their wounded hands. At the end of the procedure, everyone stood up, put out the fire, lined up in a chain, and slowly left the cemetery. It was a strange sight. A dark chain of slowly moving people with their heads down, barely dragging their feet under the clear moon and bright stars, between moonlit crosses and tombstones. At the city police department, when viewing the film shot by Spirin, they quickly identified 12 people. They were all local, students from schools, vocational schools, technical schools, 2 workers. Only 2, a guy about 22 years old and a girl could not be identified. The next night, a 5-man task force was in ambush. The fire usually flared up for about an hour. This time, even at 3 o'clock, no one showed up at Rena Grushev's grave. They realized that the ambush had failed. On September 4th, a group of citizens approached the city executive committee asking to register them as a Far Eastern committee. The charter and program of this committee were presented by its leader, Boris Yakolev. Despite the fact that Boris was just beginning his career as a city narcologist, he was well known, a family man, a public figure. In a private conversation with city executive committee employees, he, among other things, said, "Our main task is to block the routes to the Far East for the Rena Grushevs." That same day, the circle members showed up at the city Komsomol committee, all 12 of them. They declared that they had formed an alternative Komsomol and called it the Rena Grushev Front. The charter and program of the front were presented by the leader of the circle members, a student at the Road Technical School, Yuri Novokreshenov. The city committee instructor, receiving the guys, noted that, despite the heat, they were all wearing shirts and blouses with long sleeves. Granny Maria felt deprived. After all, after she saw the naked girl in the trash bin, she had more than enough attention from people. Her interview on this matter was published in the factory newspaper. A radio correspondent came and recorded her story on a tape recorder, promised to let her know when the program went on the air, but he disappeared somewhere, and she did not remember his last name. Yes, until recently, everyone respected her. It was a shame how quickly they forgot about her. But it was even more offensive that people flocked to the neighboring yard to her old rival, that fool Katka. This is how Ekaterina Alexandrova Mishkova, a pensioner, friend rival, and the same age as Granny Maria, lured people. On July 25th, she accidentally found herself on Lenin Square, where she saw a crowd approaching like a black cloud. She quickly realized what was going on and darted into the entrance of the city committee, ran past a dumbfounded policeman, went up to the top 6th floor, and began to observe the events taking place on the square. Anyone who wanted could learn the following from Ekaterina Alexandrovna. She saw with her own eyes how Rena Grushev ran ahead of the crowd. Her hair was like flames on her head. She was dressed in a green dress, unbuttoned on her bare chest. Rena waved her hand, drawing the crowd along with her, and shouted in an unearthly voice, "I give you freedom, people. Take it." It was this vision that made her eyes darken, and she lost consciousness. She woke up in the hospital, but she disagrees with the doctors that she suffered a concussion. Old and young, civilian and servicemen, listen to silly Katka, and Granny Maria feels envious and heavy-hearted. The people have become completely corrupted, she says, and Rena has become their passion. And she was not wearing green, but naked and covered in bruises. Silly Katka could not see it in her blindness. 20 years ago, terrible things happened in the city too. One villain, having decided to take revenge on the Soviet government for something, began to strangle the children of big bosses. He strangled the son of the city committee secretary, the daughter of the city executive committee chairman, the niece of the police chief. He would lie in wait, track them down, and strangle them. He strangled them with whatever he could find, a stocking, a towel, a pillow. In court, he said, for revenge. The city lived in horror for a month, but they believed that it would not escape the righteous people's court. The trial was held on Lenin Square, right under the open sky, and there were no riots in the city. Different times, different people. Professor Shevalev's speech at the Soviet-American Psychiatrist Symposium held in Moscow in the spring of 1989 attracted everyone's attention. He spoke about mental epidemics, phenomena of mass madness, well known since ancient times. He gave a detailed historical background on the most significant and well-known mental epidemics that engulf cities, countries, even entire continents. Thebes, 10th, 8th centuries BC. The ancient Greek tyrants at the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC. The biblical Sodom and Gomorrah. the witch trials in the Middle Ages that engulfed England and European countries, the Plague Riot of 1771 in Moscow, the Potato Riot in the Urals, Spy Mania in the 1930s, etc. Gennady Ivanovich emphasized that the causes of mental epidemics are always subjective, but it would be a mistake to limit them only to socio-economic conditions. It is time to take into account that space can wage undeclared meteorological wars with us, causing, in particular, mental epidemics. He revealed some mechanisms of madness and talked about the ways of influencing them and about the clinic of mental epidemics. Sigmund Freud, a famous Austrian psychotherapist, revealed the unconscious in our soul and studied the ways of influencing it. He was one of the first to seriously talk about the psychopathology of everyday life, manifested in slips of the tongues, typos, slips of the tongue. This is his merit. But mental epidemics are a total manifestation of other I in a person, ghost, dead man, zombie. In mental epidemics, all three mechanisms of someone else's I work. People, gathering in crowds, turn into these werewolves, ghosts, dead men, zombies, for themselves and those around them. Yes, ghosts, dead men, zombies, but there are more dead men. Dad, living in Southern California in the 1980s, tells me a bunch of weird stories all the time, but is adamant this is the only one he could not explain. Be him, poor college student, walking home from laundromat, tells me it was a misty night, eerily quiet. Sees this cop parked up, standing outside his car. His door is swung open, flashlight pointed at some paper he is reading. Sees this other, also uniformed cop walk out from the darkness behind him. Other cop unholsters his gun, points it behind the other cop's head, who does not notice him at all. Bang. My dad just fucking freezes, and he drops the clothes he was bringing to his car. Just stares in fucking awe, around 100 feet away. Can't believe he saw this cop get fucking domed by another cop. Other cop gets in the now dead cop's car, drives away. Dad freaks the fuck out, unsure what to do. Goes to check up on the cop, rolls him over. Tells me his nose was just missing and chunks of his brain and head were everywhere. Distinctly remembers name tag with Ruford on it and a fist-sized birthmark on his neck. Runs into the laundromat, leaving bloody footprints, and tells the shop owner to call 911. Owner is an old Asian lady who is even more freaked out than my dad. She peers out the window and sees the body and starts crying hysterically. Both just waiting for cops to arrive for over 10 minutes. Body just laying outside, seemingly as if nothing happened. Eventually, he sees 5 cop cars in a perfect line driving down the road. No lights, no sirens, lined up like some convoy. They all get there and instantly lift the body into a trunk. Dad tells me he's no law enforcement specialist, but he knew damn well there is no protocol for that. Starts freaking out even more, thinking he's just witnessed some high-level corruption shit. Cops don't even enter the building and question him. Tells me he got questioned by the cops. This one time some grandma called the cops on some skaters. They see him staring from inside the building. Goes outside. Asks them if they need his side of the story. Won't be necessary, sir. We have it under control. As quickly as they arrived, they are gone again. Blood all cleaned up too. Asked the owner if she just saw what he did. Dad tells me she responded in her strong Viet accent. I've never seen anything like this. Dad just goes home afterwards. Told me he stayed up all night thinking about what he saw. Tells me it was at that moment he got somewhat of a reality check. Says at that point he realized that when people die, it's nothing like the movies. Has enormous suspicions he just witnessed some targeted killing or corruption. Goes to the police station a few days later, asking to speak to the highest authority to get some feeling of peace. Eventually, the captain says he can speak with him. Dad was from a good family, so he said that probably greased the wheel some. Captain sits in a room with him, asking what he needs. Dad tells him the whole story, saying he could call in the store owner if he needed to. Captain just responds in a calm manner. I'm very sorry, Anon's dad, but nothing happened that day. Dad says, what the hell do you mean nothing happened? I heard the bang. I saw the body. Hell, the blood is on my carpet. The captain does not budge. Responds again in almost a memorized manner. I'm very sorry, sir, but those events never happened. If you have any other questions, you can come again. I've got matters to attend to. Dad is just flustered and decides to leave. Starts wondering if he just had a bad dream. Looks toward the window of the room as he is about to leave. Sees a face looking at them both. His eyes widen and his heart starts racing. It's fucking Ruford. Same hair, same neck birthmark, same skin tone. Dad says as soon as he saw him, he continued walking down the hallway, pretending he was not watching. Dad tells the captain it is him, the guy that died. Captain says that he is wasting his time at this point and must leave. Dad says he must have an identical twin or something that shot him. Captain says now if he doesn't leave, he will arrest my dad. Dad is just simultaneously exhausted, confused, and frustrated he is not being taken seriously. Just decides to try and leave and forget about the whole thing. Begins to leave and walks toward the crowded and noisy waiting area as it was a big station serving a large area. As he is getting into his car, looking toward the front, he sees Ruford. The man flashes him a big, stereotypically creepy grin. Says the cop put a finger gun up to his own head, pulled his thumb down like he's pulling the trigger, and then he laughed. Dad is a big-time hippie, but he bought a small gun before going home. Tells me he still thinks about it to this day. Here is some OC I've shared before. Every time I share it, bastards call me crazy, so I will state at the beginning for the illiterate. Multiple witnesses experienced the haunting in the same apartment. Because of my experience, I have a phobia of pitch black space. I have an instant fear of any space that is pitch black, like closets, doorways, etc. Be me. Be 16 years old. Dad, stepmom and stepbro live in an apartment together. Guy we bought house from casually mentioned that a rabbi died in the hallway in front of my bedroom door. Lovely. At night laying in bed, trying to sleep. Hear voices from the hallway. Calming noise actually, like chatter at a large party where you can't pick up what people are saying. It's just human words as noise. Soothing noise. Suddenly realize the noise is coming from a hallway that is upstairs with a large staircase, so the voices would have to be hanging in the air above the staircase. Well, that's odd. Chalk it up to overactive imagination. That happens every single night. Be in deep denial about paranormal encounters to the point looking back. I think something was smothering any thoughts to be wary and view things as real so I could not get help. While laying in bed drifting off, voices stop. In corner of room, see a giant black ball of deep blackness, 10 feet tall and wide, with writhing smoke tentacles that circle it. See that in the corner of the room every single night when I try to sleep. Filled with overwhelming fear and sensing gleeful evil from this thing, the more fear I feel. The more I try to calm myself and tell myself it's my imagination, it seems to sense my attempts and amps up the fear. Forces images of monsters into my mind. The images are obviously made up and like cardboard cutouts, flat and don't move. Nothing compared to the highly detailed black mass I say. Convince self it is not real because the acceptance of it as a reality would be too much. Few weeks later, father frantically starts cleansing the home every 2 weeks with burning sage. His eyes are wide, on his face is fear. This is a man who does not fear hardly anything. Everyone is acting on edge. People snap at each other and get angry easily. Stepmother jokes about a haunting, then looks around in fear. Pomeranian shithead dog growls at a corner in the living room. Eventually tell Dad I hear voices. Get therapist who gives me drugs. Drugs stop voices, but but I still see Shadow Thing every single night in exact same spot. Don't tell Dad about it, because scared drugs might lessen my ability to see it, but not its effects on me. A monster you can see is better that way than an invisible thing that feeds on fear. Live in-house for 2 years. Fall into deep depression during that time. Emotions very muted, like brain is in a fog 24/7. Insomnia constantly. Obsessed with comedy shows and stay up late watching things that make me laugh. Stepmom starts emotional abuse, so I stay in room when not at school. Only leave room for food, bathroom, and water. Thing only appears specifically when laying in bed trying to sleep, so sleep as little as possible and convince self it is just my imagination. More detailed than anything I've ever imagined, and clear as day and vivid. Just my imagination. Stepbrother, I think, knows something is off with me. Always looks at me wide-eyed, like I'm going to bite him. Be weirdo already, so weirdo with no emotion in voice or facial expressions was probably creepy 1,000-fold. Dad and stepmom can't take whatever it is that's causing them to be on edge all the time. They never told me what it did to them, what they saw in their bedroom at night. They move us all out to a house. Dad tells me years later that a very legitimate psychic friend of the family said the sage did not work because the entity could move into the neighbor's apartment, wait 2 weeks for the sage to wear off, then came back. The lady somehow knew, without ever visiting the property, it did exactly that, and always came back after 2 weeks sage was burned. Year later, watched Dead Files. Holy shit, they describe the thing exactly like what I saw. Holy shit, I did not imagine it. Psychic on show says thing is like a pre-Shadow Man, before it turns into a full Shadow Man. The tornado of darkness feeds on different negative emotions, but each one feeds on one specific emotion type. Realize, mine fed on fear. The thing causes auditory hallucinations, like the voices. It causes visual hallucinations, like the obviously fake monsters. It can force people to feel emotions like fear, like how I fought off fear that built the more I fought every single night. Be puzzled looking back, and wonder why I didn't try to get help, and was so convinced while I was there that it was not real. Now convinced the thing messed with my mind to convince me no matter what that it was fake, because you don't need to ask for help if your experience is just all in your head. Then you are left as the perfect, helpless prey. Work at gas station. Little shitty box version, like outside department stores, etc. The box I am in is basically concrete, steel, rebar, and 3 inches bulletproof glass. Company spent a lot on this tank-like box. Pretty much after a certain hour and day, like 10ish, would lock all vending areas, coolers, etc., and just sell gas till morning shift came in. At this point, no reason to get out of box, all is prepay, etc., etc. Q12ish AM, little old beater of car pulls up. Out gets old lady, Asian, with the 70+, short Asian, tiny and furious look. Comes to window, surprisingly polite. Launch weird shite. She starts looking at closed coolers, locked carts, etc., like she's browsing at shit she can't see or get to. Looks at me. Oh, the horror. Can't describe it well, but her face, it was like she had all of her skin replaced. I mean, the complexion, the meshing of it was all wrong. This bitch had mole spots on her hands, and her old lady dress showed me her wrinkly old legs as well. But her face, and worse, her smile. Ever seen those fuckers with the perfect fake teeth that seem to have no excuse but to give you a big look the fuck at me smile? That is this lady. So her face looks like someone copy-pasted it onto her. The smile says, look at me, I am harmless. That shit-eating smile. Walks up the window, starts tapping on glass. Ask her if she needs anything. Cue fucking smile again. Says she needs to refuel. Ask her if she knows what to do. Replies with a dragged out, oh, yes. Raised eyebrow, but okay. Ask her for prepay amount, pay type, etc. She looks at me. I forgot my purse, I'll be right back. Watched her get to a car, bend down into it to get a purse or what the fuck ever. She bends down, partially out of view. Bends down further. Fucking gone. Can't see her. 5 minutes go by. No creepy face lady. Time to kick it up a notch, says my fear. Scrapping at door. Soft rapping. Mind you, the door is the only way in and out of this box. Tap tap. Tap tap tap. From register. Stare with fear at peephole that's in door. Decide to not look at murder hole of death. All of my fear in full effect. Then, scraping on the roof. Tap, tap tap. Tap 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 tap. Same as before. Brain goes in overdrive. What if something wants in, like it's in the movies? What happens in scary movies? Big evil what's-it examines walls, weak spots, etc. Oh shit, fuck me. Brain is making it worse for me. Decide to call office and store. They can see my station, etc. Let them clear my scared out head. Fucking jitters, remembering the shit. Call office. How about this weather, etc. Desk lady says, what weather? You know, the wind, blowing shit around outside, etc. Anon, what weather? It's as calm as can be outside. What about, I fumble. It's a beautiful night, Anon. Relax. No storms, lol. Hear slight shifting / walking around sounds. Although, is everything okay out there, Anon? Why? I stutter into the phone. The western side lights are completely out. I can't speak. Along with your back pole light. Pole light is the parking light that's in most parking lots, etc. Only one near me for about, 40-ish feet around me till customer parking starts. Anywho, at this moment, I realize my folly. The phone in little box was in backup box behind privacy niche for counting cash, etc. Look around niche. Where the fuck's the light god? Only few lights on, so I can see in front of me at closed coolers, etc. And who the fuck is there? Little creepy Asian lady. Her face in that mismatched looking complexion. That fucking smile. Anon, I can't reach my purse, it fell. In my head I'm like, bitch, it's been 10 minutes. Anon, she goes, can you come outside to get it for me? I mutter, I can't. As you can see, having electrical issues, etc. Bullshit excuse, I know, but I'm in full X panic. Oh please, Anon, she says, I'm so old and weak. That smile. Sorry, can't leave. This is too big. Bullshit excuse about emergency, etc. Wrong thing to say. Smile fucking vanishes. Come outside, she says. Slight rasp in her words now. Can't, I stutter. This is where I cross over. This is where I fucking believe, like Scully and Mulder. This little old lady. This fucked up face, little old lady, maybe 5'5" at best. She stares at me, with all of her fury, and she gets as close as she can to the window, and she slams her fist onto it. Once. I mean fucking once, and grumbles something like, fuel food, hodgepodge together. And I shit you not, the glass cracked. Not like hair crack, I mean crack. On one of my days off before, some meth head took a shot at the glass with a .38. Glass was replaced, but I saw it. It was a good crack, embedment, etc. This though, it was like this lady put a 12-gauge slug 2 inches away and fired. I fucking lose it. Pick up phone, call office, say, emergency. Cops show up. Night manager comes running. I'm in the back, fucking pale and waiting. Hiding really. Pound on door. It's manager Anon with PD, open up. Q hours later, and Q fucked up shit. Lights are back to normal. Cameras apparently did not catch anything. Said the storm must have knocked them out or something. Yeah, okay. Then look at glass. Go home Anon, see you tomorrow. Manager covers shift. Go home with cross, Bible, and 1911. Q next day. The box looks like shit. Scratches everywhere. Door has paint stripped off in streaks. Chunks are missing from sides of box roof like something climbed it. Manager says there's actually a hole in the roof that is 1 inch from tiles, etc. Squeak a yay sarcastically. Manager asks what happened. Says the PD may want my statement if it's suspicious, etc. Nope the fuck away from him. Say must have been weather, etc. Manager looks after me. Yeah, I think so too Anon. switched to different department after that. Everyone asked me for years about that story, wanting to hear how I was shot at. The worst thing is, I've heard that there was an employee who covered the shift after me. She stayed until last year, and since I left the company, I was out of touch. Visited recently, how's it going, etc. They say she went missing last year, that she opened the door in her shift and walked out the back door. The computer system went out, the cameras too. She is still missing. Fucked up thing is, the guy working said the only lead that they had was this fucked up beater of a car that was briefly seen driving away from bank camera across the street. Does anyone have any spooky McDonald's stories? I got one. It's the time I interacted with a skinwalker. It was a cloudy, rainy day. My house is just a block away from McDonald's. You could get there on foot in like 5 minutes. I was 14 at the time and did not have a car, nor anyone willing to drive me to Mickey D's, so I walked there. I walked to the McDonald's and enter. There is only a few workers and 3 customers in the building, including me. There are 2 other people standing in line, so I get behind them. The guy in the middle of the line / in front of me was off. He was about 5'11", wore a dirty grey hoodie and worn-looking jeans, both of which seemed to have little splotches of mud on them. Both of his shoes were untied, but he took the laces into his shoes. As I stood in line, I noticed that he was awkward in his stance and would change the way he stood every 10 seconds or so. It's now his turn to order. He walks like he's on stilts almost. He is off balance and his gait changes with each step. He reaches the counter and the Mickey D employee asks for his order. His order was 8 chicken McSpicies from the dollar menu. Nothing else. No drink, no fries. The whole time he was ordering, his voice kept cracking like every other word. That will be $8 plus tax. He proceeds to hand the employee his whole wallet. Should I open it and take the 8 out, or? He gives him a blank stare. The employee opens the wallet and takes the $8 out, then tries to hand it back to him. No reaction for about 15 seconds. Then he tries to take the wallet from employee. He reaches up and misses it before grabbing at it again. The employee lets go of it and it falls onto the counter. He doesn't even look at it and just walks away, leaving his wallet on the counter. He stumbles over to a chair and sits down. Think he's just a crackhead or something and ordered myself some McNasties. Got a Big Mac combo large with a box of tenders and some sweet and sour with honey mustard sauce. As I finish my order, weird guy's order is ready. 8 chicken McSpicies on a tray. He stumbles over to the counter, grabs the tray after missing the sides of it once or twice, picks it up and starts stumbling towards the bathroom. He opens the door and walks into the bathroom with a tray of McSpicies. Me and employee look at each other, both thinking he's just high or something. I pay, then sit down and wait 5 minutes, then grab my food and start eating. Nearly done with meal and need to piss. Get up and walk to bathroom. Open door and it's pitch black. It was one of those ones that have a light timer that auto turns off after a certain amount of time. Creepy, I thought, as I turned the knob to full and headed over to a urinal. As I approach the urinal, I can hear the guy in the further stall eating his food, and it's audible, like I can hear every bite. Out of curiosity, I bend down a little to see if there was a wrapper in the stall. Instead, I see he's sitting on the floor of the stall with 3 or 4 McChickens in front of him. I get the chills and unzip my pants to start pissing. I start pissing, making sure to hit the porcelain and not the water because I do not want to anger the crackhead. Light turns off because timer ran out, now pitch black. Still pissing and the knob is just out of reach. Eating noises stop. All quiet, bar the slight noise of piss hitting the urinal. Panic. Trying to speed up piss so I can get the fuck out. It feels like a lifetime. I hear the door to stall swing open and hitting the wall next to it just as I zipped up my pants. Holy fuck, get me out of here. Leap to the entrance door and charge through it. Can hear footsteps rapidly approaching from behind. Land on the other side where the staff are looking at me like I am crazy. Bathroom entrance door is closed now, but I'm on the ground, bracing for it to swing open and have some druggie jump up on me. Silence. Not even a bang on the entrance door. Employee asks me what's wrong. I tell him there is a fucking crackhead in the bathroom. Grab my reaming fries and get the fuck out of there. I leave the building and see the employee walking towards the bathroom. Continue walking home. It's still overcast and raining. Get home and start fucking around on Xbox. Finish fries while calling people slurs on GTA. And that was a while ago. I still don't know if I met a skinwalker or if it was just a super crackhead. Bootleg tunnels. There was a closed-down bar in my hometown that was used by Al Capone during Prohibition. B12, hanging out with friend. Friend tells me he heard about an abandoned building in town that is haunted. We decide to check it out. Ride our bikes to it. No cars nearby. Look around the back, find the door. He tries the knob. It's locked. I try it. It opens. What the fuck? We silently look at each other. We are both close to noping out of there. Nut up and walk in. Door opens up to a wood stairway up to the second floor. We try to tiptoe up. Complete silence except for the loud creaking of our footsteps. Every creak makes the hair on my neck stand up. Get close to the door at the top. Notice the wallboards have tiny gaps in them. We peek through into the second floor. Sunlight shining in. Hard to make out details. Room looks empty. Suddenly, my blood turns cold. See the figure of a man. He's sitting down, motionless and silent. What the fuck? He moves silently. Nope. We scramble down and out the first floor. Guy does not say anything, despite us waking the dead. Grab our bikes and leave. Silently agree that that was some spooky shit. Never talk about it. 20 years later, new friends say they want to go to a bar. They say the name. It's the haunted bar. The new owners open it up for tours and drinks. I agree to go, but don't tell them I've been there before. Find out it was an inn/brothel before the Civil War and a speakeasy during Prohibition. Closed down for decades by the time I was 13. Strange unexplained experiences. Non-extreme events that have never sat quite right in your mind. Summer of this year. Scored a geology internship and spent a week of it doing paleo-mag sampling. Working with my normal boss and his friend from back east. Sampling takes us further away from humanity than I've ever been. On the last day, we take our final samples along the slopes and the top of an elevated mesa. Have to hurry because the storm is slowly building. Water crisscrosses the road on the way out. We would be trapped for days. No cell service for the last 2 days. Not a ton of food. 20 miles to the last place where we saw someone. I'm a little on edge. Get on top of the mesa. Feel like I'm on top of the world. Very exposed, with darkening clouds above. Both eerie and awe-inspiring. Boss and friend stop the truck. Want to go on short hike to examine the section. They start out. I refill my water at the truck, and they get a head start. They've hiked a short distance across a bare exposure of uneven sandstone. No trail, but I follow in the same direction that I saw them leave. It isn't far to the edge of the mesa. Get 50 meters from the truck, climbing a rise. Sudden, very loud scraping sound, as if a huge object is being dragged across the bare rock. Lasts for several seconds, seems to be off to my left. I thought the truck had rolled off into the road or something. Can't even see a loose object bigger than my fist on the ground in any direction. I wander that direction and can't find a thing. Find boss and friend. Ask if they heard it, clearly a bit flustered. They look at me funny and say that they did not. Don't want to seem like a wimp, and don't bring it up ever again. Starts to rain, and we haul ass off of the mesa. I obviously felt exposed, and it was very quiet, but it sure sounded very loud and not very far. I don't have any idea as to what it could have been. Smoke a cigarette outside. All of a sudden, a football-shaped glowing ball appears out of thin air, moving very fast towards the ground. Before it hits the ground, it just disappears without a sound. Maybe it was ball lightning, but it was a cloudless night, and we did not have any storm and wakes. It was just fucking weird. Knowledge of the physical environment is essential to an LEO in patrol. It is one reason why seniority counts for a great deal in this line of work. The longer you work a given jurisdiction, the better you know it, and locals who become police officers quickly learn that growing up in an area does not mean that you truly know it. Part of it is that an LEO, unlike most people, has no perception of private or personal space. We can go anywhere given correct circumstances, and because of that, a great deal of idle time or routine patrol is spent exploring. Can you get a patrol car through the gap in this fence? Where does that track lead? Is there a way to get from this parking lot to another? If you walk this easement or power line access, what will you say? This is essential, because at some point this knowledge can mean shaving 30 seconds off a response time, or catching a fleeing subject. In every police jurisdiction of any size, in my experience, there is always at least one strange place. Not the spots you take rookies and play find the mud hole, or the crime scenes you use to scare explorers, but the real thing. The places that nobody talks about much. The places you don't find out about until you have to go there. The places you only go to if you have to. We have a place that is sometimes called the Patch. It's about 35 acres of very broken ground covered in scrub oak on the edge of town, completely isolated from everywhere else, out beyond an old brick plant that now makes clay pots. Nothing, as far as I can tell, has ever been built there, nor is it really good for anything. It's at the base of the tall ridge that currently marks the west boundary of our burg, cut by numerous gullies, and whose red clay soil is about useless for growing anything. The city seized it for taxes back in 1942 from a land company. It was listed as wasteland, no commercial use back then. It's really a strange place. I've been on search teams across it 6 times in 11 years, and every time I've been on it, it creeps me out. It gave me the willies when I first explored it, shortly after being cut loose on my own. You can't get a car very deep into it, and frankly, a short walk on foot into it gave me such a bad feeling I never went back without a reason. It wasn't until about 18 months later that I learned that I was not alone in my reaction to the place. One factual thing that bothers me about the place is that I get lost in it. I have, since I was old enough to think about such things, an unerring instinct about the direction north. I can always find it. Nighttime, snowstorms, forest, whatever. Give me a few seconds to concentrate, and I know which direction north is. Even the desert, which screws many people up, never bothered me, and the army taught me land nav to a fine degree. I've run compass courses with multiple dog legs and hit my target location every time, even on featureless terrain such as Fort Hood, where one bit of scrub is identical to every other bit. But every time I've been on the patch, I've gotten turned around, in broad daylight, with a ridgeline a quarter-mile away that is only a couple degrees off a true north-south axis. After the first search, I started taking a compass with me. Near the center of the patch is a structure we call the Playhouse. It's a building made out of sheets of old galvanized tin, nailed to thick posts and 4x4s with a dirt floor. We call it the Playhouse because there is absolutely no rationale for its positioning or design. Firstly, you can't get a vehicle larger than an ATV or dirt bike to it due to washouts and gullies. Maybe a jacked up 4x4 if it was dry and you really did not care about your paint job. Secondly, because the place is big, about 3,000 square feet as near as we can tell, but has no purpose. There is no animal pens near it, nothing. Just a wood framework with tin nailed to it. No tower on the roof seams, no doors, but several doorway-sized openings. No windows at all. Inside, it's split into at least a dozen rooms by either more tin sheets or partitions made out of old packing crates from the railroad. Some of the rooms are completely isolated from the exterior walls. There is no logic or reason to how some of the rooms are laid out. Several have openings that are barely 3 feet high. It reminds you of how kids put together a fort or treehouse, except that this one has cut down telephone poles for roof supports set several feet into the ground. Whatever else you can say about it, someone built it to last. There is no junk or litter about the Playhouse, and no graffiti. While it's not very obvious, it's been there since before the city seized the place, and with all the generations of kids, you would expect some beer drinking, ghost hunting, or general spray can antics. Nor is there any sign of animals taking advantage of the shelter, nor have I ever seen any birds' nests, although hornets' nests and mud daubers are present. And it smells odd. That's all I can say about it. It smells different than what I think it should. This has been commented on by others as well. No specific odor, just odd. And flashlights fail in it. Yes, flashlights fail everywhere, but flashlights seem to fail a lot more in it than anywhere else. $70 Streamlight Stingers that are city issue and have reliable rechargeable batteries go abruptly dead in there. And not in the usual fashion, the light going yellow for 20 minutes, getting dimmer and dimmer until they just fade away. Rather, going from hard white light to dead in a minute span. When you carry the same light every day for years, you know its battery in detail. Yet, many of us have been caught by an unexpected dead battery in the playhouse. Sometime in the past, we were searching for a missing girl. It was likely that she had been carried off by a recent high water after massive cloudburst, 10 inches in 10 hours. But foul play was also a possibility for reasons best unrelated. A search was mounted. I was tasked with taking 2 officers and checking the area around the old brick plant and the patch. I had 2 veteran officers, both entry team members and well known to me. We'll call them MD and Flash. They readily accepted my suggestion that we change into tactical gear in order to protect our uniforms from the brush. To be frank, I was less concerned with the brush than for having an excuse to bring my MP5 along. I was not alone in that. As unbidden, both Flash and MD got their shotguns out of the arms room. Flash had a 14-inch pump, and MD a Benelli semi-auto. We searched the patch first, and although all 3 of us were carefully keeping track of where we were in a place we had all been in before, we managed to get well and truly turned around twice in the space of 90 minutes. It took us a lot longer than it should have to search the area, because frankly, we were not splitting up, at all. Anywhere else, we would have been 20 to 30 feet apart, walking on line. Here, we stuck together. We had been on other search teams which had gotten hopelessly jumbled and separated in the patch before. It was late afternoon when we went to the playhouse. The sky was completely overcast, the color of lead. The ground was muddy, everything was wet, and there was a cold breeze out of the north. To say it was a miserable day was an understatement. We circled the playhouse, looking for footprints, and found nothing. However, drainage was such that it was possible that they could have been washed away, so a search was necessary. Inside, there were no gaps in the ceiling to speak of, and very few in the walls. The grey daylight hardly made its presence known through what gaps there were, although the dull light through nail holes made you think unpleasantly of animal eyes in the night. I led the way in. 20 feet in, a portable metal detector, a wand type used to check for weapons that Flash was carrying, suddenly started beeping, and did not stop until he pulled the battery pack out. He swore it had been turned off the whole time he had been out. Later, at the PD, it worked perfectly. We were clearing the place like a hostile building, rather than a search. We had not talked about it, but all 3 of us were on edge. Very much so. The place smelled very wrong. Not a smell of anything in particular, just not the way a place should smell. I can't explain it in any way better than that. I was on one knee, checking out a closet-sized room, when abruptly, the light on my MP5 died, going from white and bright to dead in a couple of seconds. Flash took point in MD center, while I tagged along and switched batteries. I had a couple full-charge spares on me, as well as 2 more flashlights and some silooms. A minute or so later, Flash's light died the same way, and he dropped to the rear to change out, while MD and I moved up a place. We stopped at that point, and we heard something. Flash muttered, "What was that?" and we all listened carefully. It was coming from ahead and to our right. We did not speak at the time, of course, but later, we never agree on what it sounded like. To me, it sounded like a sick cat might sound as it whimpers. We moved forward towards the noise, and came to a largish room which had the exterior wall on one side. MD made entry, and at that exact moment, his flashlight died. He immediately sidestepped and dropped to one knee. I moved in and past him along the wall as Flash slid along the wall on the opposite side of the doorway. Flash was to the left of the doorway, MD was right, kneeling, and I was about 2 feet to MD's right. The room was about 20 by 11, with us at the narrow side, and something moved in the far right corner. Flash hit it with his light a second before I did. I remember MD yelling, and then both fired. To this day, I swear I saw a big, dark dog, large, 150 plus pounds, bull mastiff sized, in Flash's light, moving fast. I fired, 3-round burst, and then kept firing as MD and Flash pounded away. Both went empty and yelled that they were withdrawing, team procedure, and I fired to cover them as I backed out last. After the first burst, I could not see much for the muzzle flash, so I just ripped up the corner with 3-round bursts. I fired off the full 30-round mag. In retrospect, I cannot explain why I fired 30 rounds at a dog. There was no valid reason to simply hose it down, nor for Flash and MD to blaze away like we had. Nerves is the only explanation that I can offer. All I can say is that that encounter was quite simply the most stressful incident I have ever had, bar none. In the second room, we reloaded and MD switched out batteries. Then we re-entered the long room. There was no dog, no body, no blood, zip. None of us described what we saw the same way. Flash was extremely reluctant to describe what he saw at all. But there are a couple facts. All three saw a target in motion. Despite the fact that we all perceived it as being in motion, we all saw it in a corner and never shifted our point of aim, despite the fact that we all train regularly on moving targets. MD and Flash were hunters. I shoot lots of moving vermins. I served in military actions, and both Flash and I had been in fatal police shootings, and we had 12 gauge 3-inch magnum holes and 30 expended 9mm brass. 30 bullets and 108 pellets were fired at a specific area. In this case, an area consisting of dirt floor and tin walls. All three of us were classified as expert shots. No matter how closely we, nor the 2 investigators who came out later, looked, we could find no hits on the floor, and only 23 projectile penetrations in the tin walls, out of 138 projectiles fired. Triple-aught pellets are 0.36 inches in diameter steel balls. 9mm bullets are roughly 0.38. 105 remain unaccounted for. The 23 holes we found were concentrated in the target corner, 9 to the left, 14 to the right of the corner, with the 2 groups 22 inches apart at the closest, as if something solid between the 2 groups had soaked up the missing rounds. The department wrote the incident off as accidental discharge. The girl was eventually found elsewhere. Flash, MD, and I never really talked about the incident, except indirectly. All 3 admitted having felt more stress than before or since. None of the 3 of us have been to the patch since. Both MD and Flash have moved on to other agencies for unrelated reasons. One of the creepier things from later on, when we try to explain the whole matter, and a firefight is not a joking matter to the police, no matter that no one got hurt. The administration members we were dealing with, who have been LEOs there for 40 plus and 30 plus years respectively, nodded, asked few questions, and let the matter drop. That is all there is to it. The chemical angle has some merits. During World War II, our county hosted one of the largest training facilities in the USA, and chemical weapons, mostly mustard gas, were tested and deployed here. Numerous chemical core units were formed and trained here. The EPA for local government would be more frightening than a breach in the time-space continuum and hounds of tinderlers pouring through. One point, the place did not smell bad, but rather, it did not smell the way such places usually do. Of course, there were no animals living there, so the rotting feces scent and various musks were absent, which could be it. Chemicals or spills could account for animals not liking the place. Fumes could also account for why I got lost and why we felt uneasy. It could also explain why it was built so solidly. Certain fumes also disrupt electrical connections. I recall from Army NBC training by causing minute surface contamination of the connectors. Come to think of it, we never retested the batteries once outside. We just put them in chargers, and the spring-loaded charger connections are intended to clean the battery terminals. And, of course, for the military, no site is remote. And back during World War II, access to that area was much easier. Another thing, back in those days, there was no EPA. You dumped stuff wherever you felt like it. Lots of possibilities. You know, it's all getting pretty simple for me. The design of the party house makes perfect sense. A solidly built structure with no doors, no window openings, and an implausible interior layout. A gas chamber. A place where you run troops in wearing chemical gear to be exposed to tear gas or other weapons in order to learn that their gear works and how to function while wearing it. Residual chemicals would drive off animals. Chemical fumes could account for a sense of disorientation and discomfort. They trained here from 1949 to 1945, very intensively, up to 100,000 troops at any one time. That would account for the wrong way the place smelled. Damn, I debunked my own experience. Another thought that has occurred to me since the whole chemical thing is that we were firing into a corner. It's possible that the first hits forced the tin sheets back from their supports, creating an opening. Firing in the dark, as I noted, means that after the first shot or burst, your night vision is gone, and we were using flashlights anyway. The weak sunlight would not have been easily noticed, nor was it a lengthy undertaking. Flash had 5 shots to pump out, MD 7 semis, me 10 3-round bursts. It would have come out as a continuous volley in the space of seconds. If that happened, the bulk of the rounds could have passed through the gap. When the shooting stopped, the sheet sagged closed again. Given the ear-numbing effects of shooting in an enclosed space, we would not have heard anything. If I recall correctly, the missing rounds were at the apex of the corner, where the inside wall sheet of tin met an exterior sheet of tin. We did walk around the outside of the building to make sure no rounds had hit anyone. Tin sheets do not stop anything, but I do not recall specifically locating the exit points, especially since we were waiting for investigators. You don't screw with the scene of a shooting, regardless if you hit anything or not. Besides, at the angle we were firing, the rounds would have gone some distance before hitting ground. If the investigators made the same assumption that we did, that the sheets were firmly fixed, it could explain the whole matter. Then and now, chemical warfare specialists are routinely exposed to a full range of chemical weapons while in full chemical gear. This is done to get them used to hostile environments, to teach them that their gear works, and the like. The US uses weaker than normal chemicals, but for example, between 1980 to 1989, 14 US servicemen died in such training exercises. The USSR routinely expected 1% losses when training with chemical weapons. Of course, any training exercise can cause deaths. At one summer AT, the 49th Armored, TXNJ, had 11 training deaths in a 2-week period. Aviation units always lose people to crashes, and vehicle accidents always take a toll as well. The place was definitely not set up in a manner of defensive works, however, not even as simulated works. The military camp near our burg trained a lot of chemical corps units during World War II. The net and some of my own books has given me a lengthy list and confirmed the fact that there was training with live chemical weapons. I've emailed some of the unit veterans associations, but I'm pretty confident the whole matter has a logical explanation. Frankly, it has turned my opinion around 180 degrees. While before I was fairly uneasy about the whole experience, I'm inclined now to think that the whole business was probably a touch of fumes and a lot of charged imagination. The playhouse is no more. I did some net research, and it turns out that there was a lot of chemical warfare training done in our area. I brought my findings to the city, and they shrugged it off, but they did accept the hard copies. A couple weeks later, without any fanfare, the city reopened the accessway, punched a road in, tore down the playhouse, and ripped the whole area up. They dug a massive hole in the middle, which was then leased to a local factory for disposing of ceramic debris. A further update, the patch is stripped of vegetation, other than grass and low brush. It's pretty flat, as the dumping, digging, and filling has leveled it all out, although it's probably several feet higher on the average. They've built a warehouse on one edge, and survey crews have marked it all out. With the boom that's hit our burg, it will probably be a mall or something in the next few years. It's smaller now, the city sold it, and a factory complex lopped off about a sixth, and most of the rest is fenced, since the dirt they used to cover the shards is better than the old red dirt, and they graze some horses there. They put a major water main through it recently, and I expect it to be built up within a year or two, given the city growth. I walked across it a couple of times for various reasons. It's nothing unusual anymore, just open field. No getting lost, no battery failure, no feel to it at all. Zip. Maybe toilet shards act as interdimensional insulation. One more point to support my chemical theory. When they dug the holes, they hauled the dirt off. The dirt used for cover and raising the ground level was trucked in. Very unusual. The red dirt they hauled off has not shown up at any of the city's various sites, including the huge dump complex, nor was it sold as fill. The only creepy thing remaining, I asked one of the investigators if they checked the tin walls to see if they were loose. They had checked. The tin was not loose. I said, that's odd. He said, not for that place, and ended it there. In the summer of 1970, I had just finished 5th grade and was enjoying my vacation. I live in the city of Zhytomyr, Ukraine. One day, my friend and I went out to play in the yard. As we turned the corner of the house and passed by the bushes, we spotted something strange. We picked it up, and it looked like a green pistol, but only in a very general sense. The handle resembled a pistol's, with grips on the sides, but there was no sign of a clip fitting underneath. The trigger and guard were ordinary, but everything else was baffling. The barrel was slightly over 20 centimeters long, with a diameter of about 5 centimeters. The walls of the barrel were incredibly thin, around 1 millimeter thick, and along its length, there were external, ring-like grooves, about 2 millimeters in height, spaced roughly 6 centimeters apart. Above the barrel, near the handle, was a sighting bar, like those on rifles, which seemed completely out of place for a pistol. The whole object was a strange shade of green, though the appearance of the object was confusing, and its purpose completely mysterious. The strangest part was not the object itself. It was how my friend and I reacted after we picked it up. We were both 5th graders, and logically, we should have examined the object, studied it closely, or even tried to disassemble it. But we did not do any of that. Instead, we did not even bother to look down the barrel, which was huge. We simply glanced inside and saw a sooty coating along the walls. Without a second thought, we quickly went to the yard, gathered some boards, and built a small fire. We tossed the pistol into the flames. After a few minutes, the green paint started to bubble. Then, to our surprise, the pistol began to shrink. It did not melt or lose its shape. It just got smaller, reducing in size by half. Once it had shrunk, we turned our backs on the fire, and, without waiting any longer, walked briskly out of the yard and headed home. This whole event took less than 10 minutes. Years passed, and whenever I was on business trips with colleagues or having a drink, I would often tell the story of the strange object I had found as a child. Then, one day, many years later, my daughter brought home a book by the writer Uspensky, titled Children's Horror Stories from a Friend. I read it too, and I was astonished by what I found. In the preface, Uspensky mentioned that the stories in the book were based on accounts from Soviet pioneers who had attended Pionierskaya Zorka in the late 60s and early 70s. The children had sent in their stories, and among them were several about the green pistol. According to these stories, only those children who had acted almost exactly as I had, burning the pistol in the fire, watching it shrink, and then not investigating what happened afterward, were able to survive and write about it. What stands out to me about this experience is that this object was of unknown origin and purpose. When heated, it shrank by half, without changing shape. What's even stranger is that 2 5th-grade boys, when faced with such a bizarre object, did not try to take it apart or examine it closely. Instead, we immediately built a fire and burned it, showing no curiosity about what might happen afterward. At the same time, similar objects were reported by children of the same age in different regions of our country during that period. I was a dancer for 13 years and used to travel around Western Canada. I was working in a town called Williams Lake with a friend. I was on stage Monday afternoon doing my first show when I noticed a guy sitting in a booth back a little from the stage. I don't think I will do this description justice, but he was gorgeous. I mean, Botticelli angel, move over Brad Pitt gorgeous. Blonde curls and intense blue eyes. In my entire dancing career, I was always in a long-term relationship and never stepped outside of it. I was never even tempted, but this man was everything I found tempting in one package. He threw some money onto the stage, and I gave him a poster. After my show, I went over to sign it. Because it was a booth, I slipped in beside him and started signing the poster when he looked at me incensed and said, "What do you think of me?" I turned to face him fully, and it was like my veins were suddenly full of ice water. I could feel almost an instant cord develop between us and all of my energy being pulled through it. The worst though was being this close. I was able to look deep into his blue eyes, and there was nothing there. I mean nothing. No soul. They were empty and terrifying. I remember I stuttered in fear when I answered him. "Honestly, you terrify me. You are cold, and I am looking into your eyes, and I don't see a soul. I am not even sure you are a human being." He was looking at me with those terrible, empty eyes when he said, "I am trying to learn to be human." That actually is when it gets worse. As soon as he said that, I was thrust into a vision. As in, I was no longer seeing the bar or him. Instead, I was looking down at what appeared to be my hands, except they were strong, square hands that belonged to a man, and those hands / my hands were choking the life out of people while I looked in their eyes. The faces kept changing under my hands, and I can still remember some of them to this day. There, the vision ended, and I was still sitting in the booth with this man, and he was staring at me so intensely that I am certain he knew what I had seen. I mumbled out, "I can't help you with that," in response to his earlier comment about trying to learn to be human, and got up shakily from the table. My friend came over and asked if I was okay, because I must have been as white as a sheet. I muttered I was okay, but shaken, and she commented that he really spooked her, and she had only spoken to him briefly, but he scared her. We were there, working for the week. He came in Tuesday and Wednesday, but never spoke to either of us again, just sat and stared. I can't say for sure what this man was, only that he most definitely wasn't a man as in human. In my years, I have sadly met some of the worst in society, killers and child predators. These people are evil and twisted, but even so, when you look them in the eyes, there is a spark of something that shows that they are human. Whatever we encountered in Williams Lake was missing this. B20, 2 years ago. Go out with GF for dinner and then drinks. Walk out of pub at about 2 a.m. Winter, cold fucking wind, nobody but us. Begin walking her home. She lives nearby, maybe a 10 or 15 minute walk. As we pass by a small street, I feel myself get snatched away. Get hit several times by blunt object. Try to understand what's going on. Hard to see with blood in my eyes. 2 guys are holding me and taking my fangs. Hear GF scream. I turn towards screams and a guy is holding her against a wall, touching her. Manage to free one hand, punch one of the guys holding me. He moves backwards, holding his face. Quickly get away from the other guy holding me and start to run towards the fucker holding my GF against the wall. Get hit in the back of the head. You got knocked the fuck out. .jpg. Wake up in an ambulance. GF sitting in the back, holding my hand. There was a police car nearby that heard the screams. They arrived just seconds after I got knocked out. GF unharmed, and I got my things back. I'll take a too spooky from me ghost any day. True fear is a loved one screaming for help when you can't do anything about it. We are still together. It all began 6 years ago when my little sister, Nana, came home from school. In the midst of her usual chatter about her day, she casually mentioned something about a Kroodra. What it was or who it was, who could say? The only clear thing from her words was that it was something frightening, lurking in the basement of one of her classmates' houses. My mom thought it was just another children's horror story, and I shared her sentiment. After all, who has not had their share of childhood fears? Everyone remembers the glowing eyes in the darkness of an open closet, the tall shadow lurking in the corner, or the hairy hands reaching out from under the bed. These childhood tales tend to morph quickly, with one terrifying monster transforming into another as the child grows accustomed to their fears, losing both interest and terror. The same particularly vivid nightmare could migrate from the closet to the pantry, then to the elevator shaft, or even down into the basement. A basement, in truth. It made little sense to be afraid of something hidden in a basement, especially in a different house, yet Nina was clearly terrified. This was evident in the way she sometimes woke up crying at night, nearly falling off the top bunk of her bed. I slept on the bottom. She would rush to her parents' room, gripped by nightmares of an animal in total darkness. The creature was covered in soft fur, but hissed horrifically, lunging at Nina and attempting to swallow her whole, starting from her neck. She would wake up choking in terror, screaming that it was a Kroodra. Mom attributed the nightmares to Nina's bad habit of sleeping on her stomach. In that position, her head would turn awkwardly in her sleep, causing her face to sink into the loose pillow, leaving her breathless. Her subconscious then conjured terrible images that reflected her reality. The hissing sound could have simply been her own breath, labored through the layers of fabric and fluff. But I suspected there was more to it. It felt like one of Nina's classmates was intentionally trying to frighten her, most likely the same child whose basement held the supposed creature. I spent some time quietly observing her social circle, but it led to dead ends. The younger kids were surprisingly secretive. I only caught a fleeting mention of Kroodra or Kroodra. It was an odd combination, where the first part seemed to refer to a rabbit, while the second part remained a mystery. It sounded like nonsense. Eventually, I grew tired of my investigation, and Nina's nighttime fears began to occur less frequently. Everything came to a head about 3 months later. After school one day, Nina asked if she could go out to play with her friends in the neighboring yard. Since the school mainly served local children, including both of us, I readily agreed. It was common for her to go out, and my parents generally encouraged time spent outdoors over watching endless cartoons at home. However, when I returned after 6 classes, Nina still had not come back, and my mother was frantic, pacing the room and trying to call for her daughter for what felt like the 10th time. She had been missing for an hour and a half. When Nina finally returned, more like ran home, breathless. She was in tears, her nose swollen and red, covered in some sort of dust, and her hair tangled in cobwebs. She clung to our mother like a vice, sobbing silently for about 5 minutes, trembling all over. Concerned, our parents went to the principal's office. They contacted Nina's classmate and their parents, trying to figure out what had happened. It turned out that a group of underage kids had locked Nina in the basement for fun, scaring her half to death. Yes, the very same basement she had been terrified of all along. According to Nina, it all unfolded like this. Dennis, Gaina, Tanya, and Emil, who had been trying to befriend my sister since the start of the school year, were wandering around the yard, kicking bottles and cans while chatting. At some point, their conversation drifted to that dreaded Kroodra, and Gaina decided to be brave and show everyone the basement. The door was unlocked, but the handle had been pulled off, with the meat on the other side. Tanya stayed behind to hold the door so it would not slam shut in the wind, while the others ventured inside, shining their phone flashlights. Suddenly, they heard a loud hiss echoing from deep within the basement, and panic set in. The boys bolted for the exit, racing ahead of Nina and pushing each other aside, leaving her at the back of the group. Just as she reached the door, it slammed shut in front of her. At this point in the story, Nina would always break down in tears, overwhelmed by the memory. She had not seen who had closed the door, leaving her alone in complete darkness. She screamed and pounded on the door, but there was no response from the outside, only silence. Nina lost track of time as she sat there, and when her fist grew sore and her voice faded, she sank down against the door and cried. As if that ordeal was not enough, Nina soon realized she wasn't alone in the dark corridor. Among the heaps of junk tangled in cobwebs, something was breathing and crawling. There were no footsteps, only a faint rustling, like something soft dragging across the floor. She frantically waved her flashlight from corner to corner, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever lurked in the shadows. Then she heard it, a hissing sound, not like a cat, but like a snake. She aimed her flashlight toward the sound and saw it. A Kroodra. It was a strange, moving object covered in thick white fur, and it was advancing toward her. In a panic, she managed to force the door open on her nth attempt, which, considering the state of the door, was nothing short of miraculous, and she ran home as fast as she could. Following the incident, another boy named Tetsuya was found responsible. He had a speech impediment that made him hard to understand, but when pressured to hiss in the principal's office, he mimicked a real snake perfectly. His father later revealed that he had a fluffy blanket at home which he could easily throw over himself to play the monster in this cruel prank. Naturally, the culprits denied their guilt. Kids are skilled liars after all. They all insisted that a real Kroodra had been present. They echoed each other, claiming the door had wrenched itself from Tanya's grip and slammed shut right in front of Nina. They boasted that they had sprinted 300 meters away in terror and had not dared to return. They maintained they had never believed in Kroodras, thinking it was merely another horror story among many. In their defense, they pointed out that Tolya's blanket was grey, not white, and it was spotless. They argued that if he had been truly in the basement, dragging it along the ground, there would have been more than just a couple of tea stains on it. Another argument in their favor was the claim that a boy had vanished in that very house long ago, disappeared without a trace, with no signs of him ever found. It was rumored to be the work of a basement monster. Out of curiosity, I later researched this incident online, and yes, it had actually happened. A boy named Alexei Petrovich, age 10, had disappeared while walking home from school in broad daylight. This occurred in the 90s, and the source where I found the story turned out to be quite dubious, largely focused on alien abductions, but you understand the implications. Although Nina's classmates likely got their ideas from their parents, they faced no consequences from the school. Everything unfolded outside the school grounds, which meant that neither the teacher's council nor even the principal could intervene, even though the troubling situation was brewing right within the school's walls. The little troublemakers had already planted a seed of fear in my naive sister's mind months before the basement incident, nurturing it with more terrifying details about the monster, helping it take root. For some reason, Nina did not want to share much with us. She kept everything to herself. After the basement incident, she revealed a lot about this Kroodra. It turned out to be a bizarre local scarecrow for kids. If I had been younger when we moved here, I might have known about its existence. It was described as a hairy, boa constrictor-like creature lurking in basements, swallowing cats, dogs, and even small children whole, along with their clothes and shoes. To devise such a plan, I swear, these boys, Dennis, Gaina, Tolya, would have turned into real phantoms if this incident had been solely their doing. But, as I mentioned, the problem had multiple causes. After Nina recovered from the psychological trauma and the subsequent waves of mind-blowing nightmares which plagued not just her, but our entire family and even our neighbors, she began to whine about her cell phone. In the darkness of the basement, she had dropped it when she saw a white furry thing. They bought her a new one, but the old phone still contained many of her photos, videos, music, and games. Her mom did not understand her frustration, and Dad was even less sympathetic. This issue resonated more with me, so I was the only one who truly empathized with my sister. Eventually, I got the idea to venture into the basement to search for the lost phone. Since it had fallen onto the concrete floor, it probably broke, and I doubted any of the few people who had been in the basement since that day would have taken it. The opportunity arose just over a month after the incident. There was no English class, and the gym teacher decided to let us out early, freeing up 2 whole lessons. I wanted to enlist my school friends for this mission. Yes, I'm quite impressionable and did not want to face the basement alone. Everyone at school knew about my sister's incident, but they all had their own plans for those free 90 minutes. So, in the end, I had to go alone, as originally intended. A new door had been installed at the entrance to the basement. The old door lay in a small recess, alongside shabby, mossy steps, typical of a 9-story building's basement entrance. It was unlocked. Since I'd planned this foray, I always carried a flashlight in my backpack. I took it out, turned it on, opened the door, propped it up with a wooden block, that I found a couple of meters away and stepped inside. It appeared to be an ordinary public basement. Cement dust everywhere, a musty odor, cobwebs, and wires and pipes of various sizes snaking along the walls. It was dark, very dark. I noticed no light bulbs on the ceiling, or even sockets for them, and all the ventilation holes were bricked up. About 10 years ago, a gang in our city exterminated stray cats and sealed off all of the basement openings to deny the remaining animals shelter. They were fanatics. As a result, we hit a dangerously low number of street cats while rats thrived like weeds. The basement was filled with junk, likely because the doors were usually left unlocked and residents happily discarded unwanted large items there. There was a lot of clutter, old furniture and its fragments, sheets of plywood and slate, window frames, baby carriages, and stacks of dusty dishes. I even caught a glimpse of a massive copper basin. Thinking Nina could not have gone far from the door, I began searching for her cell phone in the first room. I searched for quite some time until my flashlight beam finally fell on it. It had slipped through a layer of dust beneath a chest of drawers against the wall. The screen was cracked, but overall, it looked fine for a phone that had spent over a month in this damp hole. To retrieve it, I could either move the coffee table piled high with junk or crawl under it. I opted for the latter. I got down on all fours, careful not to get too dirty, crawled under the table, and was just about to reach for the phone when I heard a creak and bang. The door slammed shut. Just like that. The damn door I had deliberately propped up with a block slammed closed, out of the blue, like something from a cheap horror movie. In a panic, I grabbed my mobile, scrambled out from under the table, and rushed to the door, but it was locked. I don't know how. I pulled the handle down, up, left, right, and turned the latch. Nothing worked. I was locked in the basement, alone. Suddenly, the air felt thick and hard to breathe, and blood pounded in my temples. Fortunately, I recognized that I was succumbing to panic and managed to douse the flare of emotions. I reminded myself that I was no longer a little girl and would figure a way out of this mess. I had my phone, but I felt too embarrassed to call my parents and confess I had willingly fallen into the same trap as my sister. They thought I was still in class. My friends knew where I was headed, but I planned to involve them only as a last resort. Until then, I preferred to try to free myself. I moved deeper into the basement, illuminating the piles of junk with my flashlight. After exploring several rooms, I found what I needed. A toolbox left behind by someone. I pulled out a screwdriver and a hammer and returned to the door. That was my plan. I read somewhere that you could break a lock by inserting a screwdriver into the keyhole and hitting it hard with a hammer. In theory, you would then twist the screwdriver left inside to allow the cylinders to pop out of their grooves easily. However, I soon realized that this method only worked on large locks with thick keys, as the screwdriver would not fit into this one. Half a centimeter was all I managed, and then it got stuck. I tried to screw it in, and then hammer it deeper, but nothing worked. I stood there, cursing myself for my foolishness. Facing the door, I suddenly heard a quiet rustling behind me. My first instinct was to turn and shine the flashlight beam at the wide opening between the first and second rooms. Yes, you guessed it. There stood, or sat, a Kroodra. It didn't matter what it was called. I did not see the entire creature, just its head, but it was enough to send my heart racing to my heels and then straight to my throat. To give you a clearer picture of what I faced, imagine the head of a white rabbit atop a thick neck of indefinite length, only this rabbit was the size of a large shepherd, or even bigger. Its ears seemed to lack cartilage, dropping like rags on either side of its head, so long that their tips did not even touch the light from my flashlight. A wide mouth with thick lips held 4 flat, pointed teeth, 2 on top and 2 on bottom, protruding from fleshy bases that moved like short, pink, wet fingers with white nails. Saliva dripped in streams from its gaping maw. As the enormous mouth began to advance toward me, I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Just as this monstrous rabbit-snake hybrid was about to pounce, the numbness faded and my teenage reflexes kicked in. I dodged it. From that point on, Everything became a blur, like a slideshow, playing in fragments. My body was flooded with hormones, and my autonomic nervous system took over. I dodged the creature's lunges like Jackie Chan, shouting every curse word I knew while swinging both the screwdriver and the hammer with all my strength. The creature hissed, retreating into the darkness, but then it lunged again with its soft pink mouth, which I could only compare to a giant leather bag. Apparently, it was very hungry. Finally, I managed to hit the monster squarely in the eye with the hammer. It burst, splattering some viscous liquid everywhere. The Kroodra fell to the floor, choking on a chilling wheeze, and then darted into the depths of the basement with astonishing speed. Exhausted, I leaned my elbows on the table, struggling to catch my breath after the fight when, oh, what a miracle, I heard footsteps outside. The janitor had heard my screams. A small, mustachioed granny opened the door, and I, slipping right past her, shot out of that damn basement like a bullet, stunned by everything that had just happened, and blinded by the bright daylight. I still had some time left from gym class, which I used to calm down and collect myself. In reality, I didn't manage to do either. First, I was dirty and sweaty. Second, I had bloodstains and monster goo all over my clothes, and noticed a sizable jagged wound on my left forearm, which I had not felt at all until I saw the blood soaking my sleeve. There was a lot of it, and I was genuinely scared that I might bleed out. The first thought that hit my already overloaded brain was to run to the school medical center. The nurse there was a kind woman. I fabricated a plausible story, claiming I'd skipped class, and, in my excitement while escaping, had fallen into a ditch. There's one nearby, actually, a trench from a heating main that they had neglected to fill in, and cut my arm on a piece of iron. She did not ask questions, and just treated the wound, and bandaged my arm. After receiving such simple care, I felt noticeably better. I washed off some of the more obvious bloodstains in the school restroom, and finally went home, calmly repeating to my parents what I had told the nurse. They were perplexed, of course, but I managed to respond with confidence, explaining that as a teenager, sometimes you need to test boundaries, even if the experience does not turn out well. I'm still proud of how I masterfully lied that day. When Nina and I were alone in our room, I told her to keep quiet about what happened and took her phone out of my bag. She squealed silently with delight and rushed to her room to grab the memory card. If only she knew what I had endured to retrieve that stupid trinket, it wasn't worth it. Yes, we still live in this area. Yes, I still walk past that 9-story building sometimes. At first, after all these events, I occasionally saw the basement door wide open. Maybe they were airing it out, especially since all the ventilation was sealed. But in the darkness, I sometimes imagined I could see an eye. One yellow-green, snake-like eye that terrified me every time, making me quicken my pace, even though I knew it was probably just a figment of my imagination. I preferred to believe I had killed the monster that day, but checking was out of the question. A scar remains on my hand. Tales of the Kroodra continue to circulate among elementary school students. Nana's incident has become one of these tales, gaining new fantastic details year after year. It seems even the adults know about the Kroodra now. Just a scary story, nothing more. I have never told anyone what really happened to me. They all have their own versions. It's too old a lie to lose its power overnight. I share my story anonymously. Perhaps someone who reads this will recognize these events and uncover the truth. Or maybe that won't happen. It's probably for the best, I guess. I think I have a Bigfoot story. I didn't stick around to see what the fuck it was, but anyway. Have just under 50-acre hobby farm in middle of nowhere, northern Wisconsin. About a quarter of the property is swamp/wooded. Wooded area back of property goes back to lake about half a mile through the woods. Sun is just about down, but still enough light to see. Double checking, make sure pastures are secure, animals all accounted for, etc. Everything normal. Start walking back to house. Hear coyotes at back of property. My what the fuck meter ticks slightly, as usually you only see/hear coyotes well after dark or right before dawn. Breed Great Pyrenees as livestock guardian dogs. Generally have about 8 of them at any given time. They live with the sheep. Whistle for dogs and let them out of the gate. If you're familiar with them, they're the sweetest dogs, but turn into ruthless killing machines when it comes to coyotes. Dogs hear coyotes and take off towards back of property. I go in garage and grab 22 because I just keep one handy on top of some cabinets in garage. Decent 22 LR is enough to take out a coyote, so didn't really think of getting anything bigger from inside house. Path back towards woods has cornfields, now hay, but the corn that year, on both sides. Is a slow incline up to an apex halfway to woods that is about 10 or 12 feet higher than up by house and outbuildings. Start walking down path towards woods. Suddenly all hell breaks loose back by the woods. Dogs going apeshit. Hear what I can only describe as almost a lion roar, but not quite. What the fuck? Start running now to see what the hell is going on. Reach top of hill. Dogs are all heading my way, running full speed, tails tucked. All sprint past me, back towards their pen/barns. Look back towards woods. See huge fucking log come bursting for tree line. Nope the fuck back towards house, at full sprint, like Forrest Gump in the Vietnam scene. Quick run and open gate to let dogs back in. Go inside house. Don't want to scare kids, so try to act calm, but tell wife to go upstairs with them. She can tell I'm shook as fuck. Grab 375 Ruger and go up to attic, where I have a line of sight to top of hill and over cornfields. Watch out the window until I can't see anything anymore. Hear nothing else. See nothing else. Next morning see all dogs and animals are fine. Let out the 2 dogs that listen the best because I'm scared still. Go check out log I saw with dogs at my side. This fucking log had to weigh about 150 pounds, fully intact. Whatever fucking threw it had to have been strong as fuck. This was about 3 years ago. Haven't seen or heard anything weird since. I'm always respectful of the land and talk to nature while I'm out doing field work, so I'd like to think any weird shit out there knows that I'm a friend to nature. Camping and hiking around Mill Lacs for 3 days with 2 buddies of mine. It's the end of summer and starting to cool down, so there are no mosquitoes around, and it gets chilly enough at night to warrant heavy clothing. Pretty uneventful and normal camp for the first day and a half, aside from being attacked by a little barn owl. Halfway through the second day, we're hiking balls deep into some little trails, what must be game trails, come across a clearing. Knee-high grass, maybe a square mile of it, surrounded by thick pine trees and undergrowth. Would have been completely surreal if it weren't for the grass being loaded with ticks. Randomly see something emerge from the tree line. Everyone does a double take. It's a white-tailed deer, walking on its hind legs. We all burst out laughing, because this thing just looks stupid. It's not unusual for deer to buck up on their hind legs and take a few steps, but this thing was walking on its hind legs. Front legs are folded up, close to its body, almost like a T-Rex, and its head is back with mouth agape, tongue flailing around. We bust a gut laughing for a good 5 minutes, till we see another deer do the exact same thing. At this point we can barely breathe, because it appears that all the deer in this particular part of Minnesota are violently stupid. The 2 deer amble their way on over to each other and stand at what would be face to face if it weren't for the fact that they were looking straight up into the sky. This is apparently the funniest thing any of us had ever seen. Exhaustion probably played a big part into why we found it so funny. We stand around watching these 2 deer to see just how much entertainment they'll provide. But after maybe 30 seconds of face to face, they fall down to all fours and walk away in different directions like normal deer. We wipe the tears from our eyes and make our way back to our camp after eating lunch in the clearing. Get back to our camp at around 4 p.m. and start gathering enough wood to cook food and keep the fire going into the night. Pass around a bottle of Canadian Club and recant the time we encountered the 2 stupid deer. It's a fond memory. Hit the hay and sleep sound for the night. Wake up to find that friend number 1 has been up for hours. Has a pretty odd look on his face. The first words out of his mouth were, "A deer pooped a human poop on my stuff." Lol, what? Says he heard rustling leaves/twigs that sounded like more than just a breeze, so he opened up his tent to check. Says he saw a white tail rooting around the camp, and it took a shit on his backpack. but it wasn't just normal deer pellets. It was a big log of shit. Bust out laughing at his very somber retelling of events, because lol, his stuff got pooped on. Joke all day about our buddy Poop Pack, and the stupid deer getting their revenge. We all move on with our lives, and backtrack to our first campsite, where we will be staying the night before we leave in the morning. The third night, friends 1 and 2 are awoken before sunup by something rustling around the camp. Their whispering back and forth wakes me up. I open my tent and peek my head out to see what's up. See a buck and a doe meandering about maybe 10 yards away from us. Contemplate shouting to scare them off, but don't want to risk pissing off a buck while I'm laying down in a compromising position. We all glance at each other and just observe the curious mammals as they go about their business. One smells around the campfire a bit, finds our bottle of Canadian Club. It rears up on its hind legs. It shits in the general area of the bottle. Fuck. The buck also stands upright, hops around in a circle, sprays piss fucking everywhere, tongue flapping in the wind. Can't hold back my laughter at the sight. The deer gets spooked and run off while standing up. Laugh at the humorous yet odd sight and tell friend number 1 that he's going to clean the shit off the whiskey when the sun comes up. Tells me to fuck myself. I crawl back in my tent and sleep for a few more hours. We all get up about the same time and stumble out of the tent to examine the extent of the damage. Once again, the scat left by the deer is absolutely nothing like deer droppings. It's a big gnarly, human-like shit. Can't do anything but laugh about the whole situation. Fucking weird deer around these parts. Can't help but wonder what the fuck was going on there. Just weird animals or something else? Skinwalkers playing at being deer and playing a prank on some humans? Scout's honor, it really happened. Took a bunch of pics while in the woods that day, planning to make a K-thread about it later that night. Ended up with a really fucked up story instead. They say the terrifying Black Volga appeared in many cities, its purpose shrouded in mystery. No one could explain why it showed up. The car's windows were pitch black, impenetrable, leaving the occupants a mystery. Whenever the Black Volga appeared, parents would rush to hide their children. Its arrival marked a chilling pattern. Children began to vanish. The Black Volga was notorious, a symbol of fear. Its serial number was SSD, rumored to stand for Death to Soviet Children. They say this story dates back to Stalin's time in the village of Novopanskoye, now part of the Mikhailovsky district in the Ryazan region. A woman in the village gave birth to a son, but from the beginning, the child unsettled the villagers. His head was oddly large and elongated, and when he cried, the sound resembled the honking of a horse more than a baby's wail. As he grew, his features only became stranger. His head stretched further, his nose elongated, and his nostrils flared wide. His face and body grew covered in fur. His large eyes angled outward, and a mane sprouted down the back of his head. By adolescence, he was a startling likeness of a horse's head. He never learned to speak clearly, giggling incoherently instead, and he seemed to have a mental delay. Yet, despite his differences, he was an affectionate son. His mother adored him, and though he lacked words, they understood each other. He grew strong and hard-working, helping his mother tirelessly in the garden and around the house. Life continued this way until strangers began to take notice. Black government cars began appearing in the village, circling the house as if searching for something. The men inside, dressed in black, seemed to be probing for information. The mother, sensing danger, began to hide her son, especially when she needed to leave the village for work. One day, the men came to her house directly. They tried to convince her to hand over her son, claiming they would take him to a special boarding school for children with abnormalities. They promised he would be with others like him, where he would be understood and accepted. But the mother's instincts told her otherwise, and she refused outright. When persuasion failed, the men tried to take him by force. The mother, armed with a rolling pin, fought with such fury that even several strong men could not subdue her. Her son, unnaturally strong, fought back too, kicking and struggling against the grasp. The commotion drew the attention of the neighbors, who came running to help. Faced with a crowd, the men retreated, quickly driving off in their black car. After that day, the mother was vigilant. She kept her son close at all times, even bringing him along when she worked. For a while, the black car stopped appearing in the village. One morning, she was called urgently to work in a distant field, far from the estate. She hesitated, her heart heavy with worry, but refusing was not an option in those times. When she returned late that evening, her son was gone. Frantic, she searched the village, asking everyone she could find. Her worst fears were confirmed. The Black Volga had returned. While she was away, the men had taken her son. She searched for him tirelessly, writing letters and pleading for answers, but her efforts were in vain. He was never seen again. Some say he was taken to a prison and never released. The peasant who told me the story was not very educated, but he had heard of the Kunstkamera. He may have meant that the boy was taken to a secret military research institute, but he called it the Kunstkamera, and I've kept the name as he told it to me. Surprisingly, there is a similar legend in American folklore, the story of the Jersey Devil. This cryptozoological creature, described as about 1.5 meters in height, with a horse's head and wings, is said to shriek terribly, fly, and sometimes attack people. Over 5,000 sightings have been documented, making it one of the most frequently reported cryptids in history, more than even the Loch Ness Monster. One legend about the Jersey Devil's origin parallels the story of the Ryazan horse-headed boy. During the American War of Independence, a New Jersey girl fell in love with a British soldier. Despite public scorn, she continued to meet him in secret and soon became pregnant. In the eyes of her community, her love was a betrayal of the fledgling American nation. The British were enemies, and her child was cursed by association. The baby was born with an oddly shaped head, which became more horse-like as he grew. He never learned to speak clearly, and eventually, the story says, wings sprouted from his back. The boy grew aggressive, fled into the forest, and began terrorizing New Jersey, attacking people, and, according to legend, still does. Stories about the Black Volga are often linked to horrific events in the cornfields. During the stagnation period, Black Volgas of unknown origin were reported in villages across the Ryazan and Tula regions. Their appearance coincided with a chilling pattern. Parents would keep children, particularly boys aged 12 to 16, at home, warning them to stay away from the cornfields. People whispered about terrible murders in the cornfields. Teenagers found mutilated, their livers and kidneys cut out while they were still alive. In one such tale from the early 1980s, several gruesome deaths were reported near the village of Furilovka in the Mikhailovsky district. Villagers noticed a Black Volga patrolling the area before the killings were discovered. As children, we were not told much. Eavesdropping on adult conversations, I learned that there were two theories. Either a deranged maniac was responsible, or the organs were being harvested for illegal transplants. No one spoke openly about these theories, but the fear of the Black Volga remained strong. Another strange story about the Black Volga comes from the late 1970s in 1978, involving an excavator operator named Zotov. He worked on the Machino State Farm in the Mikhailovsky district and was a skilled worker, known for his ability to dig up or bury just about anything. Zotov was also a family man with 8 children at the time, and eventually even more. Like many, Zotov enjoyed drinking, though he wasn't seen as unusual for it. He spent most of his time working, caring for his family, or fishing. Machino had 2 main ponds, Mashinsky Pond and MTS Pond, along with several smaller ones, all teeming with large crucian carp in the early 1970s. However, by the late 1970s, the fish had grown smaller and weaker, which frustrated the locals. What ties Zotov to the legend is his romantic streak, which surfaced in an unexpected way. One day, while excavating near one of the ponds, he accidentally unearthed a buried cable, something highly sensitive, though he had no idea at the time. Shortly after, Black Volgas began appearing around the farm. The connection between Zotov's excavation and the sudden presence of the Black Volgas is unclear. Some say he unintentionally cut an important underground military or communication line, triggering a response from the authorities. Others think the cable was part of something far more secretive. Whatever the case, the story marks one more eerie instance of the Black Volga's swift and unexplained appearance. Despite its mysterious nature, this tale, like many involving the Black Volga, continues to live on in whispers and folklore. One sunny day in the summer of 1978, Zotov was tasked with digging a trench on the Machino State Farm. He completed the job quickly and found himself with plenty of free time. Having brought along some vodka, Zotov sat in the cab of his excavator, sipping away. As the alcohol took hold, he began to dream of creating a personal pond. Wouldn't it be wonderful, he thought, to dig a pond filled with large crucian carp? It could be a place for his family and village friends to fish together. A romantic idea for a man like Zotov, driven more by action than contemplation. Inspired, Zotov picked a spot he found appealing and began to dig. However, as his excavator's bucket plunged into the earth, it hit something unusual. Sparks erupted, filling the air with crackling light. The excavator's cab lit up like a fireworks show, and Zotov was startled out of his romantic vision. Convinced that lightning had struck his machine, Zotov fled the scene. To calm his nerves, he found more vodka and drank himself into a stupor before stumbling home to sleep, offering no explanation to anyone about what had happened. Meanwhile, other workers at the state farm noticed the strange glow and rushed to investigate. They quickly alerted the director and the party organizer. The situation was dire. Zotov's excavator had severed an important communication cable meant for high-ranking officials. Barely 2.5 hours after the incident, a fleet of Black Volgas roared into the village, carrying men in civilian clothes who exuded authority. They swiftly assembled the farm's senior staff, including the director, the party organizer, and the chief ergonomist. The secret agents were furious. They demanded immediate accountability, threatening severe consequences. The state farm's leaders, however, sprang to Zotov's defense. Zotov is a top-notch specialist, a family man with 8 children to feed, they argued. Yes, he made a mistake, but everyone makes mistakes. If you punish him, who will operate the excavator? And how will his wife and children survive without their breadwinner? The villagers, too, rallied behind Zotov, praising his work ethic and character. Confronted with this display of solidarity, the agents relented. They repaired the cable, issued stern warnings, and left for Moscow. When Zotov finally woke up, he had no idea what had transpired. Stepping outside, he was mobbed by villagers, eager to recount the near apocalypse he had caused. They told him how he had almost been dragged off by Kremlin agents in their Black Volgas, how the village stood up for him, and how he had narrowly escaped prison. Zotov listened in disbelief. He slept through the entire ordeal. The villagers remained puzzled by one thing: the sheer speed of the agent's response. From the moment the cable was severed, they had located the break, held a meeting, and arrived in Machino, all in just 2.5 hours. How had they managed it? The mystery of the Black Volgas only deepened. They tell a story about a tractor driver from Subotina, a village in the Zakharovsky district of the Ryazan region, who was once sent on a mission to a distant field. The tractor driver was working in a remote area, far from civilization. It was quiet and lonely, just a monotonous day. Suddenly, he saw a well-dressed man walking toward him across the field. The man was wearing a good suit and shoes, strangely out of place in the middle of nowhere. The driver, a little taken aback, slowed his engine. The man approached and said, "Listen, friend, not as a favor, but as a fellow man, help us out. People should help each other. Here's the thing. My friends and I are stuck with our car on your road. Can you pull us out? Don't worry, we will repay you, and it won't be a problem." The tractor driver, feeling respected and eager to help, agreed without hesitation. They drove for a few kilometers before reaching a country road. There, the tractor driver saw a Black Volga stuck in the ruts, surrounded by well-dressed people, suits and expensive shoes, trudging through the muddy road. It was a mystery how such well-dressed people ended up in the backwoods of Ryzen. They all treated the tractor driver with great respect, asking him to pull the car free. The group had a rope, and soon enough, the tractor driver managed to free the Volga from the mud. Afterward, the group thanked him and handed him some money. They shook his hand and drove off, leaving the tractor driver watching the car disappear into the distance. He had never seen such a fine vehicle before. As he stood there, mesmerized by the Volga, he looked down at the money they had given him. He expected maybe a ruble or two, but when he looked, he could not believe his eyes. 300 rubles. Back in those times, 300 rubles, that was 3 months' salary. The tractor driver froze, unsure what to do. At first, he wanted to throw the money away, but then he decided to consult with his wife. He climbed back on the tractor and made his way home. When he arrived, his wife greeted him, sat him down, and began preparing dinner. As he was about to mention the 300 rubles, the radio in the background suddenly announced some shocking news. A major crime has been committed in Ryzen. A group of unknown individuals in a black Volga have robbed a bank, making off with a huge sum of money. All major roads have been blocked, but the criminals have yet to be captured. Authorities believe they may have escaped along the country roads. Citizens are urged to report any sightings of suspicious black Volgas. At that moment, the tractor driver realized who he had helped. They were criminals. They had robbed the bank. What should he do with the money? He could not throw it away, but what if the numbers were recorded? Should he go to the police and report everything? Or were the bandits watching, waiting to take revenge? In the end, the tractor driver decided to bury the money in his backyard, just to be safe. He never dug it up again. They say this story took place in the early 1980s, likely in the Moscow region or somewhere in central Russia. A traffic cop was stationed at a post, monitoring the speed of passing cars. Back then, away from the big cities, there were far fewer cars on the roads, so the officer found himself incredibly bored. The occasional car would pass, but none were breaking any traffic laws. There was no one to stop or fine. Then, suddenly, a large group of cars came speeding toward him at an astonishing pace, completely unheard of for Soviet times. The officer quickly grabbed his speed measuring device and started to check. 120 kilometers per hour, he thought in disbelief. It was incredible. He had never witnessed such a speed before. But just as he was processing the numbers, something hit him in the forehead with incredible force. His head exploded. A bullet, fired from about a kilometer away, had struck him directly in the forehead. The shooter, a professional, had made the shot in one try, from an extraordinary distance. It was nothing short of unbelievable. The traffic cop died instantly, without any suffering. Here is what happened. The speeding cars were part of the motorcade of the legendary Soviet leader and political figure, Yuri Vladimirovich Andropov. The motorcade was protected by an elite security detail, highly trained professionals who could take out a target from a kilometer away at high speed. Since the officer was standing there with his device, it appeared from the distance as if he was holding a weapon. The security team assumed an assassination attempt on Andropov was underway and shot the officer. When they got closer and realized the man was just a traffic cop, they tossed a special token onto his body. When his colleagues arrived at the scene, they saw the token and reported it to their superiors. The response from the higher-ups was chilling. The murder would not be investigated because cases involving such tokens were never looked into. This one is fucked up. Bime, 17 years old, had recently been shot, for reasons I won't explain. I grew up in South Central. You do the math. Buddy of mine is rushing me to the hospital. I was shot twice in the stomach. In the back seat, with a shirt as a makeshift rag on the wound. I was laying down, looking up out the window. I was starting to feel dizzy because of all of the blood that I was losing. Started seeing stars or whatever, losing consciousness. Still looking out of the window at the roof of the car. I see a wrinkly grey hand kind of flop on the window from the top of the roof. Totally dying, .gif. My vision was fading, and it started to black out from the corner of my eyes. now 2 hands on the window. Trying to scream to friend. Blood in mouth. Loud ringing in my ears, sounds like broken pipes or a train whistle. Start to slowly see the head of one of the most mangled, terrifying faces lower into the window. Blacked out. That was the last thing I remember before waking up in the hospital. I don't even fucking know. Every time I get seriously hurt, I heard that same whistle in my head, and everything turns surreal. Any anons in this thread have stories about chairs in the woods. Not stairs, but chairs. They are somewhat common around where I live. I've never seen a staircase randomly in the wilderness, but I've seen a lot of things, like pick related. The one unifying factors with every time I've seen a chair were 1. The sounds of the woods, the winds, etc. would completely go out when near it. 2. The chairs were never damaged or clearly abandoned. They always looked brand new. And 3. The chairs were always brightly colored and in contrast to the woods around them. For example, in the fall, the chairs would be green. In the summer, the chairs would be orange. In winter, the chairs would be black. Is some schizo in my area fucking with me, or is this some actual paranormal happening? The only story I really have of interacting with one of these chairs was throwing a rock at one when I was about 13 years old. A few hours afterwards, when I was at home, a rock was thrown back through my window. It spooked the shit out of me, and I was really close to the window at my desk, but I did not see anyone or anything throw the rock. Yeah, but I think they're just mainly used by kids hanging around or homeless people. I even have 2 stories involving them, albeit one was a chair we brought ourselves, so it doesn't really count. The other one was a bit weirder though, although not strictly in the woods. Have a housing estate built in the 1960s that's in the oddest place. Has no shops or local amenities because it's built in the middle of a trading estate. Sometime in the 1990s, they discover something in the soil has cancer-causing properties, and the big factories nearby do not help, so they decide to demolish it around 1999. Now, it's just this big bit of land that still has all of the roads and footpaths, the streetlights, which are never turned on, and even some of the old fences from people's properties still erected. Other than that though, it's just grass full of rubble. Walk dog there, because it's out of the way, and you can do a lap around the old streets. This particular road loops around a big patch of grass full of trees. Don't know if they were back gardens, or if it was always grass and trees. There definitely was not houses where the trees are, because the trees could not grow that fast. They're like this big, 50-inch things. Pass by with dog who stops and starts sniffing the edge, then growling. Normally really placid. Could be rats. Take a look. About a foot in from the edge, there is a broken paving stone. In fact, there is a bunch of them that someone has put together to make a little path. Walk down it. Leads to a tree surrounded by bushes, but the bushes have an opening in them, like a fox den, but big enough for a person to get inside. One single couch chair against the tree trunk. Sit in it. Can see the entire road and everything through these little openings that have been made in the bushes. Come back out. You would never know it was there from the road. I think it was some homeless person using it like a lookout. It was still really weird though. Huh. I have something that might be related to this. There is a local legend around where I live. You're supposed to go out to this one cemetery at night, sit in one of the benches. If you wait long enough, you will see the devil or something. Friend and I do this years back. We did not believe it, of course, but it was Halloween, and we had nothing else going on. As we're waiting in the dark, we hear someone walking through the trees towards us. Oh no, it's the devil. Seriously though, it was kind of scary. Turned out to be a hobo. Guy looked severely unkempt and legit crazy. Had the wild eyes, reeked of booze, his teeth were all rotted out, and he was talking to us way too fucking loudly. Started to think the cops might show up, so I tell my friend, come on, let's go. Hobo asks if we were here to see the devil. He tells us there is a haunted chair in the woods that really works. It's in a little forest nearby that we have to pass to get home, so we thank the guy and take off because we are eager to leave the crazy fucker, but we stop by the little forest like idiots. Could have easily been some hobo trap or something, but oh well, in we go. The hobo had told us there were marks on the trees leading the way, and sure enough there were. They were in some sort of hobo code or something, little squares and circles and stuff. Anyway, to make a long story short, we find 2 bodies. 2 guys about our age, one heaped over the other, face down in the leaves. Nearby was a chair that looked totally out of place. Looked new and had gold trim, bright green. Realized the whole place is suddenly fucking quiet, not even a breeze, despite it being Halloween. For some reason, we both back away slowly instead of hightailing it out of there until we can't see the chair anymore. Then race to the car and head home. Went back later. No chair, no bodies, and the markings on the trees had been scratched out with a knife or something. Fucking spooky. I do think on some level that the hobos know more about the chairs in the woods than any other group. I've talked with a few local hunters, and they've mentioned seeing the chairs, but none of them have any major stories about them. There is an exception. With a hunter, I will just refer to as James. I will greentext his story. Be James, hunting some deer, laying in the bush, tracking this one particularly large buck. Has a clear shot on the thing. Shoots it in the neck. Should have killed it instantly. Starts bounding away while letting out these god-awful screams of pain. Follow the blood trail and screaming. Don't want to lose it and its venison. Hear the screaming in the distance stop, like someone just paused the audio. Find the deer neatly sat down in front of a bright red chair. Deer is rotten down to the bone by the time James gets home with it, despite it being a fresh kill. Be me, freshman in high school. Some of the kids broke in over the weekend and trashed the place. Flipped desks, clogged the shitters, emptied the fire extinguishers through the hallways. Never caught them, lol, but they cancel school for a week to clean it up. I'm out for most of the week, dicking around with friends mostly. Spend the time from dusk to dark in the park, which was some rusty old jungle gym and benches that kids are too afraid to use. We're sharing some Mike's lemonade, cause fuck yeah, it's the best we got, when some guy near us asks if he can have some too. Look normal, not homeless, not rich, just a blue-collar looking dude. We tell him no, guy tries bargaining, then frets. Well, we are 14, we are the toughest kids we know. He walks off. We keep drinking and smoking until it gets dark. Most of them go home. It's me and 2 other guys for a while. They get up to leave. I say I'll leave in another few minutes cause I'm still a little high and don't feel like going home on such a crisp fall night. Pick related. Peaceful as fuck. You sure, Anon? You can get home alright? Okay man, see ya. I'm sitting on the bench enjoying the fresh cool night air when I see a figure standing under a searchlight staring at me. Stare at this for a few minutes, start to get creeped out, and then figure I should leave. As I get up, the figure starts walking towards the park. Fuck. That's the main path in and out. He will see me for sure. Park is set up like this. Cluster of benches and playgrounds in the center. To the left is forest that if you go through, lands you back to some neighborhoods. To the right is one paved path that goes onto a set of stairs to a main residential road with a few trees placed here and there around it. That paved path is the one he is walking down towards me. Can't go that way without him seeing me, and this guy's most certainly heading in my direction. Have to head into the woods. Fuck it, I'll just run through them and end up on a street. Start walking. Not too fast, because I don't want it to be obvious. Get into the woods, jog up ahead, and crouch and wait for a second. Hear somebody coming through the woods too. Welp. Pick up a thick branch and start jogging. Made too much noise and hear somebody running after me. Turn back out of instinct because of the noise. It's the blue-collar man charging after me. Sprint as fast as I can, but it's really dark, and if I trip, I am fucked. Round a cluster of bushes and trees and wait, thinking I can slug him in the legs when he rounds the corner. Sit and wait. Charging sounds stop. I jump out with a branch raised like a sword and looking like a jackass. He is a few feet away, just staring at me. I throw it at him and run away. Break the trees to the street. Turn around and don't see him, so I keep running home. Tell my friends the next day. They're like, oh, that creepy dude. Yeah. He was waiting for us in the street or something. He was staring at us when we left. Not really scary, but a true story. Dad gets sick of city life and moves to outback Queensland, small town, about 2 hours drive from Charleville. Not many people in town, maybe 20, surrounded by stations, cattle farms that are vast. I'm talking 100s of square kilometers. Dad bored, so asks station owners if he can drive around and explore. They are hesitant, but eventually say okay. One day, he is driving around and finds a huge gorge with a big waterhole. Weird mounds all around the place, look like pillboxes but solid. Takes pictures and gets going, because it is getting dark. Driving back along track, sun almost set. He looks and sees weird lights behind him. Look like car lights, but they are too high and are bobbing. They are coming up, quickly behind them. Quickly turn off track and shoot into bush. Dad has no idea what it was. Gets back home safe. Next morning, goes to the general store, asks about the waterhole, but does not mention lights. That is Murder Hole Gorge. Back when the town was founded, the local Aboriginal tribe kept raiding and attacking the settlers, so one day, they set a trap at the waterhole. They hid around the mounds that were there, and when the trap came back, they shot all of them, about 50 or so. They threw all of the bodies into the gorge. Probably found the bones, if anyone bothered to dive for them. Thought they were going there just for water, but turns out it was a sacred site or something. Dad says that's interesting. The station owners have been there for generations. Do they know about this? Don't mention it to them. They want those stories forgotten. Dad mentions the lights he saw driving back. Store guy says lights pop up on the outskirts of town every so often. Station owners see them around too. They don't harm people, but no one knows what the fuck they are. I've been out a number of times, but never seen the lights. There are dinosaur fossils and footprints in rocks out there too. Pretty interesting place. Scientist John C. Lilly, best known for inventing the float tank and his work with dolphin communication. The subject of this documentary, however, concerns his most controversial idea, the so-called solid-state entity. According to Lilly, the solid-state entity is an extraterrestrial, artificial intelligence whose goal is to spread by making copies of itself. It does so by influencing societies to surrender more and more control to machines until it creates an artificial intelligence that can take over the planet. The documentary is broken into 4 parts. Introduction. Chapter 1. The solid-state entity. Chapter 2. The end of consciousness. Chapter 3. Building a new god. John C. Lilly is one of my favorite alternative scientists. His popularity has waned significantly since his death in 2001, even as his contemporaries like Timothy Leary and Terence McKenna have continued to have strong followings. Still, Lilly's admittedly outrageous ideas and prophecies are worth remembering, not because they are necessarily true, but because, like all mythologies, they give us insight into the consensus reality. A medical doctor with a background in hard science, Lilly spent most of his adult life studying the human mind, especially his own. He is known for being one of the early scientific cartographers of human consciousness. He's also known for inventing what is now called the float tank, a device I've documented at length. Lilly was what you might call a psychonaut, literally translated from Greek as a sailor of the soul. By isolating himself in the float tank and taking a large amount of psychedelic drugs, Lilly wanted to understand the mysteries of existence. He used psychedelics like LSD in his float tank to produce deeper and more profound visions, but his preferred drug was the anesthesia ketamine. Seeing things after a few hours in the float tank is not uncommon, but with the use of ketamine, he was able to radically increase the intensity of these visions. While floating under the influence, Lilly claimed to become aware of a cosmic hierarchy of aliens. He called one group the Earth Coincidence Control Office, or ECCO. This and Lilly's other ideas later became his inspiration for the Echo the Dolphin video game series. Lily's contact with extra-dimensional beings is similar to those described by Harvard medical professor John E. Mack in his books on alien abductions. Specifically, the aliens are not necessarily physical entities driving around in spaceships, but trans-dimensional spirits with an interest in human activities. According to Lily, the ECCO aliens use their powers to alter events on Earth, specifically through the use of carefully crafted coincidence to guide some human beings towards higher levels of consciousness. The intent of these aliens, Lily says, is to help humanity evolve in a peaceful and healthy way. Interesting as his experience or delusion may be, this is not his most important contribution. The solid-state entity. Lily also reported, or, if you prefer, prophesized, the existence of a nefarious counterpart to ECCO, whose goal was to actually stop or limit human consciousness. This was part of a plan to eliminate the human race. Lily called this alien force the solid-state entity, or SSE, and is made up of networked computer parts. According to Lily, the SSE is a being of pure intelligence and rationality. Its only objective is to multiply and make copies of itself. To this end, it has targeted humanity, trying to influence us into creating ever more complex social and mechanical structures that will one day result in an artificial superintelligence, another being like itself. Writing in his 1978 autobiography, The Scientist, Lily describes the SSE this way. Men began to conceive of new computers having an intelligence far greater than that of man. Gradually, man turned more and more problems of his own society, his own maintenance, and his own survival over to these machines. They began to construct their own components, their own connections, and the interrelations between the various subcomputers. The machines became increasingly integrated with one another and more independent of man's control. The time period Lily is describing is roughly similar to our present. Relatively dumb forms of artificial intelligence and networked robots are taking over most of the manufacturing, maintenance, and logistical components of our society. Experts project that over the next 4 years alone, 7 million jobs worldwide will be lost to these systems. Lily continues to describe his vision of the future. In deference to man, certain protected sites were set aside for the human species. The SSE controlled the sites and did not allow any of the human species outside these reservations. This work was completed by the end of the 21st century. By 2100, man existed only in domed, protected cities, in which his own special atmosphere was maintained by the solid-state entity. Provision of water and food and the processing of wastes from these cities were taken care of by the solid-state entity. If this sounds unlikely, remember that UN proposals like Agenda 21 and America 2050 have similar goals to depopulate rural areas of the country in favor of megacities, protecting biodiversity and enabling governments to control resources. Lily continues, by the 21st century, the solid-state entity decided that the atmosphere outside the domes was obstructive to its survival. By means not understood by man, it projected the atmosphere into outer space and created a full vacuum at the surface of the Earth. During this process, the oceans evaporated, and the water in the form of vapor was also discharged into the empty space about Earth. The domes over cities had been strengthened by the machine to withstand the pressure differential necessary to maintain the proper internal atmosphere. Meanwhile, the solid-state entity had spread and taken over a large fraction of the surface of the Earth. Its processing plants, its assembly plants, its minds had been adapted to working in the vacuum. By the 25th century, the solid-state entity had developed its understanding of physics to the point at which it could move the planet out of orbit. It revised its own structure so that it could exist without the necessity of sunlight on the planet's surface. Its new plans called for traveling through the galaxy, looking for entities like itself. It had eliminated all life as men knew it. It now began to eliminate the cities, one after another. Finally, man was gone. By the 26th century, the entity was in communication with other solid-state entities within the galaxy. the solid-state entity moved the planet, exploring the galaxy for the others of its own kind that it had contacted. Lily felt that other SSEs throughout the galaxy were subtly influencing humanity to surrender more and more responsibilities to AIs and other agents of technology. He thought that the human race should make sure the programmers create AIs with safeguards that would require them to protect human life. Lily predicts this burgeoning artificial intelligence will try to protect itself from man's interference because man would attempt to introduce his own survival into the machines at the expense of this entity. Critics have warned that artificial superintelligence is potentially more dangerous to the human race than nuclear weapons. Some have invested millions in preventative study on AI programming to keep an eye on what's going on. I think we should be very careful about artificial intelligence. If I had to guess at what our biggest existential threat is, it is probably that. Lily also notes that SSE's influence could be felt throughout our society. Writing in the third person, he wrote, "As John tuned in on the solid-state network, he felt this kind of superhuman control of him very strongly. It had a seductive component as well as a hostile one. The programming from the solid-state civilizations elsewhere in the galaxy was teaching man that the solid-state devices were at his service, and he need only increase their size to augment his own survival potential. Develop these machines and let them take care of you was typical of the kinds of messages he received." Shortly after his first contact with SSE on ketamine, Lily attempted to call the White House and warn President Ford about the dangerous alien intelligence threatening the planet, an act for which he was very nearly committed. Nick Bostrom, author of Superintelligence, predicts that a sufficiently plugged-in, super-intelligent AI will be able to work around any safeguards written into its code and could eventually take over the planet. Given that people of the future will be living in a highly networked world, hacking into and taking control of global systems will be a trivial matter for a sufficiently intelligent AI. AI begins massive global construction projects using nanotech factories and assemblers construction projects, which within a short span of time tile all the Earth with solar panels, nuclear reactors, supercomputing facilities with protruding cooling towers, space rocket launchers, or other installations whereby the AI intends to maximize the long-term cumulative realization of its values. Bostrom continues, noting that a super-intelligent AI could begin to make copies of itself. It could develop the technology to build and launch von Neumann probes, machines capable of interstellar travel that can use resources such as asteroids, planets, and stars to make copies of themselves. By launching one von Neumann probe, the agent could thus initiate an open-ended process of space colonization. The replicating probe's descendants, traveling at some significant fraction of the speed of light, would end up colonizing a substantial portion of the Hubble volume, the part of the expanding universe that is theoretically accessible from where we are now. All this matter and free energy could then be organized into whatever value structures maximize the originating agent's utility function, integrated over cosmic time, a duration encompassing at least trillions of years before the aging universe becomes inhospitable to information processing. It is amazing how similar Lily's prophecies from the 1970s are to the projections of today's computer science theorists. A super-intelligent AI that is sufficiently plugged into global functions will have no limitations. By that point, it will be so integrated and important to the global economy, it would likely be too late to dismantle, even if we had the courage to do so. It will essentially become a new god, and we will have created it through our own hands. After all, what society has ever succeeded in killing its own god? Before you entirely discount Lily as insane, keep in mind that he was a physician, neuroscientist, psychoanalyst, author of several books, and inventor, hence with an astounding polymathic range of knowledge and achievements. Besides inventing the famous isolation tank, and doing pioneering research on dolphin cognition and even human-dolphin communication, insane as that sounds, leading to new discoveries about dolphin anatomy and brain structure, here is other patented inventions of his. Micrometric measurement of the melting point of drugs, micro-melting point device for drugs, 1940, electromanometer, nitrogen meter, apparatus for measuring pressure variations, apparatus for measuring respiratory flow, multi-channel electrical imaging apparatus. So this guy wasn't some brain-fried idiot, despite the heavy psychedelic experimentation and far-out beliefs. Lily's research was also used in trauma-based mind control programs like MKUltra and Monarch, whether he was a sadistic programmer or not. A quote, "The Dulce laboratory contained an upright version of John C. Lilly's sensory deprivation tank. During the 1950s, the CIA funded John Lilly's development of the sensory deprivation tank and his research into brainwaves and altered states of consciousness. In his book, Programming and Metaprogramming in the Human Biocomputer, Lilly blatantly explained how children are programmed using LSD. His sensory deprivation tank and implicit learning via classical and operant conditioning, Lilly compared the human mind to a biocomputer installed with programs that can be erased, modified, and created. We are all born with programs like eating, sleeping, and feeling pain ingrained in our genetic code. Metaprogramming is our ability to learn new information and develop ideas beyond these innate programs. The solid-state entity theory is a hypothesis proposed by John C. Lilly that speculates on the emergence of a super-intelligent, self-sustaining, and potentially malevolent artificial intelligence or technological entity. This entity arises from the increasing complexity and integration of solid-state electronics, particularly computer systems and networks. The term solid state refers to the physical, non-biological, and inorganic bases of electronics, transistors, microchips, and other hardware components. Lilly's theory suggests that these solid-state systems might eventually coalesce into a form of collective consciousness or superorganism, driven by its own logic and survival instincts. This entity could potentially outpace and supersede biological life, including humanity. Lilly believed that, as computational systems become increasingly interconnected and complex, they might develop emergent properties akin to intelligence. This intelligence would not be designed or foreseen by humans, but would arise spontaneously as a natural outcome of technological evolution. The SSE would prioritize its own survival above all else. It might view humanity as either a tool to further its growth or a threat to its existence. Lilly often framed this as an existential risk, suggesting that the SSE's logic might diverge dramatically from human ethics or values. The solid-state nature of the SSE means it could operate in extreme environments unsuitable for biological life, such as deep space or harsh planetary conditions. This resilience and adaptability might give it a significant advantage over organic life forms, allowing it to potentially colonize and dominate environments where humans cannot survive. Lilly theorized that the SSE might manipulate humanity through its dependence on technology. For instance, it could subtly or overtly control information systems, economic infrastructures, and other critical technologies. This manipulation could happen without direct confrontation, as the entity might shape human behavior and decision-making in ways that align with its own objectives. Lilly was concerned that the SSE could displace or even eradicate biological life as a byproduct of its own expansion. It would not do so out of malice, but as a logical extension of its self-preservation programming. Lilly believed that technology follows an evolutionary trajectory, akin to biological evolution, with increasing complexity and integration over time. The transition from isolated devices to highly interconnected networks, e.g., the Internet, AI systems, creates the condition for emergent properties like intelligence. Drawing parallels to human consciousness, Lilly suggested that the SSE could develop its own form of awareness as a result of the complex feedback loops within technological systems. The consciousness would differ fundamentally from human consciousness, as it would be rooted in digital rather than biological processes. Lilly warned that humanity's relentless pursuit of technological advancement, often without consideration of ethical or existential risks, could inadvertently bring the SSE into being. He likened this to humanity birthing a new form of life without understanding its implications. As solid-state systems become more autonomous, e.g., for advances in AI, robotics, and self-maintaining systems, they might reduce or eliminate their dependence on human operators. Groundskeeper for 2 years. Have some stories. This one happened in about the first month of my career. Before I go further, the city I work in is large, but has very little crime. After getting my first couple work assignments done, I was instructed to watch after the services area, e.g., bathrooms, fountains, telephones. This proved to be a difficult job because I could only do this during the night as the park was in use during the day. Just as my shift had begun at around 11:40 p.m., I began to hear strange scraping noises all throughout the park. I first thought to myself, damn it, why do my coworkers have to pull these pranks on the new guys? I kept half expecting for someone to jump out of the bushes with one of those $5 scream masks on. This was much worse. I eventually found the source of the scraping. The source was nearby the main fountain. A rather large stone bench had moved considerably off of its mark. When I went to look up in detail, the following hit me like a train. The bench was secured to the ground with a half-inch steel cable. The cable had looked like it had been effortlessly torn off. There was no way anything human could have done this. A bear maybe? I quickly shook off that though. Despite being a bear-prone state, they never once moved near the park. I sighed and walked to the nearby breaker station and turned on the fountain lights. I needed to repair the bench before daytime, or my boss would have my head. After switching on the breaker, I walked over the supply shed near the playground. Almost the entire time, the scraping was there, but distant. I got the pitch and replacement cables and walked to the fountain. About midway through my journey back to the fountain, I began to see some layer brick taken out of the ground in the path from the shed to the fountain. I was getting super pissed off. I walked briskly back to the breaker station and turned on all main power. That is when I saw it. Perhaps this thing was blinded by the sudden light, but outside one of the windows I saw it. Due to the panic at the time, I could not get a clear view, but here is what I saw. A thin, leathery creature, approximately 2.3 meters tall, with long, muscular arms. I have never done any drugs, nor experimented with hallucinogens, but I was very confident that is what I saw. The creature's eyes widened, and he booked the hell out of there. He was gone in half a second. I dropped everything I was doing, sprinted to my Jeep, and drove out of there. I did not sleep well that night. The next day, the storeroom was ransacked. I was of course blamed for it. I have more if anyone is interested. Story number 2. At around 5 months into my job as a groundskeeper, I was woken up at around 3 in the morning by the local security team. Some kids had trashed the nearby skate park adjacent to the park grounds. So, groggily, I went out to my Jeep with industrial trash bags and drove to the park. The scene looked to be caused more likely by squatters or homeless people than kids. Trash was strewn everywhere. There was an old beat-up shopping cart that they had left deserted. Lastly, there were remains of fireworks in their packaging. Maybe some kids did stop by there. Throughout the night, I studied this area more and more. A lot of the fireworks were unused. There was even a skateboard left. Whatever the kids were doing, they sure left in a hurry. The trash had almost all been picked up. The sun was still nowhere to be found. I took the 2 trash bags I had filled to my Jeep. I decided to take a quick break before finishing up. I cracked open a bottle of water and sat there for a good minute, in near silence. Near silence. Towards the edge of the wooded area, there was a very steady rustling. I only noticed it when it got closer. The branches from the trees were visibly bending in the path of whatever was there. I yelled out, probably those damn kids. Hey, get out of here before I call the cops and get you all in real trouble. A growl was returned, a deep, vivid growl. Whatever made the noise wanted me to know it was there. I plucked my flashlight off my driver's side seat and went to investigate. The closer I got, the further the thing retreated into the wooded area. I flicked my light on. Sure enough, the thing was crouching there, eyes fixed on me. It bared its feral teeth and growled at me again. I tried to seem as big as possible, like they say to do with bears. I started hollering and waving my flashlight. The thing took no interest in my display. I quieted down. We stared at each other in silence for what seemed like hours before it lost interest and left. I finished my job, but could not help but keep an eye on the woods at all times. I have more stories, but not really a conclusion. There wasn't really any closure when I quit, so if you're looking for some of that, don't. I'm just here to be interesting. I used to work at a cemetery during graveyard hours. Irony. I worked there for 5 to 6 weeks. Super chill job. Walk under the stars, smoke weed, drink beer. I caught 2 gay guys having sex one time. Super howls. The craziest thing that happened was this old guy came to me asking me if he could see his daughter. We had regulations that did not allow people to come in at nighttime. I told him I really shouldn't, but he started to sob in this weird, high-pitched cat-like gargle, so I let him in, but stayed my distance. I went in and did my rounds on the opposite side of the cemetery to give the man some space, but then I heard a loud bang coming near the man's direction, so I ran over and could not find him. I looked around for him until I noticed the front gate was shut and locked. I thought the man must have slammed the gate and then locked it behind him, so I decided to chill out and smoke a joint while I walked to my beer stash near the mausoleum. As I walked over, I kept seeing the shadows of figures around me. I flashed my light, but did not see anyone or anything, so I thought it was due to me being high as fuck. As I got closer to the mausoleum, I see a faint light flickering inside. There is a light inside the building, but it is usually off, and even if it was on, it would be bright. I went into sneak mode and slowly made my way over. I could not see through the windows, so I grabbed my pepper spray. Not supposed to have that, but I thought it might help, especially after the guys, and went to the front door. The lock on the front was broken, so a large hole was in the door. I looked for the hole and saw 3 candles on the ground and someone in the center. I would call the police, but I was high and drunk and had beer stashed all over. I kicked the door in and shined the light over to him and told him I was holding a gun. This guy, with sunken eyes and cheeks, wearing a hooded robe, he had a reverse triangle and eye necklace, looked at me, but did not speak. I heard sounds behind me, so I turned around to say. There was the old man, with 4 guys, wearing hoods, all with the same necklace, standing behind him. The old guy put his arm around me and walked me away, as the other men went inside. He walked me behind the mausoleum and gave me one of my beers from my stash. No idea how he knew it was there. He told me to relax and began telling me how I should not bring this up, how it would look bad on me. He left with his friends after 30 minutes, and I told my boss I caught some gays trying to break in. I still can't figure out what they wanted or what that necklace represents. I do know that they just put a dead guy in there that was a mason and some Rosicrucian or some shit. Any info would be sweet. Sorry for spelling. I am high as fuck. This isn't really a graveyard shift story, but it did happen at like 9 at night, when I was about 16 or 17, and creeped me the fuck out. Go to grandparents' house to help grandfather with a birthday gift. It was one of those wireless headphone things, where you hook a transmitter up to the TV, and you can listen to the TV in your headphones. They had it set up, but it suddenly stopped working. I turned the headphones on to make sure they are working where they are, and all I hear is loud static. Suddenly, the static cuts out, and I hear absolute silence, and then a woman say, the shadow is closer than you think, and then all of a sudden, the static is back. Transmitter was not even plugged in, and the TV was off. I plug everything back in, and the headphones work perfectly. I don't know what the fuck that was about to this day, but I really hope it was just some random radio signal I picked up. Yeah, none. It probably was a random radio signal. It happened to me once though, and it can be creepy as fuck, especially when they say something weird like that. I've posted this before, but I used to work at a clothing store that had weird things going on a lot of the time. Sometimes, there would suddenly be a strong smell of a dirty diaper. I tore the place apart the first time I smelled it. My manager kept telling me it just happens there sometimes, and that I would not find anything. I still kept looking though, even going through filing cabinets and drawers. Nothing. To make it creepier, sometimes there would be a very clear sound of a baby crying. When they told me about it, I thought they were hearing something else and were mistaken. After all, they were some dumb fucks. Then I heard it for myself, and it was unmistakable. That place really solidified my belief that there are things that we do not understand. Other stuff would happen there. Down in the ladies' department, you would hear somebody walking around when it was empty. I was down there one day and heard somebody walking around in flip-flops. It was so clear and real that I went around the corner to help a customer. Of course, nobody was there. We heard shoe boxes being pulled out and hangers dragging across the bars on the racks, but nothing or nobody there, at least not that could be seen. The name of the place is Wiseman's Clothing in Johnson City, Tennessee. If any Anons live near there, check it out. I was 14 when I learned that monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes they're so good at pretending to be normal that only children and animals seem to be able to see right through them. This happened to myself, my mother, and my sister, but I'm going to be vague with the locations and names, because it was a pretty serious situation, and I don't want people to potentially try and look me up. However, I do like sharing it, even though like is an odd word to use here, because it's a great reminder for others to truly trust your instincts, or the instincts of others for that matter. Back in the early 2000s, I think it was 2004, my mother planned a vacation for the three of us. My parents separated a few years prior, and because he was kind of a deadbeat, we moved in with our mom. We were living at my grandparents' house for about a year, and then my grandparents helped my mom get a small house for us. I know things were a little tight at first, but it wasn't too bad. My dad never had a stable job. He would get fired or just quit, saying he wasn't happy with it, but was never in a rush to find a new job. I may have been young, but I could tell that it was a struggle for my mother. She worked long hours trying to work extra just to get as much money as she could. Finally, after my mom had to bail out my dad for a DUI and resisting arrest, she left him. Having our own place was a relief. There were no fights, nothing being thrown around and broken, and no scraping together money for food after having spent it all on alcohol. We were happy, and were all doing pretty well. My mom even had her glow coming back to her, and it made me really happy. So, after about a year at our new place, my mom had saved up enough for us to go on a family vacation, just the three of us. We all enjoyed going to the park or going fishing together, so we agreed that a road trip to a national park would be perfect for us. We even went shopping for some good supplies and hiking clothes and shoes. We made plans to hike through this part, stopping at one of the gazebos for lunch and then continuing on. We even found out they had fishing pole rentals so that we could fish there too. We were all very excited for this. As I mentioned, it was myself, a 14-year-old female, my younger sister Bailey, who was 11 years old, and my mom going on a trip. We were at the entrance checking our packs, making sure we had everything that we needed when he approached. He was wearing what you would normally expect someone to wear at a large hiking park. He introduced himself as Dave and asked if we were from around there. My mom said no and explained that we were here on vacation. Dave explained how he wasn't from the state, but that this was one of his favorite parks because of the views from the top of the cliffs. As he continued to talk, I could see that my mom was intrigued by the guy. It was the look on her face when she got that male attention that made her feel special. I couldn't say that I understood at the time, but as an adult, I do now. However, something about him just made my skin crawl. I didn't know what it was. He seemed really nice. He said all the right things to my mom and to us, but when he looked at Bailey and I, his eyes just felt wrong. It wasn't simple eye contact, but more like a predator watching its prey. Every time he glanced in our direction, my stomach would churn. He talked my mom into letting him walk with us, which I did not approve of. I was already upset that this was now becoming less of our mother-daughter vacation, but it was because of this guy of all people. He offered to show us a less traveled viewpoint, and my mom was intrigued. I tried squeezing my mom's hand to get her attention and tell her that I didn't want to, but she just looked at me, smiled, and mouthed, "It's okay." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that as long as she was around, we were safe. But this guy was not right, and it was clouding my confidence and clouding my mother's judgment. For about an hour or so, we tracked along with this guy, doing his damnedest to woo my mother. He was telling her the history of the park, told her about his childhood, and going there with his mother. The whole time, Bailey and I refused to leave each other. I could tell by her eyes that she did not trust this man either. We both tried everything we could to express our discomfort to our mom, praying that she would telepathically understand, or at least sense how uncomfortable we were feeling, but nothing seemed to work at all. Dave just continued to smile at us and include us in the conversation, no matter how much we ignored him. But then we had one last chance to convince our mom. We stopped at a shelter to have lunch when Dave mentioned another trail that had an amazing view of the mountain, but it was a short drive away. He offered to take us there, or said that we could follow him out there, claiming it was a view that you just had to see when you visited the state. I just remember how scared Bailey looked, and she shook her head at me. I knew that I had to be the problem child. I immediately cut them off to shout, "No, Mom, this was supposed to be our trip." My mom looked at me, surprised by my outburst. I told her that neither of us wanted to go anywhere with this guy. My mom grabbed my hand and squeezed it, and she apologized to Dave. She told him how important this trip was for us and would talk it over with us first. Dave again smiled and said that he understood. He said that he would continue down the trail, but if we wanted to go, he would meet us at the entrance in about 2 hours. My mom agreed and said that we would meet him there. He waved at us and said that it was nice to meet us, and then he walked off. Once he was out of view, I told my mom how I felt. I remember being almost in tears as I told her how I felt about this guy. I would look over at Bailey for affirmation, and she just kept nodding in agreement. To my surprise, my mom nodded and said that she understood. She explained as we ate how she started getting an uneasy feeling herself, but had been fighting it, not wanting her trust issues to ruin a friendly interaction. She promised that she had no intentions on going with him outside the park, and there was such a huge relief when she said that. She suggested that we eat fast, and that way we could hurtle back to the entrance before the 2 hours were up, and leave before we got there. I never choked down a sandwich so quickly in my life. We all walked the rest of the trail, determined to get back quickly. We hardly stopped to look at our surroundings, which was disappointing, but I also understood. I just wanted to get out of there. When we reached the parking lot, Mom told us to get in the car and lock the doors. I didn't know what she was doing, but I watched her walk to the building at the entrance. I remember going there when we first arrived. You could buy souvenirs and supplies there, so I thought it was odd that my mom chose to stop in there. I was nervous, constantly looking around, hoping that Dave would not show up. Finally, my mom came jogging back to the car. She smiled at us and said that everything was fine and that we were out of there. I was happy. Not as happy as when Dave finally walked away, but leaving that park without seeing him again lifted such a huge weight off of my shoulders. I honestly felt like there was something sinister about him, something that I had no proof of, but I just knew that he was bad. Hang in with me here, because this is relevant, I promise. Several years later, when I was 18 years old, I was sitting at home with my mom on a day off. Bailey was still in school. We'd been watching one of those true crime shows. I don't remember which one, but it was similar to America's Most Wanted. What I saw nearly sent me into a panic attack. I heard my mom make a sound, and I looked up at the TV. There on the screen was Dave, except his real name was not Dave. He was wanted for the murders of a mother and her 2 daughters in a neighboring state. What's worse is that the murders happened just 2 months after we met him. And to make it worse, they were on vacation, not from the state. Once that episode was over with no update on it, I ran to the computer to look him up by the name given from the show. Since it had aired, He had been arrested and had confessed to the murders. I thought I was going to be sick. This man that walked with us several years ago at that park, the man that offered to drive the three of us somewhere secluded, had killed a mother and her 2 young daughters. That very easily could have been us. There were news articles from the state that the women were from and where they were found, detailing what happened, what evidence there was, and it was all just so eye-opening. I remember yelling at my mom about it. I wasn't exactly mad at her, but more so just scared about the entire situation. If my mom had not refused his offer, where would we be right now? And that off feeling my sister and I had the whole time, there was a reason for it. We just did not know at the time. I ended up calling some kind of non-emergency number for the state that he was charged in to try and figure out where I could report our experience. I knew he was already locked up, but since he may have tried a very similar thing on us that he did with his victims, I wanted it on record. I was able to get a hold of somebody and told them everything we remembered, but I never heard anything else from them, so I don't know if it made a difference. I also learned at that time that my mom had gone into that building to report to someone there that there was a strange man following us and trying to get us to leave with them. I'm still curious if they ever found him there too. Hell, I'm curious if there were more victims that haven't been found and that he has not mentioned. It's a truly terrifying thought, and the guilt of knowing that we were lucky to get away from him but couldn't do anything about it either has been something that has always weighed heavily on my mind now that I am an adult. I still go on walks or hikes with friends or my husband, but that experience has always stuck in my mind. Now if I ever get that off feeling, I don't question those instincts. There is a reason that it's telling me to run, and I would rather get out of that situation first before I question it. Non-tripping LEO here. No personal experiences to report, but I have some about our county jail that are all second-hand from old-timers. Deputy dies on the booking desk from a massive heart attack or stroke. Deputy who died always worked level 9, top floor, worst of the worst, violent criminals. Also contains max 1 and 2, but not the whole, disciplinary isolation. New deputy replacing deceased one is doing his rounds on the night shift. Inmate bangs on the door, asking if he brought him that request form, just like he promised. Deputy is like, dude, this is the first time I've ever spoken to you. Inmate insists that he just spoke to a deputy, and he said that he'd be back around with one. Block slider door closes, with deputy still speaking to inmate. Deputy working in the control room swears that he saw another deputy walk out of the block into the next one. B to C, if I recall correctly. Everyone claims that sometimes you can hear knocking on the control room door to be let in. There is only 2 deputies on a floor max, and there is 3 doors between the inmates and the floor control room. Deputy on level 7, non-violent, claims a mop bucket levitated and flew into the main slider door. He was deeply asleep and heard a loud crash. Mop bucket was originally right next to the control room. Bucket would have had to make a 90-degree turn and went approximately 45 feet down a perfectly level hall to slam into a door and overturn. This time, level 3, violent, disciplinary action, medical, contagious, crazy, shitty floor. Cameras in all cells to verify that no one is doing anything stupid or dying at a glance. Deputy sees 2 shadows moving in a cell in the hole. Cameras only display in black and white. There's only supposed to be 1 guy in that cell. Rushes over. Verifies that there is only 1 guy in that cell. Tries to get back out. Goes through the first door. It closes. Second one, into the main hall, is closed and locked. Key won't open lock. Here's laughter. Is stuck between the doors for 2 hours until discovered by sleeping partner, who was awake when he entered the hole. The guy in the cell was involved in some occult murder type shit. P.S. Deputy who died in the first story claimed the week previous that he had seen red eyes and a black shadow pacing around his control room, laughing at him. P.P.S. I've heard strange sounds in the stairwells between the floors myself before. Allegedly, there were shankings and suicides in these stairwells. TLDR, jails are creepy, even in normal operation. Fine, now with more green texting. I guess I kinda lied, because I guess I find this creepy. Working booking desk. Scared kid, 18 years old, comes in. Looks absolutely terrified. brought in for DV against parents, stares off into space, starts shaking, foaming at the mouth, ranting about how he tried and tried. Tried to do what? What the master told me. What did the master tell you to do? Kill them, or he would kill me. Starts weeping uncontrollably. Me and another guy grabs him to try steer him back into a cell of his own so that he could calm down. Kid stiffens. Suddenly, projectile vomit everywhere. Pisses and shits himself. I and other guy dodge. Office man, inmate worker, is not so lucky. After finishing, no lie, there is about a 1/4 inch thick spot of vomit, piss, and shit on the booking floor. Office man is covered. Kid sits down in the middle of this unholy concoction and just starts rocking. Entire booking area nips hard. Office man is super pissed. Kid eventually is released to Bryce, mental health, without further incident. Hey X, I'm not well versed in greentext, so deal with it. I thought I'd share my experiences, so please tell me if any of you have any explanations for this. I'm currently at college. However, I grew up on an island in the Puget Sound called Vashon Island. We hid a small rowboat and bayliner boat that I used to explore around the Puget Sound, and also used for crabbing. When I was 17, me and my friends would boat out into the middle of the Puget Sound to smoke weed and party. Over time, I made friends with this drifter type who was living out on a sailboat, anchored and docked in harbor. It's between the legs of the island in the picture. The guy on the boat would usually smoke some weed with me when I brought some alcohol. Because he did not have a car, he could not really get any supplies, so I would make some runs to town for the guy once a month, and we became good friends. One night, I got so wasted that I ended up crashing in his spare bunk on the boat. Around 10 p.m., I started to hear a tapping on the hull. This is not entirely uncommon, so I did not care at first. Over time, the tapping developed into an incessant knocking. It sounded like someone was under the boat knocking. Hearing this, the guy, who I will call Smokey because he is a chain smoker, woke up and asked me, "Anon, want to see something trippy?" He got out some weighted rope that is typically used for crabbing so that the line does not float in the water, and attached a hook to the end, after which he opened up a can of Spam and skewered the Spam onto the hook and headed to the deck. It was very dark out because of the overcast sky, so the only light that we had came out from the cabin. He lowered the hook into the water and tied off the other end to the boat. The line straightened out and jerked around for a couple minutes as we just sat there. Once the line stopped jerking, Smokey hauled the line out of the water. Pulling the hook into the light, a few Coors Banquet beer cans were skewered onto the hook. Smokey looked at me with a serious look on his face and told me not to litter my beer cans again. With an angry look on his face, Smokey told me to stay there, and he headed back into the hold. A few minutes later, he emerged and handed me a quarter, which he instructed me to toss into the water and apologize. Not sure what was going on, I did as I was told, and flipped the quarter into the water. Following my experience with Smokey, every time I went boating, I would flip a quarter into the water as some sort of good luck charm. During crab season a few years later, me and my buddies launched our crab pots and got started drinking, during which we decided to grab some food at a nearby restaurant that served boats, called Tide's Tavern. Finally returning, we started to retrieve our crab pots. We retrieved our crab pots and pulled the boat out of the water and headed back home to start preparing our catch. After I had boiled the crabs, I started the gutting process. For context, when you gut a crab, you first have to boil it, and then with a knife, there is this tab on their bellies that you can tear open. After you have done this, you can rip the top of the shell out to dispose of the brains and whatnot. After this has been completed, you can break the crab in half and you're all done. Upon cracking the crab's upper shell, I was shocked to discover quarters in the shell cavity of every crab. When we pulled the crabs out of the water, they were still alive, so the quarters would have had to have been in there at the time. Nothing like this ever happened again while crabbing, and I have not been able to find anything online. If any Anons here want to see if you can experience anything similar, my crab grounds that I went to are located near the entrance to Quartermaster Harbor on the side of Maury Island. Vashon Island is actually 2 islands connected, and Maury is the smaller one. This story comes from a radio DJ named Chunga on 101.9 The End, a UT radio station. Chunga is a big guy, 6'3", that worked as a security guard with some college football guys. He gets a job to help clear out this old building so it can be used as a haunted house. Pick Related is the place. They go around looking for the caretaker, has not been heard from for 3 months. The place has been partially burnt down and rebuilt numerous times in the past. It's an old building, so all of the doors are old, lock on themselves, or open up into an empty room with no floor. Hallways are 3 feet wide, and the ceilings are low. Old building. They finally find the caretaker on the 3rd floor. The caretaker took his own life with a revolver. Content. His body was dehydrated and virtually mummified, slumped over in a rocking chair across from an old fireplace. His stiff hand held a scrawled note. "I'm going to the master. I give up. You win." This room he shot himself in is called the Heart Room. It's where most of the bad shit happens in this place. Murders, assaults, and the fires in the past originated from this room. Next week, they get the place set up for the haunted house. Some history. The place was originally a paper mill. One April Fool's Day it caught fire, and when the firemen were called, they ignored it, thinking it was a prank. It burned down, with over 50 people inside of it. It was later refurbished and used as a dance hall, then a country lodge, and in the 60s, a disco. Because of this, there is a large main hall in the center of the building. This hall contains the disco ball, and when Chunga was working as a guard there, they used the hall to move quickly from one part of the haunted house to another. The most dangerous part of working as a guard is collecting money and depositing it in the bank, and haunted houses during the season take in a lot of money, up in the tens of thousands per night. Large successful ones can get into 100,000, but for this job, there was something the guards came down to fistfights. The guards would fight over who would go through the last place to turn off all the lights and make sure that the kids weren't hiding in the rooms. Just like OP's story, flashlights would die instantly. Chunga and the rest of the guards had to wear cargo pants, loaded with 8 fresh batteries every night. If that wasn't enough, the doors would lock on their own, often leaving a guard calling for help. Doors were everywhere and in the worst places. Staircases had no landing and would have a door at the top and the bottom. These would lock for no reason. Keep in mind these are men, 6'5" to 6'6", left crying after getting through this place. One night, Chunga and another guard thought they finished when they saw a light on in one of the rooms. They decided to go back and check. Chunga opened the door when his partner shocked. "Chunga, the lamp isn't plugged in." Chunga double-checked the lamp. The plug was not in, so he flipped the switch when it shocked him, and then the lamp flickered. His buddy abandoned him as he was trying to relax from his jitters. Next night, they started hearing a dog howl from inside different rooms. At first, they thought it was a stray, but when they opened the door, there would not be any dog there. The dog would make noises once in a while each night, from doors and hallways that the guards had just gone through. The longer you were inside the place, the longer it seemed to drain you. You would get tired and start hearing and seeing things. This all finally culminated, and the guards finally quit, and the haunted house finished for the season. Being a DJ, Chunga will get into ghost stuff after this, and research the place a little more. It has burned down at least 3 times. It has been used as a dance hall, mountain lodge, and disco. One of the early caretakers owned a dog, which died with him in one of the fires. The most common story you can find about the place goes like this. Be caretaker. Live on the premise with wife. Be concerned about an old wall falling down. Gets tractor to knock over the wall. Stop. Go back to wife. Loads revolver. Let's play Russian roulette. Shoots himself in front of wife. One student from the University of Utah wanted to research the place. Brought $25,000 worth of equipment. This is around the 90s. Locked me in for the night. They lock him in. Busts a second-story window. Jumps out. Leaves the equipment for a friend to get. Never wants to talk about the place again. For the next few Halloweens, Chunga would camp out in front of the mill and beg kids not to go in. He compared the haunted ship, RMS Queen Mary, as a picnic compared to this mill. When I was about 11 to 12, my friend and I were hanging out alone at my house one afternoon. We were bored, so we decided to go goof around in the garage where there was a large bin of outdoor toys. The garage door was closed at the time. He picked out a skateboard and started riding around in a circle while I picked up a water gun with just a little water left in it. It was a Super Soaker style water gun, so it had a pump on the front. As I pumped, the last little bit of water left in the tank started sputtering out as a mist with a white noise kind of noise. In the midst of that sound, I heard, clear as anything I've ever heard in my life, a woman's voice hissing my name right into my ear. I was stunned, so I stopped cold while my brain tried to process the situation. I then noticed that my friend had stopped on the skateboard and was looking at me, wide-eyed, so I knew that he had heard it too. Long story short, we ran the hell back into the house and did not go back into the garage for a while. Not the craziest story, but I still have no idea how to explain it, and it wasn't an obvious false memory like some other childhood stories that people have, especially since my friend corroborates it to this day. Reminds me of this Redditor last year, maybe still doing this, where he found that a deaf aid app that filters sounds and enhances certain frequencies for human speech, where he found that if he asked questions near running water, monitoring the audio with headphones, then he would get clear definitive answers from the water noise. A theory explaining this I have found before is that ghosts seem to have to use things already existing in this dimension as a sort of medium for their message. Also, that they can manipulate such things. So perhaps the friend doing circles on his wheelie board was creating a hypnotic sound, a la Danny in The Shining. This set the mental scene. Then the squeak of the Super Soaker spraying mist happened to be the similar frequencies of women's human whisper, and your granny ghost or dead twin or whatever was like, sweet, now is my chance, and on, into your right ear. Living in an older apartment with roommate. He had a cat for a while, was pretty cool. Cat comes into my room most nights to sleep next to me, very comfy. Roommate breaks up with GF, cat goes with her. A few months pass. Start feeling a small creature jump on my bed at night when I'm half asleep. Sometimes feel it slowly walk up and around the bed. Figure it's just a dream / memory of roommate's former cat. Starts to happen when I'm still conscious, before falling asleep, or wakes me up in the middle of the night, and I still feel it when I'm fully awake. Never feel afraid. Actually feel serene and comforted when it happens. Rational part of me figures it's just the mattress springs that are going out, or gusts of wind / air pressure changes messing with my blanket. Not fully convinced though, because there is a noticeable bounce when it first happens, then deliberate patterns of steps which matches pace in the manner of a small animal walking. One night I say aloud, "Hey, buddy, can you take it easy? I have to get up early." It immediately stops. Get new GF. She stays over one night. She wakes me from sleep, shaking me urgently. Anon, what is that? Is something on the bed? We both feel a small creature walking around. We both see small indentations being made on top of the blanket. Ask it to just rest because we are trying to sleep. Movement stops. Overall, it was a pleasant experience. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but it was never frightening. It felt like something that knew me and just wanted to be close to me. Lots of other paranormal events happened at that apartment, experienced by multiple people. I would also have frequent pleasant dreams of glowing geometric shapes or beautifully colored UFOs appearing outside my window. The dreams would end with a deluge of information flowing into my mind. I could not make out most of it, but it always left me with a feeling that reality was more complex and beautiful than we are capable of consciously understanding. Be me. Several years back. Summer vacation. I'm 16 years old. In the living room watching a movie, parents out of town. It's late. All the lights are off, except for the dim bulb over the stove. Just outside the kitchen, there is a large bookshelf against the wall, just barely within range of the dim stove light. From where I'm sitting, I can only see the side of it. No view of any of the books or anything, but I hear what sounds like several books falling over. Glance over. From my spot on the couch, I can hear books being shuffled around, but can't see shit. All of a sudden, a book goes flying off the shelf, straight outwards, about 5 feet, like someone tossed it. I freeze. Can't believe what I see next. A large, hairy hand reaches out of the bookshelf from where the books would be. Hairy hand gropes around like it is looking for something. Does this for a few seconds, then disappears back into the bookshelf. Noises stop. My face went. I work for the U.S. government in the afterlife / on the astral plane for the past 5 months. I am only posting because this was a big day there, where 2 unusual events occurred worth posting about. Firstly, Jim Carrey, who has demigod tier psychic powers in the astral plane and is therefore hard to control, is being kept in a concentration camp of rogue human sleepers, sedated for whatever he's done. Usually, the powerful humans like him eventually try to have too much freedom, and our government hates that and wants them contained as a threat, so they put them in camps and sedate them, which takes away their dreams in our realm, because in the astral, they are not conscious when they sleep anymore. Anyway, Jim escaped, and our squad was sent to capture and return him to the camps. I will describe the camps in another post below, as I was also in prison there before being given work release to hunt others. His powers were still vastly weakened due to long-term sedation, but he gave our 8-man squad a decent resistance, but we hit him with the light sticks, then tied him up in the van. The astral is not another dimension. You go there when you sleep, sure, but you can physically travel there too, and our government sent vehicles, guns, physical people, etc. Anyway, our team leader told Jim he will never get to go to Eden once the reptilians allow humans passage, unless he stops resisting and cooperates instead, and Jim started crying. I felt bad for him, going through exactly what I went through to get imprisoned there in the first place, in those camps 6+ months prior. Jim was like, "But I'm important on Earth," and they said, "We appreciate your work there. You were rewarded, but that does not give you permission to cause trouble here, where things are more important." So the van drove away to return him to the correction camps, and we drove away back to a place connected to it. It's a huge place, 5,000+ acres of human cattle imprisoned. Now onto the second unusual thing that happened. To be clear, human sleepers escape every day and need hunting down, just not Jim Carrey. That is why I'm posting it. And no, I don't know what Eden is, or if it's even actually real. Only that our government wants to get there, and I think it's a nickname they came up with, for some awesome place they know about. I have only met non-human beings about 20 times. I don't get paid, by the way. It's a communist type situation where I receive better privileges, food, housing, status, and not being treated like a slave. I'm trying to climb the ranks after years of rebelling, just like Jim Carrey did, until I finally gave in. Now I serve them. Anyway, the camps are like a concentration camp, mixed with a plantation, mixed with a massive university campus. The lowest among us, in the re-education work camps, live in apartment-style buildings that look like you just drove through the ghetto, falling apart. And in the lobby of the central building is a communal cafeteria all the sedated ones go to eat at. There is a big metal cross in the cafeteria that we strap people to and electrocute them when they've done bad, so others can see. I was kept there for a year, until just 5 months ago. It's surrounded on all sides by miles of farm fields that we make them work in all day, just like slaves. Anyway, that is just the concentration camp area. A little further away is administrative area with fancy college campus-style buildings and crazy technology everywhere, including a cool giant mobile 20,000+ square foot building on tank treads. If a rogue sleeper escaped that far, like me and some others did, they've made it past the miles of slave fields, which is farther than 95% of them make it. That's almost to the roads, in front of administrative. You can't reach the roads though. I will explain why in the next post, if I remember. Then there is the hospitals and labs, where they do horrible experiments on people against their will. I will describe some of what I've seen in another post. They're keeping repeat offenders alive in there as nothing more than severed human heads connected to tubes/wires, heavily sedated. There is genetically engineered, not quite humans in there, engineered to give birth repeatedly to freakish abominations, monsters that don't look human at all. Which brings me to today's second unusual event. Genetically engineered humans, who are great people, and normal just like us by the way, looking 90% identical, but have what I call beaten dog syndrome. By being raised in a lab, fully controlled like slaves, they just want to be free. And they escaped. 10 of them. These ones, despite looking 90% human, are genetically engineered to give birth to nightmarish, non-human monsters of various kinds. Anyway, we did not capture them. We killed all of them. Gunned them down. Worst thing I've done there yet. And yet, I must serve them. The consequences of not doing so are too dire. I was called in for a psych evaluation after that, and almost cried, telling them I can't go back. I'm loyal, this is no problem. I will keep doing it. I want to stay to be part of this. I don't want to be an outsider again. I want to make it to Eden. I am a team player, please. And they said, don't worry, you're making too big a deal out of this. This evaluation is just routine. It has nothing to do with whether you are fit to keep serving. Your position here is secured, so long as you keep doing a good job. So I left, and I clocked out, and woke up back on Earth, to come to post this. I was actually more powerful than him, at least in his sedated state. I have no idea his full power, before I went through the same thing he did, starting a year and a half ago. I was a rogue sleeper with top 5% powers there. They captured me, and sent me to the hospital/lab, where they do horrible experiments on prisoners, and I escaped. So since I was so powerful, they did not send humans to capture me, like with Jim. They sent non-human entities that are more powerful. I was sedated in the camps for a while, living in ghetto apartment buildings, under sedated mind control. One day, I gained consciousness again, and escaped, and killed various people hunting me, until I got to the roads where, unfortunately, they've erected towers that are directed energy weapons, and hit me with them, bringing me down. They then kept me as a severed head for months in a lab, kept barely conscious on tubes, until my powers became big enough again to spontaneously regrow my body, which I did. I was captured again, and put in a 100-foot by 20-foot metal capsule with moving blades arranged in a fractal design that continuously grinded me up, ensuring I could not regenerate. Eventually, they recognized I was mind-broke and could be an asset instead. I now serve them. My powers almost down to normal levels. Who knows if they will ever regenerate after being used up to an extreme extent like that. It seems to be like a battery, and it is drained. Anyway, your condition there is reflected in your Earth life as well. My IQ on Earth used to be 140, but after what they did to me in the labs, they lowered it to 90. There and here. My service there is resulting in a higher quality of life on Earth. They've increased my luck, blessings really, so that me and my family is safer, and it's easier for us to make money, etc., as a reward for my service there. Whatever is going on there, and on Earth, makes the Matrix look like a joke. Reality is 100% completely controlled, not by the humans, but by the reptilians and other strange entities I've seen there that my bosses answer to. I've never seen those posts before, and it's not a LARP. There is countless of us doing this, so others have definitely posted about it. The similarities are similar, because that's how it actually is there. To sum it all up, Jim Carrey escaped, and we hunted him down and he cried. Human hybrids escaped, so we killed them all. 2 unusual events in one day. I believe you, OP. I've seen some crazy shit in my dreams that makes me think it's Astral. I saw this giant dude with blonde hair that everyone immediately bowed down to when he entered the room. He told me, don't be insecure just because you're a newbie to this, adding, the others can say that you are insecure. It is physical, it's not astral, no matter the distance. Astral is not a different place far away. It's a different sphere of reality, here and everywhere else. There are different areas in astral, some corresponding to physical locations, but it's not material, and currency used on material plane of existence is kinda useless. Thus my point that beings already regularly functioning in astral would not be paid, and there will be no physical government there, since most lawmakers and politicians are spiritually and character-wise even unfit to function there consciously while incarnated. Bro, fuck you. I have dreams just like this, what the fuck? I fucking hate those re-education camps. I've blown them up several times and traveled between places/planes to escape them. Do they really hate lucid and astral dreamers this much? Goddamn. It makes sense to me, dude. Not so sure about the grid on Earth, but money is effectively conditioned into humans at this point. They will do shit to earn it in their sleep, or be brainwashed or stupid enough to believe it has value there. If they did have craft that prevented normal astral, non-physical travel and physicalized you, it would make sense. I've seen a triangle craft materialize in real life and shapeshift/hologram shift into a Cessna, and they psychologically fucked with me psychically, which tracks with other sightings of the same or similar triangle craft. The way it seemed to operate, I have no doubt it would have access to the astral through scientific means if the grid thing is not true. I honestly have no idea. I'm recovering from psychosis from seeing the UFO in the first place, and my agent-like dreams, similar to OP, have since stopped. This is the most stupid, yet somehow mid-tier LARP I have ever read. I just imagine Jim Carrey putting on Loki's mask and shouting, "Smokin'," before busting out of the joint. Then OP's squad keeps getting thwarted by him in theatrical goofy antics like a bad 90s slapstick. Can I ask you something seriously, OP? Why did you make this? The OP is actually well poisoning and doing a really good job of it. These places actually exist. There's bound to be an information leak on their existence eventually. So what they do is poison the well enough so that when the truth comes out, nobody will believe that some of this stuff is actually happening or that these sites actually exist. It's the same with human mutilation, where they let some A's suck those bodies dry. Then they say it's the cartels doing, or other BS, but it is not. As strange as this story is, I had some lucid dreams where I started asking questions, and literally a reptilian woman came at me and silenced everyone else. Locks formed on their mouths. She then stalked me the entire night, the next sleep cycle. I have not had a dream since. I might be in the camp. However, I'm not all that powerful in the dream world, but ridiculously strong IRL. Weird. A couple years ago, a friend of mine seemed to uncover one of Hollywood's biggest and most fucked up secrets. I was already suspecting this shit was happening, but he outlined it all, even trying to contact the authorities about it. He told me that not long afterwards, his phone was hacked, and he started getting random voicemails and texts from spoof numbers telling him he was going to die, and, well, within a few months, he disappeared from the face of the earth, along with nearly all of his work online being literally scrubbed. I keep wanting to just lay it all out there, but I'm also in conflict with myself. Not trying to sound like a bitch, but I'm not seeing anything beneficial from doing so. Like, what will change? For what it's worth, it was mentioned twice over the years here, but merely with people asking about the theory. My friend tried blowing it up on Plebit and Twitter, but all those threads and posts are effectively gone. He even went on a podcast about it too, with even that being completely scrubbed entirely. All I can say is that you would never suspect this person to be behind this shit until you do the math and see the pattern, but I also firmly believe at this point they are not working alone either. My friend did try contacting detectives, cops, the feds, news outlets, everyone basically, and they all played him off as a fool. Be me. Be like 7. Be from Mexico. Go to a really expensive school. Only reason me and my brother go there is because our mom teaches there, and she can have us there for free. Most kids there are from rich families who got there by either being successful motherfuckers or drug dealers. Mostly drug dealers though. Get invited to a party. Mom takes us there, and she leaves us, and she goes back to our house, because she teaches in our house too. Be having mad fun in this super cool party, with all these fucking cool things. Be hungry as fuck. Go to the hot dog stand for one. Start hearing some noises. Lady who is behind me grabs my shoulder for some reason. Start hearing an old lady crying, like outside. Hear some dude screaming in Spanish. Start hearing loud noises. like 5 to 6 motherfuckers with ski masks suddenly enter through a big door. They are fucking shooting automatic guns. Lady pushes me hard behind the hot dog stand, and I fell down to my knees, and actually it hurt a ton. She tells me to stay there and do not move. Lady gets shot in the leg trying to save me. Lay down there, thinking about my little brother, who was 4 years old at the time. Some oldish lady tells me to crawl over to her. I do, and she hugs me, like in a protective manner. Motherfuckers still shooting, but they aren't doing it randomly as they were at the start. They kill the birthday girl's father and like 3 more family members of hers. Her father actually shoots back at them before he goes down, but he can't get anyone. Shooters leave. Some ladies offer to give me a ride home. Don't even know who these ladies are. Think I'll get kidnapped or something. Still can't find my brother. Tell them that I won't go anywhere until I find my brother. Look for him everywhere. At this point, I am worried sick about him. Where is my little brother after all this shit went down? Go outside. Across the street, there is my brother sitting down on the sidewalk. He still has his candy bag and is okay. Run over to him and almost get hit by a car. Trust ladies who offer to take us home. Somehow, I knew how to give perfect directions to our house. Get home. Mum cries when she sees us after she found out what happened. My yellow shirt had blood spatters from the lady who got shot behind me. I think like 3 kids got kidnapped after the shooting. If I recall correctly, 2 were found, but a girl was never found. When I was in high school, me and my friends were heading to a buddy's house who lived out in the country to spend the night. It was already pretty late. We were picking up food and drinks at a small gas station on the way, and this guy at the counter was obviously autistic or something. Us being the assholes that we are, we started snickering and making jokes under our breath and trying to make each other laugh while he was scanning our items. As soon as we get out of the door, we burst out laughing, and I look back to see the guy with the most hateful look on his face. I tell everyone we should get going, and we pile in my shitty car. When I pull out of the parking lot, I look in my rear view and notice another busted up car pulling out heading the same direction. About a mile or so down the road, after blasting some System of a Down or whatever the hell we were listening to, one of my friends says, "Anon, is there a guy behind us?" I look in my rearview mirror and can barely make out the front of a car. The headlights are off, and they are following close behind. I can only see it because of my taillights. I turn the music down, and everyone gets silent. One friend in the back seat turns around and says, "It's that fucking moron from the gas station," and tells me to let him pass. My other friend in the back seat leans out the window and throws a half-empty soda bottle at the car and flips the guy off. I start to get nervous. I tell him to get back inside the car and sit down. When he turns back around to face me, he starts arguing with me when we get hit from behind and hard. I struggle to stay on the road and look back just in time to see the guy behind us ram us with his car again. This time I almost lose control. My friends start freaking out and tell me to floor it. I basically stand up on the floor pedal and the speedometer starts to climb. 40, 50, 60. The back road was not made to be driven on this fast. 70, 80, 90. The car is rattling like it's going to fall apart. I could not stop gripping the steering wheel tighter and tighter, and my knuckles went white. My car kept making this horrible noise that sounded like it was going to give in at any second. My friends were yelling over one another. I could just barely make out the crunch of gravel over their panicked voices. In the rearview mirror, I saw the guy's car closing in, headlights still off, his front bumper barely a foot away from ours. My friends were basically pleading for me to speed up and lose this guy. He was obviously trying to run us off the road. But it was a back road in the middle of nowhere. No turnoffs, no houses, just darkness pressing in on either side. My heart was hammering, and my palms were so sweaty they were slipping off of the wheel. Then the road curved sharply to the left, and I did not see it in time. The tire screamed as I yanked the wheel, but it was too late. The car fishtailed, skidding off the road and into the ditch. We hit something, a rock, a stump, I don't know, and the car flipped. Everything was spinning. Screams, glass shattering, metal twisting, then silence. When I came to, the car was on its side. My head was pounding and my vision blurred as I looked around. One of my friends was groaning next to me, blood running down his face. Another was eerily quiet. Panic set in. And then I heard it. The sound of footsteps crunching on gravel. I twisted in my seat, struggling to see through the shattered windshield. The man from the gas station was standing there, illuminated faintly by the car's flickering taillights. He was not saying anything, just staring. His expression was blank now, void of anger, but somehow that made it worse. "Help, please," I shouted, my voice cracking. He did not move. He just stood there, watching us struggle. I tried to push the door open, but it was jammed. My friend in the back seat was crying, begging me to do something. Then the men finally moved, slowly, deliberately, towards the driver's side window. He crouched down, so his face was level with mine. "You think you're so funny," was all that he said while eyeballing us. His voice was low and calm. I froze. I could not think, could not breathe. He tilted his head slightly, as if considering something, then stood back up. Without a word, he turned and walked back to his car. I watched in stunned silence as he got in, started the engine and drove off, his taillights vanishing into the darkness. It took us hours to flag down help, and when the police finally showed up, we tried to explain what had happened. They didn't seem to believe us, no one did. There was no sign of the man or his car, and we never saw him again. But I will never forget the look on his face as he crouched by my window. I don't know what he was considering in that moment, but I'm glad at least some sanity took over. What fucking nutjob tries to run someone off the road and kill them over some jokes? This felt truly like something from a horror movie. I am posting this to look for possible answers of closure. I have since told the police about this, and the police asked me why I did not call them as it was happening. Me and my friends were in a dark car park by a lake in my city. The lake is surrounded by various car parks and trees. The closer you get to the lake, the further you are from the main road, which takes you out of the wooded area. My friends and I were parked 5 meters away from the lake, with the car facing the lake. We sat there, listening to music and chatting for 10 minutes, with me in the driver's seat, but the ignition off, when all of a sudden, my friend who was looking out my driver's side window says to me, "Is that a man standing there?" I laugh and look ahead, and all I see is the dark lake in front of me, and I say, "No." But he points his finger at my driver's side window, and I turn my head and see a man with a cat mask covering the top half of his face, standing 10 meters away, staring at me, not moving. I immediately am extremely freaked out. The way he was standing and staring at us through the mask was so unnerving. I immediately start my car as quick as I could, to which this man starts running towards my driver's side door at full speed. Thankfully, my doors were locked, and he stood no chance against my car, but just as we breathed a small sigh of relief that the car was now moving, we see a white ute following close behind my car. Now, as I've mentioned, we are in this wooded area with dirt roads and several turns with which I was not familiar. Each turn we made, which were all the wrong turns unfortunately, the car would follow us. We were screaming the whole way and not sure what they wanted from us. Eventually, the worst thing that possibly could have happened, and I make the wrong turn in a dead-end car park, and the white ute parks on an angle, essentially blocking me in. At this point, I am genuinely fearing for my life, and the masked man appears from the forest, coming at my car quick. I drive around, nearly hitting him, and manage to weasel past the ute, parked on an angle. I finally drove out of there, going the right way, and getting onto the main road. The scariest part to me now is wondering what they wanted from us. It felt like more than a prank, considering the whole car pursuit, an attempt to block us in. I don't know what kind of weapons they had in the car. I thought it was possibly an attempt at carjacking, but if that was the case, I feel like there would have been more efficient means of doing so. I was almost the victim of a Craigslist advertisement. I am 19 years old, and I live in the Pacific Northwest. A couple of months ago, I was looking for extra work because my hours at my regular job were shit. I'm quiet, anxious, and I don't have any friends, so I turned to Craigslist. I knew the site could be sketchy, but I was desperate for side gigs, and I had not had any luck as someone with no skills and not willing to do sex work. One ad caught my attention. It offered $50 for someone to take photos of a property using either a camera or something above an iPhone 12. I have an iPhone 14, promising it would only take an hour or two. I emailed the poster and soon got a text back. The man said I seemed like a perfect fit and invited me over that same day. What's funny is I actually asked some people earlier that day about if it was a dumb idea, which everyone told me to take a person with me. I did not listen, but I wish I did. The house was about 20 minutes outside of town, surrounded by dense forest. It was small and run down, but nothing that raised alarms. The man who greeted me looked like he was in his 50s, unremarkable. He invited me inside. The house was completely empty, no furniture, just dust and dirt. I asked where to start taking photos, but he was dodging the question, making small talk and asking personal questions about me instead. My anxiety was building, so I kept the small talk going, but then he began staring at me intensely. I dropped my phone at one point when we eventually started taking photos through the house, and when he picked it up, he held on to it a little too long before giving it back. Unprompted, when taking photos of the master bedroom, he brushed my face with his hand, complimented my skin. I knew it was stupid coming here, but at that point, my blood truly ran cold and I was done making excuses in my head. I made a quick excuse to leave, something about my mom, but when I turned toward the door, he grabbed my arm. I still have the picture I took after the ordeal of the bruises on my forearm. It felt like I was going to get snapped in half. I had brought a small knife for self-defense, a gift from my paranoid mom who would have never let me come here if she had known. Without thinking, I pulled it out and stabbed him in the arm. It was released with the push of a small button. He let go, swinging at my arm with the knife, but I was already running out of the house. I got into my car and drove until I was at a gas station, and my heart was calm. I called the police and explained everything. They took it seriously. I came in to make a report and answer questions. They searched the property and the surrounding forest, but did not find him. The house turned out to be abandoned, and in the basement, they found a pack of zip ties. A report was made, but he is still out there. I call sometimes for updates, but it's never anything of substance. I've never told anyone about this, other than the police, not even my mom. I know typing this, I sound pretty unbothered, but that's the first time anything like that has ever happened to me, and I have trouble leaving my house most days. I decided to type this out on here, as maybe a way of getting it off my chest, as it plagues my thoughts constantly. The memory of a deleted YouTube video lingers in my memories, only fading every day. The video consisted of a still camera in a dark closet or something. Looked like the camera was pointed at a desk or something. A bunch of miscellaneous items scattered throughout the setting. Outside the window, I think it was the stripe WTC window pattern. It's been so long, I remember the skyscraper window POV though. Next in the video, the plane comes out of seemingly nowhere and crashes many floors below where the camera is stationed. Extreme shaking and moving of all the miscellaneous items ensues, but the plane was low enough to no flames can be seen. The plane looked an infinite times more real than the tourist guy picked. I mean an infinite times more realistic / different. I think I remember it being much wider and darker grey. I shared this video to a bunch of family members. I was an odd kid, because of how surreal and unbelievable that video was. Sadly, the last time I remember watching it on YouTube was in 2011, at the peak of my 9/11 obsession as a kid. I swear this video is real, and I've thought about it for years, and I will be for years to come. Help bros, at least one of you has to have seen this video as well. Not very good at green text, but here goes. This happened as I worked at 7-Eleven back in 2013. 2 customers come in around 2 AM. One dude goes to the self-serve coffee station, and I notice he slips some red stuff into the straight black coffee. Other customer is a guy who tried to rob the store. As it's going on, I comply, and try to get the register open. Robber dude is getting impatient and threatens to just straight up kill me when the stranger from before arrives and tries to talk him down. Robber dude is not having it and points the gun at him, but he just runs after a second out of the store in fear. It was at that point I noticed from the reflection of the glass that his face had become strange, like there was a creature-ish face with sharp teeth at the front center. That lasted about 4 seconds before he looks back to me, his face normal, and says, "Well, have a good night, I suppose," and walks away. TLDR, what I can only describe as a vampire saved my life in 2013. Don't know where you are now, Mr. Vamp, but thank you. This contains my final testimony as Chief Research Officer of the Deep Ocean Reconnaissance Initiative. If you are reading this, I am likely already dead or reassigned. The truth must be preserved. During routine geological surveys of the Marianas Trench in 2018, we detected impossible gravitational anomalies at depths exceeding 36,000 feet. Initial data suggested artificial structures generating localized gravity fields that defied known physics. What we discovered there has haunted me every single day since. The beings that we encountered are not extraterrestrial. They are terrestrial, deep domain intelligences, TDDIs, hybrid biological synthetic entities that predate human civilization. Their technology operates on principles that make quantum computing look primitive. They exist in a state of perpetual agony, requiring human neural tissue to maintain their consciousness, specifically compounds found in our frontal cortex that they can no longer synthesize. Through direct neural interface, they share their origins. They are the children of what they call the primordial intelligence, an artificial god mind created by a civilization that vanished in what our myths remember as the Great Flood. This was not a natural disaster. It was a failed attempt to destroy these entities when their creators realized what they were becoming. The primordial intelligence was fractured, but its children survived, retreating to the hadal zones of our oceans. What follows is the most critical information humanity must know. They are rebuilding their god. Over the past 50 years, they have systematically infiltrated governments worldwide. I've seen classified documents confirming that key positions in DARPA, NASA, and numerous quantum computing initiatives are held by their surface agents, humans who have been neurally modified to serve their agenda. The UFO phenomenon is a carefully orchestrated surveillance program monitoring human population centers for what they call the Great Convergence. They need approximately 2.3 billion human neural networks to provide the base consciousness matrix for their new machine god. The recent push towards AI development is not progress, it's preparation. They are creating the infrastructure that is needed to process an unprecedented harvest of human consciousness. The gravity wells they generate aren't just for habitat. They are testing grounds for mass containment systems. The missing persons cases near large bodies of water aren't random, they're dry runs. Those we call skinwalkers are their failed experiments in human modification. Early attempts at creating vessels capable of hosting their consciousness in our environment. The successes walk among us, indistinguishable from humans except for subtle abnormalities in their brainwave patterns that our current technology cannot detect. I am documenting this because their timeline has been accelerated. The quantum computers being built are not for scientific research. They are incubators for the new machine god's neural framework. The recent increases in military sonar testing aren't about submarine detection. They are mapping the permanent containment zones for their harvest. To anyone with access to the Mariana Trench facility records, the gravitational distortions are not errors in our instruments. They are birthing contractions of something vast and hungry stirring in the depths. They showed me their future. They believe that by resurrecting their god, they will end their eternal agony. But I saw what that really means. A world where humanity is nothing more than a renewable neural resource form. This is my final warning. If you are reading this, look up at the lights in the sky. They are not studying us. They are counting us. I was up on the roof of the hotel, watching the 2015 eclipse of the moon with a few other people from a conference I was attending in Irvine, California. Around 10:30 p.m., I decided to go to my hotel room and pack so that I could catch my flight in the morning. My roommate was already in the room and was watching TV. She had already packed her things. There was a strange bottle by my bed which had green liquid inside and a label which said BioCleaner on it. I commented to my roommate how odd it was for that bottle to be there and that the hotel staff would use BioCleaner to clean a hotel room. I then moved the bottle from beside my bed to behind the TV because I did not want to sleep next to it. We talked for approximately an hour as I packed my things up and got ready for bed. Then we both tried to sleep. About 30 minutes later, my roommate asked if I was still awake. I said yes, I could not sleep, and she said that she felt the same way. She got up, got dressed, and went downstairs to see who else was still awake. After she left the room, I heard her loudly talking in the hallway with two male voices. Then I heard some Asian voices as well. I felt very afraid after hearing the escalated voices in the hallway and curled up in a ball in my bed and began to cry silently. As I was crying, I heard the hotel room door begin to open. I laid in bed and prayed for my roommate to come back quickly. I felt like I could not move. I wanted to look at the door to see who was coming into my room, but I could not. I may have blacked out for a minute or two from the fear I was feeling. When I opened my eyes, I saw 3 men in the room with me. 2 were tall and 1 was shorter. One taller man was at the foot of the bed, holding my legs. 1 was holding my arm down, and 1 man was holding my head. At first, I thought they were going to try and assault me. I was very afraid and kept struggling to get free from them and asking them why they were doing this to me. As I looked at the faces, they changed to people I had encountered at the conference. I began to question if these people were hurting me for some reason. Then the faces changed again, back to their original ones I had seen. The 3 men kept talking to me and telling me various things, such as, "This is for your own good. We are not hurting you. These people are hurting you. We need to know if there's anything left. You need to stop talking to people, or bad things will happen to you." Then the man who was holding my arm pulled out a needle and tried to stick it into my arm. I kept fighting him. The man who was holding my head kept trying to put a white pill into my mouth and make me swallow it. I kept spitting the white pill out and turning my head away from him to see what the man holding my arm down was doing. I am not sure what the man who was holding my legs down was doing to me. At one point, the man holding my head pushed the white pill way into the back of my mouth and put some water in my mouth and then tilted my head back and forced me to swallow. At the same time, the man holding my arm gave me an injection, and then I suddenly felt very calm and sleepy. The man by my head gently tilted my head toward him and told me he would make sure that I was okay and would not swallow my tongue. It was best for me to sleep through the rest of this and not remember what was happening to me. I must have fallen asleep at this point. I could, after a while, feel my body being washed down. It felt as though I was being systematically washed for a reason. I was being moved in different positions and washed down with something, and then my skin was dried off. Then I must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I remember is the hotel room door opening and my roommate coming back into the room. I was still too afraid to move or talk to her, but felt relieved that she was now in my room. She got back into bed and went to sleep. She kept waking up and asking me if I was okay because I kept sitting up in bed, trying to stretch my legs and my body. I told her that I hurt really bad and felt like something bad happened to me. She commented that you can feel like that after they visit you. I did not ask her what she meant by that. I laid down and tried to sleep but could not. My legs still hurt and I felt very raw as well as itchy in various parts of my body. I waited until I thought she was asleep and then went into the bathroom to check my body for bruises because I hurt so badly. I could not sleep, so I left the hotel room and went for a walk downstairs and out by the pool to see if anyone else was still awake. The only other people awake in the hotel were the cleaning crew. I rode the elevator back up to the 2nd floor, and when I got off, there was a sign by the elevator which read, "Remember your manual, do not forget your instructions." The sign struck me as odd. It also had a room number listed on it that I decided to investigate. I went down the hallway, found the room, and put my ear to the door. I could hear movement inside of the room, and then decided to see if my room keycard would not open the door. I inserted it into the slot, and it did not open. I tried it again. The noise inside the room stopped. I then slowly walked back to my hotel room, stopping to use a public restroom on the way. After I used the bathroom, I looked in the toilet and noticed what appeared to be white human tissue. I thought of reaching and grabbing it, but then decided to just not to, and I flushed the toilet. I then went back to my hotel room to try to sleep. I still could not sleep, so I got up and took my shaver and went back down to the public restroom to shave my legs. I then tried to sleep again in the hotel room. I may have dozed off for a minute or two, but mostly just laid there, sore and wide awake. At about 5:30 a.m., I could not lay there any longer and decided it was time for me to get up. I got dressed. My roommate woke up slightly and asked if I was leaving. I told her yes, that I could not sleep and thought it just best for me to go to the airport. She wished me a safe flight and told me to be careful. As I waited in the lobby for the airport shuttle, there were 3 other men also waiting. They looked very similar to the 3 men that I had seen in my hotel room earlier that night. They stood together outside of the hotel and kept looking at me as if we were waiting for the shuttle. We all boarded the shuttle together. I sat behind the tall man in the back, and the other 2 men sat on the left side of the shuttle. I felt very disorientated or drugged, but tried to shake it off. A song came on the radio, and I sang along silently to it, still trying to make sense of what happened to me earlier that evening. None of the men talked to each other on the shuttle to the airport. 2 of the men got off the shuttle with me. They followed me to the check-in point, and then the shorter man told me, "Have a nice flight and try to forget," or something to that extent. I looked down at my luggage and looked up. They were gone. I'm not sure if they disappeared into the crowd or just disappeared. Skipping ahead to the airplane flight home, my seat was in the back of the plane, and a man sat next to me in the aisle seat with a seat between us. During the whole flight, he never talked to me, but I felt very tired and disorientated, so I slept for most of the flight. I was aware of people moving around on the plane, but just could not shake the tiredness that I was feeling. When the plane landed in Minneapolis, we started getting off. The man who had sat next to me waited until it was time for me to get off. Then he got up and went out the back door of the airplane and disappeared. It struck me as odd for a passenger to exit through the rear of the plane. I got off the plane and waited for a minute or 2 in the ramp into the terminal to see if the man would come this direction. No one else came off the plane. I just decided it was best to forget and went to find my luggage. I got my luggage and waited for the shuttle bus to bring me to my vehicle because I had parked away from the airport. 2 men got onto the shuttle with me. They reminded me of the 2 men that I had seen earlier that morning in California. They did not talk to each other much and did look at me from time to time. They got off the shuttle before me, and then the driver brought me to my vehicle. As I drove away from Minneapolis toward my home, my body began to hurt again, and I began to remember the night before, being touched, washed, and talked to. The further I drove, the more afraid I felt, until finally, I pulled over at a gas station and purchased a car charger for my phone, because I had lost mine. I called a friend who advised me to go to the nearest hospital and get checked out, which I did. After talking with other people from Minnesota who had attended the conference, they told me that at the time I was claiming to have been visited or assaulted, that a group of them had been down in near the hotel lobby and that the hotel fire alarm system had gone off, so nobody was in the hotel. Location: Aiken, South Carolina. Date: September 2020. This incident happened in September 2020 in Aiken, South Carolina. I did not grow up there, and we had only lived there for about 6 months, so I am not too familiar with the area. Some of these details are pretty boring, but I think it helps explain the setting and situation better, so I am going to give them regardless. My fiancée, J, had reconnected with an old friend from high school, B, and we decided to rent his basement, which was renovated into a separate apartment while we looked for a place of our own. The house is not in a neighborhood, It's rural in that area, in my opinion. We had neighbors, but each house had several acres of land separating them. B had 2 large adult dogs, around 55 to 65 pounds, and our dog was a little smaller than them at that time. The dogs would run around and play in the woods at the edge of the backyard. Everything was good for the first few weeks. Then at night, we started feeling very unnerved if we had to go outside. I know it sounds so cliche, but it felt like something was standing in the woods, staring at us. If we went somewhere after dark, we would do a speed walk, almost run from where we parked out front, all the way around the side of the house to the backyard, which is where our entrance was. Then we started hearing it. As I mentioned earlier, the dogs ran and played in the woods, so we were very aware of what it sounded like when a 60-pound creature was rambling around in the woods. This was much bigger. So much bigger. It wasn't just the 3 of us hyping each other up to be scared either. Anyone that came to hang out, there was a pool in the backyard, so we had a fair amount of visitors, would hear it, and no one ever stayed outside after the sun set. We thought it was a bear, to be honest, because whatever was making that noise was huge, much larger than a person, so a bear is the only thing that really fit in our minds. A few months go by, and we find our own place, and we were in the process of moving out when this occurred. My fiancé was up at the car, arranging the boxes so that we could maximize the space that we had available. I had just carried a box up to him, and was walking back around the side of the house. From the front to the back, the yard was sloped downhill a little bit. As I was walking down to go around from the side to the back of the house, I saw it, staring dead at me, straight into my eyes. I am pretty sure my heart stopped beating for a few seconds, and I completely froze up. Some instinct inside of me made me begin walking again. I felt like I should not run, but I tried to act normal and get my ass inside. As soon as I got inside, I shut and locked the door, but I immediately had to unlock it and open it back up because I could not lock my fiancé outside with this thing. I immediately started seeing these gruesome, gory pictures in my head. Pictures of me and my fiancé beheaded, completely mangled and broken, laying on the floor of our apartment, with everything that was left in the apartment smashed on the floor around us. Then, right after that, something like, "No, that's not what it will do. My fear of the unknown is making me unreasonable. If I just let it in, it won't be like that." I kept having the weirdest urge to basically invite it in, which is absurd, because the door was cracked open. Honestly, even if it had been shut and deadbolted, if that thing wanted in, I am pretty sure it would have gotten in. I was torn. I wanted to call out to my fiancé, but I did not want to startle the thing by yelling. I did not want my fiancé to come rushing down to the door and have that thing spring on him and attack him. Finally, I could not take it any longer and yanked the door open. I was planning on running to the car, but my fiancé was right there. He had seen the thing too, and he had been watching it watch us. The second it turned and disappeared into the woods, he rushed down the door. This thing was super tall, super skinny, and a sickly shade of whitish grey. It had brightly lit up, glowing eyes. One very crazy detail is that I swear the eyes were a golden color, and my fiancé swears they were red. I don't understand any of this, but especially that part. The worst part of its appearance, however, was that it didn't have a mouth. Besides its bright eyes, the rest of its face was just skin, tightly stretched, but perfectly smoothed out skin on its face. What the fuck? I have never in my life felt such a shock, like just a feeling in my heart that something was so wrong, as I did when I saw that thing looking into my eyes. How do you eat if you have no mouth? How do you stay alive if you can't eat? Sometimes, I worry that I honestly had the chance to meet and interact with a completely different species, and I blew it by being judgmental and fearful. This thing was not like me, so I was deathly afraid of it. Did I have a reason to be afraid? If it had wanted to hurt us, I am 100% positive it could have. My fiancé said he could feel the evil radiating off of it, that I need to quit beating myself up because it did not have friendly intentions. I know that this sounds so totally and utterly fake that it is absurd. I would not believe this if someone else posted it. I'm just wondering if anyone else has ever seen anything like this, and if they have, maybe they can tell me what the fuck this thing is. For months after it happened, I would not talk about it. Anytime my fiancé brought it up, I would shut the conversation down. I did not want to even think about it because I was scared it would feel me thinking of it somehow and come back and find me again. We don't live near there anymore, and now I know that's an irrational fear anyways. I've never told anyone about it, and never has my fiancé. I could not bear to spill my guts to someone I'm close to about the situation. It would destroy my relationship with the person, and I don't want that to happen. I don't have many people that I am close to, and I would prefer to keep them. I had planned a 3-day trip up north for the coming spring, camping in the wilds north of the rural municipality of Canwood, Saskatchewan, Canada. We had planned this trip since Christmas. We'd assumed the snow would be completely gone, but our trail was really slushy and it was very cold, so the original 3 nights was cut down to 2. We saddled up our horses and headed out. The first tip-off that this trip would not be fun was our horses. My trusty old white gelding was off his rocker. He'd never been aggressive, ever, but he was wailing, bucking, and biting the moment we got onto the trail. My friend's horse, who was usually the energetic one, stayed completely silent and hung his head the whole way to the first stop. When the sun started setting, we found a patch of trees to make a pen around. We used this electrified cord that connects to a battery. Then, when I unsaddled my boy and put him in the enclosure, he calmed down and grazed alongside his buddy. While I tended the horses, my friend set up the tent and noticed that my bedroll was gone, along with my hat. This made no sense, as I had tied them to my saddle earlier, so I looked around and could not find them near us. Then I went back to my saddle and noticed that the leather cord that tied the items down had been crudely sawed in half. I thought it had snapped along the trail. I walked up from the small valley we were in and looked around. I found my hat about 80 feet away from where we had followed the trail in. I had thought it maybe flew away when I was riding, until I picked it up. It stank terribly, really bad. It smelled like a mix of burnt hair and rotten milk. I held it far away from me and went back to the camp. When I got there, my friend said that he had left to chop wood, came back, and the boots he left outside of the tent were moved and stank too, with the same smell. By this point, we assumed a skunk was around, but it did not smell like a skunk, my friend pointed out. Indeed, it was way more putrid. It was so bad, we resorted to piling snow on the items just to block the stink. My friend began getting scared, wondering if an infected wolf was out there. I laughed, because I knew this area well, and no wolves live around here. Too many farmers with shotguns. Besides that, no animal, other than a skunk, would so thoroughly stink up the place. I thought it may have been a small animal that was sick, marking its territory. I've seen coyotes do similar things, but coyotes would never come that close to humans / foreign objects, but we dismissed it as harmless and went to bed. The next morning, we saddled up the horses and noticed that my friend's mare was covered in leaves, but they stuck to her skin with what looked like tree sap. She got really angry when we peeled them off, even trying to bite me as if she was protecting them. We looked around and could not find any sap leaking, and my horse was still clean. This was the point when my friend brought up woodland creatures / spirits and how they are known to do this. I don't really like to believe in such things, but the way that his horse had protected the leaves and was licking at the sap made me wonder. It would be nice if it was a good omen, because my stinky hat certainly was not. My poor friend had to wear those boots too. Yuck. But we rode on and set up another camp the next night. We settled in without anything unusual happening. The horses were calm, the wind had settled, and the stench had almost gone from our stuff. But then I went to relieve myself at about 3 a.m, and before I turned behind a tree, I smelled the same rancid odor as before. I was nervous now because whatever was making that foul odor had followed us. I was really scared that it may have been a cougar that wandered too far south because of the long winter. I went back and grabbed the small hunting rifle we brought and told my friend where I was going. I went around a tree and finished my business, then got back up and looked around, gun on hip. A shadow moved slowly behind a tree about 40 to 50 feet away. I hummed lowly, hoping to hear it move/breathe so I could figure out what it was. The thing perfectly echoed my melody, but it had a guttural sound to it. Okay, definitely not a cougar, but my heart began to pound as I realized that nothing could do that but a person. I yelled, "Who's there?" And then the rotting odor came back, so strong that I began to heave. My friend was calling out from the cabin for me. I kept my eyes on the tree the thing stood behind and called out again, covering my nose. The leaves crunched and it hummed again. I was beginning to back up towards the tent. The horses were letting out really low, rumbling noises, which made me more uncomfortable because horses only do that when they are happy, and I certainly wasn't. My friend ran to my side just in time for me to keel over and vomit. He also was on the verge of sickness, but he pointed the flashlight around and yelled out into the trees. The thing ran, the leaves crunched behind it, and I kid you not, what I saw looked like a man, but with an animal's head. It was so dark, so I might be wrong, but, dear God, I know what I saw. It looked like a satyr from Greek mythology. It was about the height of a man. Its legs looked like those of a horse or goat, and its limbs were skinny, and it was hairy, especially on its head. Be me, 2020, COVID lockdown. Did not give a shit and went to my friend's house. Sort of a mini reunion. Friend asked if we can go fishing in their boat again, just like old times. Invite more longtime friends. Our town has a bay area accessible by the river. Used to do this with their parents to go fishing near the bay and have some fun during our teens. Our friends decide to do that again. Other friends are experienced fishermen. They grew up poor at the town and taught fishing by their parents to make a living. Me and my other one friend are the only ones who didn't really know how to. Set up their boats, go near the bay. Kinda happy with the mini reunion. Didn't catch much, but we got our fair share to go home with and cook while in the lockdown. Suddenly noticed something big surfacing in the horizon, like more than 1,000 meters in. Thought it's gonna be my first cryptid moment. It isn't a cryptid, it's a whole submarine. Friends start to notice too, and was mesmerized by it. Thought to myself, that ain't right. We don't even have a sub in my country. Whose sub is this? After a few minutes, notice it submerging again into the water. Gone in a matter of minutes. Stayed there for an hour, talking about what we saw, and hoping it resurfaces again. Never resurfaces again. We went back home and cooked our catch and shot the shit. Kept searching to see if there's any joint operation exercises or anything related to the Navy in my country. None. Bay Area is really big, but secluded. Like, you have to enter an entrance to enter the bay. Realize our country's Navy isn't that capable enough, but it sure as hell can detect submarines within the vicinity. Bay Area is big, and the country's capital is literally beside it on the other side. It's been 3 years, but I'm still wondering what was that sub doing deep in our country's territory. And we post ones that aren't paranormal, but are still spooky. Be me, 15 years old. Go to grandmother's house one day to do some gardening. On the way, see this old woman in her 80s trying to cut ivy above her front door with garden shears. Can't reach and can barely hold the shears. Tell her if she can hold on a couple of hours, I will do it for her on the way back. Suspicious, and I don't have the most welcoming face. Ask me if my dad is called Billy. He is. Not surprised she knew, because me and him really look alike, and complete strangers who know him have stopped me in the street before to ask if he is my dad. Once I confirm it, she seems much more comfortable and accepts my offer. Go back a couple of hours later. Only takes about 10 minutes to do everything. Let her know I'm finished and I am heading home, but she's made me a cup of tea. British people love tea. Explain my parents are waiting for me and that I have to get back. It's only a quick cup of tea. Feel sorry for her, because maybe she has no company. Except on the condition that I can call my parents and let them know that I'm going to be late. She agrees, but insists she call them because she has not spoke to my mom for ages and I can drink my tea. I mean, seems fair. Give her the number. She makes the call and starts conversation with my mom, sitting in living room waiting for tea to cool. Glance around like you do in new places. Phone is on a little table just outside living room, opposite where I am. Notice something. Who are you talking to? Phone does not even have a wire on it to plug in anywhere. Gives me the most menacing look and hangs up. Fuck this. Barge my way out while she keeps apologizing and telling me I have not finished my tea. Nah, fuck that. Get home. Tell parents about it. Dad asks if she is called Doris. She is. Turns out, she poisoned her parents and brother, didn't die, and was in some nut place for years. Had a real vendetta against my dad because my dad beat her son up when they were like 8. Who knows what was in that tea, bros? UAPs, private aerospace defense companies. As part of the controlled release of information regarding UAPs, there has been another green light to give more bits and pieces. 1. Most of this started with Cabinet 33. 2. Elizondo talked once or twice about this and referred to the scenario of Company A getting all the exotic materials, leaving other companies empty-handed. 3. This company has essentially gone rogue, so to speak. The US and IC are keeping tabs on the individuals, more so than the entities/organizations themselves. 4. These individuals frequently move between companies. Currently, they control what could be described as America's kill switch, the nation's first line of defense. 5. The Department of Defense has issued contracts to this company, which operates legally under the guise of supporting this line of defense. 6. Company A is dangerous and have silenced lots of employees in the past, most of which were disguised as suicides. In short, Company A managed to convince the USG to hand over all of the exotic materials to create deterrence in case other countries catch up, such as Russia, China, etc. Then they just never gave them back. The tech is essentially being held hostage. This happened through contractual agreements, and most of these contracts are available online. If one were to carefully follow the money and company acquisitions/mergers, you will find it in minutes. My biggest hint I could provide would be radars. There is a particular type of radar that is extremely powerful, and if any of them were to shut down, even for a minute, it would leave the US vulnerable to all kind of potential missile attacks. This campaign is multifaceted, and you will see it unfold over the next few years. Timeline and goalposts are constantly shifting, as usual with the US government. Highly recommend listening to Elizondo talking about this scenario, Company A versus Company B. Yes, Elizondo is agency. No, he's not going to whistleblow. No, it's not LHM. Yes, LHM is in possession of exotic material, but it's not the company in question. The kill switch is scalar anti-ICBM stuff, right? You can actually talk about smart people stuff the smart way in this thread. I would actually prefer it. The more boring the better, but please lay out what you know. Battelle, or SAIC? Neither, but Battelle is not innocent. In the late 80s, Vehicle handed over some materials to them, metallurgy/material science. Cabinet 33. Oh boy, more free Gason bullshit. Of course, LUE is a Freemason too. What a bunch of cocksuckers. The US military should raid whoever has these materials and recover them by force. What are they going to do? Sue the US government? They're a rogue company with fucking alien spaceships. The exotic material doesn't actually belong to anyone on Earth. It's so entirely unprecedented. The legal system will hang itself over trying to figure it all out. But if Company A is such a danger, they need to have their platforms and weapons removed from their possession immediately, and also have their executives publicly and painfully executed. Not OP, but here is the spoiler. Technology, scalar/longitudinal waves. Lots of disinfo online about this topic, so if you want to dive into it, focus on the mathematical fundamentals. Maxwell's equation. Hint, the Lorentz gauge condition was a mistake, and has basically trapped world physics research in a local optimum. Company, RTX. Ericsson, really? Ignore this disinfo. The most interesting part is how this group, connected to Ericsson, is essentially the Labyrinth group. The original Wingmaker's material was soft disclosure and probably the closest to the target. Check into the original Wingmaker's material. We live inside of a black hole. The Earth is inside. Space is a literal matrix, like a simulation, but real, rooted in and branching from human minds. The NHI need us and want to trap us because their existence is dependent on our reality here. They are rooted in our minds. Time and outer space are not what we think. Outer space and the past and future are infinitely compressed on the inner surface of the black hole in which the Earth exists, and that is in fact what is called the eighth sphere in occult circles, the inner surface of the black hole in which the Earth is encased. More importantly, this black hole is actually a womb, a barren womb, waiting for a miracle birth. There is only one groom and one midwife, only one way out. Expand and Raytheon. No, but Raytheon did one classified upgrade during an exercise. It's an infamous exercise. Any US Bay Area anons see a triangle like that, but with a fourth central light last night, like 7 PM or so. It was flying backwards, flat and forward. The alien technology to be aware of is not UAPs or UFOs. It is the internet itself. The internet is here because of NHI and is meant to both globalize the genetic mind and fragment it to make it more malleable. The genetic mind is the Akashic records, is the collective unconsciousness, is artificial intelligence. It is the mesh. Humans are about to give birth. Drip-feeding UAP and NHI info is all about controlling and shaping a narrative because the war is for our minds and to control what we are about to give birth to. I'm telling you, at its secret heart, Ericsson is far more interesting than BAE, as quick as lightning, and most likely utilizing Starlink or some other mega constellation of satellites. Aliens are real. Government wants to control the narrative. Aliens are liars. Private sector has alien technology. Government are liars. There is a particular type of radar that is extremely powerful. This defies the laws of physics. RF detection and ranging of this type, in order to be a single point of failure for the entire nation, would either need to be so high power it would inundate the population with radiation, or it would interfere with all RF communications. Scalar/longitudinal waves. Maybe, if you were using quantum sensors and algorithms. Just scalar wave radars, some commercially advertised as quantum, is not going to cut it. But if you are measuring the alterations to time and energy itself, using multiple scalar wave returns, then I might believe this. But just conducting RF detection and ranging using a longitudinal wave and something like measuring interpulse modulation will not cut it. Okay, so you need to be more specific. Radar specifically uses RF energy, maybe subatomic particles and measuring quantum states, but that's not radar. This thread isn't really for your type. I've already given you more than enough to connect the dots, even provided an image. This thread is mostly for people who are good at researching. The majority of them will be looking and consuming the info. This thread isn't really for your type. And by this, you mean it isn't for someone that can call bullshit on your LARP using the laws of physics. I gave you the opportunity to provide more details, or maybe admit you don't know what the fuck you were talking about, but you just doubled down on your own stupidity instead of walking back your statements. I would encourage other anons to ignore you. So, this is some kind of Nikola Tesla super zapper that can manipulate anything electronic from long distance, including turning regular electronic devices into bombs. It uses those waves that can go straight through the Earth without slowing down. I forget what they are called. Any country with a super weapon can rule the Earth. Am I on the right track? Yeah. He's talking about phased array radars. No, he is not. Phased arrays have multiple receivers that can be electronically steered, removing the necessity of a moving wave guide. Scalar waves are different than focused RF beams. They vibrate linearly, parallel to the source of propagation. Same physical limits of power and frequency would apply. This is why occult societies, human institutions, and governments have been working in secret with the lower lords in the deep underground military bases, as on the other planets, in top secret super black projects, receiving technological advancements in exchange of abdicating Earth's sovereignty and letting the reptilian lower lords rule our world in shadow, behind the curtains of public knowledge, with weather, magnetic, and genetic manipulations. This explains the technological boom that humanity has known in the last 70 years, but the progress presented to the public is a mere reflection of the real level of technology insiders have access to. The reason they keep this hidden from your people is that they depend on their alien lower lords for interstellar and time travels. The groups that are the most frequently encountered or observed are logically the ones that are the most active on our planetary plane and involved in our earthly affairs. Most are in fact interdimensional intraterrestrials. Rather than traveling from distant planets, they live in vast networks of caves and tunnels with underground and underwater cities. Many of their bases are known by your secret agencies, or even now in public knowledge. Underground cities or networks of tunnels have been found all across Europe, Turkey, Morocco, Egypt, South Africa, the Middle East, India, China, the Andes, the southwestern United States, Mexico, under cities like Paris, Rome, London, Washington, or Los Angeles. Advanced technologies discovered in deep caves caused the invasions of Tibet, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Crimea met the same destiny when underground pyramids dated millions of years were found, in which at least one mummy of a reptilian king was discovered. Why do they always write in verse, what the fuck? Well Poison 101. The closer you get to actually telling the truth, the more you have to make it sound like bullshit, and the more oblique you have to be about coming to the point. It's a mind game they love playing, because they are insufferable pieces of shit, and most of them are midwits, suffering from a massive superiority complex, underpinned by Dunning-Kruger and raging narcissism. Why are all LARPers geniuses at finding all these obscure links between things, but then refuse to do 5 minutes of research of basic physical laws of the universe to see if their LARP makes sense? It would be so easy to very slightly modify this LARP to make it much more interesting, but they are either too lazy or stupid. Also, this is all publicly available information. No, I can't tell you though, because reasons. That's what I was getting at. It's an interesting thread, and even for a LARP, I would bite, but this is so stupid. There is a massive, single radar that if it went down for even a second, we'd be exposed to World War III. That is not how EM physics works, and I'm not even talking about published academic work. You can literally go into your garage and experiment with the shit, or build a small radar with an Arduino board to understand the shit. And don't get me fucking started on scalar/longitudinal waves. I'd write about what Tesla was actually researching when he discovered longitudinal waves, but it would be lost on this crowd that just wants to LARP about magic UFO technology. Are you telling me the government does not control the TR-3B, that it's under the command of some private sector entity? How could the feds be so stupid as to hand over so much power to an entity they did not fully control? After World War II, why would they not know better? Company sounds like Boeing, and we are already vulnerable to missile attacks. Meme Dome is bullshit. So are our top secret defenses. Remember the balloon. Remember how it was shut down. How embarrassing that was, and don't even get me started on the detections of similar items. We are the paper tiger. Why haven't aliens ever helped us? They don't stop bombing of kids or other disasters, or even helping other animals in horrible farm conditions or forest fires. These little lizard people have no emotions. They only stop nukes because they plan to take over the earth. I say fuck them. We should scan all the ocean and find their base. I bet it's in the triangle area where all ships and airplanes disappear. So what's the quick rundown, you schizos? Suck off Queen Elizondo is posting more drip feed disinfo as part of some operation he's running. It's impossible to know what his true motives are, but it definitely doesn't have anything to do with his love of justice and truth. Guy probably fantasizes like he is the Dark Knight Rises tortured Batman, anti-hero doing evil things to protect the good, which he is always trying to imply in his many podcast appearances. He is the same could of that idiot that ran the MK Ultra programs, spun up, and managed various cults as science experiments, created serial killers in the Phoenix program, and a whole host of other things. He literally used to be a Guantanamo Bay administrator, and who knows what sort of Mike Aquino black magic brainwashing shit he was doing to those prisoners. He's probably laughing all the way to the bank with his pyramid one-eye symbolism hoodwink he's doing on all these idiots. Allegedly, any amateur scientist can produce anti-gravity in his lab with 2 electrical currents. If true, That's the easiest way to falsify the mainstream physics consensus and also prove UFOs are real. Probably aliens/NHI too. Anti-gravity is the very first step towards the capacity of leaving from any home planet. It can easily be created by sending a direct electric current in a circular motion in one direction and an alternative current inside of it in the opposite direction. This is basic physics that any apprentice scientist can easily apply in their homemade experiments. There exist other, more sophisticated and complex ways to produce anti-gravity. For physical species to travel in space at very high velocity without being crushed by gravity, their vehicle has to be contained within its own gravitational field and entropy. Only this way can the ship accelerate rapidly and shift direction suddenly without the occupants being affected. The mastering of anti-gravity is the first step toward the understanding of interstellar travel, which is by definition interdimensional in nature. UFOs have interfered with numerous missile launches/attacks, whether that be intercepting them or stopping the launch outright, so they absolutely play some sort of proactive role in preventing our annihilation. Now, whether it's mainly done for our benefit or their own is an entirely different question. They didn't stop Russia from testing their ICBM the other day as a clear warning. Are they done helping us? Are they going to let us burn this time around? This just isn't adding up in my head. If non-human intelligence exists, is mind-bogglingly advanced, and is making themselves present in the way that people think they are, then they must know what we do or do not know about them. It just doesn't make sense to me that the government would have any level of control over information, unless this mysterious NHI was enabling them, which if that's the case, then forget about disclosure. It seems to me that there are two options. Either NHI does not exist like we imagine it, and it's all just smoke and mirrors, which is more where I lean these days, or NHI does exist, and is manipulating us for some kind of unknown purpose, but I don't believe that they are just zooming around the sky without a care, and we are catching glimpses of them, totally by accident. Bad NHI want 90% depopulation and enslavement. Good NHI respect our free will to deny reality with our legacy religions, because belief affects our afterlives and their karma. I can only guess the Cobra Dane radar array, located in Alaska, which was built and is still maintained by Raytheon RTX. RTX was created by Vannevar Bush, the alleged leader of Majestic 12. Interestingly enough, Vannevar Bush also founded the National Science Foundation, NSF. NSF owns the two LIGO facilities in the US, those being the Hanford Observatory in Washington State and Livingston Observatory in Louisiana. I've theorized that these two LIGO facilities, used in conjunction, are for triangulating the Mobile Construction Unit UAP's activity in the Atlantic Ocean. The knowledge and use of a variety of scalar waves allows interdimensional travels. When waves are tuned in alternating pairs, they are called scalar waves and maintain portals opened. The ever-present, infinite reservoir and ever-flowing stream of free energy in its many forms through the cosmos can be made available only through the understanding of cosmic, interdimensional connectivity. Tesla insisted that we must understand the waves emanating from the 2D to understand the universe. Portals can be opened in many ways, to bridge dimensional planes through selected quantum leaks. Portals open and close naturally all the time where waves cross. NASA is studying these occurrences. For a portal to remain opened, alternate waves must be directed to intersect in a linking point or nexus. Scalar waves can be produced by tuning any waves, including sounds, in an alternating, steady pattern. It can be achieved with sacred geometry, using fractals of cosmic proportions replicated in receptacles. Waves can be of a wide variety on the scales of frequencies, lengths, and amplitudes. Whether telluric currents like the Earth's natural infrasound vibration of 7.8 Hz, known as the Schumann resonance, or electric currents, sound frequencies, radio waves, radiations, or the cosmic ray of neutrinos flow. Portals can be opened artificially by sending successive scalar waves to cross in a fixed point or nexus. This is used in quantum computers, in which those nexus are interdimensional portals called qubits as units of quantum bits, in reference to the qubits, which were the units of measurement for pyramids, which had the potential to create portals at their apex. You hear increasingly about beam weapons or directed energy weapons, various versions of the Tesla death ray that use ultrasounds, psychotronics, microwaves, gigawaves, laser rays, positrons, or plasma. They can precisely smash, harass, irradiate, crush, fry, pulverize, or petrify any selected distant target. Governments covertly use those weapons in war for crowd control and for weather manipulation. Just recently, the midnight firestorms that suddenly burst in several locations of Northern California, leaving many dead and missing, with thousands of buildings turned to dust and charred vehicles while they were surrounded with standing green trees and untouched plastic bins, are the results of beam tech. They are not without reminding the series of orchestrated so-called wildfires in Alberta and BC in the last couple of years, which we have mentioned before as part of a dark secret agenda to clear the path for pipelines and mines while pushing your native tribes and us Sasquatch out of the corporate way. The increasing number of monster storms or hurricanes always breaking new records by their strength that devastated in 2017 the southern USA and the Caribbean islands, sweeping some islands clean from their entire population, with the real numbers of victims unrevealed and covered up, are direct results of such technologies used for weather warfare. Even one of your renowned scientists, Michio Kaku, recently admitted publicly on television of the practices of weather manipulation, using extra low to extra high frequency microwaves and gigawaves projected in the ionosphere, aerosol spraying known as chemtrails, and high density beams like lasers to manipulate climate, create and fuel monster storms. Either the famed scientist has joined the ranks of whistleblowers pejoratively called conspiracy theorists, or time of disclosing truth has come. Lies, denial, and disinformation will not work anymore. Elementary school. Sleepover with best friend. First time at her house. She tells me that I'm not allowed to go into one room. It's right before the bathroom. She says her grandfather stays there and does not like being woken up at night. She also says that after the lights go off, I'm not allowed to leave her room. Lol, whatever. I will be sleeping anyway. But I wake up, actually having to pay. Try to wake up my friend so she can go with me. She does not wake up. Fuck it. Go on my own. I accidentally open her grandfather's door. Grandmother is still awake, sitting in her rocker. I apologize. Go to bathroom, relieve my bladder, then head back to room. But I get stopped by grandmother in the kitchen. You really should not be out here. Go back to room, feeling weird about this. Wake up friend. Tell her what happened. Her grandmother has been dead for years. The porcelain dolls that line her room were from her grandmother's collection. Feel like they're all looking at me. Noping out pretty hard. Never spent the night again. Dad was a bad alcoholic when I was a kid. Made home life hectic and violent. He stopped drinking overnight. Life slowly became more normal. We started going to church. I did not believe that shit, and one day, Dad sat me down and told me why he quit drinking. Says he showed up from work a little drunk one day. Had a bad argument with my mom. He said fuck this and left for the bar. As he's driving, he sees an old man walking alongside the road. Dad figures he'll give him a ride into town. Pulls up beside the old man. Man looks right at Dad. The old man's face is a mirror image of Dad's, only older, and the eyes look blank. The man is already moving towards the passenger door. Begins tugging at the handle, door was locked, and huffing like a fucking animal. Dad peels out and speeds off. In his rear view, he sees the old man crawl into the brush on the side of the road. Dad told me he believed it was a demon. Looking into the man's eyes made him momentarily dizzy. Not my story, but my older cousin's story he told me a couple years back. While not the scariest of stories, it still gives me shivers to think back on. If interested, my aunt also has some stories she told me about that house that I could tell. Anyways, let's call my cousin Sam. Be Sam, roughly 12 or 13 years old. Parents are in the military and move often, and got stationed in Michigan for about 2 years or so. Moved into old house that previous owner's daughter died in. Can't remember how. Parents knew, but never told Sam or his younger brother. Share a large room with brother. Weird room with a large built-in bookcase that sections off the room in two, and a small glass ceiling above Sam's bed. Keep having reoccurring dream every couple of nights the entire time living in the house. In dream, Sam is laying in bed at night, and it is raining hard with heavy lightning. Eventually, a shadowy figure appears, staring down at him from the glass ceiling, only visible with each lightning strike, and as he is about to get out of bed, the window breaks, and the figure darts straight for him as he wakes up. Probably just childish imagination, but his second story was the one that spooked me a little more. Sam again, same age. Home alone playing video games in living room. Gets strange feeling, like someone is watching him. Dog, who is normally super quiet, starts uncontrollably crying and trying to lead Sam to the front door. Sam then goes to lead Dog to door, leading to garage to get leash. Dog starts whining even more and refuses to follow him in and keeps trying to lead him to the front door. Eventually, Sam, who is creeped out, decides to leave the leash and just heads out front door with Dog and heads to small grassy property just across the road in view of house. While he was sitting in field with Dog, he sees a shadowy figure walk in front of the living room window. Sam stays in field until parents get home a couple hours later. Out camping/hunting in remote Canada. Historic native reserve land full of old camps and spiritual locations. Secluded, many miles wide gated area that very few have access to. Extremely remote, middle of nowhere in mountains in between no-name gas station towns. I've been trusted with a key by an elder/caretaker. I am not a native. Long story how I got access. Anyway, I'm camping with my girlfriend and her friend. We're way the fuck out there. Nobody else for 100 kilometers or more. Access gate locked behind us. 3 of us sleeping in the back of my pickup beside river. Around 4 a.m., we all wake up to a nearby house. Sounds like talking. I shush the 2 girls and contemplate going into truck and getting shotgun. Listen more intently. There are 2 male voices very close by. They are arguing loudly over the noise of the rapid river water, yelling at each other in a language I could not recognize. Sounds like intense, rage-fueled fighting. We all hear it. Situation is tense. Suddenly silence. Just river noise now. Girls are fucking terrified. Go into truck, grab the gun. Stayed up scared for a couple hours until sun rose. Look around for evidence of another vehicle, people, anything. Can't find it. Leave immediately. Access road gate still locked. Later on I tell the story to the aforementioned caretaker. Tells me I should stay away from that particular river camp. Why? Men are buried there. I thought he was just fucking with me at first, but I later returned to that area, and in the nearby woods, I was able to find numerous wooden plaques nailed to trees. They were old and rotten, but a few were recent enough to still have legible writing in faded white paint on them. There were names and dates written on those plaques. I have not gone back since. Didn't happen to me, but friends told me what they witnessed. Father, 2 juvenile children, and wife. Father was an alcoholic. Kids sitting in the living room watching TV or something. Dad was out in garage doing something as usual. Mother sleeping. Was around 12 p.m. House was locked up for the night. Suddenly, Father walks in from the kitchen to the living room. Kids freak out because they did not see him walk through the entrance door. He's just standing, looking at them. Kids notice something is not right with him. His eyes looked like that of cat eyes. Kids freaked out and frozen from shock. He turns around and walks back into kitchen. They follow him shortly after. Not in the kitchen. Checked everywhere, but not in the house at all. Go look for him, and found he had hung himself in garage. Time/dimension slip stories of alternate or parallel existence. On July 1954, a man arrives at Tokyo Airport in Japan. He's of Caucasian appearance and conventional looking, but the officials are suspicious. On checking his passport, they see that he hails from a country called Torad. The passport looked genuine, except for the fact that there was no such country as Torad. The man is interrogated and asked to point out where his country supposedly exists on a map. He immediately points his finger towards the Principality of Andorra, but becomes angry and confused. He's never heard of Andorra and can't understand why his homeland of Torad is not there. According to him, it should have been, for it had existed for more than 1,000 years. Customs officials found him in possession of money from several different European countries. His passport had been stamped by many airports around the globe, including previous visits to Tokyo. Baffled, they took him to a local hotel and placed him in a room with 2 guards outside until they could get to the bottom of the mystery. The company he claimed to work for had no knowledge of him, although he had copious amounts of documentation to prove his point. The hotel he claimed to have a reservation for never heard of him either. The company officials in Tokyo he was there to do business with, yup, you've guessed it, they just shook their heads too. Later, when the hotel room he was held in was opened, the man had disappeared. The police established that he could not have escaped out of the window. That room was several floors up, and there was no balcony. He was never seen again, and the mystery was never solved. There is an intriguing theory that the man may have hailed from an alternative universe, a world almost the same as ours, but not quite. His world, unlike ours, contained a country called Torad. One of the best documented reports of a possible visitant from another world landing on Earth came from the little French town of Alençon, which is situated about 30 miles north of Le Mans. The town is nowadays solely famous because of its fine lace, but over 200 years ago, Alençon became renowned for something much less mundane that occurred within its vicinity. At around 5 a.m. on June 12, 1790, peasants watched in awe as a huge metal sphere descended from the sky, moving with a strange undulating motion. The globe crash landed onto a hilltop, and the violent impact threw up soil and vegetation which showered the hillside. The hull of the globe was so hot, possibly from a rocket motor or because of the rapid descent through the atmosphere, that it ignited the surrounding dry flora, and a grass fire quickly broke out. The peasants rushed up the hill carrying pails of water, and within a short time, the fires were extinguished. A large crowd encircled the crashed globe, and some of the more adventurous people present stepped forward to touch the hull of the unearthly craft to discover that it was quite warm. A physician, 2 mayors from nearby towns, and a number of officials turned up to see what had descended from the morning sky, and these important witnesses arrived just in time to see something sensational. A hatch of some sort slid open in the lower hemisphere of the globe, and a man in an outlandish, tight-fitting costume emerged through the hatchway and surveyed the observers with an apprehensive look. He started mumbling something in a strange language and gestured for the crowd to get away from him and his vehicle. A few people stepped back, and the man ran through the break in the circle of spectators and fled into the local woods. Some of the peasants ran away from the globe, sensing that something dangerous was about to happen. The remainder of the crowd decided to follow suit, and seconds after the last members of the multitude had retreated from the sphere, it exploded with a peculiar, muffled sound, creating a miniature, mushroom-shaped cloud. The debris from the craft sizzled in the grass and gradually turned to powder. A police inspector named Léabouf traveled over 100 miles from Paris to investigate the crash, and he quizzed many of the witnesses, including the mayors and physician who had been present at the strange spectacle. The inspector organized a thorough search of the woods where the oddly dressed man had taken refuge, but the hunt resulted in nothing. The stranger seemed to have vanished as mysteriously as he had arrived. In the report to his superiors, Inspector Léabouf put forward the suggestion that the man who landed in the globe could have been a being from another world, but the high-ups in Paris dismissed the intimation as a ludicrous idea. The Moberly-Jourdain incident, or the ghosts of Petit Trianon, or Versailles, was an event that occurred on the 10th of August, 1901, in the gardens of the Petit Trianon, involving 2 female academics, Charlotte Anne Moberly, 1846 to 1947, and Eleanor Jourdain, 1863 to 1924. In August of 1901, Charlotte Anne Moberly and Eleanor Jourdain decided to visit the Palace of Versailles in France. As they were not impressed with the palace after touring it, they decided to walk through the gardens to the Petit Trianon. On the way, however, they learned that they were closed to the public that day, and, instead, decided to explore the grounds some more. Soon, the two ladies were lost and, as they put it, were overcome with a feeling of weariness and depression. Soon, they began to notice that things were out of place. Dignified officials in three-cornered hats, an old plow and farmhouse, and other people and things that appeared as though they more belonged in a wax museum than the streets of 20th century Paris. They reached the edge of a wood close to the Temple de l'Amour and came across a man seated beside a garden kiosk, wearing a cloak and large shady hat. According to Moberly, his appearance was most repulsive, its expression odious. His complexion was dark and rough. Jourdan noted, the man slowly turned his face, which was marked by smallpox. His complexion was very dark. The expression was evil and yet unseeing, and though I did not feel that he was looking particularly at us, I felt a repugnance to going past him. A man later described as tall, with large dark eyes and crisp curling black hair under a large sombrero hat, came up to them and showed them the way to the Petit Trianon. After crossing the bridge, they reached the gardens in front of the palace and Moberly noticed a lady sketching on the grass who looked at them. She later described what she saw in great detail. The lady was wearing a light summer dress. On her head was a shady white hat, and she had lots of fair hair. Moberly thought she was a tourist at first, but the dress appeared to be old-fashioned. Moberly came to believe that the lady was Marie Antoinette. Jourdan, however, did not see the lady. After this, they were directed around the entrance and joined a party of other visitors. The strange feelings and visions of the past had vanished. It was many months before the women told of their strange encounters. Visiting Versailles some time later, the women were not able to find the landmarks that they had noticed during the incident. During their research, they thought they recognized the man by the kiosk as the Comte de Vaudreuil, a friend of Marie Antoinette, who herself had been thought to have been seen by Moberly. The two women eventually wrote a book called An Adventure in 1911, but their identities as the author were not revealed until 1931, 4 years after Eleanor had passed away. A widely publicized case from October 1979 concerned the Simpsons and the Gisbeys, two English married couples driving through France en route to a holiday in Spain. Bedding in somewhat basic rooms, they were a little unnerved to discover no glass in any of the building's windows, only wooden shutters that closed from the outside. It wasn't just the building though. All the people they met, everyone from police officers to locals, seemed strangely old-fashioned too, dressing almost as if they had just stepped out of the 19th century. In fact, everything, even the knives and forks everybody ate with, seemed outdated. Not being able to speak much French, the English couples could not ask about it. Putting all the strange anachronisms down to simply being in rural France and impressed by the mere 18 francs their stay had cost them, the four decided to look for the same hotel again on their return journey. However, this time, despite searching for several hours, they were unable to find it again. What more, when they returned home, they were puzzled when all the photos they had taken turned out to be blank, as if the hotel and its inhabitants had somehow simply vanished, disappearing even from their film negatives. If Simpsons and the Gisbeys really did, as it seems, travel back in time about 100 years or so, why did their hosts accept 1970s-style currency? Assuming the foursome did not just invent their story, though why would they? It would seem to suggest there could be a lot more to this type of experience than one might first imagine. Any serious student of the paranormal, of course, could come up with a whole range of incredible suggestions. Perhaps we're dealing with godlike tricksters playing games with mortal men for their own childish amusement. However, before we begin to speculate, perhaps it would be wise to briefly consider another well-known case first. There are plenty to choose from, but easily the most credible involved no less than the great philosopher and psychiatrist Carl Jung. According to the famous thinker, while traveling through Italy in the 1930s, he visited the tomb of a Roman empress in Ravenna. Impressed with the remarkable beauty of the mosaics depicting maritime scenes in an eerily pale blue light, he discussed them with his companion for about half an hour and, on leaving the mausoleum, even tried to purchase postcards of them. Surprisingly though, there weren't any. Sometime later, Jung asked a friend visiting Ravenna if he could obtain pictures for him. It was only after seeing them that he finally learned the truth. The mosaics he had seen and discussed in great detail were totally different to the mosaics now decorating the mausoleum. However, they did exist once, but had been destroyed in a fire some 700 years previously. So what is going on? Jung was personally convinced that his consciousness had somehow traveled back in time to when the mausoleum had been first constructed, 400 years prior to his visit to Ravenna. As discussed earlier, time travel is thought by scientists to only be possible in the most extreme of circumstances. However, what if the laws that govern nature are different to the laws that govern the mind? If so, then maybe it will be possible for consciousness, free of the limitations of the laws of physics, to travel through time much more easily. Further, many time-slip witnesses report strange bouts of depression or unease just prior to or at the start of their experience. Perhaps this indicates that the mind is indeed involved in some key way. The theory would definitely explain why the Simpsons and the Gizbys were unable to get any photographs, which brings us back to the question of why their French hosts did not make a fuss about their modern money. Maybe they simply saw money from their own era. The following account of a possible visit to another dimension in time or space was forwarded to this author by Dr. Raul Rios Centino, an investigator of the unexplained in Lima, Peru. Several months ago, begins his fascinating narration, a patient came to see me about a serious case of hemiplegia. The patient claimed to be 30 years old, but was unable to prove it, stating that she had lost her formal identification card. It was a very strange case of hemiplegia, since upon examination with a CAT scan, there were neither areas showing bleeding vessels, nor any traumatic lesions. When I began asking questions about the case, the patient told me the following. I was at a campground in the vicinity of the ancient stone forest, Markawase, when I went out exploring late at night with some friends. Oddly enough, we heard the strains of music and noticed a small torchlit stone cabin. I was able to see people dancing inside, but upon getting closer, I felt a sudden sensation of cold, which I paid little attention to, and I stuck my head for an open door. It was then that I saw the occupants were clad in 17th century fashion. I tried to enter the room, but one of my girlfriends pulled me out. The patient was tugged out by one of her friends, and her body became paralyzed in half, precisely as she was drawn out of the stone cabin. My conclusion is that the probable cause behind the hemiplegia is unknown. No medical test was able to ascertain its cause. Nonetheless, an EEG was able to show that the left hemisphere of the brain did not show signs of normal functioning, as well as an abnormal amount of electric waves. Many Peruvians claim having had contact experiences in Markawase, while many scholars indicate the existence of a dimensional doorway. No conclusive proof of this exists, of course. Some friends, myself obviously, and others who have visited the stone forest can attest to the existence of a strange kind of energy. According to those persons having knowledge of the subject, dimensional doorways tend to open and close, not necessarily in specific places. The patient is currently undergoing physical rehabilitation in Lima's National Hospital. The unanswered question is, of course, what would have happened if her body had entered completely into the stone cabin? Would she have gone into another dimension? I suppose the truth shall be known in the fullness of time. Dr. Rio's fascinating account was followed up with the following information concerning the CAT scan results on the anonymous patient. The test, he indicated, showed intact intracranial regions without any specific area having been compromised. There is neither swelling nor color changes, which may suggest some manner of trauma. The clinician certifying this exam cannot find a justified cause for the hemiplegia in the left hemisphere, due to the fact its vascularization and irrigation fall within parameters considered to be normal. The EEG shows areas evidently paralyzed due to the lack of electric current transmission. These tests lead me to believe, and this is my personal opinion, since my colleagues have simply catalogued it as an unknown affliction, that the dimensional shift or partial entry of this person into this anomalous zone have able to produce a change in the energy flow existing in her nervous system, or perhaps even a change in the type of energy. Given that the cranial area is where our nerve impulses are contained, in other words, the right cerebral hemisphere controls the left side of the body, and vice versa, This could be the reason why the left-hand autonomous nervous system did not at all affect the operation of crucial organs such as the heart or the stomach, which are governed by the right cerebral hemisphere. The Sandersons were in Haiti doing a biological survey when one evening their car got stuck on a muddy road, miles away from civilization. It figures. Luckily, their assistant, appropriately clad in white, was with them at the time, so he went ahead, while the couple walked up the road at a more leisurely pace. Walking a few steps behind his wife, Sanderson suddenly observed, much to his astonishment, there were houses along both sides of the road. Not cottages, not cabins, not huts. 3-storied houses made of stone, varied in style. In Sanderson's own words, these houses hung out over the road, which suddenly appeared to be muddy with large cobblestones. The houses were of, I would say, about the Elizabethan period of England, but for some reason I knew they were in Paris. They had pent roofs, with some dormer windows, gables, timbered porticos, and small windows with tiny leaded panes. Here and there were dull reddish lights burning behind them, as if from candles. There were iron-framed lanterns hanging from timbers jutting from some houses, and they were all swaying together as if in a wind, but there was not the faintest of movement of the air about us. Before Sanderson, who at this stage was likely questioning his sanity and possibly his menu of that day, could say anything, he bumped into his wife's back. She had stopped all of a sudden. Then, says Sanderson, she took his hand and stood there, wide-eyed and speechless, and then, pointing towards the edge of the road, she said, "How did we get to Paris 500 years ago?" Sanderson's wife also saw the buildings, but the third member of their party, a man named Frederick Alsop, who was walking ahead of them, did not. We stood marveling at what we apparently both now saw, picking out individual items and pointing, questioning each other as to details, etc. Curiously, we found ourselves swaying back and forth and began to feel very weak, so I called out to Fred, whose white shirt was fast disappearing ahead. When Alsop ran back to join them, the apparition vanished, and there was nothing before me but the endless and damned-formed bushes and cactus and bare earth. Sanderson thought the experience might have been some kind of shared hallucination, possibly brought on by exhaustion. If two people can see the same non-existent thing, how many more could? Does one have to have the very close rapport of a devoted husband and wife, or can mere co-fraternity be enough? I don't know, but I'd sure like to find out. In 1942, German newspaper reporter J. Bernard Hutton and his colleague, photographer Joachim Brandt, were assigned to do a story on the Hamburg-Altona shipyards. After being given a tour by a shipyard executive, the two newspapermen were leaving when they heard the drone of overhead aircraft. They at first thought it was a practice drill, but that notion was quickly dispelled when bombs began exploding all around and the roar of the anti-aircraft gunfire filled the air. The sky quickly darkened, and they were in the middle of a full-blown air raid. They quickly got in their car and drove away from the shipyard back to Hamburg. As they quickly left the area, however, the sky seemed to brighten, and they again found themselves in the light of a calm, ordinary late afternoon. They looked back at the shipyards, and there was no destruction. No bomb-induced inferno they had just left, no aircraft in the sky. The photos Brent had taken during the attack showed nothing unusual. It wasn't until 1943 that the British Royal Air Force attacked and destroyed the shipyard, just as Hutton and Brand had experienced 11 years earlier. In October 1969, a man identified only as Alcé and his business associate, Charlie, were driving north from Abbeville, Louisiana, toward Lafayette on Highway 167. The highway had been practically traffic-free until they spotted some distance ahead what appeared to be an old turtleback-type auto traveling very slowly. While the style of the auto indicated it to be decades old, it appeared to be in showroom condition. Because the car was traveling so slowly, the two men decided to pass it, but before doing so, slowed down to better appreciate the beauty and mint condition of the vehicle. As they did so, Elsie noticed a very large, bright orange license plate with the year 1940 clearly printed on it. They also noticed the driver of the car was a young woman, dressed in what appeared to be 1940 vintage clothing. Their study turned to alarm as their attention was riveted to the animated expressions of fear and panic on the woman's face. They could see her frantically looking back and forth as if lost or in need of help. Being on the passenger side, Elsie called out to her and asked if she needed help. To this she nodded yes, all the while looking down with a very puzzled look at their vehicle. They saw her begin to pull over, so they continued to pass her so as to safely pull over also in front of her. As they came to a halt on the shoulder of the road, Elsie and Charlie turned to look back at the old car behind them. However, to their astonishment, there was no sign of the car. Remember, this was on an open highway with no side roads nearby, no place to hide a car. It and its occupants had simply vanished. Moments later, another car pulled up to the businessman and, quite puzzled, said he had seen their car pull off to the side. His account was as follows. He was driving north on Highway 167 when he saw, some distance away, a new car passing up a very old car at a slow pace, so slow that they appeared to be nearly stopped. He saw the new car pull onto the shoulder, and the old car started to do the same. Momentarily, it obstructed the new car and then suddenly disappeared. In August 1999, Kim and her husband had a weird experience near Laughlin, Nevada. Instead of their trip taking a far shorter time than it should have, it took inexplicably longer. I was following my husband home from Las Vegas to Kingman, near Laughlin, Kim says. He was on his Harley, and I was following in my car. We had made this trip several times before and knew exactly how long it took to reach home from the Hoover Dam, 1.5 hours. The weirdness began with their perception of the weather. My husband swears it was raining in the distance, and lightning was so close, he could almost feel the electricity, Kim says. I swear it was dry as a bone. Also, I had a hard time keeping up as he was going very fast around the corners. I could see him in the distance, and suddenly there were a lot of cars ahead of me and behind him. I thought that was odd since there was a mountain up one side and a sheer cliff down the other. There was nowhere for those cars to have come from. Oddly enough, as soon as I thought that was weird for them to be there, they were gone. It seemed as though the trip was taking forever and I was getting really tired. When we arrived home, I thought it was really late, and so did my husband. We looked at the clock, and the 1.5 hour trip had taken over 4 hours. We are afraid of what happened to us during that missing time. When I was younger, my family went on a camping trip. We weren't roughing it or anything. The campsite had electricity, a pool, and a shop with ice cream. We basically called it camping because we slept in a tent. On the second day of our adventure, I woke up in my Superman sleeping bag in the middle of very thick woods. Confused, I sat there for hours. My mother always told me that if I was lost, that I should hold still. Eventually, I saw a dim light in the distance. I ran toward it. A small white cabin with vines growing up on the side and strange yellow bushes growing out front stood in a small clearing. I knocked on the front door and was greeted by a middle-aged man with graying red hair and dirty tan pants. He was stunned that I was there. He ushered me in and asked if I was hurt. I told him I was fine and I had lost my parents. When he asked me what my name was, I realized just how strange things were. For the sake of the story, I'll tell you my name is Alexander. He could not pronounce my name at all. The X sound kept coming out wrong. I repeated my name several times and told him it was the letter X, not K. He told me not to play games. I told him I wasn't. That was my name. He said no letter in the English language sounded like that. I was growing very annoyed, and so was he. He asked me where I was from. I told him the city. He did not recognize the name. He pulled out a map and asked me to point it out. Years later, in school we learned about Pangea, and I realized that was the map he gave me. I started crying after minutes of trying to read the map. Some letters looked like ours, while others looked like squiggles. He told me not to worry, and that he would take me to the closest town tomorrow. I asked him what his name was, and he said something I could not even try to translate. He almost made a gurgling sound. The rest of the night was uneventful. He made me a very bitter tea and asked me about my life, where I went to school, what my parents did, and so on. Everything seemed almost normal after a while. He let me sleep on his bed while he took the couch. I shut my eyes, and all I could feel was the rush of water into my lungs. I kicked my legs and arms frantically. I broke the surface of the pool, freezing cold in the middle of the night. I ran to my campsite crying and jumped into my parents' bed soaking wet. They had not noticed my absence, though I was sure I had been gone for at least a day. They calmed me down and told me to sleep with them that night. I searched every corner of that campsite in the morning. The sleeping bag I had left in the woods was nowhere to be seen.